Freak out.
And we live.
We're live. Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I woke up like an hour ago.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Ben?
I woke up about an hour ago. I'm doing all right. It feels like it's been hours. Literally about 12 since I last saw you.
Oh, yeah.
And we're here to talk about more Lorekeepers.
Yay!
So we should introduce ourselves. We are the Lorekeepers of Poznań. I'm Ben. As you can tell by my accent, I am English and live here in Poland, in Poznań specifically. And this is Michael. Michael, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Michael. Also, sometimes you can find me as Isis. And you probably can tell by my accent, I'm Polish, living here. I'm doing my best to keep up.
You know what? You and me both.
I'm also playing and living here in Poznań, playing locally on the daily basis, on a weekly basis, to be honest, and then traveling to some tournaments in Poland, mainly in Poland, but we have some plans to go abroad maybe sometime.
Absolutely. What we're doing here today is we are live commentating with the team over in Warsaw at
CCF.
TCF have very kindly allowed us to take over their stream and host the CCF final. The CCF final, the constructed, casual, friendly final
For Shimmering Skies.
For Shimmering Skies, there has been over 100 players playing a long day of gaming. It was about 9 hours of pure playing, not including obviously them having to
9.5
travel,
hours of stream.
We have had to say goodbye to about 40 of those players as we now go into day 2, which will be 64 players standing up and effectively going out and duking out for another. It's going to be another quite long day of gaming. So,
oh yes,
it's going to be a combination of skill, combination of fortitude and stamina. This is a long, tiring day for these players, and we're very excited to see some of our favourites again. We are currently in a weird period where the teams or the players will be at the event. They are currently getting ready. However, we'll go through the format. They are doing a draft first thing.
Yes.
So the first thing that they're doing is they're sitting in a room in groups and are doing a draft. If you have not understand how that mechanic works, we will explain.
We
that
will
as
explain
well.
in a second.
But that means for the first 45 minutes, it's going to be us talking about cards, talking about the day, talking about the games, and then in about, we anticipate 45 minutes or so.
Yep.
We expect that to be our first game of the day.
Yep. So let's just quickly maybe jump around to how the tournament is actually structured. Let's switch here. So we finished day 1. Day 1 was the phase 1 and 2. So yesterday we play 4 rounds of a typical constructed in a Swiss format. Player brought their own decks, tournament legal decks, played each other, beat each other out. We had after Swiss we had 2 people, am I correct, which went flawless, 4-0. I think so.
2 flawless out of the original, I believe, yes.
Yes, out of the constructed. Then, after the constructed part, we jumped to first draft phase. The phase 2 was a draft of Shimmering Skies. So each player got 3 boosters of Shimmering Skies. We will explain in a second how the whole format of the draft works, just now going through it. They played 3 rounds after the draft, and then after the whole day, which was 7 rounds, we did something called a top cut. When we came back to the standings, we just drew a hard line below 64, and everyone above that line is invited to play today. Everyone else, unfortunately, we need to say goodbye and thank you. And they can also take part in the side events today.
Yes.
So they can still kind of participate in the Locana event, but not in the main one.
There'll be additional side events which they can win additional prizes. This can be anything from...
I think there is a sealed definitely
sealed,
today.
which means they effectively get given boosters and then they get to play whatever those boosters are contain.
Yep.
There'll also, I suspect, also be some ad hoc gaming. There'll be some ad hoc tournaments as well. These sort of events do encourage, if you can get a group of people to agree that they want to play some form of mini tournament, more often than not, the organisers are happy to organise that. So if you don't make it to the top cut, you may want to go along and watch how these games play out. Or if you're in town, you've got nothing else to do today, why not go play some more cards anyway? So we then will be going into the top cut. We do have a screen, I think, talk about Phase 3 and Phase 4.
Yes, we have. Let's go to that.
We'll cover that
so
now.
That's today.
That's today's format. So today's format, this is what's currently happening right now, is that draft format. That draft format is going to be same setup, same number of games, same idea in terms of each player will be given a booster. They open the booster. They will then, under the instructions of the judges, check the cards, choose one card out of the 12 that they have pulled from that booster, and then hand that booster to the person to their left. While they hand that to the person to their left, they will then receive a booster that contains 11 cards. They repeat the process until ultimately they have 36 cards that they have drafted. Yesterday was pure Shimmering Skies. This means from a strategy perspective, there was some synergies that you were able to determine. There are some ideas, some functionality. We talked about this at length. There would have been not a lot of removal, quite a lot of evasive, some really powerful locations that would ultimately make your cards indestructible for the sake of it. We saw a Shifty Jafar that we didn't really talk about, but actually...
Which actually in Limited could be
Limited
viable.
was very viable, but you can predict it. The challenge today is that they're not using 3 Shimmering Skies. They're using set 2, set 3, set 4, which is Rise of the Floodborn, Into the Inklands, and Ursula's Return.
Yes.
Return? Not Revenge. Return.
Return.
So that means that while there is some element of prediction about what sort of synergies to go for, incredibly difficult to be able to actually fully plan a strategy. Because you're not playing to what can I possibly get. I'm looking to get 36 cards out of 204. What you're doing here is I need to get 36 cards out of 612. It's going to be very unlikely that you can get any sort of duplication, any sort of, same card twice. If you do, miracles can happen, but you're not able to really predict that I'm going to get the exact same one.
I think that's
drop.
impossible.
Nearly.
If the booster pack is not faulty, I think it's possible. Because when you have a commons in a pack, they are always different colors.
Yeah.
Then when you have uncommons, they are always different color. So, sorry, you're right. There is a possibility to get 2 copies of the same card when they are rare plus.
Yeah. The only issue may be, though, is that in these sort of limited formats, these copies, there is every possibility that there is a better card that you want to grab as well. So we might end up seeing effectively completely wild decks that they have literally no idea what they're going to play next. I'm quite excited to commentate on that because it's going to be 2 challenges. 1, how the player's going to approach this challenge, and 2, are we going to be able to on spot identify over 600 cards on the go?
Yeah, we should be more knowledgeable about them since they are
more recognizable,
older in some way, and we also know a lot of cards from those sets.
But we should talk about what the decks they can build. So once they have the 36 cards,
quickly jump to that.
They do then have they can build 1 or 2 decks. I will describe. I'll explain one deck. You explain the other.
Yep.
Which one would you like to talk about more? Which one are you more excited about in this one?
30.
You want to talk about the 30?
Yep.
Okay, I'll talk about the 40. So this is probably what we're going to see more likely. We talk about skill levels of players. The top cut is going to be what you're talking about, I suspect. The 30 cards that they're going to be playing. For the majority of the players, they're going to be playing the full 36 cards that they end up drafting. Which actually, I didn't really think about it. There is going to be 3 cards that you simply don't get to choose. Those are going to be 3 cards that are handed to you by the players that have effectively completely dug out.
The whole table decide that this is bad.
And that card is then yours. The issue and the pro to this is it's less stress, less need to plan. You are going to effectively just get to play the cards that you are dealt, not metaphorically poetry, not just talking about poetry there. That is literally what's going to happen. However, you then also receive 4 token cards. These token cards are 2 cost, inkable, and effectively the ability is draw a card. And that's all that they can be used for. But then that 40 card pull does mean that you have less choice about what you're going to get. Everything else is standard. You start by drawing 7 cards. You can mulligan 7 cards, but then you have a pool of 33 of, at this point, entirely random cards.
Yep.
So you're going to have to react very strategically off the top deck every single time.
The mulligan could be very interesting, and I would say in a draft, mulligan is a different kind of skill than in constructed, but it's still a skill how to mulligan those kind of decks. So there is also the second option for the 30 cards. The caveat here and the catch is that you need to create those 30 cards deck with only 4 colors. So usually during the draft, you cannot look up the cards that you already drew. So you cannot just count how many cards of each color you actually took. The skill here, it's a purely mental one, is to actually be able to keep a track of what you drafted and what you are looking for, and like apply both of those things. Giving from my perspective, I played one of those drafts on a previous CCF final in Bydgoszcz, and I missed by 1 card. I miscalculated. I was trying to do the 30 cards deck. I miscalculated. I got 29 from 4 colors. The problem in this moment was that sometimes I just drafted a really bad card because I just didn't have anything else, thinking that, okay, that's from the color which I'm not going to play. And then I was forced to play that color, because if you are not able to create a 30 card deck from 4 colors, you are forced to play everything.
Yep.
There is one way or another. You cannot just like meet in between. So if you are able to do it, the good thing is your deck is a lot more predictable.
Yep.
Because you can focus on that 4 colors, and it's easier kind of to digest what cards you have there. The con is that you have only 4 colors available. Sometimes there is like you draft a card from like, I don't know, you don't want to play steel because you have all of the cards from other colors, and then you draft, for example, I don't know, a legendary from a steel, which is actually really good. And then you need to stop and ask yourself, do I really, it's so powerful, do I want to play it and risk having all of the other crap put it in my deck?
This is the challenge, and this is the other element. We can talk about strategy, we can talk about planning. If you are currently got a booster box or a booster pack next to you right now, or you've opened one in the last few days, think about what those 12 cards were. Would you be able to play a winning strategy that is going to be going against some of the best players in the area using those 12 cards? And if the answer is no, that is what these players are facing today.
Yeah. Basically, yes.
There is that pure random case of, you have probably opened a booster where you've gone, that was one of the best boosters I've ever opened. You've also opened a booster that you've gone, that was the worst booster I've ever opened.
Yep.
That is the joy of booster pack opening. That is what these players are going to have to face, because they need to design a winning strategy, literally not knowing what they're going to get in their hand. And by the draft format, where they'll be getting a new set of cards every time, every turn they... the first pack, they get 12.
Yes.
Second pack, you get 11. In theory, every time you receive a deck, the players to your right or your left, where it's going, have already chosen the best cards out of that 12.
Yep.
So
you would assume that.
Assume that, yeah.
Yep.
So if you're looking at this going, wow, this is a rough-looking hand, assume they've got the best ones.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes it also happens when you open a pack, and you're like, I would like 4 of those cards, and then you need to decide. And it actually happened to me when I handed back, because you are supposed to stay silent, you don't talk, and just listen to a judge counting time and like giving you a cues what to do next. It's actually happened to me where it actually happened to me where I opened the booster, I look at the top cards, I look through them, and I decided, okay, there are like, I think 4 cards that I would like to take. I took one of them. I was really struggling to actually choose, but I said, okay, I'll take this one. And my friend was sitting right beside me because we were in the same pod. And I handed him the card. And the look on his face was like, what did you just do? Why you gave me that card? And I'm like, winning good things?
If you're watching this after today, if you're watching this right now, if you're somebody who maybe is collecting Lorcana casually, maybe thinking about putting your toe into the sort of competitive scene or the tournament scene, this weekend coming, today of course, stay with us. Why would you go anywhere else?
Oh yeah.
Order some takeaway, stay on the sofa, watch us talk about cards for the next 8 hours.
Have some tea, blanket.
I have been texted, are you drinking beer? No, not this early in the morning. Give me an hour. But the reality of it is next weekend is a huge weekend. It's going to be a pre-release weekend, which means that it's a brand new set. So lots of players will be playing these cards for the first time. There'll be a lot of conversations about what's good, what's not. We don't know quite at this stage. But there'll also be drafts. There'll be sealed drafts. There'll be all sorts of different funky things going on. Go check it out, because if you want to get into a community, I will tell you, playing drafts is the quickest way to build camaraderie.
Yep.
Because if in this environment it's very controlled, silence, don't be kind of giving each other away. Or,
That's very like competitive version of drafts.
No comms, no communications, because they don't want anyone to, there's no one to indicate that there might be good cards here, or help or hinder other people. In a local tournament, it is the funniest thing when you have a booster pack that is the worst thing in the world, because what it is you laughing, taking a bad card, handing it to the person next to you, looks at it and goes, why is this, what is this? They take a bad card, and then what it is just you kind of create an inside joke that builds with players, because everyone's going, this is awful, and then as you're getting further down the line, you're like, which is the awful card that's going to end up at the end? And it's happening. If you're at the end, if you're like 11th person in the queue, and you can see giggling starting at the other end of the table, there's a bad deck.
Oh, yes.
And there's nothing. I think one of my favorite memories of the last year of Lorcana is that we had a draft, which I think it was a bad draft. I think we got like one legendary amongst like 12 players.
Yeah.
And it was just, at this point, people were just laughing.
Oh, yes.
Because no one was pulling any good cards. It was going to just be a fight to the bottom.
You remember, I don't want to drop names, but you remember the one guy from our store who was like, everyone was ready to pass, and he was always holding and I need to decide. Yeah. We were like, it's so bad, Booster, why are you deciding?
Do I want...
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, we're gonna go to that in a second.
But effectively, a go's going, would you like to have this bad card that's completely unplayable, or can I introduce you in this card that is also unplayable?
Exactly.
And I think one of my favorite jokes was one guy went, anyone for Pokemon? And he was like, yeah, we're at that point where let's just start drafting Pokemon cards into this to see if we can make that work, because it was getting
hello everybody, we just got a raid.
Have we?
Yes.
Good morning.
Dark Side Brain.
Good morning, Dark Side Brain. How are you, sir?
Hello.
Thank you to those people. We're going to be talking about Lorcana for the next 8 hours.
I think it's going to be more.
That's not a joke. That sounded like a threat. It wasn't a threat. It's the legitimate situation we're in.
Yep. So just to explain to everybody who just arrived, we're going to be covering the... I'm just going to bed, and I figure out to send my viewers here.
I'm good.
Hello. We just woke up.
Thank you. Oh, phenomenal.
Nice. We just woke up, and we are covering today CCF final in Warsaw, which is a constructed casual friendly tournament. Just a very quick reminder how it works. I don't know if CCF is actually in different countries. I don't
think
know.
it is around Europe, but
okay.
I'm not sure if it's
how
US.
It works that the LGSs, so the local game stores, can organize up to 2 CCF local final, when it's just a competitive constructed tournament, when people just come in, play the game, and the winner has the automatic qualification to the country final, and all of the other participants can buy a discounted ticket to that final, and also people from outside can also buy in to just take part in it. We are covering this weekend final of CCF Shimmering Skies, which is happening in Warsaw. We are not in Warsaw currently. We are in a connection with our colleagues there. We are covering this from a beautiful city of Poznań, when we are from. We are Lorekeepers of Poznań. And yeah, so we just explained how the draft works and so on and so on. Let's just really quickly jump to how the tournament was structured. So yesterday we played phase 1 and 2, which was constructed and a draft of Shimmering Skies. And today we are playing the draft and constructed. The draft is not only not Shimmering Skies, it's a draft from the Floodborn, England's, and Ursula's Return. Then we come back for the 2 rounds of typical constructed, when players are playing their decks from yesterday. Also, today is only top 64 from yesterday, so we unfortunately needed to say goodbye to around 40 something players.
I think it's 44 players.
Yeah, something like that. Yep. But they are also welcomed today to the venue. They can play some side events, and we know there is a sealed. I think there is also something else planned. I'm not sure, but if you are around, if you want to just come in, be our guests. For myself, if I'm playing a bit competitively, I usually really like coming in for the top people playing, to actually watch them play and see what decks they are playing, how they are playing them, what decisions they are making. It's also a valuable thing for myself to understand and follow someone else how they play, because it's giving you a different view of the game.
Absolutely. I was talking to my my partner yesterday, and one of the things she said was actually, we didn't really talk about our experience in Lorcana. We were making jokes yesterday that we've been playing Lorcana for 6-7 years, and we're very excited to have you guys here. But I thought I would talk a little bit about us as players. The first being that we are both lovers of the meta deck. We do like playing competitively. We've had, I think it's fair to say, mixed success. We're not.
I think we've been everywhere, to be honest.
Yeah, we've won tournaments. We've sort of hit the middle of the tournaments and
nearly missed the cut.
Nearly missed the cut more than once. Missed the cut by a single point. We've done the full journey of Lorcana players. We are constantly looking at the meta. We're constantly just in amongst our local community discussing building strategies. We have in our community in Poznań the store that we play at, who we'll see them today as well. Some of them have made the top cut. They're very much the mentality of building and strategizing together. We're testing each other, running ideas past each other, and kind of building a squad of strategies.
Yep.
Having said that, we love the creativity.
Yes.
We are here today to see as much about seeing the top meta decks playing. We want to see some mad decks. We want to see people who are trying something new, trying to be creative, and trying to be totally unique, totally unusual, totally insane. So my favorite deck from yesterday was we saw someone playing a Snow White and the Seven Dwarves deck. That's all that they were playing. They're using the Seven Dwarves Mine, the Knights, and by the looks of things, was it the original Dwarves set 1 or set 2? I can't remember. The Amber Steel,
I think
Seven
it was set
Dwarves
1.
and Snow Whites. Love it. Love to see that sort of creativity. I've been trying to get a Robin Hood tribal deck to work for set 2. I've been trying to get a Robin Hood tribal deck to work for about a month and a half now, and I'm still trying. Set 6 might make it more powerful. But it
is working, to be honest. It's not just a gimmick.
No, and we both had this conversation. We think there may be a meta developing that has yet to really been tapped. The issue is it's not quite fine tuned yet, and we'll see how that goes. But we're very excited to see today. I am so excited to commentate on a chaos draft.
Oh yes,
because it is a draft where you can't predict what the players are going to play, which means you as a player can't predict what you're going to play. There is no way you can predict what your competitor's going to play.
Yep.
And the game 2, because it's still best of 2 format, the game 2 in this is going to be so much more powerful than game 1. Because you are going to likely see 15 minimum cards that your opponent is going to play in that draft, in that opening hand, in that opening set. Maybe 20 cards. And in a 30-card deck, that's pretty much everything you're seeing, right? So game 2 is going to be so much more valuable in this format.
Game 1 is a toss.
Game 1 is a toss because it's going to be who has an answer to who, and you never know what's going to be. So it's going to be a very interesting series of games. That it could end up being a total blowout. One deck's better than the other.
Also, which I just came to my mind, when you play best of 2, the winner of the second game actually is advantageous in a tiebreaker.
Yes.
So there is
So
a
much
lot
weight
of
in it.
incentive actually in the draft to go second when you win the dice roll.
Because you're going to have more. There is always
It depends
the value.
on how many information you can ingest.
Well, because I think what it is typically in a best of two
How much?
format. Best of two format. The second game is valuable because you can find out what your opponent was playing.
Yes.
And you can go, okay, it's Steel Song. I need to re-strategize off game one. I need to re-strategize game two because I thought they were playing Steel Song. They're playing this version of Steel Song. I now know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's how my deck might answer that.
Yep.
In this format, it's not what form of deck are they playing. It's what 15 cards do they just play, and can I play that 15 cards against them? And that's going to just be so much more important, so much more valuable.
Yep. Hello and welcome to the lovely person in chat. No, we didn't see any games because we are starting with a draft today. The players are currently drafting the cards and gonna be building the decks. And now we have kind of a warm-up period when we explain all of the format, explain all of the phases, what was happening, what's gonna happen today. We're gonna probably jump in a couple of minutes to our tier list back,
Yep.
I think.
We started for context. Yesterday, because we had some downtime between games, we found actually. Do you want to just? We got it available.
Yeah,
Let's
we can
spin it
just
up. We have a tier list of the entirety of set 6 that we are slowly working through in our downtime. We have nearly finished purple. We got literally within striking distance of I think 5. I think it was in striking distance of maybe 5 cards of purple. We have already completely tiered up the amber of set 6. I'm going to be honest. I was having a think about this last night. There was an amber card. I've still off my head. There was an amber card that we put in B that after a thought yesterday. Yes, the teddy bear. The teddy bear that we put in B yesterday. Can I say I was wrong?
You always can.
It's currently top of B. I forgot what the name of the card is off the top of my head. I'll have to pull up the card of it.
It's comp, the item?
The item, yeah.
I think it's comp. It's called. Wait. Filter type items.
Scrump.
Scrump,
Yeah.
yep.
Scrump. So, Scrump, if you want to pull it up onto the screen if we can, so the
Yes.
lovely fans at home can see it. I was thinking about this card yesterday. We talked about the power this has in aggro.
Yes.
I was thinking about this card yesterday. I think this card is going to allow yellows to become more valuable in so many different formats. Because, for example, we have cards like Perdita that lets you revive cards. We have Stitch that lets you the Rockstar Stitch lets you bring out more cards. I think this card is not only going to make aggro more viable. I actually see a world in which it also lets Amber be more viable in so many other decks and so many other combinations. So we've currently got it in high B. I would like to promote it to low A because last night I was thinking about it and was like, oh, the Seven Dwarves, or
any deck that's just flooding the board with characters, so you always have an option to switch something.
And I was thinking just things like if I have Cursed Merfolks out. If I have 2 Cursed Merfolks, it's worth me, and you only have 1 card in play. If I'm playing green, for example, I love Cursed Merfolk as a card. I will exert 1 Cursed Merfolk to prevent you from doing any damage, and exert the other one to let me guarantee I've got Lawless turn. And that's a repeatable strategy. So I want to put these I want to move that to A, just because I just think it's going to make Amber combos. At the moment, Amber goes with Steel, Amber goes with Purple if you're doing an aggro, maybe. That's about it. No one's really playing Amber Green. No one's playing Amber Blue.
I tried.
You tried? No, you're trying. I think this will make that more viable.
I think so.
And I'm really excited about that. So that was just something I was lying in bed last night, having spent 10 hours talking about Lorcana, going, I really like that Scrump card.
Yeah.
So I just want to move that up to A if that's okay.
Yes.
Cool. That's
definitely.
it. But otherwise, we were working our way through this list and kind of just sort of discussing what we have here in play. We will do this for as long as it takes for the first lot of players to show up. Once the players go,
we're going to jump to the
we're
game.
going to jump straight to the game, but we can start going through this a bit more if you'd like.
Yesterday I also noticed that we missed 1 card from purple. Was was not an item. It was Mama Woody. 5. We missed that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we still have about 5 purples that we haven't done. 4 purples we haven't done according to that list. So
3 because
3.
one is enchanted. So
yes.
Double copy.
Mama Odie, Solitary Sage. I've got to do everything around here. When you play a song, you may move to 2 damage counters from chosen character to opposing chosen character. This is to make that yellow-purple logic a little bit more viable.
Is there an angle for an Amethyst song? Are we breaking the wall of actually playing a mid-range Amethyst song Amber deck?
I think so, actually. I think that's a very interesting idea. This is very interesting because this, I guess, is the cornerstone of this strategy, right?
Yes.
This is the... you would need to run 4 of these to make it potentially viable.
Yep.
But I can see there's a very interesting world where if you're playing... Because imagine, for example, combining this with Emerald and having Ursula, Deceiver of All in play, where effectively you just move 4 damage counters to anyone you want.
An elephant.
An elephant, yeah. Just have
so you can move 6 in a turn. Oh my god.
Just constantly moving damage away from your own characters to your opponents.
Bell coming in with moving 3.
Combining this with red, actually, potentially. There are some not super powerful red songs, but actually you've got those characters that come into play already damaged in the reds that you can then shift things across.
Beast, Mulan, the small one, the Beast.
Is it Teeth? Is it
Teeth and Ambition?
Is that the one you do 2 damage to yourself and 2 damage to your opponent?
Yes, it's a song.
There's the new...
It's a song, by the way.
Yeah, so you could sing it, do the damage to Mama Odie, and then move the damage away. Yeah, so it's a free 4 damage.
There's a new Scar coming in
Exactly.
that set 6, which is has a Teeth and Ambition embedded into him. I think red purple, but not like a typical bounce control, so on and so on, but like a bit of a quicker version with dealing damage and moving a lot of damage on the table. That's gonna be good. And we have only one item preventing it currently, which is a Vision Slap.
Which no one's really running.
Yes.
I am, but that's because of my deck.
I think you technically need to run it.
But no, but then that's very interesting because if you could get 2 engines going, you could get this running. If you got Mama Odie running this sort of damage is being moved around constantly. Combine that with, for example, the other purple mechanics, the Camillo Madrigal, the question gain the law of another character.
Oh, yeah.
Or the is it the Bruno card where you can guess the top card on your deck and use that? This is not, I don't think, the cornerstone of your strategy because there's no law engine out of this. However, this is unbreakable if you then introduce a law mechanic around it, and that's what I think will be really interesting. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from still running goats. Or running...
Some bounce is going to still be there.
Exactly.
We have a question from a chat. It's I have a question about the Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood from set 3. Is this card going to be viable in the new meta, even that we have a cheaper alternative? Do we have?
We may get there. I don't remember if there's a... There is a card... So there's always going to be mechanics. The value is Robin Hood... Champion of Sherwood going to continue to be viable? I'm going to say yes because there's 2 key elements. First off, it's a 3/6. It's an easy 2 lore quest anyway.
It's a shift 3, so
shift 3.
Usually 3rd turn on the table.
So what this means on turn 3, you are guaranteed quite incredible damage output in terms of
singing songs for 5. Yep.
Combine that with things like Champion of Sherwood. There is some very viable Robin Hood strategies that you can run currently. Run it with Morph, run it with whatever it might be. I think there's a Robin Hood now there is a Robin Hood in red, green, and steel. So it is viable. It is going to be viable. Is it going to be as powerful? I don't know. If you can let us know which card you think is going to replace it.
We have a card with cost of 2 with a strength of 4. Do you mean Argus? I don't think Argus is gonna...
Is he in this set?
It was in the previous one.
Yeah, so Champion of Sherwood. Is it when the Champion of Sherwood card dropped, the Inkland's deck ran riot. It's now seeing less and less play in Steel Song. because it is just seeing less play in Steel Song. That's the reality of the situation. However,
yeah, I think we're talking about Argus. Argus is already here, and to be honest, the other values that Champion of Sherwood is actually giving you, beside just the strength, is that you get law for every banish, which is a really strong thing on the third turn. As Ben mentioned, you have a singer. I think it's this one.
oh yeah, no, that's not gonna replace.
You have a big body behind. It's 6. It's actually on a third turn. It's really hard to remove immediately. So when you shift this Robin, you are nearly guaranteed having any value from it. So I would say for now, I do not see a world where the Robin is actually getting out of the meta. It's a really versatile and strong card, and you also draw a card when he's banished.
Now,
So there is so much value in him.
looking at what I can see, there are 2 cards that we can actually. You know what? We should. This maybe also be part of the approach when we discuss certain cards in the new set. We can grade them at the same time. There are 2 cards in the new set that have interesting mechanics similar to Champion of Sherwood that I'd like to reference. Set 6 Fred. He's an amber card, so it's an emerald card, so we are jumping the shark a little bit here. I think this is going to replace Curse Merfolk.
Yes.
In the sense of the issue is you need to force your opponent to challenge this card.
Yep.
I love this as a 1-drop for 2 reasons. Big Hero 6, great film. Great soundtrack, powered by Fallout Boy, which I'm a massive fan of anyway. However, this is a very scary card because, for example, this makes the Maui card that's been running around since set 1, the Rush Maui with Reckless, really dangerous to play.
Yeah.
Because if your opponent's got that card and you go, okay, challenge me, please, I want you to take this card down, there is very little your opponent can do about that.
Yep.
So I'm very excited about this, particularly as it's a 1-drop.
Yep, I would totally agree.
The only other one, and this is the this gentleman wants, I don't know how to pronounce your
Maxio?
Maxio.
I would say.
This is one that we are going to talk about at length at some point. The new Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh,
That
yes.
is the only
Yes.
one I would
absolutely love him.
I would possibly say might replace Robin Hood conceptually.
It-
But why would you not run it anyway?
I would say it really depends on the pace of the meta.
Yeah.
If we again go to the set 4, when everything really slowed down and there was a lot of control decks just absolutely smashing everything, the Ralph.
I'm so excited about the new Wreck-It Ralph.
Yes.
I'm just looking at it now. Sorry, we'll come to it in the future.
We'll come to it. Just quickly, we have I think 2 cards. So about Mamodi, how do we say it?
I think we're going to put this into A.
Yes,
because
I would agree.
It's going to come down to how the meta builds, how it's there's nothing wrong with her. It's just unfortunately she's not. It's
Maybe we didn't saw an approach. I
Yet.
think my brain is like screaming to me, try to build Steel Song without Steel, an Amethyst Song deck with Amber, and I will definitely try to do it next set.
I think green purple, a unique green purple of singing things like Sudden Chill and the like, and coming back for this, I would love to see that.
We have a what was the name of the card?
Calhoun.
Oh yeah, I saw her.
So is this going to replace Robin Hood? Why not both?
Yeah, exactly.
That's my feeling is going to be. The biggest issue with her is, yes, she's resist +1, but that means anything with 3 takes her down. In the current meta, Fox will get her in 1 turn.
Fox, Snake, which is already
Madman
there.
Snake will get her. And while the answer to this is a great card.
Yep.
Combine this with Phoebe's.
Yeah.
It's not Phoebe's. Phoebes.
It's Phoebes. Yeah.
I keep calling it Phoebe's. Phoebes, for example, there's a guy in our store who plays a whole deck around getting his cards early to Phoebes and then just running output damage. This would be a great card for that.
Yep.
Is it going to replace Robin Hood? Not a long shot, because Robin Hood has so
Draw
many
card. It's not a resist, but it's draw card and 6
6.
in the back.
6 in the
And
back.
Quest for 2.
Quest for 2, Sings 5, turn 3.
So it is a viable alternative, I would say, but
For that one mechanic.
But in general, I think just as like a conclusion to the topic, I would say just Robin brings so much versatile value. That's why the card is so looked up for.
But then what I'll say is, you said which one would you rather have, this one or this one, I'm going to simply say to you, why not both?
Yeah.
I have a Robin Hood that's two uninkable. That's a better value of a card for me to have in place. Even though I want to do Robin Hood Tribal, there's just better value having that card.
Yep.
We'll come back to that anyway. We've got Udi. We've only got a couple left, I believe, here.
What do you think about this one? I'm really excited about this and the next card from purple.
This is really interesting because it flies in the face of what purple does currently.
Yes.
Which is you end up often with, if a purple player's draw engine cooks, they end up with a ton of cards in their hand. The only issue with this is actually there's that other card we just talked about which lets you draw. There was a purple card earlier today. Yes. Isma that lets you pull 3 cards, right?
Yes.
Those two.
They are contradicting each other.
Yeah. No. But are they? Because at the end of the turn you lose your hand. Doesn't she then give you 3 cards? How does her mechanic work? Are they not a combo? Let me just double check the mechanic. Yes, so at the start of your turn, at the end of your turn, you lose all your cards. At the start of your turn, you exert her and you get 3 cards back. The combo between them and Yzma is so.
So you start with 4 cards, you play them out, and then you put them on the bottom.
Anything you don't play goes to the bottom. Next turn, you start with 4 cards again.
By the way, go away this card. I can play this now, and I'm like, yeah, come on, discard my hand.
Discard my hand.
I don't have it.
Discard my hand. Next turn, Yzma's going to give me 4 cards again. But yeah, this card, incredible. In a silo, A, because you have to have a base shit genie or whatever it might be. However, in combo with Yzma, S.
Yes.
And that makes Yzma S. If we put them together. If there was a way that we could staple the 2 cards together.
I would say I will put them both in the high A.
There's a 3-turn.
Because also, without Yzma, even, what I was thinking about, it's a shift fight. We have already a lot of genies. Not the Harry Potter genies. The genie from this. We have a lot of those already in the green and purple. There is a couple of purple ones that I really wanted to play, but like wasn't sure how to fit them. And this card is like, I think the lowest genie from green is 2. Am I correct?
Yes, there is a 2/3/1 Lord Genie. Yeah. There is a blue 2 genie.
Yes, there's one blue Quest for 2. But if you shift it, wait, in the blurple, in my blurple, this card actually rocks, and it's inkable. It's amazing. That's why I would say, I would argue for the top of A or even S.
I think so. I'm 100% with you. Because if turn 3 play Genie Shipbuilder, turn 4 play Yzma, turn 5 shift Genie, and then cause havoc.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll give you that S. Is it the last 2 cards the same enchanted, or we just misplaced? What's that enchanted we're looking at?
No, that's the enchanted and the normal one. We will see the card in a second.
Sure.
We had a thanks from the chat for the answer.
No, good question.
Thank you for the answer. My daughter has a lack to pull the cards because we already have 5 from the booster packs. I would assume we already have 5 Champion of Sherwood because the new set is not out. So I think maybe they have to
sell the 5th one if you have a 5th Champion of Sherwood now and use that to buy cards for the next set.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh no, already 6 Colhorn.
There has been some cards leaked that people are. I realised this morning when we looked up, there's now price values for set 6, which means there are a market for set 6 already. So I think there are some cards get sort of bleeding out into the market as it stands.
And the second card, which I'm really excited to see.
This one's mad. Because actually now, think again, in a silo, think about this with the Genie in play and the Yzma.
You have so many. You have a 1-drop Rafiki to actually shift on it, but it's a shift 7.
It's a shift 7, which is it's going to be expensive. again, Hades, come on now.
This is so much value.
This is such an interesting card because of that mechanic. Blurple, it's broken. It's going to break the mark. It's going to break it because Blurple, actually, it's not unreasonable that you might
Blurple
have.
doesn't have a green Hades.
No, but you know Blurple, you don't.
But I can just ramp to the Oblivion.
Blurple, you can ramp to 10, 12 ink. And yes, that's going to be your one turn, but once it's out, great. What am I going to do about it? Dragon's Fire?
Yeah.
Yeah. S tier.
Yeah.
S tier.
Yeah, I would say.
Yesterday we were very careful with S tier. Today it's, of course it's going to go in S tier. Where
Yes.
else is going to go there? And I think that's purple's done. Oh
Yes,
my god, we've
that's
managed to
purple's
get
done.
through the purples.
And I would say that
one's so hyped
we
for
will
green.
see, we will see the whole colors. But my argue is the absolute best of the best is purple and green in this set. And we're going to see the green in a second. But I would say purple and green are absolutely going bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I'm excited for. I
Having
play
said
both
that-
of them.
having said- this is the issue. It's like, green and purple are going bonkers. Yellow's pretty good. Steel's phenomenal. Like blue. Oh, that's looking pretty good too. Like
Yeah.
this set 6 is going to be insane for creativity.
You remember when we were playing, it was a Rise of the Floodbone in Poland, and it was like, oh yeah, red, purple, and you try anything else, but red, purple was mainly. I started playing green, purple, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I can grab a game from them. Then set 3 came in with locations and so on and so on, and we were like, oh my god, actually meta opened so much. Like there were so many different decks happening. Like Steel Song became viable. It was trying to be, but became really viable in the meta. The combo decks, the ramping decks, it was amazing. Then we had chapter 4, which was Ursula's Return, when we were really excited, but only like a couple of cards actually did something. It shaped the meta a little bit, like it changed the approach a bit, but it was fairly okay. Shimmering Skies with disabling Baki, errating Baki, technically also only a couple of cards, which really pushed some decks forward. That's fine. And now set 6, when I look and every second card is like, oh my god.
I think we're getting to a point now where it's going to be, okay, can I play purple green? Yes. Can I play purple blue? Actually, probably yes. Can I play purple steel? Actually, maybe now I can.
Yes.
Can I play purple red? Yes, you've always been able to play purple
Yes.
red. And it's like, okay, let's go to the next set. Can I play emerald? I think emerald is the only one that maybe is still a little bit on that edge. I'm seeing lemon lime. Lemon lime is going to be getting more and more powerful here.
Yep.
Is green red viable? I actually think it's starting to get there,
Yes.
particularly with the new pirate setup, which means green steel works, red steel works because of this pirate kind of new concept that's coming into play. It's getting to a point now where it's going to be, before you're going to play one of maybe 5 combos.
Yep.
I think this set, and definitely by set 7, is going to be, okay, I have all of these cards that I love. I have all of these cards that I love in all these different colors. Which combo works for me?
Yes.
And that's what's going to be really exciting.
Just quickly
I
jumping
have
back
not
to
seen
the
this
chat.
tutorial cards, by the way. Sorry, we can do go to
Yeah.
that. I've just seen this tutorial cards. That's insane.
Oh, yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, just quickly jumping to the chat. Set 6 dopiero... I'm just mixing Polish, I'm sorry, because I'm doing a live translation. Set 6 is gonna be on 25th of November. I think it's... Yeah, okay. Panda, our beautiful director and producer here, already
You can
answered.
say that.
So
I can't say that.
it's 29th in the general stores. I think 27.
I love that delay.
That.
I love that delay.
I think the general store is 27th, if I'm correct. I think it's Friday. And the pre-release is actually next week.
Yeah.
29th is the Friday?
The main release, yeah.
Oh, the main one.
It's
Okay.
normally 2
yeah.
weeks. It's
So
about 2 weeks.
You have a pre-release on your
Local game
LGSs in 1 week. From the next Friday, they can sell you all of the set 6, and you can probably pre-sale already now if you want. And the general release in the main brand stores, like all of your big stores, I don't know, depends where you are, from Walmart to
Target. I think
Target
in like US,
and-
it's like Walmart, Target, and there are some obviously local.
yeah, in
game
Europe,
stores.
what are we, Carrefour,
Empik.
Kaufland, and all of those.
Early Poland is Empik mainly, as I think
Yeah.
Lorcana here.
So those are 2 releases. We highly encourage you to go to your LGS and support your local scene.
If you're in the UK, Tesco's and Sainsbury's. That's
Yeah.
no. What I think is one of my favorite things about TCG and board game community is, as a standard, there is a business model, there is a strategy model of release that ultimately supports your local game store. We will always encourage you get your cards wherever you can get your cards. Not everyone has a local game store down the road. However, if you can support your local game store, that's where you're going to find a community. And Lorcana and Ravensburger do a great thing of ensuring that your local communities and your local game stores not only get the games 2 weeks earlier than the main stores, also unique prizes and unique merchandise and unique badges, cards, promo cards that are only available in your local game store. So we'd recommend that. I am seeing a lot of movement, which makes me think the draft might be coming to an end, or the setup for the draft might be coming to an end very shortly.
I think they are now building decks.
So that means we probably have about 20 minutes. Do you want to run through some Emerald before we get there?
Yes, let's do that.
I am so excited about this. We've just mentioned this Fred card. I think this is going to become the Cursed Merfolk, which was a set 3 release. Yeah, was Cursed Merfolk Inklands?
Wasn't it Floodborn?
Might be Floodborn.
I think it's Floodborn.
Cursed Merfolk is a 1-drop card that to be honest, Emerald very much has, which is Emerald has a combination of 1-drops, set 3, that literally are in a silo. They do not necessarily combo with any other cards. They don't necessarily have any important elements outside of that. Cursed Merfolk is that card. You don't play Cursed Merfolk to shift it. You don't play Cursed Merfolk to create a combo. You're playing Cursed Merfolk. It is a perfectly respectable, perfectly reasonable 1-drop.
Really good aggro opening for green.
Okay. Hold my beer. Here comes Fred. And it's the exact same thing. I don't believe there's a Fred shifted. And there isn't necessarily an intention to combo. He is a hero card, so in theory, green-blue hero deck is an interesting combination to add him, particularly given resist.
I created a green-blue this season with it was called 21% blue cow.
Yes, I remember.
21% milk, blue milk, because I was playing so many uninkable cards. Actually, the percentage of my deck in the name was always the number of uninkables.
Nice.
Which was like a small hint. It worked. To be honest, it really worked. And this one could be also a very valuable one. I would argue a high A.
High A.
Definitely.
Combine this with the Anna that allows you to, your other hero characters get +1 or any of the other hero locations. Anything that would give this character resist. God, imagine him with Cogsworth.
Yeah.
Where, he just, every time you challenge him, you might just do a little bit of damage. But then you can't go anywhere. There's that Heroes Camp that, there's a winter camp or something like that it's called, a location that heals
winter camp
that heals your characters each turn. If it's a hero character, move up to 4 damage. Combine that with this is a stupidly insane card, but the point is 1-drop on an aggro, lemon lime, fire. I think it's going to be just throw it in there, no issues. I don't understand this art.
Toothless. Toothless, actually.
What is he? Is he having a jelly bean fired at him? This is a standard.
It's just a C. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. We'll get through these. Some of these we'll go through quite quickly.
Yep. I don't know how to speak.
Myrtle, which in English or French, Myrtle means blackberry. Fun fact. This is Olaf Green.
Oh yes, it is.
It's just it's standard. It's a higher standard than the other standards.
Yep.
It can survive a removal,
but it's still a kind of vanilla card.
Yeah, it's in a draft. It's what I'm confused about is that it's a uncommon.
Olaf is Olaf uncommon?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, he was from the first set?
I don't know. He was purple is all I remember.
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. Wasn't uncommon in the first set, was he?
Please don't tell me.
Okay,
Oh, it was?
We'll go. All right. I guess it is. It doesn't die to a lot. It survives one round. It's a viable replacement to Olaf for green purple. I guess if you want an easy bounce target. But
Yeah.
Nothing to write home about.
Bird board.
This is this pirate. I forgot transport pod. Hang on, we'll come back to that in a minute. Prepare to board. Chosen character gets +2 this turn. If a character is chosen, they get +3 instead. This is to add to that pirate meta. We don't know if it's going to be playable. We just don't know where it sits.
To be honest, not only pirate meta, but just like if you think about it, you have a lot of cards that actually have some value when they are challenging. Giving them just +2 for 1 ink.
Yeah,
that's really good. I would say. I think it's definitely playable. I would say
B.
Yeah, I would say B.
Yeah,
I would say B. Not like really high or something. I think it's definitely playable. Right, Mosquito Bite. This is the card which I'm really looking forward to. It's not like a meta-changing card, but it's a really interesting action to actually play because it's not dealing damage. It's putting a damage counter, so you ignore resists. The problem is the ward still blocks you, but come on, 1 damage counter. Sometimes it's the only thing that you're missing.
I'm playing a Robin Hood deck that all of the mechanics is around your opponent having a damaged character.
Yeah.
If you have 4 ink and you have 2 actions in your hand, there is also a new card that gives you lore every time an action is played. Play this for 1 ink and then play for 3 ink. Ring the bell. Banish damaged character. The scariest card on your opponent's side of the board is gone for 4 damage, and you haven't even had to do anything.
Yes.
This is a really interesting character. There is loads of characters that do X things to damaged characters, banish, kick, whatever it might be. This, I think, is playable.
Yes,
and
I think it's definitely
one inkable playable. Can I request that you type transport pod because I want to talk to you about a combo that we've just seen. This is a deck card I'm really excited about because I just think it's insane. At the start of your turn, you may move a character of yours to a location for free.
Just small anecdote. You remember when this was revealed? The amount of discussion we had about it?
I think this is going to be an insane card to play.
Yes.
Particularly in green steel because of some great locations and great movement capabilities. However, in Lemon Lime, yesterday we had a long discussion around this card, Sugar Rush Speed Ray. It's a 2 ink playable location, 7 willpower, 6 costs to move something there.
Yep.
When you move something there, you can then banish that location, gain 3 lore, and draw 3 cards. What up, Lemon Lime? Turn 1, you play Transport Pod. Yep. Turn 2, you play any character or whatever it is.
Turn 3 location.
Turn 3 location. Turn 4, you've got 3 lore and almost guaranteed 3 extra cards.
Yep.
And for an aggro deck, that's the ball, right? If you have more than one of these in play,
Aggro Lemon Lime with Merfolk,
Fred, any of the 1-drops that you have. Myrtle suddenly becomes Myrtle on a little scooter suddenly wins the race on Sugar Ray Spin Ray. And you effectively just have this strategy which is keep throwing out speedways, keep moving things for free, and your opponent has to quickly realise they need to somehow item removal a Lemon Lime deck, something that we've never had to sort of consider or combo before. And it's inkable. I think this is A. I think this is stupidly definitely. A.
I think not only in the Amber Emerald, this card, the potential of this card is stupidly through the roof. There is so many things, but the one thing which is giving me an itch is that there are gonna be so many problems with it. I'm not saying problems with the card itself. There are gonna be so many people which are actually confused on what is happening, which is unfortunate situation when you play those kind of combos. They're gonna be like, that shouldn't be legal. No. And we are like, if you play it right, it is.
7 Dwarfs Mines. At the start of every turn, you've guaranteed 2 damage to one of your opponents.
Tafita from yesterday.
Yes, Tabitha from yesterday. Jim RS Legacy. Tuk Jin Hawkins, Sugar Rush Pod. Yeah, that's a phenomenal lineup.
Yeah. You play Jim. Jim pulls your Sugar Rush, and then you can play Tuk Tuk and you move. No, sorry, Jim can move immediately.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yep.
So you play Jim, you play Sugar, you what? Red Amber is
Yeah, fine. I want you to destroy me in the game playing.
Ruby Amber have a way to instantly draw 3 and get in 3 law.
So I don't believe at this point, and I'm happy to be wrong because I'm not an expert on all cards. I don't believe we have a legendary item. I don't think there is a legendary card that is an item. If somebody
Lucky Dime is not a legendary.
No, but if somebody showed me this and said this is a legendary card, I'd go, that seems a bit, hang on. No, that's fair.
Yeah, that could be fair.
And it was never going to be a legendary card, but I can see it and go, oh yeah, that's going to be a nightmare.
Why this is uncommon?
Yeah. This is going to be on my booster pack. It's going to be, I need 4 transport pods, 4 Sugar Rush Speedways. I don't even play Lemon Line, but I want the option.
Yes.
I want the option.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a dangerous
high
card.
A,
high
just
A.
beside Fred.
High A, and I'm not against S.
I have a small one, but I would not say is absolute must-have.
We're going to keep this. We'll save this.
Yes.
And then at Quest Tour 3 next year, we'll look at this
again. If we are
again.
able to cast, yeah.
Yeah, we'll look at this again and go, we were wrong. I have a feeling we're going to be wrong about this card.
Nobody's going to play it.
No one's going to play it.
Stitch.
Yeah, this one's stupid. This character gets +1. I like it. It's a nice...
You pay 1, get +1.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. It's definitely
there's some
high
interesting ideas
playable,
around
I would say.
comboing around support. I think it's standard. I don't know if it's playable.
I would say could be.
Yeah, I think.
It's a cost too.
Yeah, I think you can just. I'd rather play other cards that are 2/3.
I would say high standard.
Flynn, that's 2/3. I'd rather. Play that
yep.
For 2 ink.
The next card, I'm thrilled about. In terms of my Emerald Amethyst. My Emerald Amethyst. This is great. This is absolutely great. I love this card.
So we talked about earlier. It feels like we just took a 12-hour break. Like, it just feels like we just actually had a long lunch and we're back already. When I say earlier, I meant yesterday. Yesterday, we talked at length about this sort of knife edge that Green was developing. There's the discard mechanic, but there's also this mechanic of damaging your opponents to get more out of it. There's a 9-drop uninkable Robin Hood that the more damage your opponent has... Yep. Now, imagine playing that Robin Hood on 1 turn for 3/4 ink because you've damaged your opponent so much, which means you're also guaranteed for 4 6 law. Because if you know that if every
but it's a damage on a 1 chosen character, not all of them.
Unchosen character, yes. So, but if your opponent, like if you, I think you and I had a game a week or 2 ago where you had 2 Tinkerbells that both had 4 damage on them.
Yep.
That I had gotten to the very edge to then play Robin Hood for 1, and I was like, that's a great mode to play that Robin Hood for 1. I could then also play
for 4. You just gain 4
and
law.
I would win the game.
Yes.
Like, there is mechanics where you might win the game off this card.
In Emerald Amethyst, how many times do I hit my fox just to deal damage to something like Maui, for example?
Yep.
Insta 4. It's amazing. I would say this card is gonna be so good. I think it's at least high A. In terms of Emerald 100%. Amethyst, it's an amazing card. And it's evasive, by the way. We forgot about it. It's evasive. 2/2 is okay, we need to.
But this is a Diablo counter. Drop this.
I would
the
say
law,
S.
next turn it's
Sorry,
Diablo.
I'm going S.
It's give me a ton of law, and I'm coming for you.
Yep.
And in a situation where Diablo is going, playing this card, gaining any form of law, and then going for it, I love it.
Yep. Honey Lemon. When you play this character, you may pay 2 to have each opponent choose and discard a card.
This is a challenging card because I love the law counter on it. I love the logic on it. It's an additional element to make that discard ramp more powerful.
I like the card, but why are we making discard more powerful?
However, does discard need this for a 4-drop when they're more likely to want to play a Hidden Cove or another Diablo? This is the issue. It's a great card. Does it have a place in the meta currently?
It could be a comeback card.
Yeah.
When you are like on the brink of winning, you just hit them with this additional. This could be an insta draw with a Prince John in play.
There is options.
Yes.
It's a case of you were talking about yesterday when we were talking about a lot of the decks that you're playing. There's a lot of your green purple, which is I will say that Michael plays a phenomenal green purple deck. The challenge you said was you have a lot of cards vying for that 4-ink, 5-ink spot.
Yeah.
This is the same issue here because this is either a 2-ink option or it's a 4-ink option, and discard doesn't really have a 4-ink card currently. I don't think in discard, because but then the issue is for discard, what you really want is actually you don't want 4-ink, you want 2-ink cards for that 4-turn.
Sudden Chills, Hypnotizers, and so on.
So 4-ink in a Diablo discard deck is quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When actually a Sudden Chill on an Ursula will do just as much damage.
I would say it's definitely playable.
Definitely playable. I would put it in A. Oh no, B. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
medium B. Medium B, because I think
I'm not sure.
I want defense to be able to move it up when it goes wrong. But I think at the moment the challenge is if we're talking, you pay 1 to have your opponent discard.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, that's.
We do have a meta growing. Oh, not meta. We have a play style of 4-player Lorcana getting more and more popular. Phenomenal card in that format.
Oh yeah.
One-on-one, it's quite inexpensive.
Yep. Giselle, when you play this character, chosen character gains evasive, so it's just a kicker to give someone invasive.
Let's lemon lime aggro get a bit more survivability. Some answers, some survivability.
Even if the Diablo is still completely, this could be a potential answer to Diablo. I play Chernabog followers and this.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
And I can just hit the Diablo.
Great.
Bye-bye.
No, that's a very fair point. I think this is a very interesting card.
But I would not say it's like meta playable. I would say it's playable.
Yeah.
There is as we said already, there is so many good cards in those in a green and amethyst colors. Not only in the deck itself, but in those colors. There is so many good cards on the 3/4 definitely, but on the 2 slot also. I would say it's playable. I'm not sure it's gonna be like meta playable.
No, that's fair. Couple comments in the chat.
Yeah, there is just a comment that I'm not really close to any of the stores, but I buy a lot, and I'm trying to support the community by buying mats, pins, and cards from them.
Love it.
We absolutely love it.
I will say a lot of these local stores also have online stores as well now.
Yes.
So it's very easy to be almost international as a small store, but we love that. We all play. We all met through a local game store, and we play regularly at one.
He also mentioned that from his observation, buying in, let's say, one of the bigger chains of variety shops, it's absolute tragedy because of the supply and the prices, I would say. So supporting locally, go for it. Usually those local stores have at least the same price as a retail.
Yeah,
usually.
My experience actually is also you're more likely to find older card sets in local stores than you are in chains.
Yeah, the chains are
the
not
way they work.
them.
Once they will sell whatever set they'll have, whatever of set 4, set 5 they have. They'll sell. Once that's gone, as a company, they'll only buy the recent set because that's how their business model works. Will buy the newest one. Local game stores, there is every possibility they'll find some cheeky supplier somewhere who's sitting on a box of first chapter, and a bunch of first chapter will suddenly appear in a store, and it is a fight to get those first chapters. But the point being is you're more likely to see those older sets, which obviously there's third-party sites, websites you can buy from, private sellers. You guys have a great private store to buy things off because you guys have a great section of overflow. However, finding those older cards, local game stores is more likely to find those older ones.
Yep. When you mentioned the first chapter, every time I see people just rushing to buy something from the first chapter, I hear in my head to all of the F1 freaks there, it's lights out and away we go.
Yeah, the thing is, we will see. We don't know how this is going to go. Often in TCGs, cards end up starting to be what's the word? taken out of circulation or taken out of competitive play. It's going to be a wild time if it happens in Lorekeepers.
Yeah.
This one's really interesting.
We have a green Pinocchio.
You have a green Pinocchio. I saw someone on the Lorekeepers subreddit design a 4-turn victory using this card. It required your opponent not engaging with you whatsoever. Against ramp, it's a 4-card victory.
But played it on 2, exert on 3, and bounce.
Yep, absolutely.
Just
there's again what's his face, the Camillo Madrigal when you quest lore of one of your accounts.
When you're so late in the game, you can even play him, Camillo, bounce him back, and play him again.
Actually, that makes me realize, or the Merlin as well. The Merlin that when you quest, you bounce a card and gain that lore as well.
I have something else.
I would love you to look into the Queen with your green purple.
Queen.
The Queen is the I think it's, I don't want to misname it. The old hag, whatever version it's called. When this character
Peddler.
Exert this character and banish. So quest, bounce it to your hand,
and then Peddler and just discard it for. Oh
and
my
that's 6
god!
Lore in 1 turn of 1/2 drop. There is a combo there. I'm a big fan of combo decks. There is a filthy combo there that your opponent simply can't react to.
Yes. They are just a passenger.
Yeah, just a passenger where you go, by the way, I just gained 6 lore and I'm not done.
Yep.
This is A. There's no way this is not A.
It's definitely A, I would say.
And it's a cute card. I actually think it's a really cute artwork.
It is, yeah. I would say middle of the pack A.
Yeah. Also, throw it. Again, talking about that green purple, Cogsworth's going nowhere soon. The shifted Cogsworth. God, make this character resist. It's going to be, I can't do anything about Olivia. Olivia is here to stay.
Yeah.
Why can't Olivia leave?
So many 2-drops to be. Oh, yeah, because I didn't specify that. But okay, Heffalumps.
This is fire. This card is mad. This card is a savior. This card's going to go beautifully with the 2-drop Ursula. Because you just stall your opponent
a song!
out.
Oh my god!
Yeah. It's a beautiful little card. Chosen opposing character can't quest during next turn. That's great. Also, draw a card. No, that's not fair. That's how you take a card from being great to that's a little bit mean, if anything.
It's you played Tamatoa into me. Nope.
Nope. Nope. I also draw a card. Yeah, it's like that can't do anything. Also, and again, like
Hiram, you want to draw a card? Nope.
No. You literally, it's a stall. It's a stall common. It's an insane card for 2.
It's a song.
It's a song. Your green purple. I forgot her name. The old woman who every time you sing, move damage.
Mama Udi.
Mama Udi. Not only did that character not quest, that character has also just gained 2 damage.
And drew me a card.
Not only has that character literally achieved you nothing, it's cost you stress. It's caused you. I think this. Have we put a common into S yet? No, it's high A.
Sure.
High A. It's high A because
it's not S.
It's not S, but it's getting there.
Yes, we put a common. It's a Fred.
Yeah.
In A.
Yeah, A. Oh my god! I just thought about this. Think about the Udi into Go-Go. Just think about think about the turn. I go insane combo. You sing Heffalump and Woozles. Hiram can't move.
Yes.
Using Ursula, so twice you can choose 2 characters that can't move. Also draw twice. Right. Mama Udi goes. Oh, by the way, here's 4 damage on Hiram. That now Hiram just didn't do anything. He's now 4 damaged. And then my actual turn, which I haven't used any ink to do yet, I'm gonna play Go-Go and take 4 lore. And that for 4 ink and 1 card.
It needs a setup.
It needs, but 4 ink's a lot.
Draw 2, gain 4 lore for 4 ink.
Yeah. And all it requires
crazy.
realistically is Ursula, and you've had a scrap.
That's absolutely crazy.
There's so many things that Udi's taking the mechanic out of it, but Heffalump with Ursula's receiver is going to get more value because this being a
I'm
2
happy.
Song,
I really like this card. I was
I
unfortunately
think I have
cannot
2 of
really
them.
play it
I
now.
might need to finally finish my
Yes,
play
quickly.
set.
But just talking about it, which I don't know if you remember when we are playing in a Quest to 2, it was set 4, Ursula's Return, and Shimmering Skies just came in.
Yeah.
It was the first weekend, and I was arguing that, in my opinion, the best deck then was Sapphire Steel, but in the best of 3.
Yeah.
Because Sapphire and Steel, without a side in the TCG, in Locana we don't have a side. Without a side, Sapphire and Steel can be so flexible and versatile. It can play absolutely anything, but you need to know what you are playing. So best of 3 was my best guess. While we're playing a Quest 2, if I don't go on the first game first, I always win the second game because I know what to play for. Now I would argue Emerald Amethyst is getting so much flexibility, you can do anything with it.
Imagine, because it's also thinking about it from a lemon line perspective, right? Imagine, and this is, if you're an aggro player, hear me out. Imagine not questing turn 2. Right, just hear me out. Turn 1, play a high int card, one of the ones we've looked at. Turn 2, an Olivia and, I don't know, Lilo. Like, so on turn 3...
Olivia is for 2.
Olivia's for 2, so yeah, it's just one
So
Olivia.
Olivia.
But imagine building out a High Lord board that you don't quest with.
Yeah.
Unless, if your opponent's got nothing in play, quest. Don't leave it on the board, whatever. But then turn 3, you play Ursula's Deceiver of All, and then turn 4, you drop this on them.
Yeah.
And then it's almost like you literally go, look at this army I'm building, but not
You
questing.
cannot do anything with
You cannot
this.
do anything because if they don't have removal, they don't have any way of attacking
If
them.
there's no steel on the other side,
there's no exposure.
you just win.
You're just winning. You're just building a little army and then go, right, and introducing Heffalumps and Woozles. But with Ursa's Return 2, you're going to start reloading your hand because you're going to draw 2 mechanic. And then you suddenly go, right, you can't attack, you can't quest, you can't start kind of counteracting me. I'm now going to go insane.
That's a high A.
It's a high A. I think it's a fascinating card.
Amazing.
Because if we lose set 1, the amount of removal we lose in set 1.
Oh, yeah. Oh, whole new words, B-preps. If we lose a set 1, actually, I would say Amethyst is getting so much value because it's a consistent draw.
Yeah. And these cards are going to be so much more important.
Yep. Megabot.
Don't talk about this.
It's an item. It's not this Megabot. It's not micro one. It's a mega one. It's an item. Again, item in the green. Interesting. Because usually the green didn't have viable items to play. Not really. Chronomicon is amazing, but it's a very situational thing. And maybe the Hidden Incaster in some type of decks. For example, in my 20% Milk Cow deck, the Incaster was a valuable thing. But beside this, and here we have an item which we can actually choose. So enters the play exerted, you cannot use it immediately. That's fine, because then you can exert the item in the third one, and you can banish chosen item or banish chosen damaged character.
Mosquito.
Mosquito. You just played a dime. You have a lethal. No, thank you.
Yep. It's a card that it's the thing that happens with green is because green Emerald plays so little items get ignored.
Yep.
So if you play this turn 2, turn 3, or even late game, you just sort of throw it down alongside other things. It's just sat there. But introduce just any of the cards that allow you to just do a little bit of damage. Tinkerbell. If you're doing an Emerald discard, Emerald Steel, sorry, Tinkerbell the board. And then
what do I choose now?
What do I choose now? One of those is going. Combine that with the Robin Hood that quests for lore. One of the biggest issues is exposing that Robin Hood that can quest for more lore if you have damaged characters.
Yeah, you can just banish the biggest.
You can quest for the lore, then banish the biggest thing on the board.
That's why Anna is very valuable in that deck also.
Yeah. And I think this is a very interesting card, and it's uncommon, so it's not exactly hard to get your hands on. It's going to require. You're not playing this to destroy a card right now, and you might be playing this to catch a card in the future. But as right now, we are about to play a game. So I'm going to say we put this A.
Did we just miss the game?
Surely not.
Surely not.
But they're setting up.
I hope so.
Well, we'll just hop over. That was a quick game if we missed it.
If we missed it, we're really sorry. That's not Tomasz. We're gonna change the name in a second. So we're gonna quickly
The
jump
guys
back
and
to
the
the
names.
games. Oh, I know the guy on the left. I lost to him on the Star Champs in Bydgoszcz. I think I know him. Wait, did they just play or?
No, they're starting fresh pages. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah, we're good.
Oof.
We're good. We're good.
I know the guy on the left. I lost to him. He is a really interesting player, I would say. He played a very aggro version of my Emerald Amethyst.
Okay.
And he absolutely rolled me on because I was playing a more mid-range version to play against more different things, and he just rolled me on the tournament. I was like, damn, that hurt.
Yeah, they're checking their cards and stuff. I think we are first game in.
Okay, that's good. Let's see. Do we have information? Who is who? Stolik. Yeah. So it's table
we got
3.
the information 2 minutes ago. We're fine.
It's okay.
The panic over. We didn't miss anything.
Thank you.
So first game of the day. I'm seeing some. Oh, the cards we've just talked about. Genie 2. Insanely, that's a dupe. I can see he's got 2 of the same card. He's got 2 Mulans.
All right. Let me just quickly check the name of the second gentleman.
Oh, improvise. He's managed to pull 2 improvises, I think.
How?
I mean, common green.
No, you cannot. You cannot pull 2 commons. Oh, wait! I totally forgot. You can, because you're not doing a sealed
No.
from one booster. You can give in the booster. Okay. Ignore that you cannot have duplicates. I'm really sorry about this.
I'm seeing discard mechanics. He's got the Donald Duck
Is there
gentleman.
under the sea? No, it's a Donald.
Yeah,
it's a Donald that is drawing or discarding?
It draws. It's a draw mechanic at the start of your turn. You and your opponent can draw.
Yeah.
But I'm also seeing, I think it's Lucifer, the cat, that your opponent must either discard 1 action or 2 cards.
That's spicy.
It is a spicy.
All right, Donald into the ink. We really quickly transfer to the game. So, Donald into the ink. I know the guy from the left. I think he's playing from Piła, which is a city north to Poznań.
Leopold, I think I've also seen him kick around as well.
I'm not sure about him.
Wilbur. There's no E. Is that what I think our producer was informed?
Oh, yeah.
No E.
Yep. Sorry.
No E.
Sorry for that. Just quickly changing it. I just got the message from the guy producing on the spot, and he didn't eat by mistake.
I'm hoping also that we will talk after this game.
Oh, the guy on the right, I think he's from Warsaw. I think he visited us on the quest too.
Quest for 1. It just looked like he had no 1-drops turn 1.
That genie.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's quest for 2. It's vanilla, but you quest for 2. It's fine.
There's nothing wrong with that. For 2, he drops.
Bohun, something like that. Oh, there's also Sleepy Donald in the deck. Lucifer here
really
when you are on a
this
play.
Format is very
it's really good
because your opponent may not have that many actions in their hand, and if they don't have actions, you have to discard 2 cards. That's quite scary.
We will come back to the tier list and the whole discussion.
Sorry,
we are really sorry that we just immediately jumped.
That's what we're gonna do all day with this tier list.
I just had a nick in my head saying like,
check.
Let's check because they minimalized the window, and I was like, oh well, what?
We can see. He's inking the Sleepy Donald to then play
Pluto. A Pluto. It's a 3/4, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's just a good body to have.
Particularly in this format. We need a phone.
Oh, yeah, we need
I think
law counter. He's on, we are sorry you don't have...
I think he's on 5 law now, but we'll have to check. The footage is looking a lot cleaner today, which is nice. He's gonna trade into something. He's gonna have to. I would trade into the genie. Oh, Merlin Crab. He can take out anything he wants right now.
Oh, yeah, Crab from the Floatborn.
Yeah, which no one really played until set 5.
Yep. Oh, thank you very much, our lovely producer.
That was incredible quick. That was phenomenal speed. So he is playing 36 because he's holding a token. He's playing a 40-card deck on the left.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely love these Dragon Shields. They did a series of Dragon Shields based around...
it's not a Tremaine, it's the lady... I think the Michael from our store...
Helga? Like that?
Yeah, Helga Sinclair. He really liked this card.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he's doing, to be honest, now.
We're gonna have a quick look. Helga. Shift 3. Whenever this character quests, you may deal 3 damage to chosen damaged. Hang on. Deal 3 damage to chosen damaged character. Whenever it quests, and it quests for 2. She's 4/4.
That's why I remember.
I might need to go and have a look at that card.
This card.
Because if you can play the Helga 2, which is whenever this character is challenged and banish a challenge character. I might need to look into that card. It's quite interesting. Interesting position to be in currently. It is for.
Oh, they nearly perfectly put the phone.
I love that.
Okay, I'm just quickly set up. Sorry for the little break.
It's currently 5-0. I don't think Leopold is out. I know Leopold is an exceptionally good player as well. He has won out some big tournaments, so I'm not done well in some big tournaments. So I wouldn't say he's done by any stretch of the imagination, but he is on the back foot. That was an incredibly strong start from Philby.
Yep, and I also know that Philby is also a really good player. I played him a couple of games now, and he really knows what he's doing.
That's Super Tigger, not Super Goof. Super Goof also goes extremely powerfully in this format.
Can they get Super Goof?
This is where I get to keep checking things.
Oh, this card. I actually really like this card. I
Super Goof is 4, yeah.
Yeah.
This is just forces a discard, right? Hard play.
Token was discarded.
Token, yeah. There's no
That's
harm,
fine.
no foul.
You have that Helga. You can just then, if he exerts the crab, you just exchange your Tiana and just play Helga. Oh no, sorry. Now was the discard, the Lucifer. That's painful.
It's a painful Lucifer.
There is only Helga left in the hand.
Although I guess if your opponent is also playing,
and there is an exchange. Yeah, so the crab exchanged himself. I would say
get that
in
Helga
charge and just Helga in. Or what is it? Improvise.
Improvise.
Okay, improvise is also, but I think it's a Helga.
Well, improvise actually this turn would allow him to because improvise gives +1 attack. Is it?
Yep.
And draw a card.
Charge. And
that's
Helga.
a smart play. Because they said what he could do is next, because Helga, he can just banish Merlin next turn, no harm, no exchange.
Wait, what?
Helga is on quest. You do 3 damage.
Okay, yeah.
So next turn, unless something happens, he needs to quest that crab out sooner rather than later.
Yep.
If he can bounce that crab, he needs to bounce it sooner rather than later.
That's just a body. It's Virana, I think.
Virana, yeah, I think it's high card if I remember. Yeah, 5/5 2.
Yeah. Really good body.
At this point, I would, if I was Philby, I wouldn't go out questing now. The crab's not the threat. If you need to do something to that Virana.
I think.
So wait for him to expose it. Oh no, he's going to take him out. Potentially go for the attack with Pluto. I would wait for Virana to expose herself, attack once,
exactly.
and then use the ability to quest with. I actually possibly would have sat on the improvise maybe for one more turn, because I don't know if Pluto is 2 or 3.
Okay,
he's
so
3, yeah,
he
fine.
just quested with Helga.
Banishes the crab, which means the crab's ability doesn't trigger. There's no 3 law for the sake of it. And they're quite strong cards in play. They're not terrible cards to have out. Magic Beam with Rush.
Wait, they didn't count the update the counter. It's 6-1 currently. It's 6-2. Oh yeah, now they updated it. Sorry, 8-2.
Rush Magic Broom, great time to play it.
Oh, it's this. Oh,
so clears the board.
That's
and we talked about the swing. 8-2 is 8-2 with nothing on your side currently. Not a great.
It's not a great place to be.
I don't know if what I saw then. I'm going to just check. I think I saw potentially this Tiana, which in this format,
yes, it is.
This format is disgusting. Yeah, that's
this one.
Best card to play in this moment.
Actually, get through the resist 2 in this format. It's really hard, but it doesn't stop your opponent from just quest. Oh,
bodyguard goof out of nowhere.
This Goofy is game breaking.
Leopold looked like he was on the back foot, and then turned around and went try again.
Yep.
And I also think he's got 7 ink, which in this format
And
is
this
insane.
Goofy is actually at the start of your turn removing the damage from himself.
Yeah, so...
It's,
And he has... Oh, God.
it's game breaking.
Not Goofy.
It's Pluto, sorry.
Yeah,
it's not
I that was...
I'm really sorry.
The other dog.
There is Let the Storm Rage on Virana.
We did talk about this. There's a lot of removal in these sets
Yeah.
that you could take advantage of.
Is it the Pluto? Yeah, the
Yeah,
Defender.
that started turning move up to 3 damage from this character.
Amazing. Quest to 2, go to 10. Thank you, Leopold, for updating.
Leopold, at this point, I mean...
He absolutely took over the board.
I mean, he could go for...
That was a token.
He could eliminate the... if he wanted to, in theory, oh, yeah, he's gone wide. Don't blame him at that point, because the law power he has on the board right now pushes him to 12.
Yep.
There's very little he can do to chase that down.
There is Hans. There is, I think, second genie. There is Hans. You get additional 1 for having a princess. And there is Nala, but it's hard.
There's the
5, 6, 7. Yeah, Leopold goes to 19. He can top deck anything. We don't have B preps or anything like this.
There could be a goat.
There could be a goat.
There could be a goat. There could be
actually.
any trigger. He's looking to decide, because he has a few characters that can just maybe do a little bit of damage to sort of ensure he secures the win. At this point, you're not having to worry about being prepared. You're not having to worry about anything else.
Pluto just broke the game.
That Pluto just broke the game. That Pluto is going to probably carry him through.
Oh, yes.
If he has if he has any of the smaller Plutos.
I think now Philp is actually thinking I should have discarded Helga and played Lucifer into it. Because the Pluto would be gone, the Lucifer would be on the play.
I understand. There's a lot of points on the table for set on day 2 today, in the sense of there's a lot of points to walk away from. I respect that maybe he's thinking, do I want to be strategic? Do I want to take out anything?
Yep, go to 19.
At the same time, we can see the full board here. Go to 19.
Nope,
friend.
it's a scoop.
Yeah, that was a lot of assessment to ultimately force a scoop.
Yep. So
and we're going to see
why they're playing
today.
so quickly? Just if anyone is wondering. We know I played with Philip a bit, and I know he's a really good player. So it's just like chess. If you don't see an out and there is no possibility, just not drag it out.
Someone got a buy this morning.
What?
Someone got a buy.
61st someone didn't show up today.
Ben.
Yeah. Oh, that's our guy from Low Canal.
I'm
sorry, saying this in English is...
Yeah.
Lord Channel, not
Lord
Canal.
Lord
Canal
Canal.
is something.
Sorry,
guys.
He just likes his rivers.
I'm really sorry, guys, if you are watching this. I'm really sorry for yesterday. I just noticed that I could be saying Law Canal, which why?
So the thing is, with this format, the mechanics are going to... I was asked today, how long do you think this is going to go today? And the honest answer was, I just couldn't predict. Frustratingly... 64 breaks down into 26. The melee.gg page shows 25 matches per page. So we have a single match on the second page.
Yep.
However,
how are our people doing?
So that's what I'm looking down the line at the moment.
Is anybody playing anybody from our...
Moloch. I'm just looking at names that we've sort of attached ourselves to yesterday. Jacob's against Rumummo. Jacob we saw play yesterday.
Yep.
Rumummo is one of our guys. Blood Dice we saw play yesterday. Not against one of our guys. Disco Burger versus off against Christoph Kasak. Great name. Sense My Law is against Vanos. Not one of ours. One of ours against someone we don't know. Yep. Looking down the line. Squad Gear against Vicia. Not someone we know. Generally okay.
Ziggy was the guy who actually made Tomasz bleed yesterday.
Yes, Ziggy is something that we can keep an eye on as the day
Bartosz,
progresses.
our guy. Bio.
Interesting and interesting set of games. So it appears that actually there's only 63 players today. If there's a buy been assigned, that's not surprising. We talked about this yesterday. That actually, I'd be interested to see who it was who dropped. But maybe I wouldn't be surprised to find out if it was maybe the 64th place.
63, 64 place probably.
The way that Mini.gg works though is actually they have to be dropped this morning. So they've been removed from the tournament, which means we won't be able to see who it was potentially until tomorrow or until.
No. I think after the first game we can see that someone is going to be missing
we can see who,
one game. Okay, Kida, straightforward vanilla. There was a blue kit and Tiana played. Fine. Nothing special, to be honest. It's a very evasive Pegas.
It's a huge damage output. Typically, it's a card for
evasive. Amazing.
It's a card for hunting evasive. However, in this
I
format,
saw Aladdin that is questing and shooting the items out, which is interesting. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3/3, which is not bad anyway.
Yep. It's getting inked.
But there are some
Argus
in this format, there are some items that could, in theory, be somewhat game breaking.
Oh yes.
So
imagine going to 7 and having dime.
Exactly. So having something that can maybe keep an eye on those items is going to be valuable and have its value to you.
And there is a crab again. This crab is really good. Exchange into Tiana. The Kida survives. There's still a Lucifer again. When you are on a draw, the Lucifer could be not that viable just because your opponent in this format should have emptied their hand by the 5th turn, usually. So this is the Lucifer now is actually, I would say, could be a liability because it's uninkable. And it's not going to throw out a lot.
At the same time, if your opponent's playing somewhat more slow.
Oh, yes. If they miss one turn, there is a value.
Yeah, absolutely.
The result of thinking from the Leopold side.
Well, the issue is that.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to point it out. The camera is flipped.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
It is good. The issue we have here is that actually, he's done the right thing there. He hasn't exposed that Merlin because that Pluto could take the Merlin and still survive for one more turn, which is not something he doesn't necessarily want to have to deal with.
That's a Sleepy Donald. That's a Lucifer, Sleepy Donald.
He needs to maybe start thinking about putting some damage out there. That Pegasus is a 1 willpower.
It's just gonna, but the Pegasus is just gonna
continue to
quest.
Yeah, continue to lore engine for him.
For 3, we see Sleepy Donald. The Donald is actually drawing a card. Okay, Pluto into Kida, and Argus just quested for 1.
Again, Argus.
Thank you guys for updating the lore counter.
Yeah, Argus is a bit of an interesting one because he's actually he's limited the power of the grab currently. The crab doesn't. It's going to be able to take out one of these characters, but do you want it to? Because you're saving it for maybe something a bit scarier, a bit more powerful. But then you can't quest with it because then it exposes itself to an easy elimination from 2 cards that have. At this state, Pluto's already damaged, and Argus is low. Argus has low willpower anyway, so having a card that might have 6 attack, great. My cards only have 2 health or 1 health. Why are you wasting that extra sort of 5 resource there?
That's a queen.
That is a queen.
What was she? She was vanilla? No, I think she was doing something.
Queen.
Yeah, and Pegas quested.
Which queen is it? It's just vanilla. 4/3. I mean, it's a beast
for
4/3. Yeah, absolute beast for 4/3.
Exchange crab into the Argus, which Argus could be.
I have to remind myself on Sleepy Donald when you play an action, its character gets +2.
Yep.
Actually, the fact that you have forced 4 actions because of the format, not a bad card, actually.
Yeah. There is improvise also to get additional 1, so you get +3. So Donald currently can just be. Donald is 1 attack. Sorry.
Sorry. Donald is. I typed Donald enter and it turned it into queen.
Maybe it's a hidden queen. It's 0.
0.
Okay. 3/5 now. It's fine, I would say.
Yeah, 100%.
There is a lot the Storm Mage on being played to take out the Pegas. Really nice. You
Great
need to
value.
do
It's
I would just improvise, hit the guy.
yeah. I mean, that queen being 4/3 isn't going to necessarily.
Yeah, but she will exchange directly into you.
No, it doesn't main.
Oh no, sorry, it's 0. So
it's this turn, yeah. So he's done what we expected.
okay, so but it's he didn't use improvise. He
no,
just hit
let the Storm Rage on would have given him the +2. He
oh
needed.
yeah.
So
Super goof!
I called it. I called it. Super goof. Rush. Rush and
That's an amazing card in this format.
and great place to play it because it's a zero sum game. Super Goof allows every time it challenges you gain 2 lore. The reality of it is unless in this circumstance, because of it's 2/4.
Immediate 2.
It typically what happens is you normally get 2 lore out of it because it challenges, you gain the 2 lore, and then immediately your opponent will go, well, I'm going to get rid of that next turn.
Yes.
He just got it for a 0-sum game. He just got 2 lore for free because that Donald having 0 attack in his turn meant that now that is going to get him easily another 2 lore the next time he exposes
So
it.
Goof at least did 4. It's gonna do 4
at least.
And when it quests,
Maybe even 5 because he'll quest next turn if his opponent doesn't have anything of high damage.
and then exchange.
For 5 lore. That Super Goof has just possibly completely snapped up the victory. Honestly, I think Super Goof was one of those cards. If Super Goof appeared in my hand, I would have grabbed it.
Oh, Megara! Discarding the Lucifer because opponent is not playing any cards, and playing Megara is amazing. So Megara is a card that, this one. If you want to play her, you need to discard a card or banish this character. So we have a Lucifer, which is not giving us any value, but just throw him out.
But then he has a
And we both are playing now from the top deck. It's actually a really good idea and really good way to come back to the game.
And that cat, I forgot what it's called. I think it's forgot. Just it might be evasive.
No, I think it's a reckless 3/1 or something like that. Oh, there is a Gizmo suit. Gizmo suit is played.
Reckless, 3/1.
Yeah, reckless 3/1 and Gizmo suit.
Gizmo suit banishes item. Chosen character gains resist +2 until the start of next turn. He's going to turn that. He's going to turn that Gizmo into a bottle rocket.
There is Radican. Just evasive.
Yeah, so which is 2. Your opponent isn't showing any. I mean, he's used his Storm Rage on or something else.
Yep.
The evasive in this format is going to be very dangerous.
Improvise on Megara. Draw a card.
He is waiting for his opponent to expose himself, and that is going to be it because he might go for the Super Goof challenge here. I actually would. Oh no. What a top deck.
What a top
Magic
Leopold is absolutely top decking.
So he's going to banish.
He's
going to banish that Super Goof because why wouldn't he?
No.
Super Goof's not going to banish. Sorry, he's going to use that Super Goof to their quest out.
Now we open with everything.
What a top deck. Absolutely. And so I would love to see you make a comeback here. I do feel like it might be a little bit unsurmountable. That's that second improvise we saw earlier.
Yeah, just to draw a card. 4. Diana.
Not a terrible card to play.
But not now.
Not now. He could banish the Gizmo to make sure that he could banish the Gizmo, give
the cat survives.
Cats resist 2. Banish the Super Goof. That Super Goof that now has +2 into.
And that's the game. That's 6.
Oh yeah,
exactly from the table.
Not the strongest fist bump we've seen.
Yeah,
but
you can see the frustration on the Phipps face. I think there is a frustration because he knows. Now look at his face. He knows that he's got a really good deck to play, and
Leopold has a slightly better one. That's all it came. Had the right
top deck.
Yeah.
Sorry, the top deck. Absolutely, the Goof in the first game was amazing. But that's actually the matter that I lose to him.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. It could have gone.
Oh.
If there is a team that are willing to hop onto the stream, because we actually still have a lot of games that aren't reported, we would love to see if we can maybe get another game going onto the board. We'll have to ask if that's possible. Because there are quite a lot of games still not reported.
I think it's hard to just move people.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are now going to wait. So there's going to be 3 phases of this draft format.
First game.
Somebody said to me, how long is it going to take? And the honest answer is, with this draft format, it's really hard to predict because
it could be blindly quick like this one, like lightning quick, but then we can have a really slow games.
Yes, so we have had a few games reported. I mean, we could always ask if they want to see if someone can move. We are seeing some reports coming in of games that are being won. Do we actually want to switch over to melee.gg and actually just maybe talk about some of our...
Yep.
Because we could always ask them if they can move someone, but it's a very difficult thing to do. So what we might do is talk about the standings or talk about the matches that we've seen. The standings are the same from yesterday.
Yep.
The matches, however, we'll start to see those reports coming in. Tomasz, he bleeds. He's taken another black eye.
Draw.
Oh my god, this guy went... he won 13. He won 13 of his 14 games.
He went 6-0-1. The last one is not a lose,
That's
it's
matches,
a draw.
so he won 13 games and lost one yesterday. He literally was a little bit unstoppable. Who got the second? Who got the
second guy?
Sorry, but who
the
got
502?
Is that who just got appeared against? So that guy just managed to get.
Yep.
So Waller.
That was the match on the top.
Yeah, Walter and what was the other player called?
Tomasz?
No, the other guy got
Ziki.
Ziki. We'll see if they show up today. I'd love to see how they play, what they're playing, because they actually managed to take a dent out of the leader.
Yep.
They took a dent out of him. I mean, he's not struggling for points.
No.
I'm sure he's fine with that.
But this is still okay because they are both having... Like, if you look at them both...
Yeah.
They are having such a huge advantage above everybody right now. We are playing best of 2, so there is a 7 points on the line if you win both games, which is a really big swing. But currently, they are sitting on such a high margin, given that we are playing a draft.
Yeah. So
that there is usually in those drafts there is a lot of draws.
From their perspective, they're literally a game. They're a 2-0 ahead of third place.
Yep.
If not more. I'll take 3 points. You take 3 points. I'll be 48. You be 44.
Yep.
Happy days. We'll probably see each other again in top 8.
Phoebe and Leopold actually in this situation. Leopold just made a huge jump up.
Yeah.
And Phoebe is it's a very unfortunate situation for him. But because if he wants, and I'm guaranteed that those players wants to get to the top 8, now he made this really hard.
Yes, he has.
It's not his fault, to be honest.
No.
It was a very unfortunate game.
Top 8 currently sitting around 33 points, and there's a lot of players within that striking distance, but there is also a lot of players who are going to need to 2-0 at least a couple games today to kind of get that position.
This last 2 games of Constructed, they're going to be really important, and really interesting, I would say.
Yeah, I'm just looking through and seeing some more reports coming in. What we're seeing here is to see if there's anything else coming through. In terms of...
Oh, we have another player sitting.
Oh, sick! Oh, we know him.
That's our Bartosz.
That's our boy. Okay, while we start this up, I'm going to get my
hat. Okay. Sorry, I missed it for a second. It's a really quick game when they move. Yep, I think so.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Fan Gang.
We know those guys. Let me quickly change the name of them. Give me a second. So we know Raft from yesterday. Actually, Raft faced the Dwarves decks yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He was the guy who, unfortunately fortunately for him, but have beaten our Dwarf deck. Where is Bart? Bart is here. Yep, awesome. Let's see the game. That's
it's
a very
Raft demo, not Raft demo. There's no T.
Really?
Yeah, I was trying to find him. Yeah, I think they haven't reported their game yet. They very kindly hopped in just to show us what's what. Turn 2. That was quick. I can see that he's got... that's the one that has evasive on the turn that she's played. Yep. Shifted off the rip. What the hell? I looked away for a minute.
Bartosz is really struggling right now.
There's some good-looking cards in there. I think that might have been a cloud kicker, which actually, right now with that shift, I'd be thinking about it.
Yep.
Oh, no, I was wrong. I don't think it was.
Yeah, it's Flotsam.
He's got the Floats and Jetsams, though. That in this format, he's got several Floats and Jetsams. He's gone for a whole combo team strat there, which actually
And there's Pinocchio on the left.
getting several Flots and Jetsams out and starting to just being a bit of a menace. Guys, there's a lore counter. Lore counter.
Please.
Oh, down the rabbit hole. Banish one of your characters to banish one of your opponents.
Yep.
Or is it Inkwell?
Oh, actually, it could be.
Which our guy's just thrown into his discard, I think. Rabbit hole? Oh no, we'll spell word rabbit.
Oh yeah, he just showed him.
Yeah, both players put it down to their Inkwell, so he's gained. It was a good get that card out of here.
Yep.
Floats and Jetsam can be quite scary with other mechanics in play. They have updated the lore counter. 07. Oh, okay.
Oh, Lyle!
With the resist, with the
Reckless.
reckless, and then
I
I don't know what that card is.
That's Ursula's decree, I think. No, it's a Triton's decree. It's Ursula's contract. Ursula, if you write it. It's a green one.
Trickery. Each
Trickery,
opponent may
sorry.
choose and discard a card. For each opponent who doesn't, you draw a card.
Yep.
That's an interesting card. That's rare.
There
to
is a
play.
Piglet, legendary Piglet.
Big legendary Piglet. I love
That's
this
a
card.
huge card in
I
this
love
format.
this card. So this Piglet is a 5 uninkable.
Yep.
Quest for 3. If you have no cards in your hand, you can challenge. You can then challenge. Somebody asking if he lost to an 8-year-old. Sorry, that's one. That's.
Are you winning, son?
Are you winning, son? That's a great card in this format because actually, if you don't have any draw mechanics, if you don't have any farming mechanics, get that card out and then go right. We're going to have a scrap.
Yep.
It has
It's a resist. It's a quest for 3.
Quest for 3. Has so many options with that card in this format. I have tried to make it work in Constructed. Unfortunately, it dies to a lot.
Yep.
It banishes to a lot. Sorry.
Yep.
It's such a scary card unless you have other options or other targets for your opponent to be focusing on. It does get hard targeted very quickly. There's the shifted. Oh my god, the lore power on the side of the board on the right.
Just to answer, unfortunately, Diables missed the cut yesterday. So he's not playing in the main tournament. Maybe he's playing on the side events. We don't know that. But he unfortunately missed the top 64 cut yesterday. And to be honest, he was probably around 1 win away.
Yeah, one good
He
win.
was 16 at the end.
But I guarantee
I think he was 16. So if he won one more game, it was it was more than 1 win away. Oh, he's not. He's having a stream at home right now. Okay.
If I hope he comes back. I guarantee he learnt a lot from playing in the competitive tournament for the first time.
I would really, I would actually probably message him and really encourage him to, if he has some spare time and if he can, just to come around at the end of the tournament to just watch the top players play.
Yeah.
Because as I said, like from my point of view, it's a really good thing.
That's
nice.
I think we can see what Bartosz's strategy was.
All
with
the
this
floats
bot.
and jetsams.
So all these floats and jetsams typically boost other floats and
Yes.
jetsams.
Yeah.
And he has a situation there where he has different versions of them comboing and supporting each other.
Problem is, it's a bit too late.
It's
It's a bit too late.
Yeah, his opponent has.
He needs to open up this Lyle, open the Lyle. He needs to start using this Lyle. The problem is that it's not. It's a bit too late. Yeah, there is an exchange.
One of them has ward.
The
other
Cruel.
one's ward.
And -1. They didn't update the low counter, but that's a -1 for Raph Mo, I would say.
The other Jetsams get +3. So there's that. And unfortunately, currently, I believe has actually. Oh no, he has another floatsman. So he has a floatsman that now gets challenger and gives the other one challenger. So he currently has a card on the field that challenger 7. That next turn, if he
That's
exposes, Kit's not evasive, is he?
No, I don't think so.
So
it's a ward.
It's a ward. So if he exposes himself next turn he's going to do the right thing, which is the smart thing, which is going to quest for 6 here.
Yep.
If he does, oh no!
What I just saw. Oh,
That clears
2 legendaries.
That clears all fields, right? That clears
Only when it's banished.
banished. So it's probably he's got no cards in his hand, so he can just choose a card, and
Oh my god!
that's a smart play.
How do you pull those cards?
So he's now going to quest for 3 because, or is it 2 on that one? It's 2 for that. He's going to quest for 2, push himself up to 12. He remembered to remove his law. He hasn't added it, so I believe he's sitting 12-0 at the moment. He lost 1 law for Lyle, which he just updated.
Yep.
He then just quested for 2, hasn't updated the quest for 2. So
Okay,
he's on 12, I believe.
Yeah, should be on 12. Because he lost last turn, this turn, another one, and then, should 12.
He may want to keep that Jetsam in play.
Oh my god.
I would be hard.
How do you pull this?
I guess he just.
We, from the whole box yesterday.
Yeah,
that was. That was our washing machine.
It's got lied censored by something. It's a tough.
That's a Pinocchio.
That
it's running away or something like that. It's evasive. It's a good card, but
I don't know how to spell. That's going to be a point.
This one.
Shift 3. When you play this character, you may return chosen character or item with cost 3 or less. That's a problem when your opponent has nothing but powerful cards on his side of the field.
Yeah.
He is going to have to sink the flotsam into the
Piglet.
Piglet, because that Piglet is scarily powerful at this point. It's going to be very difficult because if he wanted to, he could take on the flotsam.
Why 13? What?
Maybe I suspect they haven't updated.
Oh, sorry. The Olaf also. The Olaf is questing for. The Kit is questing for 3, not 2.
2.
That's
okay.
why 13.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do at this point.
For 6. Oh my.
And then because you're going to have to chase him, I don't.
It's 19.
Oh my god!
How do you do this?
Raph, he's already down. He's already on the floor. Stop kicking.
How do you draft something like this?
I don't know. We don't know what happened in game 1. Yeah, that's a scoop.
How do you play? How do you draft this? 3 legendaries.
He must have just got very lucky on his 2 boosters. Very lucky on
Again,
his 2 boosters.
reminding, we opened the box yesterday.
Yeah.
We got 4.
Yeah.
4 legendaries from a box. 24 boosters. Yeah, they now just... okay, that was a draw, I think.
Draw?
Ralph is showing. Yeah, so they are confirming that was a draw. So we just watched the second game. It's amazing they actually brought someone back for the second game. It's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys.
I have had confirmation that there is he messaged me a little. Oh no, hang on, long ago. About half an hour ago. I've only just seen the messages. There is potentially an Ursa's return at the store.
Awesome.
So we might be able to do that.
Awesome. We might have some Ursa's boosters.
Yes, I'd be quite excited to see that.
Well, if you want, if you would like to go, to someone if they don't know, when we are looking to our right, which is your left, we have our producer, my lovely partner Anna, which is helping us, and yeah, that's
she's
yeah. Hello.
So it is a team of 3, which is why somebody said to me, "What you have?" Somebody actually sent me a message. And was like, "I checked the stream and you were on a break."
Yep.
Who was the one with the long hair? I was like, no, that's not. There is a third person here. She's very kindly keeping us in check, letting us know when we're being idiots, which
we are from time to time.
Only 4 incidents where we've said the wrong thing or said the wrong ability. So, thank you very much. That was a great. Actually, it's a great game. That is a draw. That is going to help.
I now changed the bigger camera. You can show yourself again. I'm sorry, you were in a very small.
Bartosz was ranked 17 with 30. That's 33 points he would have gotten out of that. He would probably be hunting for a 2-0.
Looking at the second game that we just saw,
take those 3 points and run.
Happy to have
take those 3 points and run.
That's amazing. Yeah.
I will say, actually, we saw some really great, powerful cards, but I would also suspect that Raf's biggest challenge is there's a risk of bricking.
Yes.
And I suspect that was what possibly.
And maybe that was happened in the first game.
I wouldn't be surprised at that. We are still seeing some reports coming. There are some games still going. There are some games.
That game, seeing those. Come on. How do you draft? I'm just.
That was a great draft.
To be honest, I'm absolutely amazed.
1 second. We'll sort of, I think Hannah's very, because we ran out of boosters yesterday. We're gonna feed our addiction and get more. That's what's happening. We're gonna get. I think we're gonna go for an Ursa's Return box because that's all you need, and I'm just here for the party. So, we'll see what goes from there.
Yeah, let's see. I think let's look at some judges around. We are just, you don't see it. We're just looking at the feed that we have from the venue. Looking on what is happening, what is not. Okay. What do we can do? I think I would say we get some. Actually, on the Polish community chat, some people posted the photos from yesterday. It looks lovely.
It looks like a great space. Lovely hotel.
Oh, actually, wait. I will quickly message the guy if we can show this photo on the stream later and show how it actually looked like yesterday.
Yep.
We will see. Okay. Okay. Right. So going back to the main thing, we're gonna be waiting for some games.
I just messaged Vanny saying hi. We see you. So I suspect she's now seeing the messages and waving to camera.
Yeah, could be. There is also the main organizer there. All right. Because you're not seeing this, let's quickly maybe come back to our tier list. Or
yeah, let's go.
We want to take a break. I'm fine. No?
I'm alright for now. Yeah, we'll take a quick. We'll go for a quick tier.
Because I think we are close to the next round.
Yeah.
Because we have just watched 2 games in a quick succession, so I think we can just. All right. So, let's come back to our playlists, and we finish on those megabots. And I think we didn't rank them. And I would say
Megabot, I think it's A.
It's a low A. For now.
Low A for now. It could have some real power potential in the future.
It's somewhere high B, low A, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep. And Galactic Communicator. Pay 1, banish, return a chosen. So it's a kit cloud kicker.
Yeah.
In an item, you pay 1, which is okay. The problem that I'm seeing is it's uninkable too. Okay.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Yep.
I would say personally, I would say if from the 2 items, we just looked at 2 items back to back.
Yep.
Both cost 2, both uninkable. I think
that's a lot worse.
Yeah. So I think that's how we decide.
I think that's B.
Yeah. Done.
That's basically B. All right. I think we finished the 2 drops.
We done Stitch. Oh, we did do Stitch.
Yeah, we did.
It was a basic Stitch. Yep.
All right. Oh. This card.
Exert chosen damage character, choose an approach against Reckless. I love the flexibility on this card.
Yes.
I love the combo on this card. I love the capabilities of this card. The fact you don't have to pay.
No, you don't have to.
It's a free.
It's when you play.
Yeah. So for 3 ink, you get a 2/3. Nothing to sniff at. Survives some removal.
Yep.
The main ability is the fact that it triggers whatever you want to do. Exert and chosen damage character is great. Giving a character Reckless forces them to not be able to quest.
Yep.
It does prevent a lot of limitations, particularly if you're against a Hiram, something like that. A?
Okay, so what I would argue, I would put it in B, in a high B, but we can put it in a high B, I would say.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna show you the big adjustment.
Okay,
which
do
is
that.
Shifting.
Okay, we'll do that.
And I think it's definitely gonna make this card A.
Okay, cool. So we move it. So we're gonna put. So
for now, I would
leave
say
it. Do you leave it in the lower? Leave it somewhere that we can find it, and then we'll come back.
In
for
a high B.
Yeah, we'll come back for it.
Because my reasoning is, in a silo, this card is playable. It's okay. It's fine. I think it's highly playable. It's vastly fine. I would not say it's meta-defining, meta-playable.
Yep.
I'm gonna show you cards we can jump to the bigger one.
Yeah, so
immediately, just so you know what I'm talking about. So it's this one.
Ah, yes. When you play this character and you shift to play her, return all of her exerted characters to their player's hand. Yeah.
I think that pushes both of them to A. That could be a really big play.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a huge. That's a gameplay moment, right?
Yes.
You force. It's a counter moment, right? If you have both Jasmines in hand, first turn you play Jasmine, your opponent goes wide.
Yep.
You go great, thank you. Eliminate. Yeah. So Bye. We'll behave. I would say, yeah, I think you're right. I think this makes them both A.
Yep.
However, I am going to say then, does it? If I quickly check, just Jasmine, is there?
There's a discarding one. The blue one.
Oh, the blue one's a bit nasty. If you wanted to do a green-blue, I don't think there is much combo for green-blue. When you play this character, remove 1 damage from chosen character of yours. Not really. Red, green. When you there's a Jasmine.
We didn't saw this card. It's coming in. Because it's
okay, yeah.
6.
So, I would keep.
I would say both of them could go to a low A, maybe.
I would agree with that. However, I actually think, in terms of a combo, you may want the other Jasmine. In red. We'll come to red later.
Okay, yeah.
I think the red Jasmine is a more interesting dynamic in that.
So, both go to a low A.
Yeah.
I would say. They could be... we see the venue when they are really meta playable.
Yeah.
They're one of the meta shifting cards. All right, let's come back then to 3 drops, and let's look at the Donald Pirate. It's a pirate.
I love this because it's a reverse for Lemon Lime. It's a reverse Piglet.
Yes.
So Piglet if you play Piglet turn 2,
you play Donald.
Play Donald, or if you already have Donald in play and you play Piglet later.
In a pirate deck, it's a must.
I love this card. I love this deck. I love this card. If I just look at captains anyway, what do we have? We have some new cards. Hawkins we looked at. The Mickey Mouses. There's loads of Mickey Mouse. The Steampunk Mickey Mouse would be such an unassuming card until you put this next to it. There's tons of, obviously, the Captain Hooks. There's the new Smee, which I'm so excited to talk about later. Legendary Donald. Actually,
our favorite Gantu.
Legendary. No, you know what? The Captain Hooks, the John Silvers. This is just an additional thorn in the side that you think is unassuming until it becomes a problem. I love this card. I would say
very meta playable.
Very meta playable.
Not meta. Sorry, it's a very playable card. Maybe not meta. We will see.
I put high B. I'd say high B for now because we don't know how the pirate format's going to go. We don't know how the captain format's going to go.
We have some feelings about it. I would say there is a possibility this pirate deck is could be. I would really like to see a combo or like a character trait deck being a really meta thing.
So
I think pirates could be the first one.
So the journey I can see right now: turn 1, Captain Hook, Challenger Captain Hook.
Yep.
Actually, 1 drop. Turn 2, Smee. Turn 3. Turn 3. Donald. You've got that Captain Hook that you may want to then sink into something, challenge into something, because then turn 4 shifted Smee, which we'll talk about later. Who is a captain? And suddenly, your first that's the perfect 4 turns, right? But turn 4,
at least 5 on the board. Questing power. Yeah.
If you've quested earlier, 6, 7.
Yeah, those captains and pirates looking really good.
Then you shifted Smee for every pirate. You do bonus damage to your opponents. Yeah. It could get spicy. I like it.
Okay. Bellwether.
This is making that green blue more viable.
Yes, exactly.
And I like that.
I think this is the card for the green blue, and I really like that. I would say, but it's playable only in this deck. So I would say low playable, low B.
Low B.
Because it's a very specific version that could actually use a lot of that.
But if you introduce cards like, I'm going to sneeze, Chica, if you're playing, it sounds really stupid. Chicha. I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze and wait for it to happen. If you're playing a ramp deck, that if you think about what it is it's giving you more combos, more options. Because you're playing a ramp deck that ultimately ends with Tamatoa, Blue Fassa, or Lucky Dime.
Yep.
You are playing cards along the way. Because at the moment, what you're playing is you typically play Hiram and as many items as possible with the additional ink, right?
Yep.
You're getting more characters that make that action, which is the very action you're trying to do, ramp, more valuable. It's not just about dropping the card in. Because you think about if you've got a Chicha...
Sorry, it's whenever a card is put. So first, second, third card, whatever you put, it's always giving reckless.
So if you have Chicha, the There is one of the princesses that lets you ink a second card. Belle.
Yes.
Tipo. And if you've
Fishbone.
got Fishbone, if you've got all of those out, you're literally forcing your opponent to go on the attack, and you may not even be questing. The whole premise of ramp is that you may not be questing.
Okay, I will put it in the middle B.
Yeah, I think I'm not saying, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I think I'm loving this. I'm not a huge fan of ramp. The whole premise of ramp currently is survive long enough to then go for a 1-turn or 2-turn KO. I love that you're then forcing your opponent to go on that journey with you.
Yep.
And that's what this card is making you do.
Yep.
And also will be mirror match breaking. If you're playing against a Hiram and you have that, Hiram's scuffed.
Whole island.
So our island is, if I'm correct, is our first official. Oh no, so the Grand Luminaire was also a location. This is not from a movie. This is not from an existing Disney franchise. This is a Lorcana location, I believe.
Is it?
I thought so. I don't know. I'll check now. I may be talking entirely. If I search Owl Island Disney,
It could be.
maybe I'm wrong.
But it lowers the value of the first action you play. Okay, yeah, it's probably on the.
It's a very lesser
Lorcana
known
thing.
location. Yeah, so I remember reading somewhere that people thought it was because there's the Ground the Luminaire or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Okay, so it's for each character you have in play, lower the cost of your first action played.
Mm-hmm.
Discard. And also, when you play the second action this turn, gain 3 law. Singing Ursula.
Singing Ursula breaks this. I think it's A. It's A.
Yes.
Think about Jump Pod as well. Think about Jump Pod. I Will Find My Way, which is a song in itself. It sounds stupid. Have Ursula sing I Will Find My Way.
Is that a Castle of Green?
Yeah.
I think it could be.
Have Ursula sing I Will Find My Way. Move 2 characters to the location. And you gain 3 law for the action anyway. And then you can just play a card for 2 cards less. Green.
Wait, it's for each character at the... No!
For each character you have here, you pay 1 less for the first character.
So you can move during a turn and
is it
still
first
lower.
character? There is a word cut off. Is it for the first? It's not. Is it for the? It's
First action. For each character you have here, you pay 1 less for the first action. So if you use an action to move someone here, it's not gonna discount anything.
No.
But
how much is it to move there?
Well, 1.
Okay, well, never mind. sort of answer didn't answer
that's
my
a
own
castle. That's basically a castle of green. It's 1 less and 1 less willpower. It's 3, not 4. It's 1 less willpower. It's
hang on. For that first action, I'm gonna have to. If our rule solicitor is asking, is singing a song playing a song?
Yes.
Okay. So we're trying to think what else you could do because actually you start loading up characters there. A whole new world for 3. Grab your swords for 3.
Wait a second. Because we already had that conversation. Because if you discount the number of the card, you can sing it. So if the whole new world is now 3, can Ursula actually double whole new world?
That might be what we need rule solicitor for. If your action is cheaper. Rule solicitor.
That's a good question. My mind is telling me yes, because the card was okay. We are going on a little tangent here about the rules.
Is there any way we can draw? Like, is there a draw? We need literally to just make an infographic so we can like a whiteboard so we can show what our logic is. We're trying to explain here because we're talking.
I can quickly arrange that.
So what we're saying is every character you have at this location means that the first action you play is cheaper. Does that mean that if you take, let's say, a 5 ink song, can a 3 cost character sing it because the action is cheaper?
Oh my god. I think we already talked about it, but I do not remember the outcome. I genuinely don't remember that.
Because the only reason why, we can see the logic why. The logic why not is simply be to sing a song is not the same as play an action. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Only a 5 ink character can sing a song. Only a singer 5 can only sing 5, right? So that's. Oh.
I am baffled.
Interesting. So the logic we're trying to break down is we are going to have to ask some rules lawyers, because this is going to be huge if that mechanic is true. Because if you have, for the sake of moving, if I have 5 ink and let's say I have a 3 and I have a 3 cost character out, or a couple of characters on board and one of them 3 cost, but for sake of 2 ink, I can move 2 characters there to sing "Grab Your Swords" for 3. Is that how that's going to work? Right, sorry, we are quietly setting this up to sort of show our logic. We might just have this as a graph and we're going to just start shouting. Is there anybody in the chat, if they have any input or insights, we'd also love it.
You cannot sing. Cost of the card is the same, you just pay less for it. Cost of the card is that's why I also wanted to look into the definition of singing in the rules, because I think it goes to Conan in the chat is saying you cannot. Lorcana comprehensive. Because I do not remember.
I don't know if it's 27. Yeah, so I'm looking at the same thing as well. There's too many options. This sing is used.
Yeah, because
maybe just search song might be better. It's 9 something song.
910.
So we're
okay. So yes, I think we have a confirmation. So let's quickly jump back here. Let's go to melee. Why this is now? Oh, I'm sorry. I broke something. Really sorry.
We're now talking at length about the logic of the rules here.
Yeah, really sorry. I broke that. Yes, we are fixing it on the fly.
So the point being is, it's a song with a cost N or can sing the song for free. The song is cheaper, so I guess it is a case of you can pay for ink, but this is where it is. It's not quite.
Song have an alternative way to pay for the cost. It needs a character cost N, and they can exert. So, wait.
So that argues in favor that you can do it, because the song cost is lower than it should be. So it's not 5, it's 3. If the character is N, the song is also N. Right? You pay 1 less for the first.
You pay. Okay, yeah, there's the difference. So the cost stays the same. So you get a bill for 5,
yeah,
but you pay only 3 to do it.
That's fair.
So that's a really good catch. That I was so excited about that. Double on word.
but that's still stupidly powerful, because you can still move a couple of simple characters you can move to locations for free. Move Taffeta Mutton Fudge, green red. Move Taffeta Mutton Fudge to
2 lore, play in action, 3 lore.
Do we still have? Actually, do me a favor on this screen here. They're now seeing the tier list again, right?
Yes.
Can we quickly look at the Robin Hood that you and I are trying to make work legendary? I want to look at the language on that legendary card for a second.
You play. No, it's it's the cost 6. I know what you're thinking of. It's the cost 6.
Yes, I just want to check the language on it. That was all.
It's for Robin. Cost 6.
Cost 6 or less. Yeah, this one was to check something. No, I still think it's an S tier dex, S tier location. I think it's a fascinating location, because ultimately, thank you for the person in the chat who came.
Yep.
You were right. We just needed to reread the language. Always read the language on the card. I'll message Adam and say we worked it out. We worked it out. we read the card.
We did the thing that we encouraged everybody to do, so just read it.
I think this is extremely dangerous.
Uninkable.
I think this is extremely powerful location.
It's awesome.
Because actually there's a load of locations that are, or loads of actions in green, in steel.
I would say middle A.
Middle A. I mean, if you've got nothing else going on, things like Baboom, Triton's Decree,
Befuddle in purple.
all of these are suddenly completely free, and it will continue to be free. There's a Stitch.
Yeah.
I talked about Secret Agent Stitch. When he's at a location, he gets ward and evasive. Sitting him at this location, there is literally nothing that can be done about it. He is going to keep
really
giving
excited
you cheap
about this.
Yeah, it's a very.
I'm gonna be crying about this because of this card, but I'm excited about it.
There was a player who made it into. I think he was top 32 in Seattle, who played. I think it was 23 locations in his deck. And that man's looking at it going now.
I'm sorry. I think we missed the game.
How long? 4 minutes. Yes, we'll catch up. We ended up in a long-winded discussion.
Sorry for that. We're quickly jumping back to the game.
The game has started. It actually very quickly started. It's only started in the last minute or two. Not even that. First turn he's played the Bayou. Turn 2, and his opponent has played Merlin's Squirrel.
And on the right, it's Jacob. We cannot really see him, but it's Jacob that we know.
Yes, we do. We saw him play earlier.
Yesterday.
It's Jacob J4, right?
Yes. Everyone who is playing League of Legends, that's not Javan.
He's then dropped the Mickey Mouse, which gets, I think his bonuses per location that's linked to him. It's very early days. Phenomenal beard on the gentleman on the left. I look forward to Ziggy. Is it Ziggy?
Is it the Ziggy? Oh yes, it's Ziggy.
Ziggy is huge for us because Ziggy was the first person to actually put a dent in a perfect game for the top player Tomasz yesterday. So he drops the very interesting. It doesn't look like he had a terrible draft, but it doesn't look like he had a powerful draft as we saw earlier. I forgot what this character does.
Mickey?
No, the one on the right. It's the second time we've seen him today in this format. He's one of the Lost Boys in green.
Here, it's combining with Peter Pan.
No, when he moves to a location, he gets +3 this turn. I think that's a great ability, but for a 4-ink, I think it's the fact that he's a 3/5 is why people are playing him.
Yep.
Nothing hard, no harm, no foul. Great usage. Fairy Godmother, not a terrible card. I think it's a bit of a. I am going to check her stats. Whenever you play a character named Cinderella, you may exert your character. Again, I think he's playing it for the 3/4 tank.
Yep. There's a Tiana again.
Second Tiana in this draft. Tiana was making big moves in this format today.
I think it's a good card.
We talked about that Tinkerbell, the new Tinkerbell shifted 7. This is a fairy character, so this Fairy Godmother would now quest for 4 this turn. Blue fairy. Oh, there's actually quite a number of fairies. There are 16 fairy cards with varying different colours. That interesting fairy concept might come into play. It's a bit of a. I think at the moment it's a bit of a standoff, is what I'd call it.
Oh yeah. Nobody wants to exert.
Neither player wants to exert. Both players are playing cautiously. These guys will check the leaderboard.
Let's open it up a bit, maybe because we place. So more of the players.
Yeah, sure. There they are. You've just moved him on the Jacob has entered his opponent's field. He is now playing as his own card. I'm not entirely sure why he's done that.
Sorry. I'm really sorry for that. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I know what's happening. I'm really sorry for that.
He's now left the screen entirely. Jacob has just ceased to.
Why I cannot? What the hell
is there an undo
is
button?
happening?
So I would recommend mashing the undo. I don't know what you're doing. I'm going to keep playing. He's drafted along the line. He has dropped that Nanny Bodyguard we talked about yesterday. Great card that will possibly have a combo play with David in the new set. Great Bodyguard, blocks for 2. Absolutely nothing to sort of fear with this card. Extremely powerful.
I'm
And
really
he's
sorry
back.
for that. I will fix
Jacob,
it later.
welcome back. Jacob, you were phenomenal there, hunting down your opponent. Went straight for it. I respect it. I think what we'd refer to this is that effectively it's a bit of a game of chicken, and Jacob has now sort of broken first. He's gone wide, spaced out his character. That bodyguard is huge for him. Ziggy clearly is a good player and knows what he's doing, so I'm sure he's not out of play in this one. Jacob's on the road again.
Yeah.
What's he going to play? The issue is, this format, this play, he could literally play anything.
Yep.
Ooh.
I really like this queen.
Queen of Hearts gives...
Yes. It's a drawing whenever some of you challenges.
Yeah.
You draw a card.
Put some damage into the nanny. Probably... Oh, along came Zeus! Along came Zeus from the Tiara. Not expecting that from Jacob.
I need to do it. I was waiting for it. And then along came Zeus.
It's our first time seeing Zeus today. It's a very, very valuable card. Very, very interesting card. What's the stat line on the Queen of Hearts?
3-4? 3-3? Something like that?
I mean, that's not a bad card. That is not that in this format. It's a great card to have.
Let me just quickly double check. 4-3.
4-3.
And it's a shift.
Shift for 5?
For 2?
Not shift for 2, but she's a 5, right?
Yes.
That's a nice card.
Inkable.
What's that?
Inkable.
What set? Sorry.
3 second. Bloodborne.
Huh. Interesting little card. I'm building more decks in my head constantly throughout this.
I put this card in the Anna's deck because she was lacking a draw, and it was a really good. We built a deck red blue for Anna this set with Queen, Mulan, the shifting one, and Ramp from the blue.
What does the Merlin do? The Merlin Squirrel?
Which Merlin?
Merlin Squirrel, you just banished it.
Like,
It's Merlin Squirrel.
the squirrel?
Yes.
I don't remember.
It's one of the lesser known Merlin performers.
When you play this character and when he leaves the play, look at the top card of your deck and put it in either on the top or on the bottom.
Oh, okay. It's
That's
not
not bad.
It's not bad. He's not very expensive. It's a 2-1.
I played this card in the red Fasa. Yes, that's also a good catch. The red Fasa having a queen, awesome.
Is that another fairy godmother? A different fairy godmother?
That's the one when you play a Floodbone, I think you draw a card. I think it saw some play in the wheel decks. Is this one?
No.
No, sorry, that's not the blue fairy. Sorry, it's
that middle
this
one there. 3-7.
Whoa.
It's an absolute unit.
That's a body to remove.
Not. I bet he's wishing he had that Long Came Zeus now.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that singing. I absolutely love Hercules.
That's fair enough.
It's absolutely amazing.
No one commented. Oh, you cannot sing. Somebody did comment.
No, it's not this. We actually didn't have any music today.
Oh, well.
I forgot about it.
We'll whack it on in a second. Again, in this current, what we're seeing on the deck, on the board, what we're seeing on both sides of the field. Yes, it's 8-1, but I feel like Ziggy has a lot of opportunities to kind of pull this back. That bodyguard is somewhat of a problem, but not a huge one. He's going to challenge into the nanny with the Queen of Hearts. Still gets that draw mechanic, even though.
No,
oh, he did just draw. Is it other?
Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah.
So I think it's a draw. It's
and then he goes wide with a couple of characters there.
Whenever one of your characters, yeah. So she is included.
Yeah.
Diana questing for 2.
And he's got some power on his side of the field. As they say in Friend Like Me, Aladdin, he's got some power in his corner now. The Li Shang. I'm gonna make sure I get that right about me misnaming it. It's a 2-2. It's nothing to complain about. Nothing to really be ashamed
basic
of. Basic vanilla, but would help take down that very scary looking fairy.
Yep.
I don't know what that one is in the middle. I forgot what his name is.
Mickey?
No.
Oh no,
the red.
Not Raja. It's from the Benja.
Benja, he's a 5/3. Actually, that fairy exposes itself to a quest or any sort of action.
Yeah.
3/7. He's got the answers there. Yeah.
But there's Pyro.
What does Pyro? Pyro has an additional ability, right? Pyro,
Yes, he when he banishes someone, he readies up.
Yeah, you may ready chosen character, so he could sort of clear the field a little bit, but I would get rid of that fairy quickly.
Yep.
I would make that fairy godmother is quite scary.
Yeah, just checking the Pyro's passive.
It's a tricky play at the moment. Again, yes, it's 10-3. He has, I think, maybe 4, maybe 5 cards in his hand. Jacob, it looks like he might only have 2, possibly 3.
Yep.
He's dropped some absolute beasts of cards.
Both of them did.
Both of them have. Yep. So it's the answer.
What is in his hand? A big Mulan. That big Mulan is also a body move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in the ferry. Yeah. Very good Mother Goes.
Is that?
Yeah, that was correct. Why?
What's the
Benja stat line?
Yeah.
5/3.
5/3. Yep. He's then gonna play
Prince Naveen.
I don't.
Sorry. Yeah, that's Prince Naveen.
Yeah, that's just a basic card, right? Just vanilla, nothing special. I think the stat line isn't terrible. 4/3 for a 3 ink. That's not bad.
Yep.
Tiana for 2. That
Pyros actually is not removing the Tiana.
No,
because he hits for 5, and Tiana has a resist 2.
So Mickey can't do anything to hurt her.
Nice.
It is almost like the perfect counter, but we don't know what these players drafted. We don't know what cards these players are playing.
Yep.
It's probably safe to say, at a point, they're gonna start running out of cards.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna start running out of these heavy hitters, and that's part of what you need to do in these draft formats. Passes the line, hands it straight over.
Li Shang.
He played the Li Shang and then did nothing else.
Another body.
That Li Shang is quite a nasty one. 5/5 with a 2. It's actually a really nasty card.
I really loved. I think played. Oh.
We hate to see it. We'll hold the line, and we'll be back with them shortly, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It happened. But we will keep in touch with the guys. I think we had some problems yesterday with the internet connection. Unfortunately, the venue doesn't have a really stable one, as far as we understand. So
you will sit tight for a minute.
I think
2, 3.
We're back.
Quick reversal.
Sorry, it didn't. Let's come back. There's the Pinocchio, which is exciting. The Pyros went down because what? Oh, Naveen just exchanged into him because Pyros is 4.
Yeah,
that was a really good exchange.
Great use
Pinocchio from the top, amazing. From the
down,
top row.
He is down to 1 card in hand. Jacob has 3, so Jacob still has more options. That 5/5 is still not going to deal with that Tiana. That Tiana is going to stick around for some time. That big Mulan also has a quite nasty stat line as well. That 4 Milan is a 3/6. So again,
counting how many cards?
That goes onto the bingo board. I think that might be a mill check. That might be just making sure. Yeah, I think
6, 5.
He's got a lot of cards in his. He's got a lot of cards in his discard. And he's got a lot of cards in his.
Yeah,
unless he's counting for a Chernobog. We'll see if a Chernobog appears. That's a different thing entirely.
England's.
Yeah, it's England. But
Chernobog here.
He's got 7 in. He's got 7 in his ink. 1 in his hand. There's been a fair amount of scrapping at this point between the 2 players.
That's unfortunate.
I scared them away.
He did. Actually did.
I accidentally scared them away. We'll sit tight for a minute. I'm going to say that was potentially a middle check.
Yeah, it could be.
Because you start with 7. Every turn, realistically, at least in this format, you're definitely inking and playing, which means you're burning 2 cards. He had a draw mechanic as well.
I think it was 7 in this card, 4 in play, so it's 11.
Yep.
6 in ink, so we are at 17. 11, 17, and 18. So 12 cards left.
12 cards left. That's what it was, a mill check, because it sounds stupid. He could, in theory, have more draw mechanics, and he's going to have to just keep an eye on it. We did have them for a second before we lost them. I'm sure they'll be back.
Yes.
The joys of live production.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, someone's clipped something again. That terrifies me.
What?
I can see that someone's made another clip. If it's you singing, that's really funny.
Oh, please don't.
I am going to have a quick...
No, that's the one from yesterday. Oh,
Yeah.
and we're back.
No, it was 0 when I looked at it earlier.
Oh, wait, but we don't have a table.
The table's just temporarily... The table's a temporary solution.
Yeah, so we are still missing the table, but players are here.
I can't remember how you look at clips. You go to the channel, don't you? We'll give him a second for that table to come back. I'm going to see...
Go to the video.
Videos. Someone's clipped something of us today, I think.
And here, and go to clips. Yes, there is another.
We're going to just...
You have muted.
Yeah. See what it is.
Okay.
Just checking, because we don't know what we talk about. We've been talking for 10 hours yesterday, and somebody said to me, "What do you talk about?" And I was like, "I actually don't."
Yeah.
Um,
We're still waiting.
The fact we don't have the camera at all suggests it's a stream issue. It's a signal issue, not a tech issue.
It is. Message the guy.
It's the joy of live production. We're going to just sit tight, sit quietly, wait patiently, watch what's going on in the world, enjoy the moments as quietly as we can.
I don't know who can talk about it on stream, but I'm happy with that.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna write to you.
Okay.
And we are still missing a table, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, we see the guy trying to fix it. Thank you very much. We are really happy to see you there.
That's nice. I'm going to actually look at the scores. Actually, what we could do while we're waiting for the stream to come back is we could actually look at the table, just because we are going to start seeing some of these come in. Marta got a buy as well. I'll tell you what, at this point in the tournament, that buy is going to be sweet. Yes. That is a sweet buy. Tomasz still not rocking it all. Another draw in the books for him. Again, he's not struggling. That'll be him breaking the 50 bomb. He'll be hitting 51 on that.
Really?
He's on 48 currently, yeah. So that's him cracking 50. That's almost guaranteed top 8.
Wait, with how many points do we have? 49 on the first day, and the second.
It's 5 times 35 today. Yes, 35 times 7. The maximum a player could have...
Oh, we can just check?
Yeah, it would be 35 today, yeah. So the maximum a player could have, do the maths, is 84.
So 84 when
he's cracked a 50 there already.
I think the top 8... Well, looking at the board now, so coming back to the melee, looking at the melee now, I would calculate that the top 8 would be that 50. Because...
there is still another 28 points on the board. Minimum.
Yes, but it's not yet, because now the guys from the top and the constructed, they're gonna play each other.
Yeah.
So it's not such an
it's not a guarantee. Guaranteed. Scoring down.
I would say it could be like 53. Argue.
Squad gear. Drew his last game and is now at sitting at 45 with 25 points. Disco Burger, how did she do? Disco Burger was we knew she was going to make top 64. 26 points. She did. She lost to her. She needs to win. She's not winning out yet. Ziggy, we're watching. We're just waiting for the last stream to come back.
Yep.
Raf, who we just watched, is still in the middle of his game. Table. What's on the last table? We have. We don't know those players, so we'll let that one be. Looking through. Where's our? I thought she made top. I haven't noticed her today.
Cooney. Maybe she dropped.
Maybe it was Cooney that dropped. We've just found Cooney by accident, realizing that she's not here.
I think so.
Oh.
Because she was the 64th person.
Yeah, so she's dropped 64. Cooney!
No, sorry,
Oh.
63rd.
63rd. She's currently sitting at 64, which means I'm guessing that she was there.
She was the one who dropped.
No worries. Well, Cooney, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you play. We would love, if you are watching any of this back, please do get in touch. We were really interested to see how your deck played out. We found the missing player. That was was an accident.
We don't want to put shame or blame. It's very, it's okay.
Yeah,
absolutely. We just would love to see your deck play again.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. We're gonna keep going through this. We are still waiting for that camera feed to come back.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are still waiting. Jacob and Ziggy are still playing. We saw it was a really scrappy game, but yeah, unfortunately, we need to wait. We know that the connection is there, so I think it's more of a technical issue right now.
Camera's gone to sleep. It'll be back with us shortly. Power in your corner now.
Why we do? Oh, so I think he's saying that the image.
Then he needs to look at the.
If he doesn't see it here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry
we'll
for
sort
the
that in the
technical stuff.
background.
Yeah, I'm sorting this out.
Stuff back in the background. In terms of bingo, I'm having a look at what we've seen here. We haven't seen that +2 wisdom card played yet. We haven't seen a 10 lore turn, although we might have done. Nearly.
What?
I think we saw 10. We would have seen a 10 lore turn when we had the
Leopold.
Yeah, Leopold.
3. It was 6. It was 8.
It was 8. Nearly.
Getting there.
Miss Lyle, no. Our boy was keeping an eye on that Lyle the whole way through. Haven't seen King Ed. Haven't seen an instant kill on Diablo. Lord Death. Lord Death. Unfortunately, Lyle won out the game. Didn't win out the game, so he wouldn't have been there. And we haven't seen any enchanted cards yet. We'll see what happens. We are just still waiting. But
yep.
Do you want to go back to the tier list while we wait? Something buzzed then, wasn't me?
Just a second. Let's see if any of the games. Our Yannick drew.
Nice.
We're happy with that.
Shifted Yannick.
I love that.
We're sticking with it. I'm happy we're keeping it. Bad luck, Yak.
I think I knows it's okay. It's you can translate it in English as sharp.
Sharp.
So it's Sharp against Leopold, and I think they are both from Warsaw. I think they came into for the quest.
Okay.
There is a Battle of Warsaw coming.
Where's Marta score-wise, by the way? Because that buy for Marta is going to be huge.
She was 20.
That jumps.
She goes to 30.
That throws her into the current cut-off
she
point.
Technically could make a huge comeback now.
Huge comeback. Just needs to keep pushing that.
Yeah, she needs 3 wins. Oh, 3. That's win everything now.
We go to leaderboard on the game on round 8 standings. Round 7? Yeah, round 8 standings. 8 is currently 37.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, there is that element of what happens with the rest of the games, right?
I think we have a camera.
Hey, we do now have camera. It's 7 seconds. We're back. We will right. We will run through what we can see on the screen here. It's 13-17 on Lord. This is probably game 2. Ziggy is on the back foot currently. Oh, that is a filthy line on the.
This evasive. What was his name? Ray.
Yeah,
it's a Ray. Quest for 2 evasive, 3 and evasive, and Ursula. Nice. That's a really good. That's a really interesting board on both sides.
So he's 13 lore away. He can't re-exert because of that Ursula.
He cannot take out Ray. That's a scoop. That's a scope. He cannot take out that Ray. Yeah, we are really sorry. Unfortunately, we missed some games.
If they got a High School Musical, I'm sold. It is Disney. I don't know.
I don't think so. At least not for now. Maybe they will introduce. So because in Locana we have a Dreamborn characters.
Yeah.
We have a Storyborn. So it's the character. Oh, actually, we can explain that because maybe someone don't know. In Locana, basically, we have 3 types of characters. We have a Storyborn, which is a character that comes directly from an animation film, whatever we have.
It is the character as you know them. If you love a Disney film,
yeah,
it is. I think a great example of this will be. I'm trying to think of. Oh, that was game 1, or
was it?
Surely not.
Let's see. We can come back quickly if it's the game 1. Yeah, they are cutting that out. That was a game 1. Okay.
A lot happened while we were gone. We were still while they're still setting up. They're still shuffling.
Okay, yeah. Let's quickly talk about it. So we have a Storyborn. So if the character is, for example, I think Ursula is a really great.
Ursula's a great example of it.
Great example. If you have an Ursula which is Storyborn, it's probably the card itself is gonna look and it's gonna behave like Ursula in the film. So it's a card that is doing something bad. It's like a villain. Because in the story, she was a villain.
Yeah.
Then we have Bloodbone, which means that the character actually flips. So Ursula Floodbone would be a good version of Ursula. That is actually
I thought they were just born from the flood or from the ink. I don't know if they necessarily are still good because I think I'm going to just double check. I search.
Wait. Now now you make me question.
I think Ursula stays. I think Dreamborn might be flipped because Floodborns are still villains.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, she was heard and misunderstood, and as slay as possible.
I'm gonna, because I think...
Yeah, we quickly just about the game. We quickly come back. That's the second game. We actually made a mistake. That was the first one that we saw. Very unfortunate for Ziggy. That was a really good board that he had developed, but he just couldn't. So Storyborn is the character as it is. Dreamborn is actually a flipped version of it.
Or it's pulled from the Illumineers, who we are Illumineers, the people who are sort of summoning these characters into existence.
Yep. So it's a flipped version. If the Ursula was bad, now she's a good one.
Which I don't think it's generally just improved, like they've been supercharged.
Yes.
They are the super version of themselves.
And then the Floodborn ones are the reimagination of those characters in a different universe. Yeah, we have our box. Thank you very much.
We were just missing it because we had to sort of vamp for a minute. Yeah, and Floodborn is the idea is that there was so much ink occurring, the characters sort of were born out of the ink themselves. Yeah. So Illumineers have brought them forward. They've taken the Ursula character and the standard character and supercharged it in some way, made it a more powerful version. Bloodborne is they've sort of been born out of themselves.
So in that. I think it's gonna be hard to put the high school franchise into this.
For that concept.
Yes, in that concept. Because those characters are already animated ones.
Well, and that's
if we see a Floodborn way.
So this is what I'm thinking, because actually, if you think, because what it is, if the Storyborn is the character as is, and the issue is their live action. That's the first thing, right? What film is going to transition from live action. Having said that, Pixar is next. We know Pixar is coming. We have been, we have seen now that Pixar is coming in 2025.
No, 6.
Sorry,
6.
Cut to the feed. We got the phone back, so the rest of it should be coming shortly. The beauty of the Pixar is a lot of that is going to sit in the middle between that sort of cartoon animation and they're back. Half back. That cartoon animation and obviously like the CGI 3D models. That will possibly bridge. So if we get Pixar now, maybe we look at live action.
Yep.
And I can see Troy Storyborn. He's just a singer. Dreamborn. He's a superstar. He's a hero. Floodborn. he's weirdly Ursula's minion, something like that. Like I can see where it might work, but it's a little bit far away. I would love to see some Disney live action stuff done. Like I know that they're in the process of revamping and relaunching a lot of their content. Wizards of Waverly Place, for example, they would actually transition into Lorcana very easily. For example, Wizards of Waverly Place, that TV show.
We're really sorry you're having some difficulties with the signal from the Warsaw, but coming quickly to the game, we see Naveen, we see again the Mulan, the big body. We see Ursula and
Ziggy just drops a 360. Oh my god! He just. I never thought I got to do this. He just 360 no scoped him. I don't know why that was coming. Oh, I mean, yeah, he hardcore. What the hell? That 360 no scope broke everything.
He 360 no scoped the camera. We are really sorry for that. We are really sorry for that. We don't know what. Like, to be honest, I don't know what is happening. Oh, that's madrigal being played. So you pull one of the madrigals to your hand, and then your opponent shuffles the deck. We have a confirmation from Nukash, so we could get a Gabriel who is not destroying dreams of a humble theater kid, Sharpie. Then yes.
We could, yes.
Yeah, we could actually.
Oh my god, 2027 set 14 Sharpie's return, and it's just High School Musical, just High School Musical. I live for a world where Robin Hood fights Sharpie in a challenge. Yeah. I love for that world. Most of Pixar's gonna be an incredible breakout. We're gonna have
Give me Wally, please. Give me Wally.
Wally fits into this universe really nicely. I'm trying to think. We've got.
I'm really sorry we are jumping from from one to the other, but
we are
there's a queen again. Draw a card with this wide of the board. That's really nice now.
Yeah. This is an interesting lineup, and actually some very scary cards. That queen is going to be really valuable.
Yep.
Trades into the Ursula. I think we just all know that the real victim is. I've just been shown. We've got some English snacks. These are for the room. Don't worry. If you don't eat them, I'll eat all four, and that's not good for me or my doctor. The beauty of some of these cards is, and I talk about this a lot, is the artwork is phenomenal. There are so many talented artists who get involved, who get brought in to sort of produce some of these cards. One of the ones I absolutely love is, and I think I remember seeing this talked weapon there.
So we saw the interaction of a squirrel actually coming back to a hand, and because of that, Jacob can look at the top card and decide, and he decided to put it down.
What I was going to say was from set 1, the Sorcerer Winnie the Pooh. Phenomenal artwork, absolutely incredible.
The actually playmat that we are seeing on Jacob.
Now.
That's my favorite artwork. I like a lot of them, but I just love Winnie the Pooh as a character.
I think I remember
amazing.
seeing that they were talking about this, which was that they got this. They asked for this Winnie the Pooh sorcerer art. Like they say these are the cards that we want, and they then ask artists to sort of start creating ideas for them. And this artist came back with this artwork that was so hard, so incredible, that they looked at and went, well, it was going to be a common. It's not. We don't have anything more for this. But they then went, okay, we're going to make playmats. We're going to make sleeves for it because
now Law Counter is also from this Shimmering Skies prize pool.
Because it's ultimately they're like, this artwork was so good, we had to do more with it, but wasn't necessarily designed for a card. The artwork greatly outbalances what the card actually does.
And we see a Ray again coming in.
In this format, if you don't have advanced answer to evasive, Ray is unstoppable.
Yes.
I
can. We have a suggestion. Nukash said I can write all of the cards from HSM Locanaverse in Ravensbook. You can contact me when you want. Yes, definitely. Please give me that. And we have a greetings. We have a greetings from our LGS guys playing actually a Loca tournament now. So hello. If anybody is watching, good luck. To be honest, I don't know what format are we. Is it constructed today?
It must be constructed, because I think it's the last constructed before the pre-release next weekend.
That's
Beast.
a B. Oh, I really like this card. This card, when you challenge anyone else, this card takes the damage.
Interesting. I am also a huge fan. I've been looking at the legendary Emerald Beast.
Yep.
Every time because there's some, I think there's some interesting farm
It's
mechanics.
very wide board, by the way, on both sides.
Well, I think from that first game, I think they've both realised neither of our opponents have any true blue removal here. So let's go big, let's go wide, and see which one of us outraces. At the moment, Jacob over the Invisible Ziggy because
my mouse does say.
no worries. Over the Invisible Ziggy because as it stands, is Ziggy's camera past or is it? Yeah. No.
Oh, we had a swap of a camera.
Ah, that's what's happened there. So Ziggy's board, while wide, has some great cards in it. The lore power on the right-hand side is just a bit scarier right now.
Immense.
And we're going to have to just keep an eye on that. Having said that, Ray, and also Ray's 3/3, if he has no form of removal or any true blue evasive, when I say true blue, I mean just true or evasive.
Yep.
That Ray is now there for the rest of the game.
Yep.
And you are going to be watching your opponent just take that 3 lore and run away with it every single time. Yes. Jacob has absolutely no interest in challenging with that Ray, has no interest in playing that Ray for any other benefit of, I am going to take 3 lore every turn between now and the end of this game.
Yep.
And with 16 lore to go, I'm guaranteed a win in 5 turns.
Yes.
Plus any other extra lore that comes out. We're getting a note. Table 13.
What?
I don't know what that information means. We'll find out shortly.
No.
We'll investigate.
Let's see what it is. Yeah, we know.
This is table 13, yes.
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 Yes, they are. Yeah, they are because we know them.
Ziggy is the only person to have stopped the perfect game from Tomasz yesterday. So we're huge fans of Ziggy just because he obviously knows his games. Jacob also showed himself as a great Emerald Discard player yesterday as well. Yes. So it's going to be interesting to see if they...
And we can also see both draft decks are looking really spicy. Really interesting game.
What's the willpower on that beast?
8, I think.
Oh,
it's 2/8.
Oh my lord!
It's absolutely amazing.
Does he have to take all of the damage?
Yes.
Judge.
Oh yeah, there is a call of the judge. Yep, magical, and yes, that's how the card works. Yes, that's how it.
It's straightforward enough. That beast. I'll read what the beast says. You can't limit the damage across cards, I don't think. Yeah, put that many damage counters on this character. Yep. That many, so it's 8.
Yes.
Yep, done.
But he tanked so much.
He did. He did a lot, and that nanny bodyguard's out as well.
Wait.
Nearly a board wipe.
Yep.
And then there's that Ray. Good turn.
That's
Smart
a
turn.
really good
Smart turn. That beast is a great card, great pull for 6. Having said that, he's still got a lot of cards in hand, so I wouldn't call Count Ziggy out just yet. Drops a rush, draws a card, takes out the bodyguard. Just whatever that was, just eliminate the bodyguard in quick succession.
We are trying to fix the camera.
He's going to trade into that absolute beast of a Lost Boy on the bottom of the corner. Yep. And suddenly that board is not as scary as it looked 5 minutes ago. Or 30 seconds ago.
But this Ray, we are far away still because it's 7, but this Ray is going to keep questing.
What does I forgot what this particular member of the Madrigal family does.
On the left?
Yeah.
When you play her, if there is an exerted character on your opponent's board, you draw a card.
Ah, perfect. And with that, the board is suddenly looking a lot more balanced again.
Oh, there is a lot of discussion about the law. I think Ziggy forgot to write something. And Jacob is checking his notes. Yeah, they're just confirming. I think Ziggy just forgot to write something up. Yeah, and it's Jacob's turn.
Suddenly, Momentum's back to balance. That array, unfortunately, still means win in and he needs 13 lore.
3-4 turns.
3-4 turns.
If
If he
nothing else
only
happens.
plays with Ray. Only plays with Ray 4 turns, but
there is a possibility, because now, technically, Ziggy is up front. So if we are only running,
yeah,
Ziggy is winning.
exactly. He is probably going to go into some damage output.
Yep, that Bruno takes out the straw mechanic.
I can't see what I'm looking at there.
That's not
it's
a
one of
dock.
the docks. It's one of the. It's a dock. One of the 7 doors.
No, dock.
I'd be happy. It's one of the 7 doors.
That's looking over.
Just to be keeping an eye on things.
Let me quickly check.
It's happy. 3/5 support.
Yep.
3/5 support. Quest for 2.
Nice
card. That Fairy Godmother comes back into play. This is a bit of a tanky one as well. The momentum is now not very pleasant. Again, for Ziggy, he's now got... The guy has 5 questing power. Drops that Li Shang. That's the 5/5/5 with 2 lore. He might be just trying to outrace his opponent at this stage, and he does have that capacity with the Ray.
Now is lethal next. If he quests with Happy, that's a quest, yes. So it's 15. It's a lethal. It's a guaranteed lethal.
Unless he can remove the Li Shang.
Or
or
the
Ray.
Ziggy needs to remove both 2 characters now.
He's running the maths.
Yeah, what is in his hand? I quickly missed his hand, fortunately. That Ray looks like he just carried Jacob for the both games.
In this format, I've seen that Ray do that.
Yep.
Evasive.
There is a Benja, a small Benja there. So Benja into Happy, that's fine. He quests, and what else do we have? He needs to remove Li Shang, or that's Anna. And unfortunately, because there is no damage on the Ray, Anna cannot remove her.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's Megara. Sorry,
Yeah.
It's not an Anna. It's Megara. Anna is from the Shimmering Skies.
Good play, good game, Ziggy.
They both have a laugh now.
You fought the fight you had to fight there, mate, and that is unfortunate.
Ziggy lost 2 really close games.
Yeah,
really close ones.
Scary hands, scary decks.
Oh yeah, both of them are having looks like it are having a amazing draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was.
Most
amazing.
of the games are wrapping up now. I
Yep.
think going into round 8. I think they are all wrapped. That was the last one to wrap.
Okay.
I might be looking at the wrong. This was at round 9. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong.
Yes.
Round 9. Same information still applies. The games, they were one of the last games to report.
Okay, nice.
They are the last game to report. So we'll see that report coming in.
Maybe
shortly.
that's why Judge was standing over.
It may have been. It may have been not far off termination.
Yep.
And we'll be going into game 3.
The last game of the draft.
While they get set up.
I just fixed the camera.
Perfect. While they get set up, what I may suggest that we do is a quick 5-minute break. Grab some drinks and stuff.
Let's have a break.
Enjoy some lovely music sang by what we've got currently. Can I make a request? Because it is now coming into set 6. If we can add it to the queue, is a Disney song, Immortals by Fall Out Boy. The absolute banger of a track. Phenomenal vinyl. If you can find the original special edition vinyl, it is the Baymax face.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. It's featured in the video of the band. If I search for it, Immortals vinyl.
I would just play the whole soundtrack.
It's a great soundtrack.
It is.
A special edition. You can't find it at the moment. Yeah, there it is, bottom right corner. It's actually Baymax's.
That's
such a beautiful little vinyl. But yeah, great. It's a great playlist, great album. And they were in the most recent Kingdom Hearts, so they were obviously trying to get that Big Hero 6 back into it as well. Cool.
I attended their concert. There was a support. Yes.
Oh, I love.
But it was a 2014.
It
was a. By the way, it was a Linkin Park support.
Oh, that's a great album.
That's a great one.
I went to see them a few years ago. I've been to see them a few times. I went to see them most recently, and it was a really funny moment where we were watching they had a stage at the front and stage at the back, and a guy in a high-vis jacket was like setting up guitar, testing it between songs or something.
Yeah.
And we were like, that guy in the high vis is absolutely going for it. Like he's clearly like,
Yeah,
he's,
yeah.
like he's a guy in his 40s just absolutely railing on this guitar. I'm like, guess he just wants to really enjoy his moment at the O2.
Oh yeah.
And then the next song started, Spotlight hit him, and it was Pete Wentz. I was like, I used to Pete. Oh, sorry, mate.
Nice.
Nice. Right. Well,
Right. Be right back. Be right back in 5-10 minutes.
Hello. The game's about to start. While they're just finishing setting up, doing the shuffles, etc., we have got our lovely producer went and grabbed us a store. Shout out to you said it was Nadia who I think you said you dealt with at the store. If you are in Poznan, you are looking for a great local game store. Składka is a great place right on the high street near the brewery. Nadia, if you're listening, yo. We have boosters that we're going to crack quickly while he's going to quickly set some players.
I'm going to quickly set up the.
We've gone for Ursa's
names.
Return. Jack, a great card that I think is going to get more and more valuable the more this sort of reckless mechanic becomes.
And also,
valuable.
we're going to pull cards that the players were actually able to pull also.
Transformed Chef, which in this format doesn't really work. Stitch. Mulan Red. You can't really see these cards, so I'm just going to sort of shout out. The Dolores Madrigal, we just saw play this. So this is the purple card we just saw played by Ziggy. When you play this card, if your opponent has an exerted card, draw a card. In this format, phenomenal.
Yes.
Phenomenal play.
I have a hidden
caster. I love this card. I just think it's not quite ready yet.
Yes, but in this format also, I would gladly take it. It's a draw card.
Luisa Madrigal, this is the 2/4, quite a good one. Antonio Madrigal. The Mob Song.
It's amazing.
We haven't really talked about these. These are sing together cards. So this is a very unique mechanic that was added in set 4. Songs that multiple singers, multiple characters sing simultaneously, as long as their collective score is the value or more of said song. So this is a 10 ink card. If you have 10 ink, you can play it outright.
Yeah.
However, if you have 2 cards worth 5, they can sing it. 3 cards worth 12, they can sing it. This is the ability of these cards. Great cards, very interesting. Mulan, Ariel, and Flynn Rider. Great red card. Love this card. This
Frenemy. That's a really good card.
Great card that as long as you, at the start of your turn, have a character with more power than your opponent, gain 3 lore. In this format, could be very scary. And then my holo is the Mega Potion, which you cannot see. Even in my hand, I can barely see it. It's not a great shiny on that one.
Right, for me, Hidden Caster, Hans, Prince Eric, Pegas, that we already saw. Belle actually goes hard.
In this
she
format,
moves 1 damage
moves
counter.
rather than heals, which is really important.
Aladdin, Ursula, Medallion of Weights, that's also a really good one.
Yep.
You can draw a card. Miss Potts. Oh yeah, we have the legendary. We've got the Yen Sid and the LeFou.
Is that one of the ones you needed?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
The players are setting up. He's inked his first card. We haven't seen what he's going to play. Hopefully, he has a 1-drop. In this format, momentum is very, very important. We'll bring that here. Was that Huey? And hey. So 1-drop with nothing.
Oh, from both of them.
We may even need you to check the camera because I now realise we can't see the full playmat of the Ursula.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, just a technical thing. We are aware that we can't see the inkwell, which means both our players appear to not have a 1-drop.
Change that.
We may need something. We may need in between the games to readjust the camera slightly.
I think it's not gonna be fixable.
No, that's fine. We'll keep this. We'll carry in mind.
Unfortunately,
I don't think it was this earlier. That was all. We may need to look at it for top 8.
Maybe he zoomed in a bit.
Yeah.
We need to talk with that tech guy there.
He may have just nudged the zoom or something.
Yep. I will just note him later. We have a Hey, we have a Goofy Tiger, and it's a Diablo. No, it's I forgot the name of it.
It's the toucan. Peebo.
Yeah. Oh, he's listening to us.
You
legend. Thank you very much.
Next time you're in Poznan, get in touch and we'll go for a drink. Absolutely need to.
Thank you very much for that. That's amazing.
I'm seeing a location. We haven't seen a lot of locations in this draft, in any of the draft. Oh no, sorry, Shimmering Skies. We saw nothing but locations.
Yep.
This we are seeing very limited locations.
Yep.
Peebo into the Hey for the trade. Not a bad choice. Just to prevent that Hey from continuing to be a menace. And then some items and some locations.
That's interesting.
Shifted singing aerial.
Oof.
That is a very interesting card. It sort of was. I think it was designed originally to sit in the Steel Song archetype.
Yep.
However, didn't really get used in the Steel Song archetype. It's a shifted aerial 6 outright shift for 4. I want to say off the top of my head, every time a song is played, she can then do damage to one of those locations.
There's a winter camp.
It's a winter
which
camp
we
I
talked
talked about
about.
earlier. Winter camp is a weird one where, I mean, it's got a good passive lore mechanic, which is not any bad situation, nothing to really say no to. However, it does allow you to heal characters who are there and heal hero characters. Combine the winter camp with something like the wall, which means other locations can't be challenged. You effectively have a heal mechanic. You effectively have a operating hospital to keep your characters healthy. Combine that with something like super goof, real problematic.
Yep, and now Tiger gets in. That Ariel is looking scary. Wasn't that a song you need to play? Or
Yeah,
just
one
an
song.
action?
I think it's one song. It's a singing mechanic, and then she gets to just inflict 3 damage to a chosen character.
I think you have to pay.
You pay to do it, yeah. I'm going to check, because there's an extra mechanic that I don't want to misspeak. But I'm going to just check Dreamborn for a second. Yeah, whenever you play a song, you may pay 2 to deal a further 3 damage.
Yep.
That's not to be mistaken with Cinderella, who is also a shifted... Insanely, neither of them are knights, even though I do feel like they were sort of that knight mechanic. There is a shifted Cinderella as well, who I doubt we would see because it would have been...
Oh, there was a Scar also. Really good card. Whenever one of your characters challenges, you get a law.
The shifted Cinderella, which actually was also a promo card. That one is a great again, consideration, I think, for the Steel Song mechanic. A knight character that 5/5 3 quest lets you challenge ready characters.
Yes.
And has resist too. If that Cinderella is out, my God, is it a nightmare to get rid of?
She is so hard to get rid of.
I got the other day in one of our local stores, a player played this against me, was feeling obviously a little bit. So he had a Cinderella, had a little bit of damage.
Yep.
Shifted into Cinderella, and he obviously was feeling quite proud of himself. And I was looked at him like, I'm really sorry, and then played Ring the Bell, which lets you banish a damaged character. And he looked. It's one of those ones where I was like, "You're gonna jump over the table and attack me," and I understand. Sometimes damage output isn't everything, and we sometimes see that. A card I was hoping to see is Shenzi. I think his name is.
Kara. No, you want to see Shenzi.
Is it not Shenzi? Jasmine's Tiger. I can't remember what it's called.
No.
It's a 4-card steal. Allows you to. I can't remember what it's called. Allows you to. I thought it was Shenzi. You might have made that up. No,
Shenzi's a hyena.
I can't remember what name it is. I mean, I could search for the word.
The
tiger.
steel one that
The
cannot
steel
be
one
attacked.
Can't be attacked.
Oh, I remember. You won both games with me on the steel with
because
that one.
That's a very interesting card. Again, Raja in this format is very powerful. It's a 4-ink 3/4.
That's Sher Khan, not Scar. Oh my god. That's Sher Khan.
What does Sher Khan do?
He's giving you law whenever one of your characters challenges.
Oh, huge in this format. Phenomenal in this format, which is why he's getting a little bit of additional play. Yeah,
Sher
it's
Khan,
great for this format.
Whenever one of your characters challenges another one, gain 1 law.
There is a interesting with set 6 with some of the cards we're going to be seeing. We've already going to start talking about. There is potentially an unusual aggro coming out of Ruby Steel, which is actually gaining lore purely through challenge.
Yep.
Thebes, Shere Khan.
Yep.
That new card we talked about earlier today, that every time she banishes a character, there's a lot of interesting mechanics there where effectively your opponent goes, what's happened? And you go, I've accidentally just been challenging you. Is that a legendary or is it uncommon?
No, I think it's a rare.
Rare. Okay. Great card.
We see some exchanges. The bodyguard goes out.
Shere Khan gets away with that pretty much scot-free, meaning that again those challenges continue. No, I don't think we could have openly predicted.
To be honest, for the future, we need some jingles.
Yeah,
it dies to Medusa.
It dies to Medusa. It dies to Medusa. We've got the we need a law solicitor. We've got the let's open a booster. I will at some point in the next 20 minutes make it dies to Medusa. I'm feeling jazzy. I think it must be nice to be a jazzy little jingle. Yeah. It dies to Medusa. Unfortunately, in this format, that's gonna rule.
Oh yes.
All
4 to remove. It's
Moloch.
not that bad.
After talking about what his name was, after all, yesterday, about being a Hearthstone and World of Warcraft.
To be clear, Murlocs from Blizzard are actually coming from World of Warcraft, but we usually know them from Hearthstone because it's a card game. Thank you.
I think a Murloc is also
With O.
no, sorry, a Murloc with a UR. I think was something I knew, or maybe it's if there's one with OR, which I think was like. I think it's a creature from D&D or something like that, which is what I think I knew. Murloc, maybe something like that. His name is Moloch. So
we are close. Close enough.
Close enough. Well, this is part of the joy that we have. That is an interesting. There was a very interesting with the Ursa's Return. There was a lot of these cards that were like key Disney characters. When I say key Disney characters, the Mickey Mouse and friends that were all doing this sort of diving sea mechanic.
Yep.
With interestingly, we did Under the Sea before we did On the Sea, which is what the new set is.
Oh yeah.
So we actually have all the characters under the
we
water.
We went under to go up.
Yeah. I actually really love the artwork on those diving characters, particularly this. I think it's a Daisy. Donald. This one is.
I think it's a Donald.
Really pretty.
Donald deep sea diver, I think.
Yeah. Smart trade, just because that passive lore mechanic that Shere Khan is providing is going to continuously be a nightmare. What are we looking at here?
The guy in the chat just said that in the general chat, he just sent his pool that he got with his daughter.
Nice.
And that's a legendary Maleficent on a holo. Nice.
Yeah, phenomenal pool. I love that Peter Pan art as well. It's a great Peter Pan pirate art.
Those...
the Dalmatians.
I would say pesky Dalmatian because I still cannot get a full playset of everyone.
I want to meet the guy who's playing Amber Sapphire and has just 40 microbots and 40 Dalmatians in his deck. I want to see that guy. You win out the game because your opponent has to shuffle your deck. You're like, yeah, cut, shuffle, please.
Yeah.
I have accidentally brought you 200 cards to shuffle.
It's like this Yu-Gi-Oh, I think.
Yeah, the guy.
Legendary Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So, just a quick tangent. There was a other TCG called Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh.
It was Yu-Gi-Oh.
And there was
no
two,
card.
I think German guys or like a Belgium, something like that, which they kind of for a joke they broke. They brought a 200 card deck.
Yeah.
To the tournament.
It was more than that, I think. They took two of them to carry it.
And they had it in
box.
a very custom wooden box. And the box was standing upright on the table that can actually deal cards. It was amazing.
It's one of those things which is, why is there a rule book? When somebody says, it says something like...
Wait, there is a limit.
There is a limit, yeah. When there's rules, sometimes you see a sign where it says, do not let goats into the building. And you go, why does that sign exist? It's for people like that.
In Poznań, in terms of yesterday, it should be... Do not let goose inside.
Do not let the goose in the building. We saw one of our shopping centres had a goose. Thing is, he had a dog and the goose was keeping the dog in check, which I think is a phenomenal strategy. That Helga, shifted Helga, whenever this character quests, deals 3 damage to a chosen character. That Donald isn't going to be around for long. Yeah. That Donald is likely about to see...
Oh, that's a reckless on the Helga. Yeah, so we're blocking.
That yak. It's a great card. I do believe this card has... I'm looking at your cards, the ones you pulled up. This Jack, I think, does have potential in the future. It's a 1/4, which is nothing.
To be honest, it's a cheap Lyle.
Cheap Lyle. It's a cheap Lyle, and also quest for 2, which is also great.
Yes,
and
that's the biggest, I think.
The issue with Lyle is that you're keeping that Lyle. That's not the issue, but the downside to Lyle, I say downside, you don't want to quest with Lyle because you want to keep that passive mechanic going. So Lyle is very much sitting on the field, not doing anything.
Yes.
Whereas Jack, you want to quest with it, and if your opponent takes it down, it's great. I got 2, maybe 4 lore out of it. You also didn't get to lore out one of your characters, so he's keeping that Donald alive for a little bit longer.
We have Elsa questing. So how are we sending 6-3? So Helga,
still very balanced.
We know Helga is having reckless this turn. So she needs to attack, she cannot quest.
She's still a 4/4 though, so the reality of it is
she still takes something out.
She still takes something out, you just prevented the lore mechanic, which is, again, not necessarily a problem.
And the automatic
damage, you stopped that.
Oh, there is a Rush Queen into the Donald, and probably
Is that Elsa evasive? No.
no. No. I
So
don't remember what she does, but she's not evasive.
He has to. So he's trying to decide. He's gonna. No, that's a smart play. I think.
Oh, it's exert to chosen character gets challenger +2.
So he's.
That's a really good exchange.
Yeah, it keeps because in the he doesn't expose the
Helga
more than he needs to.
Yep.
Jacques is then gonna.
If someone is wondering why one of the cards on the playfield is face down, that's a Wojtek way of showing how many cards in hand he has.
Yeah, he's just choosing to opt.
Yes.
Most players would recommend putting a dice or something.
Yes,
onto it just to
exactly. That's what I would say. Put a die there with a number. Usually, what you do is put your hand on the side and put a die with a number of how many cards you have. And we also saw paying. It was what is the dog on the bottom? No, that's not Pedita.
Oh, it's Pogo.
Pogo. So we saw first Moloch actually using the Pongo.
It's got an in it, yeah. Pongo.
It's using the Pongo mechanic when he paid 2 and he brought back one of the cards. It was a bodyguard that he brought up from the discard to his hand, and then
no, Pongo is you pay 2 and you get to check the top deck. You're thinking of Pedita's.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Pongo's ability is you check the top card, see what it is, and put it into your hand, which is what he's opted to do here.
If it's a character or anything.
If it's a character, if it's anything else, bottom of your deck.
That's why he also revealed this to Tomac.
Same as a reverse Daisy Duck, because you're sort of self-inflicting it. He then has Maui, which
that's Maui's fish hook, which he's playing, and he paid to
give a character evasive to the start of his next turn.
Yes, and then he quested with Helga.
So Helga is safe from damage for 1 turn.
She will be safe indefinitely right now, to be honest.
Yeah. Unless he has an evasive answer.
Yeah, and there's a Madrigal on the right. As far as I remember, when she quests, she gives support to everyone else. Am I correct in this assumption? No, other Madrigals get +1.
Yeah, whenever this character quests other characters. So he might have a second one. I mean, on her own, she's a 3/5/2 ink.
Yep.
He
paid to activate Pongo again.
Good. It's a expensive draw mechanic, but in this format, any draw mechanic is a better draw mechanic. So. Paying 2 is better than nothing.
Helga is untouchable currently.
No. The bodyguard.
The bodyguard is fine, but you're still losing the race right now.
Bodyguard is fine. The issue is that right now that Medusa's no value to him.
Quest for fight. Wait, he's gonna take over the race, but now back.
But the challenge he has now is either Medusa's going to sink a card, like Medusa could. What does Medusa's stat line?
4/4.
4/4. So Medusa's going to take down Jacques, no problem, right?
There is a honeypot and the big Ariel in hand.
He also has the power to a big Ariel. I would just, if you can afford to get it out.
I think he cannot. It's 7. And he got 6.
Ariel's 6, I think.
Yeah, 6.
So
sorry, it's not a honeypot.
Gumbo pot.
It's a blue item.
Is it Gumbo?
Gumbo pot mode could be.
Remove 1 damage from each up to 2 chosen characters. Again, not a terrible card to have in hand.
He can heal Main now.
So he's gonna screw. He's gonna do a.
Okay, so Medusa into the bodyguard. Now playing probably Gumbo pot to just heal that Medusa. Remove that 1 damage that was inflicted, and Helga quested and hit for 3.
So the bodyguard is now down, which will help with that ramping mechanic he had in place.
That's a Gumbo pot.
Going to exert the Gumbo pot. He'll only get to remove 1 damage from Medusa, but actually
we go back to the square one. She was already with 1 damage.
He'd have to hit. He'd have to sink a lot of cards into it to get rid of the Medusa and lose a lot because of that. And we might just see that repeated. I mean, the Medusa is only 4/4 anyway.
Helga is now open, I think, because he needed to give Medusa the attack. Am I right? He gave her evasive. Yep.
Yeah. So it goes to the body. So he missed. He missed with Pongo. He pulled the action card off the top.
Oh. We just got the information that our friend Diables split the
need a
first
hug?
chapter.
Does he need a hug?
See, he split the first chapter boxes, the case in half with his friend, and his friend pulled Mickey Enchanted.
He just traded Medusa into. Oh no, Medusa was traded by a couple of cards.
Oh, by the teapot.
By the teapot. Although they only had 1 damage, so I don't know how Medusa's 4/4, so he must have gained extra damage somewhere. He might have had a rush or something. We were talking about.
I think we missed it.
So, but it's a tricky situation to be in currently. Is that a Porsicle?
That's
Sort of needs to get that aerial is not doing him any favors in his hand, and actually
that's a popsicle to draw. That's a
brawl.
brawl.
Okay, you know what? I shut my mouth. Keep that aerial in your hand for a turn. What would you brawl right now? Because the Pedite, I can't remember what the stat line is on the on the green. You look.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. 4/4.
That's gonna be unavoidable. It's a pirate character. I want to add to that pirate list.
Yeah.
However, still could eliminate the Madrigal, the Pongo. Get rid of that Pongo. Prevent that draw mechanic.
I think I would give attack to Helga, remove the Madrigal. Yeah, exactly. Remove the Madrigal and brawl the small guy, the 1/4.
Yeah. He's going to. I mean, he could also just heal the damage off.
Because it's. Yeah.
Heal the damage off. Heal the damage off the. Oh no, Gumbo Pot will.
Yeah, Gumbo Pot and Popsicle can heal her to the full.
Oh, Popsicle will probably heal her up completely. Brawl
Yep,
the Jack.
brawl here. Yep, I think I would do the same. And please banish Popsicle to heal. No.
Well, I actually he's 1 damage down. If he sinks the evasive into him, he's gonna lose him anyway because it's 4/4, right, on the Helga.
What is Helga?
Helga's 4/4, I think. Oh no, maybe not. Helga.
I remember it's 3, but yeah,
No,
it's
it's
4/4. Okay.
So he's not gonna he's probably not gonna sink the Pongo
yeah.
because the Pongo wouldn't kill it, wouldn't banish it, and the Don Carnage would be. He's not going to risk that evasive if he can avoid it. He's giving him resist. Oh, he is going to do it. He's going to trade because the Magic Broom provides
resist 1.
which is where he just top decks using the Pongo. So great use of that card. He's still got that aerial. I doubt he's got any songs.
Yep. We had a comment. I'm new to Lucana and I'm super excited to soon play for the first time with my sister. I'm not super familiar with the terms used on this level of play, but I'm really enjoying your commentary.
Thank you very much. What I'll actually say, Ryder, is you've got access to chat. If we say anything that you don't know, please actually just literally send that word ?
Yes.
And we will auto translate. We have to shorthand it because play can happen so quickly. The shorthand is needed for us to explain everything. However, if you have any new if there's any terms that we use that you go, what does that mean? We will happily explain what it is.
Maybe not immediately, but
Yeah.
for example, after the game, between the games, we can do some recap and some explaining. So feel free to ask.
I am aware that we're using, for example, we've been talking about Reckless. Reckless is
Resist,
ability, resist,
evasive, and so on. Yeah.
These are abilities that you obviously won't necessarily know, but we're happy to explain those. We want this stream to be very much helpful for the new players.
Yes, and also about that's also the thing that we talked about yesterday. We want to make Locana being a community when you just come in and ask questions. Just ask. And I'm pretty sure 99% of the time, everyone just wants to explain it to you.
With that in mind, actually, what I'm going to say is while the players are still up, he played that aerial finally. It's his.
I think it's. There is a pirate's life.
Moloch has gone.
There is a pirate's life in his hand.
What is that?
It's a song for 6, which he gets -2, like his opponent gets -2, and he gets +2, and then he can pay because he's exactly 6. So he needs to exert aerial to sing. He can move the damage and then pay 2 to shot probably the evasive.
I'm literally going to grab some cards here and just look for some that have some basic mechanics in between the turns. Actually, because we're going to put this all on YouTube anyway.
Yes.
We could literally just take this part of the video, and where we literally do explanation about some cards. We can. That's actually.
That's
Ryder has given us some
okay. Yeah,
content.
that's gonna be a bit harder, but
Yeah.
we can try.
If we've got the raw video, I can pull it. It's not an issue.
Yep.
But I'm going to pull some basic mechanics here that I'm seeing. Not necessarily special abilities, but because what I will say to was Ryder something, wasn't it?
Yep.
What I'll say to Ryder is a lot of the cards have unique abilities. No one's going to stop you. No one's going to say, "Can I read that card?" They're going to say, "No." That's you. You have the right to look at that card and read what the mechanic is.
I'm sorry, I just missed what happened. Okay, so Ariel exchanged into the broom. He just forced played Pirate's life, so he's +2. The opponent is -2, and yeah, the Ariel cannot. He cannot pay. He doesn't have an ink to pay. He healed Ariel for 1 with a Gamba pot, and yeah, that's all he did this turn.
Good turn.
It was a good one, but it's still 2, 4, 5, 6.
He's in a scary
It's
position.
a 6 law for Moloch here. And oh, there is a doggy. And Ursula the singer.
Yeah. So actually, funny enough, in our first 2 boosters, we actually had tons of mechanics that literally we would need to explain to anybody how it works. So I just went through and literally looked at 2 boosters, and we have huge amounts of mechanics as challenges in there. Sing together, bodyguard, singer. I think I meant to get the Mulan. I think I grabbed the Mulan extra. That one just because I had Meckless. I didn't mean to grab that one. I think I just grabbed one too many cards. And that's a scoop. Unfortunately for there was no real. His opponent just requested. He was too wide of a board. And we had it. Evasive, I presume 4/4 means 4 challenge rating and 4 armor, or is referred to as resist, basically the damage a card can take. Okay, that's actually a great question. While the player's set up, so when we're saying 4/4, and I keep saying the stat line I'm referring to is how much does a card cost, which is in the top left corner. How much do you have to physically pay in terms of ink? If you've played any sort of Magic the Gathering, mana, that sort of mechanic. Hearthstone, same thing, mana. There's also sort of that mechanics. That's what that top left means. The other 2 numbers I'm saying in the example with Helga 4/4, 4 attack.
Willpower.
4 willpower. 4 attack means how much they can do in a challenge. 4 willpower is how much damage they can take. Resist is specifically an ability. Do you want to talk a little bit about resist?
So just to clarify, usually when we say 4/4, 3/4, and those together, we usually mean the stat line. So first number is how much there is in attack. Second one is how willpower, or how much health the given character has.
Yep.
Resist mechanic, which actually goes into that. Do we have it here? I don't have it.
There was a resist.
So the resist mechanic works like you are not putting additional willpower on the character, which is a common misconception. You are actually every instance of damage dealt to that character with resist, you are lowering by the resist number. So if the character has a resist +1, and for example it has 2 willpower, so 2 health, and you deal 2 damage to that character, because she has a resist 1, those 2 damage is actually lowered by 1 and then dealt to a character. Another one, another interesting...
Sorry, just cracked a booster and it got exactly what we needed.
Another instance of it is that the resist is actually calculated per attack instance. That's what I used a word instance, because if you have 2 characters attacking 1, so again, coming back to this example, we have a character 1/2 with resist 1, and we have 2 characters with attack 2 challenging it separately. Because they are doing it separately, both of the attacks are being lowered by 1, so they actually do 1 and 1 damage.
It's not that they have 1 additional health. It is every attack they sustain is 1 damage less.
Yeah. When it's resist +1, and then if you go up, resist +2.
I think the highest we have is resist 3. Then maybe there are characters you can create circumstances they have higher, but in terms of stat line, I think 3 is the highest.
Yep.
Turn 1 has just started. Porsicle. Porsicle is an extremely powerful card. Early game allows you to effectively you play it. You get to draw a card immediately. And also can heal a character for 2. He then played Hey, and we also had Olga cover that. I think that was the Discord for me, which is unusual. Oh, he's asking me to confirm what we were trying to talk about. My rule solicitor is nearby, and I have to explain the mechanic we were trying to discuss earlier. But thank you to somebody in the chat proved that we were wrong.
If it was Conan, yep, it was Conan.
Raiden, it's a very fascinating play because a card that we have just pulled a resist here. This card here, Hercules, it's a Storyborn set for 6/5. Not the most viable card in the meta.
If
currently.
Trunko is in the chat,
yeah,
he's do you know Trunko from
Yes.
the? Yeah, you remember who it is. So he's the really big fan of this card and also the deck behind the Hercules. He's playing a Hercules deck, which is looking also really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So this card has Bodyguard, that's different ability, which when this card is exerted, no, you cannot challenge other cards. You must challenge bodyguard characters first.
If we want any connections to other card games, if you played Hearthstone, basically it's a taunt.
And then from there, he also has resist. So what you then have is a very powerful card that your opponent has to deal with first before they can challenge others.
Yes.
Just to kind of run through what happened there, the base Helga was played, but then was brawled immediately out. The counter argument then was Chief Toa and that Don Carnage we saw earlier, which is a very good card. And then we have an Ariel.
I really liked this Ariel. I don't remember what she was doing. She's not played that much.
These guys are. This is what we talked about earlier in the very start of the stream. She's
evasive. That's evasive one, and whenever you play a song,
huge.
you give evasive to something else.
The beauty of playing this second game in these formats is that because you're playing a much smaller deck in draft. This is a draft format, Ryder. If you have only just joined us recently. So they're playing smaller decks that they've just sort of built on the spot. That's another evasive. That Don Carnage is not around for long.
Yep.
And what this means is, from a player perspective, they've already probably seen the majority. And their first game went for a while. They've seen most of what their opponent has to say.
Yep.
So we're going to see very fast second games, purely because there is no second game.
Yep.
There is no surprise mechanics. They're going to fly through these a lot more rapidly, and we are going to see that.
I think we also, I'm not sure about the time, how much time is left in the round, but I think we could be getting close to the
termination.
termination.
I don't know what the termination was.
I see the judge and the organizer actually moving around.
There's actually quite a lot of matches I haven't reported yet. Yeah, this is
round
round 10,
so no, well, so maybe not.
This
maybe
is the last
that's
round of the
herring.
draft, and we're going into constructed, which we're going to then start seeing some very, I suspect, high-level decks at this point. Oh, is that the Kronk? Boy Scout Kronk or something?
That's a chipmunk. Wrong, the chipmunk something.
Yeah.
I really like this card. It's resist. It's a resist one, and during your turn, whenever this character banishes another character, you deal 2 damage. So it's a Tinkerbell.
God bless you for asking if we don't want to see any spoilers for set 6. We actually are running in our downtime in this stream a tier list of entirely all Azerite C cards. So thank you for saying don't look up if you don't want spoilers. We've already gone through 2 colors. We are physically determining all the colors.
Yes.
It dies to Medusa, clearing that board. Also, there's 2 evasive cards, eliminating that. Don Carnage. Really good answers to Moloch's play this turn. That's that point. He's seeing what his opponent's up to, and he's clearing more of the board.
There is a Pegas who took out the Don Carnage, and Medusa who took out the Chief.
Yes.
Chief. Yep.
So it's just effectively, let's clear that board. Let's get that wrapped up a little bit more. It's a very similar, shift is a great mechanic, however, is not necessary. You can have decks that don't rely on shift whatsoever to actually, win out games.
And also about the shift, as you pointed out, you can summon the card. It's summon. It's I think magic. That's the item Ariel with a popsicle. What? How do you draft that? That's amazing. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
For anyone that don't know, this Ariel, actually, he was played in a meta for a really long time. Yeah. And this Ariel has ward, so she cannot be targeted by any spells or like any actions. We have actions here. She quests for 3, but also if you have more items in play than your enemy, she gets additional 2. So she just quests for 5.
So it's
That's
currently
an explosion.
so it's currently 6-1 next turn unless Moloch plays an item.
It's 8-6.
8-6. Is that an 8?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
5,
sorry. But yeah,
and that's
going down the line,
bodyguard,
yeah.
okay. And that's
Quest for 4.
Kronk, Junior Chipmunk, and Ursula. Ursula added and Kronk with Madrigal just questing.
Quest for 10. Now Moloch's in a very strong place in the sense that it now needs to. It is for the gentleman on the left to chase effectively.
Yep.
He is saying openly, "Chase me, hunt me down." I'm gonna.
Kronk stat line 4/5 with resist 1.
Yeah,
that's really nice.
However, at the same time, we've seen that he has some great answers in his hand. He has a shifted aerial as well. There's no harm in him continuing to. He might have some just simple answers in his deck that actually just needs to take a little bit of damage here and there to some other characters, and that aerial, unless Moloch deals with that aerial, it could easily shift the other way. Based on his current actions, I'm looking at his card. I can see a hey. I think I saw hands.
Both into bodyguard. Okay, just both getting 1 damage. Am I right? Yeah,
I think so. Hands is currently.
Hans is getting +1 because of the princess on the board.
And he's got a good stat line as well.
Oh, there is also a winter camp.
Which means he can start healing his characters, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Playing the winter camp, he's thinking about it because he doesn't know if he wants that.
He can also. Oh yeah, so there is 2 types of plays. Hey is -1 law, if I'm correctly remembering, when you move to location.
Yeah.
So there is 2 types of approaches. He can ink the second hey, play the winter camp, and move one of the characters into winter camp to actually heal it if it survives.
And also remove law. If he moves the hey that's already in play.
Oh yeah, and then he removes 1, or he can keep the winter camp and keep the everything. And if the hey survives, he just played the second hey, and I think he's going to pass. Yeah, he cannot do much more. He's going to pass the turn and hope that hey survives.
Did he just play? Did he play aerial this turn? No, he could quest. I think that's what he's deciding. Does he want to quest with aerial this turn?
I don't think so because it's an easy target for.
That's a very
Kronk.
high stat line though. So unless he pulls out a rush.
No, Kronk for 4.
Kronk for 4,
and then 2 damage into, for example, the hey.
But he's taking
untapped hey. He can snipe the untapped hey.
So what's Kronk's full stat line?
4/5 with resist 1. It's not. It's
not a
steal.
ruby.
Yep.
I don't know why I did that. Kronk.
Junior Chipmunk. Yep.
Yeah, Junior Chipmunk.
That's
hard
to get through.
It's a. I didn't realize this card. I don't think I really looked at this card very much. It's a expensive Tinkerbell in the sense of moving damage around.
I think the no-brainer, to be honest, play here would be. I think, and I would say that my quick calculation had. Kronk into Ariel, then 2 damage into the untapped hey.
Yep.
And Ursula can sink down the second hey. And
but Hans can then trade into the Kronk, I think, if my maths is right.
But Ariel, no, he cannot.
What's Ariel's damage line?
Oh, there is also a broom.
It's resist
giving
+1.
resist to. Why? What? Wait, what?
He's scared of the Medusa.
Yeah, but it's a support, so she could have quested and gave.
No,
okay, and now jumping to the hay. Okay, so a full board wipe. Okay, I thought maybe just leaving the hay there, it would be fine. But a full board wipe. And Hans is 2. Okay, sorry, I thought the Hans is 3/3.
Hans is smart play.
It's a lot better to just put 2 damage to Hans. I actually forgot his stat line. So that was the best course of action.
Bad luck. Moloch is this is a hard. That was a great board wipe. Phenomenal turn there.
You cannot answer this.
You can't answer that. I think he may, unfortunately.
This resist.
Unless he'll probably play it out. He's still got 2 cards in hand. His ink. Sorry, it's not looking too great. His law isn't looking too great. You don't really want to be in a situation where you're sat with a hey at this point, just sort of counting cards. He might trade into the Maribel just to get rid of it.
But it's still 4 on the board for Murloc then.
Yeah. He possibly might be thinking move to the winter camp, then go for the trade, just to try and slow down.
Oh yeah, -1 would be -1 law.
It's going to be a very difficult line to sort of strike back from at this stage.
Yep. I think they are discussing now if it's until the beginning of the turn or if it's not. Yep, that's a trade into Mirable just to slow the opponents down.
And then for
5, what is that? Oh, okay. That's 5-4, if I'm correct.
You're taking something big down next turn.
6-5, sorry.
6-5,
Billy Bones.
okay.
It's a vanilla 6-5. So, Kronk will be banished next turn, definitely. But he still did a lot of damage already.
So he's probably going to. I mean, he doesn't. It actually not necessarily guaranteed because he's currently got the field advantage. Quest with Magic Broom and Ursula and leave Kronk because he's not going to likely strike with Billy Bones. This turn, if right now, if I quest,
if he strikes anything, he opens himself for the Kronk.
Yeah,
trade.
and I mean, you could still use Porsicle to heal it. Is he gonna play him Bodyguard or is he gonna play him upright?
I think Quest with everything and Bodyguard.
He's thinking.
And Bodyguard is just gonna tank Billy Bones. But if the Bodyguard tanks the Billy Bones, then we come back to the line where Kronk can just exchange.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, he left Kronk. That's also fine. I would say, I personally, I think I would play the Bodyguard and just run.
He has just pulled
game.
Maui's fish hook, so there is a line where maybe with Billy Bones, trade into something small
and then gives him evasive.
He could heal it with the Porsicle as well. It's not the greatest play in the world, not the worst play. Again, your opponent's continuing to, at the moment, Moloch's play is I'm going to hold the line. I think I just saw a kitty cat in the left corner of the stream. I did see a kitty cat. Someone's got cat ears on.
Nice.
The question early players will say was, why didn't he quest down the line? He has an advantage there. He has more cards. He has more. Lore momentum.
6 minutes left.
6 minutes left. He has more momentum left, more lore power, and the actual reality of the situation is because right now that Kronk is more valuable to him. If he plays a second character, if he plays an additional character into the field, he can sink into him and do more damage.
Yep.
Which is not what he wants right now, right? Like, he does not want to be in a situation where he finds himself being, if that Kronk has so much power in the turn, he doesn't want to risk anything to it, right?
Damage to the Billy Bones. Yes, that's correct. And he's probably evasive right now.
Yep.
So.
This is the best thing that Moloch can do. Just go now is quest down the line because the Bodyguard guarantees that Kronk is not going to be chased.
Mirable,
Mirable,
maybe.
Yeah.
I think we are talking about Mirable, maybe.
Great, it's a great starter deck.
There is a great starter deck with them.
Not to cause any grief. Do you remember back in the day the first set of starter decks? Oh, we were struggling then. We were starving then. Jeez.
And that's a scoop.
It's a fair
scoop. Good game.
It's a good game.
Wojtek tried everything, but just too wide. To be honest.
Yeah, the new starter deck, the current starter decks that were here were some of the strongest. I've seen people show up to tournaments with just the standard starter deck.
Mary the Cat? I actually have the Mirable starter deck. It's so cool. Yes, the Mirable mechanic was amazing.
Some of these...
Mary? Am I missing something?
Too many sets. You've got get rid of those set lists and just search for the word marry. Not sure which deck you're talking about, sir, but I look forward to, unless he's talking about a different set.
Yeah.
Aristocrats. Oh, the Aristocrats. There were some great Aristocrat cards.
What?
Yeah, if I just search cat. I think the cat should show up. There is some Aristocrats cards. There was very early days a card from the Cats Aristocrats. I can't remember the name of it was.
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
No, I do remember it because there was a card early on that was actually quite annoying. The Aristocrats. I can't remember the. I think you can do it by. If I go into the filters here, I think I can do it by franchise.
There's no starter deck for the hair.
I don't think it was a starter deck. There was some Aristocrat cats, but I'm not seeing them in this list here. While we wait for the next game to start,
Crack a booster.
let's crack a booster.
Yeah, not to annoy everybody listening.
So I have the Make the Potion Pascal. Pascal's a brilliant set of cards. We've been really enjoying the sort of love of things like Tangled, Big Hero 6 getting some love. Got that Ursula Singer. We just saw this 1/4 can sing for 4, even though she's only a 2 cost. Great card. If you're, we're seeing it more and more in Steel Song decks. Really like that. Chen Pao. I am going to talk about Chen Pao.
I love this card.
Chen Pao. He's
It's
a common.
Chen win for me.
He's a common, so he's a very easy card to get in a booster. He's a bodyguard, 5 ink, inkable, which is also great. The challenge with him, is that for people playing against him, his stat line is 4 attacks, 7 health,
With
7
bodyguard.
willpower, with bodyguard. And because of that wonderful 4, for any new player starting, that 4 attack is really powerful because there are a lot of card mechanics that limit or allow you to banish cards very cheaply if they have a certain amount of attack. 3 or lower is where the majority of that banishing power is. 5 or above is where it starts coming from some of the bigger cards.
Yep.
4, right in the middle. They have to do something to that card, either make it more powerful or somehow limit its power.
With the item that I have.
With the item you have in hand, that then requires it, but it's not perfect and it's not clean. So it's a very scary, very interesting card, that 4 power line. Ursula, Juliet Magradriel, Triton, Ursula's Lair, Field of Ice, and a Shiny Raya, which actually, the Holo Raya looks great.
Yeah.
The Triton, this is the Triton, he is way too sexy. This is the Triton from the Ariel, the dad. You can't see it. This is a brunette version of it. This is him like when he was younger. This is that Dreamborn, the more like powerful versions of it. This is when he was a prince, not a king. Way too sexy.
Also about this.
Thank you for laughing.
This Triton card and his legendary version, they're gonna get, if the locations are in play, those cards are amazing.
Yeah, those cards are amazing. Yeah, they just.
All right, what I have a gas and I have an ice block. So the item, which actually lowers, when you tap this item, you lower the attack of one of the chosen characters. So quickly coming back to this Chenpo tangent, you can lower his attack, and then there is there is a couple of removal mechanics for 3 attack. Yep. So that's one. Agustin Madrigal, that's fine. Training Grounds, okay. Rose Lantern,
Chen Pao.
I
love
Pegasus.
this card. I absolutely love this
This is a really good card.
There it is.
So this is a Pegasus from Hercules, and it's a shift 3. Yes, it's shift 3. He's got evasive himself. He quests for 2, but when you use a shift mechanic to play him, your whole table gets evasive until the start of your next turn. So basically, you are safe.
Yeah.
Plunder.
Great card.
Avalanche, also
card.
Amazing action card against location. Yeah. Deal 1 damage to everything, all the characters.
If you have Avalanche right now, pull it aside and put it inside head of set 6, because we are going to likely see it come into play.
Triton with banish one of your items and gain 3 law.
That's going to be disgusting with the new many bots.
Yes. Imperial Proclamation and the Plunk.
I don't think I've seen that. I've got. That Triton's new to me. It's interesting. I'm actually, because we've got a few hours yet. We've got a lot of time to kill. My laptop's not charging, but I'm scared.
It's not.
I'm scared to nudge, because last time you nudged down there, the entire power went. Oh, it's just me being in.
Yeah, it was not in.
I'm up for opening another one.
Let's go.
That Triton card's interesting, particularly as we've seen with more and more of these items. Maybe blue-green might be finally finding some breathing room. Because there's some great items coming out of green. Hidden Cove, a card that we're going to probably see a lot in the next 2 games. So actually, that's an important point to Fed. That's the draft over. Now we're going to go back to players playing their own decks.
Let me
their own
quickly
cards.
pull the graphic. So now we just finished the phase 3. We are moving to phase 4, which is we come back to a constructed Swiss format. For the last 2 turns, we come back to the constructed. So let me change here. We are currently between phase 3 and 4. We've finished the draft, and now we're going to the Swiss, 2 rounds of Swiss, and then after those 2 rounds, we're gonna do a cut of players. Just quickly, maybe I will go through melee. We can see how the standings are looking right now after turn. Do we have a standings? That's a matches. 9,
10.
We already have one. So wait, Tomasz drew again.
I don't think he had the strongest.
And because all of the draws, a lot of people just starting to catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, so just quickly, we have 2 rounds of Swiss left, so now it's only 14 points to grab, and we're gonna do a top 8 cut. I think Tomasz needs to win one.
Yeah.
To be guaranteed.
Yeah.
He needs 1 win to be guaranteed. Up front, what do we have? Who do we have in contention? Sorry, our guy. He needs
a win and a tie, or a win and a win. Really,
to be honest, from my calculation, he needs 2 wins now.
He needs 2 wins. I mean, the thing is, if he wins and draws, percentage-wise, he is in a much stronger position than the people currently on.
Oh yeah, he's got a really good percentage.
So a 2 double win guaranteed, a win and a draw. That's probably there's a strong chance there.
Yes. As I said, I think I was predicting 52 to be a cutoff for top 8.
But we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Who is also in contention? Blood Dice. We saw a guy from Wrocław, if I remember correctly. Ziggy is here. Jacob, which we also saw, is here. I think this win in draft really helped him.
If we can look at I want to look at IMD's stat line, because I actually think they've had a phenomenal day too. Actually, they had a huge comeback. It was an early win. They disappeared for a while.
Yeah,
and we've
draw,
seen them
lose, and then 1 draw and 3 wins.
Had a great run. They had a great run at the end of the day in the draft. Phenomenal draft. That's 3 wins out of the draft, which is then actually put them top 8 currently, because they may be drawing right now. Yeah. But the draft wins for them. Yes, they got them to where they needed to go. It was looking a bit ropey off the.
By the way,
off the Swiss.
He's playing the same guy who was just playing in the draft. But now in the Swiss,
but that was it was a great run from the perspective of his opening hand, his opening day. Swiss was a bit ropey.
Yep.
Draft
absolutely.
Draft phase 2, he carried through.
Anyone else interesting in context? Interesting. Thinking about more who we know
actually.
We saw
earlier today. Again, needs probably 2 wins.
Or Janek has a really good chance to actually get there. He needs 2 wins.
It's going to come down to the Swiss.
By the way, I can see 2 players setting up for the game, so we're going to jump quickly to the game.
If I'm expecting, so I'm going to just mention a few cards here. Hidden Cove. If either player is playing Emerald Steel, I'm anticipating to see Hidden Cove in play. Outside of that, in this hand, the only 2 I would like to mention is the double Sisu. So
and Bell.
Bell's a
really
great card.
like Bell.
But the double Sisu, because if they're playing Ruby, they're likely to be playing these 2 Sisus. The base Sisu lets you banish a card with a very low percentage score. That's actually the best of cards I've looked at this stream. That's Sisu, isn't it? Just any card. It's a very low, combined with the ice block that we already showed.
It's 1 attack.
1 attack. So if you have anything with a 2 stat line, you can get rid of it. It's also evasive. And then this other Sisu, every card your opponent has, this increases in damage. With the Flynn we talked about earlier, this means that you could easily just win 3 lore on a turn, just for starting the turn with a higher value card. Or these are great targets for that shifted Sisu, which banishes all cards with 2 attack or less on your opponent's side. So it's a cheap be prepared, but it's also a very powerful be prepared, particularly in the formats that we've seen in terms of what is currently meta, what is currently successful and popular.
I know the guy on the right.
The amount of dragon shirts that we've seen that just go hard. Here's a new one today that we didn't have yesterday. That is a great looking shirt.
Oh yeah.
We are going into.
I know the guy on the right. I think I played him once.
I think I recognize the guy on the left.
But I know I don't. Unfortunately, I don't remember the name. We would need for our lovely friend on site to provide us some information. Thank you very much.
Cuba Rogel.
It's Jacob.
It's Jacob. It's Jacob.
No, it's not this one. It's Rogel. How to translate it? Croissant? It's Jacob Croissant.
Jacob Croissant. Jacob Croissant. He is Polish French. Jacob Croissant. You know what? A very, very. Of course, I know the word Rogel. It's Polish Independence Day tomorrow.
Yes.
So I am actually. I know this sounds insane. I'm going to potentially. I know at least 2 bakeries to go get my St. Martin's croissants tomorrow.
Nice.
I've got one local to me that is a great croissant. But then there is a bakery that's in this in one of the in near the center of town here in Poznań that.
Oh wait, that's a blood dice on the right.
Oh,
That's why I remember him.
But then what we're doing is the other one they do it's like a version of the St. Martin croissant, but with marzipan and ginger.
Oh,
it's very interesting. So I'm going to go out and get 2 different lots of St. Martin croissants.
Yep, and now
that is for our.
Do you remember what Blood Dice was playing? I don't remember.
I don't remember what Blood Dice is doing.
It was a green steel. Wait, what we can see? It's a green on the left with. It's a green steel for Jacob, definitely. I'm not so happy to see that, but
I'm seeing some great staples. Crikey, he's playing out. I saw him. He's mulligan. Unless that's his mulligan pile. Which one's his mulligan pile? Because I've just seen him Storm Rage on Crikey, which is why I'm thinking it's the mulligan pile. Because he has Storm Rage. Oh no, maybe that.
I think Blood Dice was also playing green Emerald Steel discard, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't know either. I'm gonna just send you a quick production note. Yeah. While you get ready up, I'm just gonna quickly send this.
Okay, what match did we saw with it was Blood Dice against Bartosz, I think, and our Bartosz won then. Yeah, it was a Battle of Poznań against Wrocław.
Yeah, it was.
Yesterday. I think it was was it a discard?
We'll find out.
Yeah, we will find out. For now, I have temporary put the colors in. We need to wait a second for the confirmation. So the prey on the left, we are pretty sure it's a green.
I saw Crikey and let the Storm Rage on. It's
it's definitely this version of Emerald Steel discard, and we will see what our friend Blood Dice was playing.
So what I'm going to anticipate is we're going to probably actually go the whole 9 yards, play out all of the rounds of Swiss.
So it's a Beast into Diablo. Oh no, it was an items deck. Yeah, remember we were talking that the Bartosz have a really good chance if he plays fast. Yeah, so it's
Blue-red.
Sapphire Ruby. Okay, let me quickly change that.
It's a good ramp as well. He's got a Brawl to get rid of that Diablo. He's got Ice Block. The challenge with this Diablo Spy, he's gotten some great intel. He also doesn't need all that intel is, you don't want to do any of this.
Yes, yeah. That's a popsicle.
I love these.
And unfortunately, the light is a little bit shining, but...
Again, using language that people may not necessarily know. I haven't got the chat if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Spy cards allow you to look at people's hand and see. So Spy is literally Diablo. That's what his ability is. There's an Ursula card that lets you look at your opponent's hand, and immediately
we just see that
he now is like, okay, I'm going to do that because he's going to probably do the one jump ahead. This is the only song that's there.
That's an action. That's a big
That's a scary looking hand.
But that's a really good situation for the discard player.
Yeah.
Because Blood Dice doesn't have an easy way to ramp now.
No.
There could be a Chicha second turn, but still it's only a Chicha. Nothing else to really...
No Fishbone Quill.
He wants to save the ice block, so we don't want to ink it. It's a really...
He's inking the Ursula, probably for the Chicha. Yeah, that's a good call.
That's Maui.
Maui, sorry. What did I say? I don't know what I said.
Ursula. It's fine. To be honest, we are already 4 hours in.
Coming into Lorcana 2027, hybrid characters. Moana crossed with Kronk. Ursula crossed with Maui.
Maui.
Bucky
We see
Bucky
Bruno-
returns
Bruno
combined.
Two players singing
yeah.
Ursula. That's a really scary situation right now because if there
Our
is a
producer's getting
discard
fighty in the chat.
on the
This is a good situation to be in because the beauty of the discard deck is speed and discard.
Yep.
The challenge for the ramp is I need time and cards.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting. However, the big challenge that this discard deck has is 0 lore power.
Yes.
Very limited lore power.
There is the brawl. Yep.
Yeah, that's the smart thing to do because that Ursula sudden chill, you're going to be losing 2 cards.
There was a sudden chill. I saw that.
This is the challenge he will be facing. Is the reality of the situation he is in? Is ultimately he is now going to be trying to get rid of as many cards from his opponent as possible, while his opponent tries to effectively now hypnotize. Not hard playing it this early is an interesting decision.
Have in hand that you're hard playing this. That's a big Sisu off. Draw a card.
But Blood Dice has drawn a couple of cards. What has he kept in his hand that this big Sisu was not a difficult decision to burn?
If I remember, wait. Chicha Maui is off. Sisu is off. There is an ice block in his hand right now. And one job. Cusco, I think. Ice block, Cusco, and Madame Medusa.
Okay.
If I'm sorry. So usually when I'm playing, it's easy. Hello, thank you for putting it up to the stream. There is a Buzz Lightyear's as a token to show this is a Lightyear.
Yeah, Buzz Lightyear,
I think,
that's right,
because I know the that's
Let's
a
send that
Sisu.
Diablo before.
I know the
it becomes an
Polish
issue.
name.
What's his Polish name?
Buzz Astral.
Oh, that's much better. That's awesome. Oh my god. Lightyear means nothing. Astral's so much cooler.
To infinity and beyond.
To infinity and Astral. It's like Buzz Astral. No, sorry, Lang. I want to say something I want to say on stream. That name's awesome. That name is so much better. The Sisu, I'm blown away that he then voluntarily, if he's still sitting on that ice block, although I guess the ice block is inkable.
Yeah.
I'm blown away that he
has a really bad start against discard, but
Cuba's
the
not having the
discard
best
is
one.
also not having the best
Cuba
one.
is still waiting for that shift to Diablo. To
be honest, looking at the play now, I would say
that's
playing. Yeah, the Pete is okay inking it now, but to be honest, I would say because our friend on the left, Cuba, he knew that there was a brawl. I think I would first just hard cast Hypnotize on the turn 3, then in the turn 4 probably play Ursula, because if our friend on the left on the Blood Dice, maybe he would discard this brawl thinking, okay, I'm fine.
we also don't know when he pulled the P.
Yeah,
We don't know when he pulled these items. The ice block
on the Ursula and Chicha supporting the small Sisu and small Sisu taking out the small Ursula. Absolutely fine. Because
play.
Chicha is a support.
Yeah.
But he didn't use her passive because there is no inking.
No. Thing is, that's a ice block and I forgot what the other item is. What the other card is that we call Popsicle. That beast, you might think, okay, well, that's a scary beast. Why has he done that? That beast for discard is no.
Another Ursula.
Oh, be prepared. He's going to be so happy about that.
Be prepared.
On the bingo board, we have Be Prepared is on there to be discarded twice.
Yes.
So we've lost one.
One snipe. There is one snipe of Be Prep.
Let's see if he loses another one. Meow. I'm going to do that every time now. The monster's kicked in. But yeah, he's not. Oh, there's the big Diablo. He's not going to have gone for
but it's too late.
It's
I would
too
say.
late.
But still, there is no B prep. And the Blood Dice is really struggling to ramp and ink. It's a really bad situation to be in. You don't have a very good early characters. You are really relying on that ramp.
Yeah.
And now the discard player had a really slow start and gave you the chance to actually do something. Oh, did Blood Dice just miss inking this turn because he doesn't have anything?
Yes.
I think he bricked his hand. Do we have a bricked hand here?
We did, and it's already done. So bricked
Oh,
is,
yeah.
but we'll take it again. Bricked was for red though, not for blue.
Be prepared. How good is this card? It's absolutely amazing.
Phenomenal.
It's a song for 7.
Oh, we haven't even got to this in the.
Yes, it's a song, 7 cost, so it's a pretty high cost. Uninkable, so it's blocking your hand, but it removes all of the characters from the hand. And now, the second ice block, and Medusa, and yeah. So, sorry, coming back to the P-Prep, 7 cost, song, Uninkable, which is a pain, but it removes all of the characters. In this particular matchup, this is the card that Blood Dice is looking for. You can see him really that's a nice block from the top. You can see him struggling and just laughing, and
it's
a pain.
I think about 2 turns ago, I saw Blood Dice.
It's a real pain to watch, to be honest.
Drop a quick prayer. We might need to readjust the camera because I'm laughing. Because you may not have noticed it, but in the background, we are currently watching the Lorcana staff house burritos.
Let me quickly change that. Sorry. Have a nice meal, guys.
It looks like they're enjoying it.
But we won't see the face then.
Sorry,
you're gonna watch them.
It's unfortunate. Blood Dice is currently fighting his demons, and the team behind are feeding theirs. It's phenomenal. Our producer is now realised what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The burritos.
Have a nice meal, people.
That looks delicious, to be fair. Yep. Right, for Blood Dice.
That's a beast. That's a muses. It's.
Hang on. No,
sorry,
no, stop. We can't rewind, can we? I think you just double drawed. The beast has 2 damage on it. I think he double drawed.
Oh, okay.
I think it's much. We'll watch if he does it again, just in case. I think it was a misunderstanding of the play.
And that's a scoop.
Yeah, it's a scoop. Doesn't matter anyway. His opponent's opted to scoop. The second draw didn't make a thing there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Was there a second draw?
He took a card and then took a second card, and there's no other mechanic on the board that would have justified a second.
Yeah,
card
because
at that point.
Diablo is working in an opponent's
in opponent's turn. So it doesn't matter. Blood Dice was bricked. He was hard bricked at that point. The staff have realised and moved away. I suspect the guy with the cat ears has gone, whoops.
Yeah, I think so.
I was laughing. Yeah, he's trying to check the spot. It just made me laugh to see.
We needed to extend the camera to anyone watching from the staff. We need to extend the camera because the guys on the right are leaning very forward. So to see them, actually, we need to extend the camera a bit.
On the
you
back.
guys are in the back. Sorry for that.
No, what made me laugh was because I watched someone was holding the burrito and it was like sealed and it had like a pre-rip and they literally held it like a sword and then sort of like presented it and it just broke me. I was giggling hysterically at the presentation of my magical burrito, and then you're trying to very professionally commentate on the game and I'm just laughing at the burrito defense that someone just pulled out.
All good.
We're good.
Do we crack a quick booster?
Yeah, let's crack a quick booster because they are going to be setting up now.
They're gonna shuffle the cards and wait.
Do you mind grabbing me one? Yeah, yes. Thank you. I forgot the cover art. This one was the shifted area, which is also great.
And that's a medium Sisu.
It's a medium Sisu, yeah.
We already saw.
Do you want to crack a booster, Anna? Okay. You heard that one. I was waiting for the delay. Baby Pegasus. We talked
now
about
she should turn and say it again.
Yeah.
No.
She would get the offer twice.
Fates. Nothing in particular, to be honest. Oh, 40 Sphere. This is a really interesting card because this card actually made Sapphire Steel really valuable since it's a popsicle of steel. Play for 1, draw a card, amazing.
A card I really needed for my playset, Muses.
Nice.
Anna, I also need that Anna as
we
well.
have Anna that we spoke about previously. We have Raya, but in the normal version. And Solo, come on.
So this is what for anyone who is new to Lorcana. So we don't know anything from Ravensburger. You just point at a card drawn for turn on beast, but that's damage on it and it triggers to plus attack. Okay, thanks for confirming that. We wasn't sure. I thought you saw him take 2 cards. So thank you for clarifying that on the chat. It doesn't really matter. Scoop happened within 25 seconds anyway. We don't know anything. Ravensburger hasn't made any announcements of that. What we often see in TCGs is as the game grows, there are cards that end up being sunsetted out of the game.
Yep.
Effectively, they become too old, so they're not in print anymore. It becomes, for lack of a better word, unfair to players to have them in the format, because if you've not
Nobody
become
can
new,
get them.
then why
They're
play
really
them?
expensive on the second-hand market.
So either they get reprinted or they get sunsetted out. However, that's normally, we're talking 2 years away. They then
I think
sunset.
usually it's 2 years.
2 years, they sunset the first set or whatever it might be. However, that does mean, though, if you do see, for example, we're currently in Shimmering Skies. Next weekend is the launch of Azurite Sea. If you see Inklands, if you see Floodborn, if you see First Chapter, you should definitely go for it. If you see Ursa's Return, it's definitely still worth picking them up, because new does not mean better.
Yes.
Ward, this is a card from set 4 that actually did not really see play until set 5. The Muses were not really particularly used as a card.
It was okay card.
It's okay card. Going back to First Chapter, there was a Anna that was a 5 ink. The 5 ink Anna was a chapter 1, wasn't it? First chapter. Elsa. Elsa was a early. There was an earlier Elsa that's now
The big Elsa.
That's now
It's an 8.
8 is that? But what's it?
8
set?
uninkable.
What set? Sorry.
First one.
First one. Yeah. So that was a first set.
It's legendary from the first set.
So cards, sort of, when they're developing and designing the cards, they are sometimes thinking 2 or 3 sets in the future. So do not limit yourself. If you go, oh well, I want to get a starter deck, I'll get the newest starter deck. No, don't do that. Get some of the older ones.
To be honest, right now, if you are able, pick up the blue starter deck from the Floodborn.
Yep.
It's absolutely amazing. It's full of really playable cards.
Yep.
So go for it.
And will come with a booster as well.
Yes, and it comes with the booster.
The only reason I wanted to pull this card out was Li Shang. In this set, we did so. Shift normally, up to this point, had a cost mechanic.
Yep.
We're going to go switch to the player. In set 4 and set 5, we started to be introduced to shift cards. Then the mechanic is actually not a cost, but a action.
Yes.
Or a physical. There is a further interaction. I mentioned that is because we are watching an Emerald discard on the left. We didn't see it in the first game because he didn't get it, but he is relying on and hunting for a shifted Diablo.
Yep.
That Diablo allows him. Neither player had a 1-drop. That's insane.
Yes. The blue player not having a 1-drop is hard.
And then he looks like he played jump ahead.
But then he was able to play 1 jump ahead, yeah. There's a Pete into Mauve. That's also not a really good start.
No.
You want to see that Ursula here, probably to snipe some things.
He's likely to play. So if he's going to then maybe shift to Diablo, he's not going to have to pay any ink to shift that Diablo. He's going to have to discard an action card. That could be a song, could be any action. But that is where we started to see that mechanic come into it. This idea of shifting because of abilities.
Cheetah only.
It does
and
look like
no
these.
ink.
They're both laughing.
Ink.
Both players are laughing. Both players know they're in a rough situation.
Oh, it's so rough.
This is a scrap. There's that shift to Diablo.
Yeah, so this discarded the Strength of Raging Fire to shift that Diablo. Just coming back quickly to what your rider said previously. So normally shift is enabling you to pay cheaper to summon or just play a card. In the Ursula's Return, we had different shift mechanics introduced where the character can actually be shifted by discarding something else or doing something else. That turn 3 was horrible for the blood dice. I really feel the pain now. Because I've been in those situations. I never played myself.
Hang on, I'm running it back. He didn't play. What he shifted that Diablo on?
On the Morph. And you just played the second Morph for 2.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I was confused by. Sorry, that's what I was confused
There
by.
is Fishbone, that's fine.
That's what he needed. He needed that for a while.
If the Fishbone now is sniped.
Does he have an item removal?
I think it was, I find them, I flatten them.
So he needs to use that Fishbone as quickly as possible.
Yes.
This will then trigger...
First he doesn't have an inkable card, I think, because he didn't ink in the third one. So now, because he's not inking a normal way, only if
I've seen Be Prepared, Sisu.
Blue one is Hiram. He don't want to throw up that Hiram.
No.
It's a really important decision now, and I really feel the pain.
This is the issue with the ramp deck, and unfortunately, he is blue-red. Blue
did a
has
really
uninkable,
good-
has
yes.
great uninkable cards. Red has phenomenal uninkable
Oh,
cards.
that's a Tinker shifted into Chicha.
Double quest for 4.
That's such a scary ball. And now the Diablo is in play. Now if you play Hiram, you draw 2 cards, your opponent still is drawing 2 cards.
Yeah.
This is a horrible situation for the blood
I
for
do
the
feel
blood dice.
for him. He's going to have to really fight his fight to catch up with this one.
Yes, it's.
And he knows,
I think for
he
now
knows.
it's just rushing to 7.
Awful matchup, unfortunately.
Just
for
rush until you get to B prep. The problem is, if I'm a Jacob position, if I see blue-red rushing,
Yeah.
I would assume there is a B prep in hand. So what I would do, just play that Ursula. If you have that Ursula now, play her. It's a perfect snipe, which
If
actually
you have
wins you the game
If you
now.
have sudden chill for hell. Like,
Yeah.
you need to get, even if you don't necessarily have the Ursula, if you have a sudden chill, a Pete will slow the process down until maybe you get the
Pete
Ursula.
will be good. Yeah, and this is
There
the
it is.
Ursula.
This
Yes,
might be it.
exactly. And this is a snipe of the B prep. You can. Oh, there's two B preps. There is 2 B preps there. So now, do he have a Pete? Is there a Pete in hand of Jacob? The Pete here for 3. Yeah, there is a Pete. He's got everything. Everything,
But
absolutely.
he now needs to find either a discard ability, or he needs to find multiple discards, or another Ursula. He might have another Ursula in hand. Great for him.
Yep.
If not, actually, he's if
But even
Pass,
if the B prep
pass.
happens, that's a pass.
yeah, no, but that's the best thing you could do, because he needs to keep as many cards in hand as possible to be able to pass
Discard
as much
something
discard
else.
as
Yes,
possible.
yeah, exactly.
Then be prepared and trash the place.
But also, he still needs to keep 1 inkable in the hand, and it's a Hiram which he wants to keep to actually draw
So
any
it's
card. It's really hard now. I think if we are going to see any discard this
Come
turn,
on,
to be honest, it's gonna be a game. If this second B prep goes out, or we see the second Pete or anything, this could be a game. If Jacob has now a discard mechanic, it could be. Oh, it's so painful to watch. To be honest, it's a really tough to watch. Sorry, I'm just quickly reading the chat because I missed it. I also had a Galactic Federation in a video. Apparently, it kind of works like a Sodia equivalent. Obviously, not the exact same. I think one of the combo to instantly win.
I do not know
Galactic
what
Federation?
Galactic Federation. That's the new.
That's the location with aliens.
I think so. Yes.
Can you bring
I
it
don't
up
know how
quickly?
an instant win could win. I spelled Galactic wrong.
Or maybe just Federation.
It's a strange world that I'm more confident in. The Galactic Council Chamber.
What are we talking about? Galactic Federation? I don't know. By the way, coming back, there's Muses. Oh, so actually, what Jacob just did, he played Muses. He sang with a Pete, Let the Storm Rage on his own Ursula to draw a card, then with a Muses bounce the Diablo back
Because he knows,
there's a B prep coming, and he's forcing the enemy to just do it.
Because he's still going to lose a lot of valuable cards on the board.
And then if the
But he doesn't
Diablo
lose the
comes
Diablo,
back, if the Diablo comes back, the blood dice now can just play Hiram on an empty board to draw 2 cards. But the Jacob is really may have been the chamber. What was the chamber again?
Chamber's the alien location that can't be challenged while aliens are there.
It could. That's a scoop. Is it? No, that's a B prep. Sorry.
Yeah. So we do see apparently.
Yes, that's the combo that you were talking about.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's an interesting card. It can just quest a victory. However, it's not unstoppable. It's
you can still challenge this.
It can't be so Stitch can be challenged by evasive. and the location can still be targeted by spells, by songs or abilities. So
because location is not getting a ward.
Location is not getting ward. Location is just getting unchallenged. So if you have
Cusco his value is through the roof now.
There's the Simba that can banish any location.
Yep.
The new Wreck-It Ralph, for example, will automatically eliminate it, and you gain lore from it.
Yeah.
So it's not.
It's not Exodia
It's not
angle.
an instant win. It's not an instant win.
That's a brawl discarded, I think.
But with the right format, it is with the right format and the right cards, it is a very, very interesting maneuver.
Yeah. So we saw Anna being played. She has a kicker ability when you can pay 2 and choose what is happening. You can give +2 attack to someone. You can banish a character which has a damage, or you can force opponent to discard 1 card. We saw the forcing of the discard, and Blood Dice just discarded the brawl. Now, it's a popsicle. Fine. Now probably Hiram for 4. I think yes, that's for 4. That's a Hiram. So we are starting to come back.
And this is where blue gets dangerous.
Exactly.
This is we talked about earlier. Depending on certain deck formats, in turning.
Oh, thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. I think may have finally caught up with us about what we were saying. With certain cards, certain mechanics, certain abilities, certain deck matchups, being 7 cards down, 7 or down is scary, but not the end of the world. Being 5 cards down is scary, but not the end of the world.
And how many cards does Jacob have?
No, I don't, unfortunately. However, what this does mean is while that is still a great lore mechanic, great ability to sort of drive that down the track.
That's a beast.
The beast.
For 1 into the Hidden Cove, that's fine.
If,
so beast is now 4/6.
Yeah.
That's a
scary beast. However, a be prepared right now really would break the discards back, and that's the issue with this version of Emerald Steel. Is it's designed to be well equipped until it gets to the end game.
Yeah, the problem for Blood Dice now is that we already saw 2 B preps.
Yeah.
So he's probably digging now for it. He's questing with Hiram. So first of all, the very important thing, he first used the ability of Fishbone Quill, so the item. Then he quested with Hiram to banish this item. So we already used it, it's fine. He banished, he has now drawing 2 cards. There is a Maui into the Hidden Cove. Yes, that's an instant removal because we are scared of the Diablo.
Yeah.
We are still scared of the Diablo coming back. We know it's back in the Jacob's hand.
It's also a safe Maui because realistically speaking, he's not going to sink Anna into it. The the lore value of Anna is too good, and he's not. By Anna. That was a brawl into an Anna. Okay. The beast is not going to challenge.
Not that Anna.
No, he's not going to brawl. He's not going to really challenge that Maui because he needs the draw mechanic.
There was there was a 2 cards drawn just because there was a beast mechanic when
Ursula to see. That's a scary card for him to see.
That's a Tamatoa and that's a possibly a good because Madame Medusa just destroys the beast in the next turn.
Yep.
Maui is still a threat that can exchange into anything that goes. Why it was +1?
He didn't count. I wasn't making a big deal out. He quested last turn. He hadn't caught up the lore.
Oh, so he didn't update.
He just reset. He's
updating.
updating. It was just an update from a previous turn.
Is this the way to lose the game if you run out of cards in your hand? No, in hand. It seems unlikely to happen. In deck, yes, but I'm curious to rules mention anything about running out of cards before your opponent.
So we've had this conversation around. This actually happened to me recently in a game that me and Michael were playing a stupid deck design that ultimately milled ourselves in order to play actions more rapidly. Correct. It comes down to if you run out of cards faster than your opponent.
From the deck, not the hand.
What that does mean, for example, is if I have 5 cards in my deck, he has 7 cards in his deck. If I play a card called Whole New World, we both discard our hands and draw 7 cards. I run out of cards first before Michael does.
Yes.
Because while we both are required to draw 7, technically it's 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. I'm out of cards, I lose.
Yes.
So it is possible to run out of cards in the current format, the current decks and cards that are available. Mill deck is not viable. However,
maybe in 6.
Maybe in 6 is getting there, but it's going to require a lot of mechanics that I don't think are going to be consistent.
Yes.
But we are seeing cards that I think will make it consistent.
Yes.
I don't think in set 6, but 6, 7.
But we are
set
getting
A,
there.
We're getting there, and as we said, they're not designing these cards in a vacuum.
Oh yeah.
They're designing cards now that will be valuable in set 8. They'll be valuable in set 9, and that's what we're seeing right now.
By the way, oh no, we said that the B prep snipe needs to be in the same game.
Yeah, so
we saw in the first game B prep snipe, in the second game B prep snipe, but not in the
not
second one.
simultaneously.
Yeah, coming back to that's a Medusa that we.
Because he's going to trade into the beast. He has to try. He has to do something without Maui. So bounce. He can't target.
Oh yeah, okay,
He can't target the Prince
yeah.
John because the Prince John has ward. Ward means you can't be targeted by your opponent. It does mean there are card mechanics where your opponent, where
force
you make your opponent
to
choose or decide, and you can then choose a card with ward.
Quickly coming back, just to summarize this end of the game from the deck, the rule says if you are required to draw and you do not have any card to draw, you automatically lose.
Yep.
Which means if you have if you have your one last card in your deck and you start your turn, you are required to draw. If you draw that one last card, you can still play. But if there is any mechanic that makes you draw a card, you automatically lose.
Yep. We're now going into Cuba's turn. A strong hold by Blood Dice.
Yeah, now Blood Dice can really come back.
We know he has a Tamatora in hand. I don't know if he's lost it. That Diablo, we know it was around. It hasn't seen it since he scooped it himself.
That's a Strength of a Raging Fire, Forced Blade to kill the Maui.
Not a terrible decision.
Yep.
This is a strong decision. That Prince John is not doing him any favors right now. He doesn't need more cards. He just needs lore.
Yes.
So
you just need to outpace now.
Outpace. We know he has a Tamatoa. Unfortunately, he needs to deal with the threats on the board as they currently stand in order to really kind of...
Oh, it's a 9.
He can play the Tamatoa. I don't know if he wants the Tamatoa because it's lethal next turn. He needs to deal with the Prince John, so...
So technically he can play Tamatoa, get Popsicle, play Popsicle, quest with Hiram, get 2 additional cards, and look for some answers, I guess. I don't know. Oh, that's a Vision of the Future. Okay, that's also nice because...
He looks at the top 5 cards,
yes,
which is what he would have been able to do with the Hiram anyway. He's going to find something he needs.
Be prep now, to be honest. Because he can save himself by...
another Madame Medusa.
Medusa into
Diablo,
Prince.
and so Medusa into Prince, another Medusa into Diablo.
Oh, if there is another Medusa, yeah.
You know what would be the simplest one? Sisu. Gifted Sisu.
Doesn't have ink. So, no, he can just put one more.
Yep.
Yeah, he still can ink this. So if there is a big Sisu, quickly explain card. Big Sisu is the card that when you play it, you banish all of the opposing character with 2 or less attack. My only issue with Locana is finding card art. I really wanted to show my sister some Ursula Thrall heroes, but really struggled to Google.
I would suggest looking
Dreamborn.
at Dreamborn.
Dreamborn
as
ink.
in sleeping, born as
I
in
can
born.
drop the link in the chat.
Dreamborn is a great place where you can find cards, build decks, manage your own sort of deck list. It is a great place to find that information.
There you go. If you go to the cards,
he's playing it again.
Oh, again, Vision of the Future.
So he would have drawn I saw a big Sisu. He would have taken 1 card out of that 5, put the other 4 at the bottom of his deck.
Yep.
We use Dreamborn all the time. It's a great way to build decks, design decks, share art cards with friends, family.
You can keep your
manage your own
set.
There is of course also the Lorcana app. There is a Lorcana app on Apple and Android that also lets you do all of that. Has a lore counter, which is what these guys are currently using to track their lore in the game.
Yes.
And you can also manage your cards through there as well. So check out the app as well. Just search Lorcana on if you have an iPhone on the App Store, Android Play Store.
Fishbone.
He has got a lot of cards in hand now, so he has.
What he played for 3?
He played
a Vision, and what was played? Okay, so
Fishbone Quill.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was not there. So Fishbone into inking something, into drawing another 2 cards.
This has been a very long.
What is he looking now?
It's very long.
Probably Brawl, probably second Brawl also. Ice Block, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. So there is a
Play the ice block to make the damage negligible, make the damage 0.
Our producer have a question to you. Yes.
Yes, please. I was confused what that gesture meant.
Or if we can wait, because we play this round, and after the next round we go to top 8, and it's probably going to be a break then.
I think so, yeah. Spy, that's a scary hand.
There is that Sisu, there is Lady Tremaine.
He's going to have to quest for the Diablo, and he
Yeah,
knows
Diablo needs to just quest.
That was an unhappy quest because he knows that Diablo means nothing to him. That Diablo.
It's 18 now.
Yeah. It's a difficult place to be for him. He has got some cards in hand, but he's not playing them, which means he doesn't want to put anything out there that's going to eventually get caught. So whatever he's got is probably more Diablos or Ursulas. He doesn't want to put them out there where they will be at risk of that Sisu striking down. He has to play. I would say the Sisu is the smartest thing for him to play at this point.
Yeah, and now we see that Jacob was waiting for it, to be honest. He was thinking about it, and when he saw Blood Dice just exerting, I think he was like, oh yes, that's the Sisu I saw.
Now, I think, unfortunately, Blood Dice needs more answers. If I was him, grab that Hiram. I would burn the
ice block.
Burn the ice block. Oh, he's not going to burn the ice block, I don't think. I think he's hoping to get Tamatoa out and start to actually get Tamatoa ramping.
Yeah, but it's a very...
I mean, at the end of the
so technically...
There's no benefit to having the cards now.
Yep.
Because he's going to draw a card anyway.
He can draw next turn, yep.
And then play the ice block if he needs to. There's no real... Either way, he nets 0 on... He hasn't lost out on any cards.
But if he has a Popsicle now, in the next turn, that could be a Hiram drawing 4 in 2 turns, not only 2.
No, that's true. At the same time, he knows his opponent's relying on discard. He doesn't want to necessarily have to lose out. We know he has a very good hand currently. It's a very scary hand.
If
this will be heartbreaking for Cuba. I've been in Cuba's seat.
Yep.
There is you watch this in Quest Tour 2. I was on 19 law.
Oh yes.
And it took me 6
sudden
turns.
chills. Okay, and now I would say, exactly. That's also my reaction. I would be the same because there is a sudden chill. Could be a discard. I would actually quest with Hiram to just have more options to discard. Because now the Maui was amazing. Unfortunately, it's out now. I think it needs to be a Lady Tremaine, not to enable this Diablo to quest and block our drawing.
More,
So I think I think if there is anything else, I think it's a Lady Tremaine angle right now.
Or, I mean, he might have an ice block if he's a baby Sisu. It's a much less
if there is a baby Sisu, fine.
Much more damaging. Which also might be why he's keeping it, because he knew there was angles.
Okay, maybe we didn't saw.
He's just
okay,
ice blocked.
So ice block first, that's fine.
Then quest to draw 2.
Important thing, the ice block effect stays.
Yes.
Even if the item was just banished, the effect was put on the character and it stays until the end of the turn.
This is going to be a very interesting turn because those 2 cards drawn, he's going for 3.
I'm really enjoying this.
It could be Brawl, it could be Ice, it could be Sisu.
That's a Brawl. Yes,
huge,
that's a really good snipe.
Huge.
Keeping that Tremaine, if there is like a beast, Tinkerbell, something big that you cannot just easily
exactly going to be the Tamatoa because it's the safest
time
to play it.
Yeah.
Safest play to play it. Great opportunity because it means, Popsicle's the smartest thing to put in your hand.
I think you do not have... there was a Cusco also put into the ink. We quest with everything else, so it's +4. We go to 10, and this Tamatoa is really in a striking distance right now.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal play from Blood Dice. It could still very much go to Cuba. Cuba will have to see what comes next.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11. So if there is no Lucky Dime, because Lucky Dime just wins the game, I think it's 6, 7,
or Lucky Dime
8,
lets Sisu, right? You don't need to worry about. You don't
9,
need to...
and if there is a Lucky Dime next turn, there is a perfect 10.
Yeah.
So technically, right now, Blood Dice needs to draw a Lucky Dime, which is an item. We play it for 7. You can exert it for 2 and gain
But
law.
we know he has the opportunity to hunt. He has the
exactly
opportunity to
because
find
there
cards.
was a Popsicle played.
For 1. This is a good game. Blood Dice.
Are going. So it's Popsicle for 1. You go to 10 ink.
Yeah.
If you draw Lucky Dime, you just play Lucky Dime for 7, for 2, you have 1 left. It's a really interesting game right now we are having. And unfortunately, the Emerald Steel doesn't have There is a big thinkable. Unfortunately, nothing is getting cleared right now.
And
But if there is no lucky dime, this thinkable needs.
well,
This is the winning condition.
but it's easy because he can quest.
Oh yeah,
quest
Tremaine.
with Tamatoa.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
it's Tremaine.
Yeah, Tremaine.
and
He could also quest with Tamatoa. Get the ice block, for example. He can do all sorts of wonderful things.
there is a popsicle we talked about.
Yeah, which then
For
allows.
1 and for 7, is this lucky dime? I think it's 7. Yeah, it's lucky dime. He just calculating it. It's a perfect 10, my friend, because it's 3 from Sisu, 3 from lucky dime. It's 6, 7, 8 from the characters, and the Tamatoa is.
He hasn't worked. His opponent hasn't realised it yet, so he's going to quest for 2, which gives him 3 lore. He's going to pull out another item, or to make the lucky dime more valuable.
Doesn't wait. What? Yeah, it just. Wait,
I think
no.
he's missed mouse. I think he's missed math.
Yeah, that's still fine.
Yeah, I
it's
didn't
still a
realise.
game.
Both players. He's like, hang on, I'm doing.
He tried to play it, but I think he didn't realize he had a perfect 10. But that was a good. He quested first with Tamatoa, so go for 3. Looked for another item to be pretty sure, because then actually the dime on the Tamatoa is more valuable. It's +1, but either way, it was the end.
Phenomenal blood dice.
That Jacob was looking for that removal. He didn't find it. Amazing comeback. That
Blood
Hiram,
dice, phenomenal play.
amazing,
Absolutely-
really good,
absolutely
really good.
crushed That.
He kept his cool after that, again, really bad start, and he actually won the game. So we drew. We have a draw in this turn. That makes actually blood dice. We talk about it. He needs 1 win and 1 draw.
Yeah, and he's
So now he is in a probably must-win
and that was
situation.
that's a tough matchup for him.
Yes, I think that was the worst for him.
And to get that to secure that was huge. There is still a number of games still playing, although I think it's getting to the point where they may have been the last game playing. Yeah, they are.
You know what?
I think
Thomas
talking
just
absolute
drew.
rubbish. Did he?
He's still flawless. Amazing. For those who don't know, we were watching Tomasz yesterday. He was the guy who in 4 games of Constructed and 3 games of Draft, he
I
only
love this. These players are now
Yes.
just talking out the game as well, which is lovely to see.
That's what actually I really like to do with my opponents. Is you can see the same thing in chess. You can see the really high level players after the game, they sometimes exchange some information saying like, oh yeah, there was a line here and exchange a line here going in, and that's kind of the same situation when the TCG players after the game, they talk about the situation. They remember, oh yeah, the 4th turn was really interesting, the 5, the B prep, the snipe. The really good thing for blood dice that actually saved him now this game was that he drew the 2nd Be Prepared, and that Ursula missed.
What I will say is this is a perfect example. We see this in younger players, in newer players of any TCG. They will have scooped earlier. They would have gone, I've already lost this, and start throwing away. Play out your lines, play out your game. There is nothing worse but better. If it's against you, it's hell. If it's in your favor, it's phenomenal.
Yep.
Top deck. And that's sometimes all it comes down to is the cards, the heart of the cards stepped in, gave you that beautiful play.
Yep.
And that's why Blood Dice has won this game. He held that line. He held that confidence and went, there are still win cons, and until I have 0 win conditions available to me, I'm going to keep playing until I'm completely out of options.
Yep. And also about that, so there's a saying, play your outs.
Yeah, play your outs.
It's basically you're summarizing what you just said. If there is a way to draw a card, see what the next... You don't have to remember all of your cards, because sometimes it's hard, like to remember all deck and remember all the possible combinations that can actually save you. But if you have any abilities to draw and like do something with the table, or for example, just have 1 more turn to play, do it. Play all of your outs, because there could be actually a card that you forgot about, which will save you. We can see that Blood Dice, the Warsaw player, he's really happy now. We can see the relief, to be honest, on his face, and we could have seen it.
But this is what these do.
But
and you gotta
that's exactly.
It's what that expression is. Play your outs. He played his outs. We'll see how that goes.
Yep.
Are we going to take a quick break and eat, or are we going to wait until the end of the next game and then eat?
I'm thinking about waiting. Let's see how much time do we have left. Do we have any information on that? Okay, we got some praise that from one of our colleagues.
Okay.
That it's the most interesting Lorcana cast that he watched.
Yeah, appreciate that, man.
We are happy to see that.
The Englishman
Hear that.
inside me is going to ask a very serious question. How many Lorcana casts have you watched?
Oh, actually, he.
This is the best one I've ever seen. How many have you seen? One. Thanks.
We watched a couple of them.
No
already.
worries.
So I'm happy to hear that. Happy that you are enjoying it. Okay.
Especially my mother sometimes says, she once said, oh, I think the last time I bought her a birthday present, she goes, oh, you're my favourite son. And I go, I've got 2 sisters. I'm your only son. What are you talking about? So it's one of those ways it plays out sometimes. We are, what round are we on? We are going into
12.
12. So
To the last round.
Last round of...
Okay. Now, I think it's a good moment to also look at the standings, because those standings are...
that is a very, very lovely gift that you've presented to us, but we still have at least 45 minutes. Yeah, I do.
You're going to tease us with the food. So it's a really good moment to look at the standings, because they are starting to be really, really important. That's the last round that we're going to play in a second. Do we have end of the round 11? No, there are still some games being played. But this is the very important moment, because this is the last game that we're going to play in a second. The last 7 points you can get, and we're going to see what the cutoff would be.
Yeah.
The aim is the top 8 right now.
Yeah, top 8 is the dream. Having said that, we actually we don't have a...
Jacob won.
Phenomenal. We did not have a graphic made for this because we are professional. Top 64 have already, it's one of the things that's worth saying, the top 64, they've already have won that elusive Ursula enchanted promo card.
Promo card, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have it to show it.
Top 32 do receive boosters.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, 32 to, I think it's 32 to 9 do receive a handful of boosters.
6, I think?
Yeah,
6
and
boosters.
they'll take those prizes. Top 16 do, I believe, get a playmat, I think is what it said. Don't quote me on that one.
Could be
top 12. Top
16 or top 8? Top 8 definitely, but top
8,
16
I think it might
I'm
be
not
top
sure.
16 because I think it worked out that way. But then top 8 is where we get into the big prizes. Top 8 is where you start getting full boxes. You pretty much walk away with full boxes. As well as the Ursulas and the previous prizes as well.
One interesting thing, we see a lot of decided games. Tomasz won his game.
Yes, Tomasz.
Good job, man. You are getting there. I think you still could be short.
We'll see. It does come down to what the cutoff point
No,
is.
I think it's gonna be short. But he's on the roll. He won both of the last 2 games. That's really nice. I think we have a termination now in the current round, so they're gonna be playing.
We'll see
Disco
what it is.
Burger is winning.
Disco Burger, what's she on currently? Oh, 40. That's unfortunately.
I think that's a possible top 16.
Oh, yeah, definitely top 16, I would say, comfortably.
Bartosz unfortunately drew. He got a really good score previously. It's 39. I think that also could be a little bit short. But we keep our fingers crossed for that.
I think it's safe enough to say now because he's going into his last game, and I'd be stunned if his opponent.
Unfortunately, our Yannick lost this game with Zed. We saw Zed yesterday on the draft. So, what do we have?
That's my stomach. The curry is making my stomach growl. I don't know. I hope that's not coming up on the stream. What I will say is, if I can share with something we haven't actually covered so far, I am going to send you a Dreamborn link, actually, which I would ask that you throw up on the screen if possible.
Yep.
I'm going to send this. So, Tomasz, who is named Skadgear in the melee.gg.
There is one game left. Do we want to show it?
Well, once the game starts, I don't think it matters.
If it starts, yeah.
Yeah,
We're going to wait for it to start.
But what we can actually do is talk about, because this is, if you actually open it, you don't have to open it on stream to have a look at it. I think you'll see that this is a perfect example.
I nearly opened the stream.
Can stop sharing that screen.
Yep.
This is what he is. Oh no, this is the wrong one. This is.
Actually, we can show that because this is from a small Yannick.
Sorry, it's a small Yannick, but we do have a perfect example of I would say a very strong example of the.
So this is a
That's the wrong
deck that one of our community players, Small Yannick, as
Small
we
Yannick,
can
who
call
I
him.
believe, I think may have seconded out on the junior tournament.
I don't know what. Yeah,
I think so.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think his points.
So he
my
was
points
playing.
are right.
Yeah, he was playing a junior tournament yesterday. Also, so the junior tournament worked like all of the players were playing within everybody else, but they just have a separate standings. This is his deck. I actually tested with him a little bit last time. It's a very aggro-aggressive deck. So you can see a lot of one-drops with like 2 questing daisies, those Chernobyls that can draw you additional cards, Brooms, Maleficent drawing, just questing for 2. This Piglet, which is absolutely amazing. Some Bodyguard. This Baloo.
This Baloo is under it. What I will say about this, and actually if you can scroll to the top, because if you're still in the chat, Ryder, I'm about to sneeze. This shows the value of these cards. I would the most expensive card in this deck is the Lilo because it's older, and the Daisy Duck. Outside of that, these are very cheap cards to get your hands on. Very easy cards.
You
to
see
get
the
your hand
cost curve. It's just falling down the cliff after fall.
Like Chernobyl Followers is actually a standard in some of those starter decks that we've already mentioned. So this is you might look at that and go, 104 euros. That is a lot. That's to buy those outright. And
also, those prices are American market. We need to keep it in these American prices because it's not valuating the European ones. Sometimes they could be cheaper.
And also, you can typically trade out with some friends. If you've got cards that you don't need or you have extras, you normally could trade out with a local community.
Price of that Lilo.
A Lilo is expensive because it's older, but if you start
and
scrolling,
it's the first chapter.
If you start scrolling down, you'll see the price of these start to drop off. And
this Piglet. I didn't know he rise in the price so much.
No, but
because of the pirates.
But the Piglet's a great easy one to get because of the you get it as if you get the Ursula's return board game. But a lot of these cards are actually very cheap and are very easy to get your hands on. So
you can do a cheap version of that.
100%.
It's still gonna be fine.
Because I'm looking. I've opened up my Bucky's. It was called Bucky's Revenge, which I believe is what the deck. Yannick's dad is currently playing. That is, for example, called Bucky's Revenge. Looking at this, the value on this one is $450, and it's because we'll show it in a minute. There are some cards in there that are just very expensive, and they're staples. We've seen some of these cards already, and we'll show it in a little bit later. But this is I'm going to level with you. This is probably not unlike what we just saw. Actually, almost. I'm looking.
Could
at this
be
card.
really the same.
I'm looking at this card list. I don't think there was anything here we didn't just see.
I think there is a small change which I spoke with Tomek before the tournament. I don't want to spoil
you don't
it.
Want to spoil it in case his opponent's somehow the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so,
he's on a roll.
But there is a really small change that he did that in the mirror is a good for him.
Yeah.
But in any other matchup is a bit worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
So coming back quickly, what are we having on the table? There is a termination happening right now, so everything is finishing the round.
That's actually an interesting mechanic that we should probably explain. So, in a competitive environment, you have a time limit. This will be decided typically before the tournament or as part of the tournament setup. Today's tournament has been 50-minute rounds.
Yep.
Pretty much exclusively until we hit top 8. Top 8, we go to 70-minute rounds because top 8 is best of 3. So they've got more time because they need to play a third game.
Yes.
However, the final is unlimited. We don't want to put pressure on the players. They play until they complete. However, if you run out of time, you don't just shake hands and walk away. In these environments, there needs to be ultimately a decision made about the game that you're currently playing. Now, it is possible no one wins. If it's not who has the most lore, it is have you achieved that lore parameter, at which point you win.
Yep.
However, we give you the chance to work out if there was a possibility to win. If the game is very sort of towards the end of the match anyway, we enter what's called termination. Termination is 5 rounds, 5 turns further, including the turn that the termination is called, right? Or is it 3? 6.
Because the termination it's called, it's 0.
So we'll simply play it out. We're playing a game. I'm against Michael. We've been playing out. We've been told termination. It's my turn.
Yes.
Nothing has happened. Nothing is different right now. We continue to play as normal. I play my turn, and then I say pass. Then we enter the first round of termination.
Yes. We usually, what is happening, the judge comes over and plays the dice, or the players themselves just take a dice, place it on the table, and after each turn, they're just going to turn the dice to the next number. So when the termination is called in the band's turn, it's what we call a zero turn.
Yeah.
It's a 0-1. When you go to me, it's my first turn. We finish. So the last turn we're going to play is the 5th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have the last saying in a 5th turn. So it's basically you finish yours, you play 3 turns in general, I play 3. The catch is if we are time capped and it's not an elimination match, after those 5 turns, if neither of us gets to 20 law, this game that we are playing ends with a draw, and then we look at the previous games that are being played. If the previous game, for example, I won the first one and the second one is a draw, I just get 3 points, Ben got 0 because he didn't win any of the games. If during those 5 turns any of us can win and get to 20 law, he just wins the game, nothing else happens. The additional rules come into play when it's an elimination match.
Termination, as in best of 3, the top 8 will have.
Yeah,
these
it's
rules.
a top 8. It's a single elimination, so you lose one match, not a game, one match. So be all 3 serious. If you lose it, you go out of the tournament immediately. So the idea there is that if we are 1-1 and we are playing the last 3rd game, and we go to termination after 5 rounds, we did not finish. The first thing that is looked at is a law. So whoever has higher law count wins the game.
Yep.
If the law is the same, we play to what we can say in football, it was a golden goal or a golden score. Whoever first laws just wins the game.
It's very unlikely that we will get to that point.
Oh, yes.
Because the reality of the situation is, to get to a tie, something very weird has happened, and what we will end up doing is most likely it's very reasonable to expect that we might make it to elimination, because the players are going to analyze every turn, they're going to analyze every angle. As we said in just 5 minutes ago, they're going to play all their outs. To play all their outs requires them to go the distance, despite the fact that they may see, for example, if someone's playing a fast aggro deck, on turn 4, they might have 8, 9, 10 law. Oh, that last game, he was down by 18.
Yep.
And he was down by 16. He had his opponent at 18, managed to keep his opponent at 18, while he then quickly lawed up to 20, right? He played his outs, but by playing his outs, he literally played that full 50-minute break.
Yep.
That's going to potentially happen in 3 games, 3 times per round. So it'll happen in top 8, happen in top 4. Which is what we're most likely to see, if, for example, so this is a good chance this will happen. If, for example, somebody plays a game, somebody plays top 8 and they finish out both their games in 20 minutes. They win 2-0 in 20 minutes. Sounds insane. We've seen it happen.
Oh, yes.
It absolutely can happen
definitely.
depending on the deck format. What this then means is we will probably, rather than go, right, and we're going to sit waiting for the next 50 minutes for someone else for the rest of the games to finish, we will ask the event organizers, when an opportunity comes up, that one of the other teams move to our board, so that we're not going to be sitting for that 70-minute window waiting for anything to happen. That's if it goes the other way. We'll see what happens. We're going to be with you the whole way through. We're going to stay with you. We're going to keep talking about the play, keep guiding you through the play, and we'll go through and see what happens. We are just going to have to wait for a brief period.
Yep.
After this next game,
I think we can jump on a quick 3 to 5 minutes break.
Yes.
We will eat a little bit, and when the game starts, we're going to just quickly jump back to the games.
That's a great idea. The curry smells too good. We have to.
Be right back. Oh, hello. So we back. While my partner in crime here is finishing, actually, just when we went on a break, the players came back to set up on a table. So we had a really quick snack, to be honest, and we are coming back. We have a table number 10 now playing on the stream. It's a RAF DMO against Voidy. Hello there, Hrapek. Hello there. How are you doing? And then he's back. We have, I probably, if I remember correctly, that's an Emerald Steel from RAF, and we're gonna need and wait for the Voidy's deck to show up.
Right, the time between
Cannot be heard because
the time between.
wait, I need to adjust your mic because I don't know why. Oh, you are muted.
I'm muted. That would probably be the problem. The time between we're going to take a quick break and have something to eat and lemon lime.
Oh, that's spicy.
Yeah, the time between taking a break for a quick snack and these players sitting down was possibly 45 seconds.
Yes. We just reached out for the food, and then just they showed up to the table. It's a lemon lime, and is it what was that card?
He played Diablo. He's playing a Diablo.
Okay, yeah.
So we're pretty sure we've got this covered. If we're wrong and that's also a lemon lime, that'd be really funny.
Yeah. No, I would be, yeah, that's
That
yeah,
is
that's
pure
a steal.
green.
That's a
It's like, so I'm going to play Diablo, show me what you got. I'm going to play Diablo, show me what you've got. And
Yeah.
it's just...
it's like those two Spider-Mans looking at each other. You show me your hand. No, you show me your hand.
2 singing Ursulas is nasty, and however though, what that is a great hand for our gentleman on the left. If he has Discord mechanics available to him, start now, because there is some. He's not going to get both Ursulas, but get at least one, right?
Yep.
That's going to be really valuable to him.
Discard against discard.
Discard against discard.
Who discard enemy first? Also, a small quick update about the tournament. Why are we not watching the first table or the first-ish table? That's because usually in those circumstances, the top players are pretty sure to be in, so they usually just agree to draw a game before. There is a rule that you can offer a draw to your opponent once per the whole match. So if you extend your hand and say, hey, do you want to take a draw? He can accept, and then you both just take a draw and go on.
I'm going to also just quickly shout out Krapek saying hello there.
Yep.
That is, I believe, and this is where I can pull this, that is Alexander from Elden Ring emote, which is from Potfriend, which is Domo Elden Ring Bingo, which is where that's from. Potfriend. So I am going to have to do one, because if Danger's watching, I can't say Potfriend and not do Potfriend. Potfriend. We are now looking at...
There's Ursula.
Yes, a messy board. It is my man. Yes. I tried to do an Elden Ring bingo the other day. Turns out I'm not as good as Elden Ring as I thought I was. That's how I forget about it. Is I black out the 2 hours I play just fighting myself and the demons.
Yep. So
it's exactly the same deck. What we're seeing here, they're just taking out each other's cards. I believe he's moved into a hidden cove. I would say.
Yeah, that was a hidden cove. There was no Ursula to drop.
No.
So this, for example, on the left we saw Painting the Roses Red, and it's still in play.
He's going to shift under the sea. We did have a Sing Together card. It's the first one we've seen of a Sing Together.
But it's discarded to play Diablo, and now Ben necessities to take out the second. It's a great turn for Lemon Lime. Absolutely amazing.
Can we possibly message our cat friend to... they're not counting lore on the screen.
Oh yeah, please. If you are listening, our tech guy on the spot, can you just? Oh yeah, they just added. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are amazing. Any still Amethyst player so far? Wish I were there, to be honest. Unfortunately,
no, we haven't.
Most of the show is a green steel discard.
We've seen Lemon Lime. We've seen.
That's the first Lemon Lime we are seeing.
Yeah, we saw a fun. I'm still gonna keep talking about that. Dwarf Snow White tribal deck, just playing Steel Amber.
Yep.
Not Steel Song, effectively. There's the Prince John.
Painting the Roses Red. No, sudden chill. So Prince John's gonna. Oh, that's a tough. But I don't have anything against Wrath. I have something against the green purple. That's an enchanted we saw.
Oh, it's the enchanted. It's our first. It's an enchanted Diablo. It's our first enchanted of the stream.
So now, if the enchanted got
Bingo.
sniped, no, we said the enchanted getting sniped in the turn it's played.
Well, yeah, well, just enchanted
So
in general.
if now it's gonna be sniped, we're gonna have a bingo.
And that's also an instant kill Diablo, which
Oh, yeah.
gives us not quite a bingo, but gives us a lot of great cards.
I think there is no direct way actually to.
Not with this
throw
deck
him up,
format,
yeah.
but we did say
Wait,
enchanted.
3, 2, it's 5, 6, 7. It's one of if there is Under the Sea.
Under the Sea.
That would be perfect right now. There is a singing Ursula, but Raph is playing from the top deck. Yeah, so, by the way, back to my point. I don't have anything against Raph. I do not like this type of green steel discard decks. Yeah, they're perfectly viable. I just a pain to play against them. So, if the green discard is actually playing against discard and it's losing, it's like, taste your own medicine.
I think we'll count it. Muse, if you can ink to Muse to sing, would bounce Diablo.
Yes.
Double Prince John.
It's Prince John and
Another
Diablo.
Diablo. But he's gone wide. His opponent's top decking anyway.
Yep.
So those Prince Johns aren't really doing much in because he's unlikely to get to a situation where his opponent can discard.
But he couldn't ink the Prince John, and discarding now didn't do anything because the hand
And
is empty.
he's going to pass. Not
Oh yeah,
triggering
no exerting the Diablo because the Diablo on the right side would just.
playing the Pete, and then he's gonna have to do something here.
Yep.
Also, weird Mexican standoff.
Oh,
What a
yeah.
weird in a turn. The size of the board.
I would say Wrath now is really counting. There is no Under the Sea coming from the top. If there is Under the Sea from the top, he's done. 2 cards in hand of Voidy.
Neither of them want to have more cards in their hand than they can play.
Oh yeah.
Which means we're in a situation where the Diablo is redundant. Because the moment one of them uses Diablo, the other one's going to trade into it.
Trade into it directly, yep.
But then you have more cards in your hand that you are going to be getting on your turn.
Yep.
Which your opponent can then force you to discard.
By the way,
A
Raph.
weird situation.
Raph is stuck on a 3 ink.
Yeah, he is stuck on the 3 ink.
That's unfortunate.
Every turn he's going to have to just ink. The beauty of he has is while that Pete has stopped actions this turn, it's also a 3/3.
So
actually,
it's not going under the sea.
It's not going under the sea, but it's also going to be able to take out some cards. If anything outside of evasive gets exerted on the left side, it is going to then be taken out by. Excuse me, sir. That's our power cable. Where are you going? Excuse me, sir.
That's
Sir?
actually shout out to the guy. He's the I think biggest seller in Poland.
Yeah, he is. He's
So
a
if you want
great
to buy
guy.
some cards from Polish on the Polish market, Natural is your guy.
No, lovely guy. It just was really funny. Like, excuse
Yes,
me, sir.
exactly.
That cable should probably be plugged into something, sir. This is a weird. They're going to keep going wide because neither one of them wants to expose themselves
Yep.
to. At the moment, whichever side quests first is going to then have to have some trades.
Yes.
There's 2 things here that can happen though. Wrath is waiting for a singing top deck. The moment he gets Leatherstorm Rage on, he can then start doing stuff with that Ursula. On the left, he's probably waiting for Under the Sea.
Yeah, and we see the pass from Voidy, so he is really counting on that Under the Sea, I think, right now. There was 1 card from.
He's got a lot of ink. It wouldn't hurt to move everything over to. Oh no, move everything to Hidden Cove. Under the Sea's redundant.
Oh yeah.
I hope he sees that angle. He's questing with Pete.
Oh no, he played Prince John for 3, so
Okay.
he's lost out of ink.
His opponent has
Hello
more
again.
cards.
Which round of Constructed are we playing? That's the 2nd round of Phase 4, so that's the last
We are
Constructed.
about to. After this, we're seeing cut of top 8.
Yes. After this round, we are seeing top 8.
Well,
We
we're probably
already
seeing a
saw-
break then top 8.
Yeah, we already saw a couple of draws on the top tables.
There is, I tell you what, a lot of games being played out because
Oh yes, because they are on the brink of top 16, for example.
top 6 1-2-0 will guarantee you a top 16 place.
Yeah.
Which then gets you some prizes. He's inking.
That's inking Sudden Chill, and for 5, That's a Bruno on the Diablo.
That's a discard, so he does get to do a double draw because of the.
And now you can exert your own Diablo to actually start drawing again. That's an amazing play right now. There is an aerial to hunt for that song. It's really good. It's really also about that. Yeah, if he moved everything to a hidden cove, there is still painting the roses red, so it's lowering the attack of the character on the other side.
Yeah,
I think there is. Yeah, it is in hand. I can see it. It's an aerial painting the roses and else.
Oh, it's 8-0 on the law. I think that's an 8.
Yeah, that's an 8-0. Now it's questing for 1 with Diablo or singing. I think it's questing for 1. Yeah, that's a quest for 1. They just unfortunately forgot to update the low counter, but that's fine. We have 8-1. So now, what is the out for Raf? He paid 2 to play what? No, he didn't pay anything. Yeah, the Diablo needs to be.
Oh, no, Diablo actually just put 2 damage into Hidden Cove. Didn't.
Oh,
quest.
Okay. Sorry for that. So it's still okay. It's 0-8, and the Diablo just hit the Hidden Cove. All good.
A weird standoff.
It's
there's a lot of questing power on the board. Raph is trying to work out his angles here because by the looks of things, if that was a sudden chill, he would have played it. If that was a Anna,
that's an Anna. Oh, so he was debating if to play this Anna. But yeah, he just that's a good play. I would say. Yeah.
At this point, I understand why he's trying to protect that Prince John. He may just need to try and outrace his opponent.
Yeah.
And that Prince John, while the potential is there, the outcome may not be.
Yep.
It's all going to be, hindsight's 2020. If his opponent starts pulling away, he's going to look back and go, I really should do something about that Prince John.
Also, Voidy, we know that Lemon Lime doesn't have a lot of big hitters.
No.
The only thing that would absolutely break the table now is the Crikey.
Yep.
Crikey would absolutely break the Raft's table.
Again, that may be another thing he's looking for. We assume he's looking for Under the Sea. We assume he's looking for some discard mechanics.
Yeah, now is the quest that you also mentioned. Raft is calculating, and he calculated, okay, if he wants to exchange, he will exchange. I'm not really discarding anything, probably. I'm on a very low ink. I just need to raise the opponent right now.
Yeah. We're now sat here. We're seeing what comes next. That is the Crikey. And Raph knows.
Yeah,
Raph knows.
You can see his reaction to that. That was the card that Voidy was looking for. Now he's calculating what is the best exchange for him. But
so for context, Crikey is a 3 law.
That's a huge
3-3.
3-4.
3-4.
I'm correct.
What this card
questing for 3, by the way. 3.
What it allows you to do is you give 3 to all existing characters on your side of the field, which means that Diablo is now a 4-1. That Prince John's are now 4-2s. That Ursula is now a 4-3, and Diablo is now a 5-2 evasive. So he can now just choose and pick and choose what characters he wants to put into what. Ultimately, he's putting some good thought into it, which is the right thing to do. Yeah, that Diablo to Pete is a sweet, sweet trade. If I was him, I would use the opportunity to use that Diablo to finish the Hood and Cove, just to absolutely eliminate all major threats. Currently.
And I would suggest just taking out the Diablo from the RAF. Just he's not drawing anything more.
Yeah, and
yes, that's absolutely a monstrous turn.
We had board wipe on the board. He didn't quite make it because the Anna survived.
Oh. I think we can count it. That was a Crikey, which gave out 12 attack. No, sorry. It's 15.
15 attack.
15.
That's the beauty, and that's why I love that Crikey card, because I used to... Where were you 3 turns ago?
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, yeah, sure, look at that amount of cards he's got in his hand for a Lemon Lime discard this late in the game.
That's a Painting the Roses thread. Yeah, Raf just knows. I think he knows. The game is really slipping out of his hand. Everything now comes back. I think Voidy forgot to untap his. Now Raf is... Yeah, he's thinking. He just quests with Anna, go to 15. The only thing that he has now is just, please, can I get another Prince John, for example, to quest for 2? But beside this... That's a rough. That's rough.
So-
That crikey was monstrous.
That unfortunately went for, and that was the issue, is both players were waiting for something. They were both waiting for momentum
There
to
is an
change.
aerial. Can we see the double whiff also? Nope. There is a sudden chill. Okay. So how
Which is
aerial
coming,
works?
which is
just
co-
to...
it's a scoop.
Yeah, just a
he's
scoop.
gone. I'm not
Yeah.
doing with this. He had a
Oh,
Tinkerbell.
because that was the second Anna in hand.
Um,
So it was a possible lethal next one, but Raf just knew, that's going to be a discard. The opponent just drews 2 another cards. It's no playing this.
No. So
That was painful.
we have got. So we need. We haven't had an insta kill Diablo. There is a potential in this game.
Yep.
Diablo coming down and getting sent immediately back to the Shadow Realm. But the reality of it is, that was a tough game for Diablo. For Raf.
Even that both didn't have any... No, they played Diablo into Diablo. Yeah, they
Yeah.
get the first turn.
It was just both of them looking at each other's cards. What are we going to see? Thing is, this still could go to match 3. I wouldn't say Raf was out here by any stretch.
No, we are still playing BO2.
best of 2. You're right. Sorry,
Because we
it still could be a draw game because Lemon Lime won because it got the discard first.
Yep.
And Raf now has the opportunity to just do the exact
Yep.
same thing back, which
I'm
is
just going to do a quick thing. I'm going to leave you with the stream for a
yeah, it's
second.
fine.
And
You
I'm
go
going to
eat.
finish.
You go eat. Absolutely. I'll wrap this up. If they start playing before,
My mic just...
not to get any echo.
So, yep.
Hello, fans. It's just us now. Just you. Just us. I'm gonna, with my sultry English accent, I will keep you entertained. It still easily could go to game 1-all here, because purely by strategy, the way discard works is you win if your opponent has no cards. Discard mirror match, you win if you discard your opponent's cards faster than they discard yours. The potential was there for Raf. He had the double Ursulas. Unfortunately, he doesn't want double Ursulas. He wants one Ursula and a sudden chill. And he never got that sudden chill. He never got that let the storm rage on. Any of those. Actually, and I'm going to ask to see if you nod. He actually, no, he didn't. The guy on the left used the let the storm rage on to shift the Diablo. We know he's playing it. If he'd found that, that's it. That one card. If he'd found that faster than the Crikey, which great call by Michael, that was going to come. He would have won that. He would have broken the line quicker than that Crikey could have done damage. Unfortunately, just didn't match it. They're now drawing out the cards. We're going to go through the mulligan. We've got a couple of seconds before it starts. What I am now, I think we're going to see is they might play the exact same start. They might play the exact same 1-drop Diablo into Diablo.
Yeah, the usual one.
However, it may not be the case, and that's the other thing. The one thing you can never predict: you brick your hand. Your hand, I need more cards, and the game goes, no, you don't, and you don't get the cards you need. So it's not over yet, not by a long shot. We've seen cards we've seen decks that should absolutely lose in a matchup win 2-0. So let's see what happens.
Hello, Anzi. Hello there.
Hello there. What's next?
The mulligan. So the lemon lime mulligan 3, Raf mulligan. Lemon lime mulligan 2, if I'm correct, and Raf is mulliganing 3.
This mulligan's going to be really important because in this matchup,
it's a make or break the game, basically.
A make or break. Effective start out, effective launch is going to be what they need to make this a successful run. What, in terms of the play out for the day, we expect a break. We may need to confirm that there is going to be a break. I assume they're not going to make the players play non-stop. It is quite late in the day for a break.
Because it depends how long the venue is.
Yeah, but we actually may want to drop a message and just confirm if there's going to be a break after this. If not, we've eaten. Granted, haphazardly and at speed.
There's not going to be a break.
There's not going to be a break.
Yep. We just go to the top 8.
Go straight into top 8. Well. Oh, Diablo into Diablo, most likely, what I'm seeing here.
So
I can see that enchanted.
To Diablo. It's Baboon. It's Baboon Hypnotize. Is it Baboon? Yeah, it is Baboon Hypnotize, another Diablo, Prince John.
That Baboon's scary because it's a tricky call for Raf. Does he use the Baboon to shift the Diablo? Does he use the Hypnotize to shift it? The Baboon stops your opponent's Diablo.
Yep.
The Hypnotize reduces their hand, which you also need. I would go. I'd keep the Baboon.
Yes,
Personally.
exactly. I would do the same thing. So, Strength of Raging Fire into Diablo. So we see the Hidden Cove, Prince John, Ursula. Oh, that action. You have
Thank you.
forgotten me. The action that your opponent actually discards two cards from the hand. It's, Raph is now calculating, all right, what is the best way? Oh, by the way, about those actions. He now knows there's Ursula coming turn 2.
So he needs to get
But he cannot ink now.
Oh, neither of them. No, Ursula only takes out songs, and Hypnotize and Baboom.
Oh, wait, they are not songs,
they're
yeah?
actions, so he's safe.
Yeah.
He's safe in that sense.
I would say that's the angle for Hidden Cove then.
Yeah.
Keep the Ursula for like 1 more 2 turns and just play
Keep the
Hidden
Ursula.
Cove.
Keep the Ursula. You're right.
There is also other line when you can think that you're gonna snipe something from Wrath that he just drew. But
Wrath-
it's 1 out of 6. I would keep Ursula now.
Complete rubbish. Absolutely zero evidence or scientific backup there. I have to say, Raph does seem a little bit more kind of calm and confident in his hand this game.
Yes.
So
But he's still nervous, I would say. He's
Still
still
nervous,
nervous.
I mean-
He understands that there is a way. There is that Ursula is not going to discard anything. Voidy was he... No, actually, I would say, on my personal opinion, seeing the hand of Wrath, that was a mistake. Because Voidy actually saw the top card from Wrath. If he remembers the hand from the previous turn, now playing the Ursula was just a guarantee miss.
yeah, he should have kept that in play.
I think he should have kept that in play. A Hidden Cove into the... So now the Ursula goes to the Sudden Chill because he knows... We see the swing in the other hand. I would say, I would prefer to see that Hidden Cove into Diablo into the Hidden Cove should just cover that up.
I think the issue we have here is Raph now knows with confidence he is safe in Diablo.
Yeah, he can just shift Diablo, play it. There is no shift on the other side. There's not going to be an immediate answer to it.
No.
There's not removal of anyone. So I would say Raph, yes, exactly. And what is going to throw? Yeah, Hypnotize or now discarding this Baboon is absolutely fine because we don't see any shifted. Voidy needs to top deck it now to actually play it, but he doesn't have any action to actually shift it. So we are absolutely fine. And this Hypnotize with a Prince John that we know that Raph has in hand is another value. Yet there is a Prince John from the Voidy. He's just trying to keep the rope, just trying to grab it, but I think Raph is on the brink of just fully controlling the game right now. Let's see what he drew. Oh, it's actually Hypnotized into the ink to play his own Prince John. Yeah, fine. He knows he's safe.
He knows he's safe. And
and that's a Sudden Chill. He actually drew the Sudden Chill. So Hypnotized to the ink is absolutely fine. And then Diablo is singing a Sudden Chill after playing the Prince John. So Raph is guaranteeing a draw of at least 1 card this turn. Amazing.
It's now waiting.
Yeah, I think Voidy is still deciding. Yeah, he was deciding. The muses. Oh, those muses. Oh, oof.
It's a tough.
What was the second card? Let me remember.
No,
No, it was something that he drew, and we
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
No. He's now going to pass over. Smart time to pass. I don't know why you wouldn't quest with the Ursula. It's no benefit, no harm, unless he's got a shift, which I doubt he has.
Yep.
No,
he cannot.
Extra shift target. I guess you want to keep it
Purple.
live. Extra
Just
song.
shift.
Yeah, sorry. Unless you want to keep it live for an extra song, but I feel like questing now. This is Raph.
That's a burn necessities. Oh, that's a whiff.
That's a whiff.
That's
He's got
a whiff,
Morph,
burn necessities.
Morph, Diablo, and a beast.
That was a moment when Voidy could potentially come back to the game, but because that was a whiff, that was a miss of bare necessities.
He knows.
Just to remind,
He knows. That's, that's 2 whiffs he's had now with the Ursula combined.
Just to remind everybody, bare necessities is the card that the opponent player shows you his hand, and you can discard a non-character card. And there was all the characters in the Raph's hand. I was in an absolutely dreadful mess. Now there is a Diablo, just
hard play the
cast
Diablo.
it.
Why not?
Yep.
I've actually done a great piece of feedback. We could have at some point. We've got some space on the screen. Have written somewhere. Swiss Phase 2 or something like that.
Actually.
This is 12.
I forgot to do it, but I wanted to add the record of the players currently.
Yeah, but we are currently.
That's the second Ursula, and again, it's a miss. Oh.
But at a point.
Oh, no, sorry. It's not a miss.
Not a miss, but at a point he's also making sure he hasn't got the cards in his hand because he can't afford to have the cards in his hand.
Yep.
We probably will put on the screen somewhere top 8 when we start doing.
We'll do.
Another Prince John.
Another Prince John.
This is exactly what.
That's the last card, which is he's out
under
the sea.
Under the sea, he gets a double draw because he has the Prince Johns, so he gets to draw on your opponent discarding. Your opponent now has a Diablo, Ursula. You have 5 cards. He has no cards. If only the 7 ink action existed.
Yep.
That's coming in set 6. That would really change the gameplay.
That was a really good snipe, by the way, because Prince John is 3, Ursula is 2, so it's 3 to 5 to 7. So even if Voidy now top decks under the sea, he doesn't have a card, and that's a scoop. He knows it's in the end.
Yeah, shifted Keeda, that's not going to play.
That even if he plays, he just Raph just quests with absolutely everything. That was a quick one.
Good play. That's a good draw out. And this is exactly what we said. The last game, Raph got battered.
Yeah.
This game, Raph battered. And
yes.
That's the difference you see in this play. So we are not having a break. I don't know if we're going to gain an extra game. I don't know if we're going to gain an extra...
I don't think so.
Game before the top 8. What we are going to have is top 8. We are going to go straight into top 8. There is no break. The players are going to have to wolf down some burritos and get straight back in there.
Let's quickly jump to the standings, maybe.
Yeah,
because this is the really important thing right now. Let's see what games finished. So let's look at the standings first. After the turn 11,
Tomasz is not top.
Tomasz is not top yet, and we have 3 players on a 57 points.
Yep.
And I think that Tomasz drew, so it's 60.
Yep.
Moluk, I think it's 3rd. He's 60. Bali, she actually won.
So she's
no, sorry, that's the last. That's up. Sorry for that. That's a draw. That's a draw. So they all go to 60.
Yep.
Yeah. Jacob goes to 57. It's comfortable, I would say.
Dimba.
So Dimba, what is a Dimba doing now? He actually drew.
So Dimba goes to 56.
56. It's getting close now.
Yeah.
Cognitio, I think he drew with Dimba. Am I correct? Yes, they drew. And now everyone below.
So it's 55.
They all need to win.
So the Demex and Blood Dice, if they win, they are guaranteed secured. I don't know if we have the results in yet. Blood Dice, they're against each other. Oh no!
Oh yeah, Demex and Blood Dice are playing against each other.
If either of them win, that actually possibly knocks the other
and
one out.
They cannot take a draw. Well, technically, I would assume that Damanek offered a draw. But Blood Dice knows that he needs to win this game. The draw doesn't secure him top 8.
Because if we roll down the lines, Mechalus, I Am Dear, Lillard, Ostri, Pandenzi.
They all can still win.
If they 2-0, Cuba Roigel, Zet, Rumuma. Oh no, Rumuma, I think that's actually the cutoff point. Anyone above from Cuba Royal from 15 to 8, they all are in contention to lose to getting top 8.
Yes.
If any of them 2-0, then that unfortunately
one of those guys. That's why they are playing this match. That's why the decision was probably made by a Blood Dice to actually play this game, because the idea is
2-0 win guarantees.
If I win, I go. If my opponent, I'm in the skin of Blood Dice now. Yeah. If I win, I'm guaranteed top 8. If my opponent wins, he was also guaranteeing it with a draw, so that's fine for him. If we draw, we just draw. I know I'm probably out. I'm gonna be the cutoff.
The percentages do look good for Blood Dice. He has a very strong percentage there, 5.8. That's a strong.
Yes, that's a really strong one.
So even if he ends up tying,
drew, you take the draw. With the guy
so if he gains 7, 55. Can anyone get 55? No. If he 2-0s, Blood Dice secures his position.
Yes.
But then Damanex is then on the line as well.
Yes, he is on the ropes then.
It's a very, very...
No, I think 51 would be off. I think 51 would be below.
Yes. Exactly. Sorry, he's on.
No, sorry. If there is a draw, or everyone drew here,
he's on the bubble.
Yeah, he's on the bubble. Yep.
So, and it's insane that actually the top 8 is not secured. It could have been. It wasn't.
Let's see.
Damax and Blood Dice are still fighting.
Michaelis and AMD, they actually drew. So this match is a draw. They are both on a 50. That could be just not enough.
No, it could be enough. They're on the bubble because if Dominic's double wins, they're on the bubble.
Yes.
It's going to come down to who finalizes the scores.
So both of those players now rush to the table beside them and just stare
tackle
at the
Blood Dice.
game.
I mean, watch the game. Sorry. For them, in their best interest is that Blood Dice loses. That's really unfortunate for
Austrian
Blood Dice.
Littered. What they can do currently, Littered, if he wins 54, that's
Same situation.
that same situation. Yeah.
Yep, and then same with Penzi and
Mali
Malik.
X Kai SZ.
Cuba, and then Cuba Royal needs a win. Cuba Royal.
And they are
Cuba
Penzi
Royal
win.
Cuba Royal won.
Cuba won, Penzi won. Wait, that's
Hang on.
really interesting because
So-
Penzi now goes to 54.
And so does Cuba. Oh, no,
Cuba,
goes to
no,
53.
he's 53.
Oh, Cuba, I'm sorry, friend. That means you have not
So,
quite made it.
This is 60, 57,
57,
56,
55.
55. Yes, so 55 here. Now Penzi goes to 53,
And Cuba goes
54, sorry. Cuba goes to 53. And now
52.
Blood
to
Dice.
53, yeah, you're right, 58. And then, so, actually, well, he's running over there and saying, Blood Dice, draw. Blood Dice, I need you to draw.
Yes, because they both go in.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I absolutely love it. I love that.
We just checked the stream. We haven't got any players who sat on our table or anything while we were talking and we're yelling at each other.
No,
We're
no.
fine, just double checking. Do you want to crack a booster?
Yes, let's do that. While we wait for the games to end, it's so exciting, to be honest. Blood Dice is still playing. Lillard and Austria is still playing. So those two games,
Still a lot of
those two games are gonna decide the top 8.
still a lot of mechanics still going. Oh, called a brawl. I need more of those. TikTok, Aladdin, Panic.
I get Hidden Golf.
Oh, Donald Duck.
Oh,
Great.
Donald,
John
yeah.
Duck, great card for the meta. Great Stone Dragon, a great card. Prince Philip did need one of those. Ursula
Dolores,
and a shiny aerial common.
Li Shang, a small Sisu. We
Small
saw a
Sisu,
lot
yeah.
of it. They RLS Legacy Cannon.
Which
That's
might,
it.
What's this? Talk with that one.
Discard a pay exert item. Pay
Yeah.
2. Discard a card. Deal 2 damage.
The
That's a meme.
discard element is the issue, right?
Yes.
But
That's a Pete. And that's a Lumiere on a hollow.
Numia's a good one.
Yes, it
great
is.
card. I actually needed some more of those. That helps towards my playset. Excellent.
Let's refresh and see if something. No, they're still playing. Yeah, so basically, for anyone thinking, those two games I'm gonna report. I'm gonna actually decide. So the table number 4 and table number 6. Those two games are deciding how the top 8 is gonna look. It's gonna be really close. We know that top 4 players, I think, and top 5 is now guaranteed
I
to
needed
go.
one of those.
Oh
I actually don't have this card. This is the one I'm keeping. I do apologise for that one. Yeah,
It would be lovely to buy it from you.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately, I actually physically do not have this card. I don't
Yeah,
have one.
yeah,
copy.
sure.
I finally. So I had the. I have the Enchanted. I had the Enchanted and I sold it.
yeah, I
Because
remember.
I sold it just.
Yeah, you
before the
opened it
errata.
in my face.
Yeah, during a draft. I finally got the Diablo Enchanted that I've been hunting
Nice.
for. Enchanted Legendary.
normal.
Hunting. It's alright, but you still got the Yensid that you're after, so we call
Oh
it.
yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah.
The games
Oh,
are
that's a
still
great
not
pull.
recorded. That's a great
Pull
pull.
a second one.
That would be over the top. Mari, Bruno, and the swing into action.
Oh, that's a great pull. I'm happy with that.
Yes, that's amazing. By the way, we are in like half the way of the box, and we already got 3 legendaries or 2.
2 legendaries. It's
Okay.
not bad for Ursa's Return. The pull race
yeah.
on Ursa's Return was a bit scary.
Let's come back to the games. Do we see not reported? Still waiting. I feel like from my perspective,
We have so Tomek Skudgear has just confirmed that he finished 426. So I don't know what that means for his position. He's not in the top. Unfortunately.
So he won both of his last games. Maybe top 16.
Maybe top 16. If that maths is right, maybe.
Yeah,
top
he
16.
just won the round 11 and wait, let's see where Tomek is right now. Tomek was 30. Now he won. He goes to 46. 46. Let's see how the top 16 looks now. That could be just below, to be
Just
honest.
below, we'll
Just
see.
below top
We'll
16
see.
it could be. Okay, let's come back to the matches. Do we have any results? No, and probably they're gonna play to the absolute end because they know they need to play.
They need to, and if either player has won first match, the incentive to win second match is as important as ever.
Yep.
It's going to be a very, very
because
tight.
Also what we talked about, they're winning the second game is the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Pirates life.
Crikey.
Oh, crikey!
The absolute hero of Voidy to actually secure him that one.
Yeah,
win.
that crikey
that was a monstrous crikey. What else do we have? An Ariel,
Great
which
Ariel.
we also saw. The item Ariel. Nev, that Diablo. Madsen. And Holo Bruno. That's a nice booster.
Nice card.
All right, quickly coming back to the games. Do we see anything? No, they are still playing. And can you grab it for me?
No
Thank
worries.
you very much. I would just ask how long for the termination. And as we also had information from our friend in Warsaw, there's not going to be any break between, so we just go directly to the top 8.
I actually have no idea what this card is worth.
Yes,
That's all right.
it's nice.
Nice, not bad. Yuki?
Let's wait. That's the most important one. How do we look there? So our friend Martin is 17. If he draws, he's 46, so the same as Tomek right now.
If he wins,
he's guaranteed top 16, but he's not getting.
No,
I don't think there is mathematically. I think the cutoff would be around the 52, 53.
Yeah, I think
that's what we talked about.
Going into.
We are good in math.
We are doing good math. How far? We think we're going to keep hitting refresh. We can't be far from termination either.
Yes, I just wrote and asked. It's
13
minutes.
Ah, never mind. They've got plenty of time to play this out.
Yeah.
However, all these games could literally finish in the next 25 seconds.
Yes.
No. That Diablo. Fair point. Aren't you a Diablo player? That's who I think it is. Are you not a Diablo player? If he's calling for it, then that's a terrifying state of business.
Maybe he lost today with his Diablo.
Maybe I think
against Diablo.
Right. You know what? We haven't had this heated discussion, and I think we're both, because it's one of these ones. Let's have a there's a great old English comedy called Comic Strip Presents. And there's two guys who visit Mexico and just they spend the entire holiday pretending they're in a Western.
Oh my God.
And they decide to have a shootout in a forest using fake guns. And they just literally they literally just keep going, draw and shoot. And then they're sat there and they go, let's make it about football. I think Sheffield United is a bad team. And the guy opposite goes, I agree. And he goes, oh, fair comment. I think Diablo should be nerfed. And I think you're going to say, I agree. And that's the end of the discussion. And that's the issue we have here. It's going to be,
hot take. Diablo should be nerfed.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that chat.
To the commercial break.
I have no issue with Hiram. I know people say Hiram should be next.
Oh, wait. Yes, I am. That was a quote of every non-Diablo player. And today wasn't playing your favorite deck. He was not playing my favorite deck.
So if he's talking to you, he's talking to me. My favorite deck is if he's sarcastic, Steel Song. If you've pivoted off Diablo to become a Steel Song, I'm just going to fight you in the local game store next time I see you. It's as simple as that. I think the issue with Diablo is either, and I stand by this, either we need ability blockers.
Yeah. Silence.
Some kind of silence mechanic. There's a card that was hated by a few meta decks because, and this is talking to Pokemon, we're talking about the TCGs.
Yep.
There was a location equivalent called Path to the Peak. And that card physically blocked any abilities that any Pokemon in the game had. So if you had
are the attacks also abilities?
No, so
Pokemon?
just literally they had some kind of additional
things.
Ability.
Okay, yeah.
Those abilities were effectively frozen. So there were decks that would literally let them draw in extra cards, extra resource, whatever, and effectively, as long as that location was there, if they did not have a removal for it, it silenced. That's a bit extreme. However,
Lillard won.
So
I'm sorry. We're gonna come back to this in a second. Lillard won, so he is now jumping to 54.
So Now
53 is going to
he's
be the
now
cutoff.
another player running at Blood Dice's table as hard as possible to see what's happening over there.
53, 54, I think is going to be the cutoff.
But the issue is, if it's a draw for those two, I think he takes it.
Blood dice.
No,
The guy on the top?
Lillard. I think his percentage is higher currently by a significant amount. 5.1.
5.1. He won against Blood at 5.8. No.
No, if they draw, he's only playing against Damex, who's 4.9.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
he wins on. He wins on
the
technicalities,
percentage.
on percentages.
On technicalities.
No, that's what it is, right? That is what it is. It's technicalities. He wins on. He
We are not suing anybody.
No, he wins. He wins on a system determining who played
Yep.
better in the tournament, or who statistically played better.
Yep. Which, unfortunately, we also know sometimes is a bit random.
Yeah, we have had this conversation about being able to actually log your lore into the system would be phenomenal. Like,
Yes.
if it was a 20 versus 18, should be more weighted than it was a 20 versus 0.
Yes. But on that, I'm not totally disagreeing with you, but on that, if there is a dex like a Sapphire dex,
Yeah.
which like one hit you, or if we have a one turn hit,
One
let's
knockout,
say,
yeah.
one turn knockout dex in the future, they're going to be really hindered in this.
Yes and no, because I'm not saying this percentage disappears.
Oh, okay. This way. Okay,
I'm just saying that actually, it could be at the tournament's discretion. Like, looking if one player, like, if actually, is it coming? No.
Nope.
We talked about. We go back to our top player who was top. He's now second, right? Second place.
Tomasz, yep.
Tomasz has earned, out of a possible whatever the number of points was he could have earned, he's earned X amount.
Yep.
In theory, there's also a maximum amount of lore he could have generated over the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's where I don't think, what you're saying, some players might suffer it, yes, in a silo. But
Oh,
actually,
yeah,
you look
you're
at the
right.
scoreboard and say, across however many games they played, they've actually, we can do the maths, there's been 12 rounds, minimum of 40 lore they could have potentially generated.
Yep.
It would have been 480 lore.
We should be around 5 to 7 minutes from termination.
So they're going to be playing it out to the very last moment.
We know Blood Dice has a really slow deck.
Yeah.
Did we saw
Blood Dice is playing his out. He's going to be playing.
Oh yes,
He's going
definitely.
to be playing to that one-turn knockout.
Damanex actually drew with Janek, the small one.
Yep.
He that was one of his free
If Tomasz
draws.
has just joined into stream, he's going to be very confused by the concept of us referring to his son as the small one.
No,
in context, there are two friends. We know some of the people in the store, in our local store, who's playing there. Two of them are called Yannick. We've been referring to the younger one who's been playing in the junior league as Small Yannick, and the adult who's been playing in the main league as Shifted Yannick, just to help us separate the two conversations that we've been having today. So it's going to be very close. It's going to be dangerously close. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Yeah, and by the way, just coming back to my point, if I see that Damanek mainly lost, he got a horrible start. He lost both of his first games.
Oh my God.
Then he went to a draft and he absolutely rolled the draft.
He rolled the draft all the way through the draft rounds, and then he's gotten back to Swiss, and it's a bit ropey. Actually, from his perspective...
That gives me an information. He's also playing a slow control deck.
Yeah.
That could be a Sapphire Steel that we are seeing.
It could be a Sapphire Steel Mirror.
No, we know that Sapphire Ruby
Sapphire Ruby
is Blood Dice. Yep.
So it could actually be Sapphire Ruby versus Sapphire Ruby.
Oh yeah, that's also... Yeah.
If Tomek has joined in, ask your lad who did he play second, and does he remember what colour deck they had?
Yeah, but it was yesterday, so
it was. So I wouldn't.
It's
blame
fine if we wouldn't play if he don't.
I don't remember who I played last weekend, and I'm 30.
You played me.
Yes, but I can't remember what you played. No, I do. You played.
Yeah, I played Blepper.
Yeah. And I played a version of Robin Hood.
Yep.
That's all I play at the moment. Although I'm looking at some fun. I'm looking at Lemon Lime. I might be trying to build something with Amber next season.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff there. We're gonna keep hitting refresh. That's all we can do. There's no one sat at the table. We would laugh if somebody was suddenly sat at the table because they're just hanging out.
We're just waiting for the last game. It's not the last game of this round. Our guy actually won. Martin won. Congratulations. I think you're guaranteed top 16. If my math is correctly, it's a guaranteed top 16.
Watch our math, not math.
So really nice. Yeah, math is not mathing.
Math is not mathing. Top eight's
Disco
gonna
Burger still
waiting.
fighting. She can do the same thing as I think Marge. No, she's 10 points behind. It's if she wins, I think it's not the top 16.
It looks like she's had a real rough draft.
Yeah, the draft was
Real
really
rough draft.
really
Got
rough.
back into. Oh no, it was actually a bit of a mixed bag. But got back into the Swiss, and then started dominating again. So
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's the draft we did. So we did call it the Great Equalizer for a reason. It was.
Yes.
There's only so much you can do, and even if you are the best player in the world, if you end up with a handful of commons, there's not much you can do about that. I'm going to ask you to refresh it again because even on 7 minutes, if these two are both playing slow ramp decks, there's a chance
It could be a one shot and we
any
just
minute
finish the
now.
game.
While we wait, I mean it's a bit late now because we're going straight into top 8. I was going to say, do you want to have a quick look at the tier list?
Okay.
I mean, we could just do some legendaries. We're running out of time to get this tier list finished.
Blood Dice 1!
But Dice won!
Okay, we have a top A locked in. So, if our math is correct, draw. So 60, 60, 60. So they go through definitely. This is 57.
Yeah.
This is 56. Blood Dice goes to 55.
Which throws them into
50,
fourth.
56, 55. So they are both here.
Fifth, sixth, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the Manex lost, so he is on 51.
Which means
and
Lillard jumps.
Lillard, he goes to 54,
Well,
so the
that-
cutoff would be 53.
Just Dear. What happened to Dear?
47. He drew.
Drew 50. That's
So, I think our top 8
we'll
is...
wait until we see that.
Yes, exactly. But our calculation, if our calculation is correct, this is 6 players, Blood Dice, and Lillard. 8 and 11. This is going to be our top 8, I
I think
think.
we're waiting for one more game to be. Oh no, 2 more games. Ottazak, who is currently sat at 34. They're fighting for possibly top 16, but I think it's more likely to be top 32.
Top 32 for the boosters.
Yeah, and then we have Leopold. It says Leopold versus Disco Burger still playing on mine, which that's for top 32 most likely.
Yep.
Unless I'm looking at the wrong listings here.
That was.
Surprise.
I'm happy actually that we had like
Player-
a
a
bit of a
comment.
tension at the end.
Yeah.
Not everybody just drawing and going
Yeah.
home. So I'm happy to see that. We are still waiting for the games to finish. There is a matches. There is a rounds. Okay. Maybe we can quickly come back to the tier list now. Since
We've got some time to go. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll
we
keep
are
an eye
still
on-
waiting for the games
I will
to.
keep an eye on the standings for
Yeah, if you can,
round 12.
thank you.
What have I just done? I've just clicked on a random player and now looking at their profile.
Right. So we finished on this location, and I said it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that was it. I think we're going to throw Owl Island into. We think if
I think we already put it in A.
perfect.
Yeah, it's the middle of a pack A.
How many greens we got left? We haven't got a lot left, have we?
Oh,
Oh, we need to fire. Okay, we need to stop debating it. We haven't got a lot of time to get these finished.
yeah, whenever the character is challenged while here, each opponent chooses and discards a card. Yeah. I'm not happy to see that, to be honest.
And it's going to be low A.
I think it's going to be still meta playable, but it's a low A. Yeah,
Low
I would
A,
agree.
because most players are going to choose Hidden Cove over that. My instinct will be.
Oh, yes. Captain.
Part of the pirate meta that we're going to start seeing come into play. While this character exerted, opposing pirate characters can't quest, so it's an anti-pirate deck card for pirates.
Yes.
And when the character is challenged, draw a card. Draw mechanic in green. Green always needs more draw mechanic.
But
outside of Diablo.
it is challenged, not challenging. That's important.
Yeah. I
I
think.
would say B.
Yeah, I think you're.
I think it's definitely playable, even without the pirates.
Yeah.
Just drawing on the questing for 2, it's fine.
It's absolutely no harm. No harm.
Right. What else? Basil.
This is a fun little evasive, and this is the prerequisite to the legendary, which
Yes.
we may want to
So,
do the legendary next.
In the silo, this card is meh.
Yeah.
A bit meh, to be honest. But if we look at his shift companion, the Basil 6-1, that's looking spicy. Because you shift 4 during your turn. Whenever the card is put in your inventory, you may pay 1 to have a chosen opponent discard a card.
So hear me out.
Yep.
Think about this with green blue. Fishbone Quill.
Ooh, ooh.
Every time you put a card in, you force a discard.
Oh,
And you're literally, if you've got nothing else
green
going
blue
on.
just became discard deck.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's not solely. It's an interesting mechanic. It's actually a very good card. It's just a 4/5. The artwork, the enchanted.
Hey, exactly. That's what I wanted to point out. The enchanted version of it is beautiful.
Stunning card. Phenomenal card. Absolutely great card. I would say.
Okay.
I think A at the very least, but the enchanted pushes it to S. Can we put the enchanted in S just on design alone?
Okay, I can agree.
Yeah, cool.
We can put only enchanted in S. So we like signify that it's because of the design.
Yep.
And I think both cards go to the middle of the pack A.
Yeah, I think that's
say.
fair. There are more valuable legendaries. Is it legendary? Or is it just is the shift legendary or not?
It needs to be legendary. What?
Oh, no, hang on. Is that not S?
That's an uncommon?
That's an uncommon. Maybe higher A.
That's a high A, definitely. How?
Oh.
Okay, we see, I think we
that,
see...
if I'm going to do a draft of cards that are going to be valuable, I think that's going to be one of them.
Yep.
You see people moving around the
Yeah, they
board.
are setting up. Probably everything finished now. So we're going to jump back
I
in
have
a
the standings.
second. What is it? Okay, so let's quickly jump back to the standings.
It's exactly as we called it. Although Blood Dice, in my maths, Blood Dice was higher, so I'm guessing another win we just miscounted.
No,
Because Blood Dice in our maths was like 5th, 6th.
no,
And
but
actually-
he lost on the tiebreak.
Yeah, but then in my maths it was 5th, 6th, so I think I miscounted Dimba. Or we
And that's
miscounted
exactly what we predicted.
Dimba. Yeah.
I'm really feeling now for Penzi, who actually won his game
And it still wasn't enough.
and came up short just because of the tiebreak. Am I
we
right?
should run this down. So we haven't seen Walter play. We have seen Tomasz play. He's playing. We have seen Tomasz play. Have we not?
Who are we watching out now? By the way, who's gonna be who will be?
I
on the
don't
table.
know. We haven't been sent. Don't think we've been sent the details yet.
Yeah, I don't know if we know.
15. It's a 10 to 15 minute break.
Okay, 10 to 15 minutes of a break. Yeah, that's a good actually catch. We can add to the
Top 16,
to the
top 8 onto the.
top 8 to the.
And we can also put it on. We'll put it onto the stream on the screen somewhere as well.
Yes, I will add it in a second.
Should we do Disney text or just regular text?
Just regular.
Cool.
I will switch to us for a second, or maybe you want to talk about the standings now.
Yeah, we'll go through the standings a little bit just to talk. I want to talk about because
I will set up the.
fantastic. I'm going to scroll through the top 16. Do you mind actually just before you do moving the browser down a little bit so I can get the whole top 16 on the
yeah,
clip
sure.
on screen, just so I've got the full list there. So we haven't seen Walter play. I do feel like we saw Tomasz play.
Spira.
Spira, yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely saw him.
Moloch we saw play earlier in the draft though, right? We didn't see him play.
Yes, it was.
We haven't seen what he's playing in his deck. Jacob we've seen play, so it's great to see him make it to top 8. Dimbar we haven't. Cogito I don't believe. Blood Dice we have. He's playing a ramp blue-red deck, item deck with obviously great cards like Medusa, Maui, etc. But then we go into top 16. Then we go from the 9 to 16 place. These guys are getting a form of prize, and I believe they might be getting a. I think they might be getting a playmat as well as the enchanted nurse that all the players who made it top 64 today get as well. We can see there Penzi, Cuba, I feel for. He won his match, but still just not enough to make it into it. Daminex lost to Blood Dice, which meant he did end up dropping down below that top 8. That's going to be a little bit heartbreaking, but a great effort. Remuma, one of ours, congratulations. You did make top 16 12th. That was a great game. Great day of playing. A top 50 points out of a maximum. I'm doing the maths in my head. I think we did the maths. It was like 80 something, wasn't it? Out of possible 80 points, getting over 50 is phenomenal considering the format and the quality and level of players that we've seen. I am dear. I was actually hoping to see you in top 8 just because you have been appearing all over the tournament, taking great players down all day. All weekend. I was hoping that we maybe got to see your deck. If you're watching this in the post game, please do not hesitate to send out your details, we'd love to have a conversation with you at a future event. We'd also love to just see your deck list and see what you were doing. Your name kept showing up as we looked at the stats, so you were obviously doing damage. Osti, Judas, unfortunately didn't get to see you play. Leopold, it's heartbreaking to see. We know that you've been, again, like I am dear, you've just been out there causing havoc for the top players. And I think, unfortunately, just wasn't your day. And I do feel for you in that sense. Do we know who we're going to be watching coming up into this game?
I know the player on the left, but I don't remember his nickname. So
we'll wait briefly until we told.
We're gonna need a second to.
Right. What we will do though is talk about, if you don't mind, quickly skipping over to the. We are talking about top 8. We haven't got a thing of this. I'll just talk about it. In top 8, the top 8 players you're seeing on the screen here, they are now going to be going to what is called elimination mode. That means that they are going to play against each other. In theory, and we'll maybe clarify this. We'll know this very quickly, depending on who we get told. The first place seed, Walter, will be placed against 8th place seed.
Yes.
Second to 7th, 4th to 6th. No, 3rd to 6th, 4th to 5th. They will then play against each other, ultimately deciding on a best of 3 format. Top player gets to determine if they go first or second. Losing player of that then first match gets to determine if they go first or second in that next match, and rinse and repeat for all 3 matches. If it's 2-0, shake hands, walk away. It's done. It can, however, go 1-1 and then go into a final match.
We know who is playing.
Who is it?
And the guys on the left is Littard, who actually, by a threat, got into the
top position.
To the top. Yep.
So does that mean 8th then it's Littard?
Yes.
Fantastic. There's a D at the end.
On the left, yep.
It's not a T, it's a D on the end of it. I'm misspelling in the message.
Okay.
These two then will be playing for 3 standard games of Lorcana.
Can you just quickly tell?
16,
6
8 to 9,
to
624 versus 606. So what we know from these two players is that they are clearly very good at what they do. They know how these decks work. We will, in a second, actually have a look at the... Actually, I can do that here. I'm looking at the stream right here. Walter will talk about his journey to get here. First off, won his first 2 games of the... is there any chance you could just switch to me talking? Oh, no. Leave the leaderboard up, because it's actually more important. He won his first 2 games in the Swiss, and then actually drew out against Dimbar, who actually is currently in 5th position. So if he ends up meeting Dimbar, potentially potentially could meet them in the semi-final. That is going to be an interesting game because he's played him already. He probably remembers what his deck was. That's going to be a very interesting game for those to place. He actually then...
Sorry for that.
No, he then went on to beat Kogito, who's our now 6th place seed. So if he ends up meeting Kogito in the final, he knows already rolled in 2-0. So that's going to be a very interesting mind game play in that sense. But this was obviously in the draft elements. Through the draft, he did quite well. Actually did very well in the draft. Won yesterday's draft outright, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Huge point jump. We saw that yesterday. He leaped through the leaderboard, earning 21 points at the end of the day. Yep. Clean sweep in the drafts. Unfortunately, drafts this afternoon have not been his friend.
But he didn't lose a game.
Didn't lose a game, just drew out all of his matches, and then ended up in the final against... he's now in the top seed because he did win the last draft... he did win the first of the Swiss against I Am Dear, which is probably why we're not seeing Dear in the top 8 now.
Yep.
He actually played Dear in the draft to immediately face him in the So I Am Dear is going home probably thinking, I lost to the top player. I lost to the top player twice.
Yes.
That's unfortunate, Dear.
Yes.
That's why you're not in the top 8. I suspect. I do feel for you. What a timing on that.
That also, actually, that helped him because I Am Dear got a really good tiebreak.
Yeah.
So
I meant about the
of course.
Timing. Into the 8th place player who we're going to be watching, Littard. He has had a very interesting day. I'm going to be honest, a very bizarre, scrappy day. First one, he won. He was sort of mixed bag, win, draw, going into the Swiss.
Yep.
And then yesterday's draft, draw, win, loss. So actually, going into today, I doubt he was making top 8. I doubt he thought he was going to get there. I bet he was going in to go, I'm going to get my Ursula, see what happens in the draft and go from there. And then the draft happened. He lost his first game, won his second game, then tied his third game, and ended up then going into the Swiss. At this point, he was probably like, yeah, I'm done. The only win con is that if I win 2 games back to back, and then he won 2 games back to back. So it's absolutely,
And won the tiebreak.
And won the tiebreak. So absolutely incredible, incredible, but perfect demonstration. We said that there was a good chance some people were not going to come back to day 2 just because of the state of play, right? They weren't going to look at that and go, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to guess Littard looked at his scoreboard, looked at his position and went, top 8, not going to be great. Top 16, let's see what happens. And here he is, top 8, sat side by side.
If someone is wondering why we are not jumping to the game, we had some connection issues. I think we are just coming back.
They're just wrapping up the mulligan, I think, anyway.
Yes, so it's a perfect timing to come back, actually. So, we don't know the scores of the players. We are still waiting for, the colors of the decks.
We missed top 8, on the screen. Do you mind moving top 8 to above someone else's? I'm going to put it up, not on the camera.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And we may need to readjust the scoreboard.
Yeah, just noticed.
My favourite thing about this day is been watching Michael chase the scoreboard around the screen. But
there is a roll.
I'll just say move top 8 in case players put their discard out of play.
Please don't.
Hold.
Yep.
Back. Do you remember?
This happened again.
September.
Unfortunately, we have some connection issues from Warsaw. But yeah, we will come back to the game as fast as we can. Yeah, so maybe just quickly coming back to the rankings. What else are we seeing? What are the other matchups? Let's see. Let me come to this window. I'm gonna keep an eye if we come back.
No worries. I'm gonna go through the matches then while we're going into the quarterfinals. In terms of the other matches, we've got Jacob versus Dimbar. Have they met today? I'm gonna save the actual full review of their journey to get to this point until we match. These players are unknowns to each other. Jacob and Dimbar. This is what's quite interesting about these larger tournaments. They have both played a lot of the same players, but have never crossed paths along the way.
Yep.
And that's what we're certainly seeing here.
The advantage, if you are a really invested player, to be honest, and if you are able to finish the game quicker than you thought, a really good thing, and probably most of them that actually did it, is to walk around. That's also what I do always. On the big tournament, I just walk around and look at the tables and remember what type of colors my opponents are playing, because if I draw them, I usually at the later stages of the tournament you can kind of predict who you're gonna play, so you just look at them and try to predict what they are playing. And I think are fortunately coming back to the game. We got the video, they didn't start, which is perfect for us. Oh, come on, please don't.
That was incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a computer system just flip off another human being as openly as that just did. That was actually incredible. We'll give it a second. It's you elusive little minx. Just ran away from us. So I think we won't unfortunately see it, but we are going to be keeping an eye on, I think, somebody who is going to have a really scrappy day.
I don't know what Littard is playing, but if he's playing any of like Lemon Lime discard, Tomasz just dodged the bullet.
Yes.
Because Blood Dice is a really good matchup for him.
Yeah.
Especially in BO3. If he goes first in this match, it's a really good matchup for him. I think we are coming back quickly.
Blood Dice, it's going to be a real messy day, so we'll see how that plays out.
Is that a Steel Song? That's a Steel Song.
Oh, Steel Song.
We finally saw some Steel Song. That's a Steel Song mirror matchup. We finally see something different.
It's a Steel Song mirror, I've been informed.
Oh. Okay, that's...
we haven't seen Steel Song at all this tournament.
No, that's the first time we're sexy.
And so I'm very excited for my bingo board.
Oh, yes.
There's a chance for double... Okay, so we see Cinderella. So first round, turn Cinderella into... Cinderella into Smee, and then the opposite side we had Robin Hood into Cinderella. What's actually incredible, and I'm going to just give you guys a little peek behind the curtain, is we have a little screen here that shows us all of the feeds and all the footage. They were running fine till the player showed up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if the players have been just been hanging out with microwaves too much. I don't know if they've just got a weird magnet under the cable where they keep running by the cameras. I don't know what they're doing. But whenever we switch to the players come back. We go, okay, we'll switch across, and then immediately lose the players. So we're gonna wait a minute. We'll come back. The Steel Song game has started, and we'll go from there. There they are. Hello, we're back again.
What?
So this is what we saw before.
That's an aerial grab?
that
Yep.
didn't whiff.
Yeah. Still Song Mirror. That's interesting. Syndra is probably gonna need to sing. Yeah, Strength of the Raging Fire into Robin. Prevent that shift and whole new world mechanic. I think Little is not happy with his. Yeah, just playing one drop Robin in the second round is not a good way.
No, he seems to be taking his. He seems to be.
That's the quest with Smee.
Take some damage because obviously there's no captain in play, so that Smee will sustain one piece of damage to demonstrate that there is no captain in play. That's the sort of drawback of Smee, is that without Smee,
Oh yeah,
he's a great card. 3/3, 2 cost, 2 lore, but that damage is what his self damage mechanic is what keeps him balanced.
Yep.
We are now going into turn, I guess, 3 for Litard. That looked like he inked Robin Hood to play Smee and then play Storm Rage into Smee. Not a bad use.
Yeah, you needed to do that because you cannot take out Ariel. The Cinderella, yeah, it's fine. It's not a shift target, at least for now, but there is a strong
very, I will say,
there's
very
second
relaxed.
Ariel.
Right, this is an aerial whiff. Is it an aerial whiff? Because it's on my bingo board.
I think we are looking for 2 aerial whiffs.
Yeah, we are.
Actually, this game could be our bingo board.
Yeah, this could finish our bingo board because we have had an enchanted. We have had an enchanted. We have had a fix it, feel it. See, the only thing we haven't had is to be prepared to be discarded, and that's what we really needed.
Ooh.
But there is bingo opportunities on this board. We haven't seen a whole new world discard, which we can in this game.
Yes.
We haven't seen a mill check, which can happen in this game.
Yes.
We haven't seen a Maurice's Workshop 10 lore turn. We have seen that.
It's whole new world being taken to the hand. Whole new world discard. We decided that it's gonna be a whole new world discarding whole new world.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
We have seen a Sing Together. We haven't seen it played, but we did see Sing Together, so I am going to count that because that's where we are. But we got Daisy. I also need Daisy, which is I wanted 2 daisies in the field.
And that's a whole new world.
And a whole new world.
Nice.
There is
perfect timing.
There is nothing more enjoyable and annoying about a whole new world if you, as a player, play it and your opponent looks at you and goes, "Yeah, I really need you," and shows you the whole new world.
Exactly. And also because Litard wasn't able to whole new world himself. So that's a really good situation for him. His opponent refreshed his hand.
There are some just standard light.
But there is a daisy.
There is a daisy. So if a second daisy gets put into play, that's my daisy mechanic. That's another one.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I know that there are things that happens in games, right? If you try to solo queue in ranked League of Legends, you will derank. That's one of the rules of League of Legends. If you are playing CS:GO, Siege, Call of Duty, if you hold an angle for more than 10 seconds, the moment you look away, you are getting headshots. Yes. If you are playing Whole New World against someone who has Whole New World, they are guaranteed to have it in their hand.
Yes.
Or if you wait a turn to get it, you will draw a second Whole New World. Yes. That is the rules of Lorcana. We do not know why that works. It's just a thing about the universe. I have never had I've never had 1 Whole New World in my hand. It's always 2.
Yes.
And I don't know why that's the law. That Smee into Ariel is a good choice. That Singer mechanic that Ariel has is unfortunately just a bit too much of a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Also, if he's playing the Rapunzel, C. Yeah, great use
That's
of
a Rapunzel. That's a great
why...
line. Rapunzel is actually currently the most expensive card we have, I think, second hand. It's a very powerful card from the set 1. What she does is when she enters the play, you can remove up to 2 damage from the given character and draw a card for every damage removed that way.
We are now looking at actually a fairly even Stevens match. The Daisy could be a clincher though, because what that Daisy is doing, and we may need to ask the team to adjust the lighting. I don't know what's just happened, but 4 of the cards have entered. Is he playing white? Has he got white sleeves?
Yes.
That's probably part of the problem I'm having here. But with the discard, we can't see anything, but I can see the light is slowly encroaching, so we may need to keep an eye on that. The Daisy mechanic might be the different. Actually, we're not going to know when they play Daisy. I realise we're not going to know what that card is.
Maybe he puts it up a bit.
We can hope. But the Daisy is going to be a clincher. When you quest with Daisy, your opponent checks the top card of their deck. If it is a character goes to their hand. Very dangerous for Steel Song,
Yes.
given these characters if they're a valuable singer. The other mechanic, though, which is why it's a very interesting sort of gamble, is that you can snipe actions or songs or items or
And
locations.
when you're playing against Steel Song, they play usually like 20, 25 non-character cards.
So what that then, if it is not a character, that card goes to the bottom of the deck, and you've just quested for 2, forced one of the songs or actions or items that your opponent is relying
There's
on.
a Gaston. Valitor is actually playing a Steel Song with Gaston? That's something new.
That's not a whiff either. Storm of Raging
That's a
Fire
storm,
and
that's
Let the Storm
Cinderella
Rage on.
And Let the Storm Rage on, yep.
The only issue is with this aerial is while he has a great number of
Oh,
songs.
Hrapek just said, oh, look, a deck who won me the ticket to CCF?
Yeah, but then you realised the error of your ways and stopped playing Steel Song. So that's the important
Yes, exactly.
thing
So
there.
you did the good thing, you know? You are not there, but you did the great thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hot take. I am Diablo. I am happy to stay alive. If we look at Steel Song a little bit harder about maybe making sure that's balanced. A good Steel Song deck in this situation, because of the singers, he can play 5-10 ink worth of songs.
There's
Now
Ursula.
14 ink worth of songs at no lore cost, and that
Oh,
is
yeah.
there is nothing else that can
Oh,
match
and
that level
Strangle
of
Raging
resource.
Fire into the aerial. Rapunzel, sorry.
Daisy's going to quest for 2. Let's see what he draws. Daisy mechanic triggers. Or
That's an
aerial.
aerial. Okay, that's a really good snipe for him. He can draw some more songs. The problem is you need a double grab your swords now, which there is no way to play.
No. Unless we haven't seen his hand, he might be playing Prince Naveen.
Oh yeah.
So it's possible that he can.
No, but then it's still only one.
Yeah, it's still going to come down with a lot of damage
yes.
this turn, but then Prince Naveen could sing it next turn.
Yes, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that Prince Naveen could allow, if he's got it in his hand, we don't know what he's fully got. I'm seeing Robin Hood's, which is probably not costing him. He's got actually a beautiful amount of resource in his hand. Huge amount of cards there. The issue is I think he's currently looking at it going, these cards are great if I had more board presence.
Yes,
and
definitely.
that's probably a big part of what it is. That Robin Hood is a phenomenal card, as we were discussing earlier today with some of our chat. Except if you don't have it, 5 cost in this situation is a long way to get to.
Yes.
Where you're not only doing that this turn. And Steel Song
and
needs that.
Valitor just quested with Ariel, am I right? No, sorry, she sank. Yeah, so he just quested with Daisy and passed the turn.
There's a lot of lore mechanic on screens. Those aerials.
So Smee being inked. What for 5? To be honest, nothing helps. You know, the Naveen now from the top could be a good one.
That was weird.
There was
Go wide.
yeah, just going really wide right now. So there is
he
a
knows
Robin.
he's already seen.
Exchange into the aerial, just limiting those
No.
singers 5.
Yeah, he knows he's seen already quite a few Storms of Raging Fire. He's already seen. He hasn't seen a lot. He hasn't seen all of them. He hasn't seen 4 by any stretch. But there is only so many in the hand, right?
Yep.
And that's possibly what he's also banking on. Plus,
There is grab your swords now.
Yeah,
From the side of Valitor.
it's going to be brutal.
It's gonna be brutal.
I'm looking at his hand there. I think I'm seeing a whole new world, but don't quote me on that. In the center, that's no value to him right now. Maybe in 3.
Yeah, just bantering.
Just arguing with themselves. Fight.
Welcome back, Ryder. He just wrote that his chat is working again.
Hey, welcome back, Ryder. Testing. This is going to be an interesting break point because at the moment the momentum is certainly on Welter's side. That's a problem.
That's a really big problem. Now Daisy.
The quest for the Daisy at this point is, yes, it's great resource, but do I want that resource? Because if it's not a song, if he gives his opponent a Prince Naveen right now, that's
That's a whole new word discarded. And Do he think his own now? Yes, exactly. So he knew that Litard has like 7 or 8 cards, 6 cards, sorry.
Along
That's
came
a
Zeus,
Zeus, that's a
Cinderella,
big
another
Robinson.
aerial. That's a huge strike. Huge strike from the top rope.
That was an amazing call.
Ryder, if you had gotten banned, we would have seen that message come up and we would have fixed that. Like, don't worry about it. I appreciate you being concerned.
Oh no,
We're all friends here. We would have fixed that. That welter, unfortunately.
That was a perfect snipe, whole new world. Perfect one.
It will be curious to see what if the only one drops that Litard is playing is the Robin Hood and the Cinderella, because it could be that Daisy is actually going to continue to win this for him. Daisy can be a mirror match breaker, and right,
that's your bingo.
Daisy, give me your answer true. Why are you?
That's
why
3
are you so
daisies.
powerful?
Edenella, 3 daisy on the board. We can see now. Is no way currently. Is there a way? No, there is no way currently for Litter. He needs to grab his swords.
He's reminding the
and
Pete.
Also the Pete, yes,
yeah,
exactly.
He's like, by the way, the Pete played like 6 minutes ago.
Yes.
That's still in effect. He's like, yeah, great, cool, thanks. I'm going to look at my 7 cards. Now, again, Litard, play your out. You're not out yet. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is lethal on the board. So maybe think about your stress a little bit. Maybe think about how you're going to deal with that.
And no actions.
No actions. So what he's got to do is, I mean, if he's got a shifted Robin, I was going to scoop it.
That's a scoop.
We might also, do you want to throw up, if you can, while I'll talk about the mechanics there. We should probably put some form of 1-0 or something on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Do we have? Oh, do you have the law? The actual, like, the law symbol on the back of the console? Is that available on the website and the resources?
No, it was not.
Ah, damn it. Just was looking for some simple law symbol that we could just put 1 on those two.
If you have a minute, I can try to look for it.
You have a look for some assets while I talk. This is the challenge with a mirror match. When a mirror match comes in, and often a misunderstanding, and I will be the first one to say that I also misunderstood this. Mirror match does not mean identical cards like for like. Mirror match means identical archetypes. These guys are playing a form of deck called Steel Song, which is ultimately, at its core, there will be similarities in the mechanics. The Ariels, the Cinderellas, the Robin Hoods. Where it starts getting a little bit more unusual, I mean, actually, the Ariels, the Cinderellas, Storm Raging Fire, Whole New World, and those will be the standard mechanics. From there's variations. Are you playing the Robin 1-drop with the shifted Robin, or are you playing the Daisy? Are you playing shifted Queen? And using the Queen mechanic as well, in order to force your opponents to have lower attack. Are you playing potentially shifted Ariels, shifted Cinderellas? These are the variations that these decks have that give them edges over certain types. It moves the archetype furthermore aggro or furthermore mid-range, or actually potentially in circumstances creates what we would refer to as a break strategy. It makes one mirror match break against another mirror match, and that's what we just saw there. The Daisy was infamously too powerful there for Litard to come back from. He's done a great day of playing. He is still top 8 currently, so we'll see what happens going into game 2. What happens going into game 2? I realised I said that as I leaned away from the microphone, so I've come back to say it to the microphone.
You were right. I heard you.
However, what we don't know is if he can answer that, is the honest answer. Because the Daisy mechanic early just lets that law counter continue to count. And actually, as he went wide, because he didn't get to do the grab your swords because they got sniped. Oh, did we see a grab your swords from Litard?
No.
That actually could be it.
It could be that it's not playing it.
It could be that it's not playing it. And that is a really powerful card to help break that mirror match from 2 players. That Daisy is going to be a challenge for him to overcome, as is the fact that he may not necessarily have any wide removal. This, on the right, we're seeing a Steel Song that is a very strong sort of mid-range Steel Song with that early aggro mechanic. From there, we also then we can see from Litard, he's got a very focused one. We did see that he had cards like Along Came Zeus. Straight in, he's inking to play that Cinderella. Very standard, strong start. And we're going to use the mechanic at the top of the right screen there. We're going to use a gold Lorcana symbol to indicate that it's 1-0.
Yes.
And we'll go from there. What we are then going to show is he is inking. I'm not sure what he's inked there.
Sorry, I'm still setting it up.
Oh, ink and no one drop. Not great from Welter. Ink and no one drop.
That could be a comeback angle.
That could be a comeback angle if Littard has strong options in terms of card 2. Having said that, Welter might have had a one drop option, but a one drop option that would have died to strength. Died to let the Storm Rage on. So didn't want to expose that one drop unnecessarily. Turn 2, quest for 1, fairly standard. There's nothing your opponent does. Steel Song doesn't typically play Rush as a deck strategy anyway, so he's fairly safe in that sense. He then has dropped the Smee. This is quite dangerous. If Littard has, is it Singer 4 on the Ursula, Singer 3 on the Cinderella?
Yes.
So if he can play another item, he's playing the aerial. For the bingo, we want to see a whiff. For the sake of the player, we don't. Let the Storm Rage on. He's shown it to his opponent. He's put the rest of the cards at the bottom of his deck. That let the Storm Rage on. He probably wanted Strength of Raging Fire if it was available first anyway. However, he is going to... Oh, he had it in his hand anyway. Doesn't matter. Banishes that Smee. Quests for 1. That is going to be another demonstration of... It honestly didn't matter who sang that song there. He's going to get the lore either way. He hasn't updated the screen on the scoreboard, so it is actually 2-0. We're now going to see a reverse aerial. Plays, sees he pulls a new card. We don't want to see a whiff, but we want to see a whiff. It was a whiff, I think. I think he just whiffed. Yeah.
Oh, that's the first whiff.
That's our first whiff. Passes over. Not ideal. We have on our bingo board that aerial whiffs twice in one game. Didn't have to say the same player, but wasn't expecting it that early.
We didn't expect the double C song, to be honest.
No, what we will say is this is what we expected from... this is something that we would expect to see when we've heard about that, talked about that earlier today or over the weekend. Lorcana is a game all about momentum. Whole New World, so he plays the Naveen to play the Whole New World for free. Only loses 1 card. The opponent loses a lot. Lost about 5 cards out of his hand there. Does reset the board, reset the hand, for 7 cards each. However, the challenge being is Walter has Aerial on one side of the board. Littard has as many singers as he would like to probably sing a song of choice. Along Came Zeus, bye-bye Aerial. He's probably now going to quest down the line, unless he's going to play any other songs, which I'll be absolutely stunned if he did. Oh, I thought we lost it for a second there. Quest for 2, realizes he's not updated the screen. There he is, updates it to 4. 4-0 over to Welter for his answer if he has it. Internet's taking a moment. We'll hopefully see this balance back out. Please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beauty of us being in Poznan. Allows us to continue the stream.
Yes,
so
actually,
you can keep talking to us while the Wi-Fi resets. We will be back very shortly. It still was Welter's turn when the internet dropped. Sorry, he had just handed it over to Welter's turn. Welter's probably going to now respond with...
Sorry, it took a minute.
He's going to have... He had 3 lore, 3 ink, no lore. I mean, he could Naveen and play something like Grab Your Swords. He could Naveen and...
Whole New World.
Whole New World. He has just Whole New Worlded, though. So...
Okay, yeah.
In theory, he should have everything in hand that he would need.
There's no ink.
There's no ink.
We are still missing a table camera, unfortunately. But we have a golden logo on the top right indicating that Walter is actually 1 up in this matchup. Unfortunately, we lost the...
I think in the MP3 I did put the jingle for Let's Open a Booster, which is in the Google Drive, but let's open a booster.
Yeah.
Megara Valley, that Daisy Duck discard that we talked about earlier. Do you want to open a booster? Come on down. We have Tong, Magic Broom, a very vanilla Magic Broom, Aerial, Marshmallow, Hey, I Find Them, Platinum, Bee King Undisputed, great card to pull, Gaston, and a Shiny Stitch.
We have a Bruno. Look at this family. We didn't
Nice.
saw that card played, but it's a really interesting one. And a Singer, Ursula, on a
Nice.
hollow.
Which the players were using, so hopefully it was here. Anything from Anna? We
the
love
blade
that
cards.
hitting caster.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
this
not bad,
bell
pal.
moving the damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we're coming back. Yes, we are back. What happened? Oh, that's a Naveen.
So Naveen was used to play Whole New World last turn. I don't think he's.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, nice. Sorcerer Mickey.
So Gaston is actually exchanging. There is a Rapunzel healing back. Draw some additional cards. That's fine.
We got Sexy Triton, that beast we saw earlier, the one that one that enters Badage. John Silver 8/8, Zeus 05. When the character transfers out, he gets an equal chosen,
Yep.
which is an insanely interesting card if played right.
Yeah, I'm gonna just quickly
worries.
open and we're gonna come back to the game. That's a super goof.
I'll take a super goof any day. of
That's
the week.
Raya and
Yeah,
Eden.
so
That's fine.
It's a perfectly adequate deck. Adequate pool.
All right.
Ariel again. This is that
Yeah.
momentum piece. So the Pete has been played. There is now a Daisy on the left. So he was playing daisies. We didn't see it.
Yeah,
from
we
the
just didn't
start.
see.
So I think the variation based on
That's
what
a
we've seen-
whiff.
A double whiff. Yes, that means the yellow part of our bingo board is complete.
Yay!
From a play perspective, the differences we're seeing between these two decks is it does appear Litard is playing the Robin Hood shifted Robin. And on the right, as well as seeing some variations, we are also seeing. I think he was just playing the Singer Gaston. I didn't say a word. Don't know what you're laughing at, mate. Absolutely no idea. At the back.
That's a scoop.
That's a scoop.
So it's a 1-1 now.
1-1. Not really a surprise in the grand scheme of things on that scoop because
You're far away from the mic.
Sorry, I'm putting it. That scoop's not a surprise. Realistically, I'm putting cards away because the space that you can sort of see is a mess. What you can't see is even worse. It would have been a really hard comeback for Welter there, and it's going to come to top one. What I will say, very fast games. We may need to grab a table from somewhere else at this rate. These are the fastest mirror matches I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
While they get set up, I am going to tidy up a little bit because I think my OCD. I don't even have OCD, but I'm going to just quickly put away some of this scrap while we tidy up this here.
Okay.
Just because I can see it's now encroaching onto the camera.
I'm gonna mute your mic so it's not gonna grab all of it. That's a booster. Okay. Okay, so the players now chatting to each other. They know that if the steel songs, the steel song works like if the player actually draws correctly and they have a line on the turn 1 and 2, they usually take over the match. So I'm just gonna unmute you.
I'm back, and look how tidy our play space is. We are going into. I have to say, this is a very, very fast mirror match that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
We are possibly. We can work us on the timings. We will ask if we can maybe steal a team or steal a player from another board.
I'm not sure if the invite we would like to. There are some comments. Sorry.
Messi can be fun too. Thank you, Ryder. It can be.
Someone get this guy a comb. I think that's to the guy on the left.
I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah.
Fair. That's the reason why I'm wearing a hat.
He's a good Hirado, actually. Messi can be fun too. Yes, I would agree with that. So, there is a mulligan, and this because it's 1-1. I'm sorry that the icons are off the lines, but
We'll fix it later.
Yeah, I will fix it later. Sorry for that.
I hope you're enjoying the stream. Feedback is welcome. Polite feedback. If your feedback is rude or disrespectful, Anna will fight you. And I will hold her stuff while she does it. But we are still kind of making adjustments as we go. This is the first major tournament that we've live broadcast, so we hope to do this again in the future. Any feedback or advice we would absolutely love from you guys. We are going into the mulligans. I have to say, at the moment, I couldn't really call it. Welter's going to go first in a mirror match. In this mirror match, going first is a huge advantage.
Yes.
As long as he has the cards.
Exactly. So that's what I was talking about. If he has the basic line to the first whole new world, to be honest, it's absolutely fine for Walter. If he doesn't have a whole new world, or if he doesn't have the beginning line, I think I see a Daisy. We should be fine. But if he doesn't have a line, Littard actually has a
really strong.
It is gonna be his game to win now.
And is that momentum piece? Lorcano is very much a game of momentum.
Yep. That's Nala.
Not a bad first turn.
Was it 1-3 vanilla?
I don't know. It's
and that's no first turn drop for Littard. That's really unfortunate for him.
0-4.
0-4.
It's also a promo.
Okay.
Maybe it does look like it's the promo version.
That's a SME. Yeah, that's a promo because we cannot see the law, but that's a SME drop too.
Oh, we can't see the law because the promos
Right.
have a bit of a weird print effect on them.
Yep. But the new promos also have it, so they are sticking with it.
There.
But
Fine.
now there is no, because those promos have a line
Yeah.
separating. Now it's only the symbol.
Ah, okay.
I think they fixed the printing probably.
No worries.
Um.
Smee into Smee. Next turn.
Yeah, that missing that one drop, that Cinderella now would be absolutely
I'm not
perfect.
seeing an aerial at the moment. I think I'm seeing a Chenpo.
That's a Chenpo.
It's a Chenpo.
And it's being kinked.
It's a shame. If he's going to play...
Ariel. That was an Ariel.
He landed an aerial so hard it literally turned the camera off. Oh my god. It's back.
We don't know if she missed.
He did those three. He did that top four very quickly. And either he knew... Oh, he didn't sing. Must have been a whiff.
I think so.
Thank you, Littard, for keeping the law honest. I appreciate you. Those who say you need a comb, shut up.
He's doing great. Okay.
Yeah, we've had some feedback about the law count. We are gonna work. That's something that we need to look into a bit better. But I will say there is an issue in this particular community, which is no one has quite mastered how to make the law count work.
I have an idea how to do it, but I would like to implement it this weekend, but unfortunately we was not able.
We have an idea, it just didn't quite work.
Yes, exactly.
If it's the idea you're thinking about of what we tested.
Sorry?
Testing on phones, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so he will be streaming the phone, and I will separate the stream of the phone to show the law for each player. That was my idea.
Well, we have an idea for maybe in a couple of months' time.
Yep.
I'm going to go speak to a... to be honest, if Shifted Yannick is... If we have Baby Yannick and Shifted Yannick, in terms of clothes, hairstyle, and current look, I think I might be Baby Tomic into Shifted Tomic. But I need to go talk to Shifted Me. Just had a thought, which was I looked at myself and went, I think I've broken into Tomic's wardrobe earlier. We're going to try and see about doing this event, and we're going to do things. We think we're going to run a bit more of the tech side ourselves completely.
Yep.
The only thing that you and I need to have a conversation about is what we're currently facing, which is Wi-Fi issues.
I think we can fix it with when we came to a venue. We just bring our own Wi-Fi.
Yeah. It's a case of what Wi-Fi's we do and make sure we have backups. It's just something I've talked about or thought about.
It can be set up. I have the ways to set up that. For example, we immediately switch to the second connection or so on and so on.
How long have we been streaming? Just to say that I've already started losing my mind. I think I managed to get to like 8 hours yesterday before I started losing my mind. I just saw my own tattoo and I thought I spilled curry down myself from earlier. And in the stream, I'm sure you'll catch me going, "What the hell is that?"
Yeah. We keep you now around just because we are still waiting for the stream to come back. Unfortunately, I think it looked like they completely lost internet connection there. So we are still waiting for anything to come back.
There's the
Thank you very much.
Last two. We've got 4 left. Let's see what we pull.
Oh yeah, I think we are getting back. Let's
I was
see.
very excited to open a booster.
Only the players came back.
I swear to God, if there's an enchanted in there and you stop me from opening it, Littard, I'm having you.
We still are missing. I can see in the technical feed we are still missing table view, But let's see. Littard is actually not looking great. Is really not looking great. I mean, is not happy with this game.
Yeah, I was about to say, he looks like he's looking at the camera. Littard, did you pull the cable out? Littard was looking so suspiciously at our camera. Littard, did you pull out the camera? It was getting around this
And
point.
again, I think we are having the same problem as we did yesterday. So
Camera's overheating.
I don't know if it's overheating. I would assume that's overheating, but we are having a player cameras. Oh, they became smooth again. Happy to see that. Just waiting for the table still. Let's crack a booster then.
Tor, Aurora, the one that just has Ward 1-3. Prince Eric, Bodyguard, Fanshu, can't challenge, but can let you ready chosen character named Mulan, who can't then quest. Great combo with that shifted Mulan, who can keep doing damage and damage.
Yep.
Swing into action, Titan's Decree, Sign the Scroll, Milo Madrigal.
Magic Broom. Let's go.
Speaking of, shifted Leshang.
Was that a scoop? No, that was a whole new one because they were counting to 7. I saw him counting to 7.
Rose, and then I got the shifted Aurora I just talked about. Oh, sorry, the
Jasmine,
version.
the discarding one. Raja, the card.
Oh, the Raja I talked about earlier. It's weird how they all come right around.
Into types.
Thieves that we talked about as well. I'm going to open my last booster of the stream, and then when the camera goes down, I don't know.
I think the table should be coming back. Oh, the camera changed. Okay, I need a quick readjustment. Give me a second. We have a table view. We're just gonna come back in a second, please. Give me some time. And so there you go. We should in any second now.
Hey, I got legendary shiny.
There you go. Oh my goodness! We turned on the stream to watch a sloffer.
Oh, what the? Yeah, that's it. We were turning on in time to see the screen. I'm sorry, I just got really excited. I just got a shiny legendary.
Oh, nice!
I literally looked down. You went what? I went what?
Yeah, unfortunately, Littard. To be honest, absolutely a great comeback. Great comeback to clinch that top 8. You did amazing. But yeah, that Steelsong mirror matchup is really bad for any of the Steelsong player, to be honest. Great effort, everybody. And yeah, our leader, seed number 1, is actually going to continue. So, yes, they are just putting in the score. We have the Littard who actually won the second game, so he is moving on.
I was just looking at something on Card Market.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking.
Would you believe that there is no Triton card in Pokemon? That's an interesting mistake I just made.
Rapunzel, that's a normal Triton?
Is that one of the ones you need, or have you got?
No, we have all of those.
Well, I think I've just gained 2. I don't think I had any.
Nice.
So Triton legendary is €1.50.
It's a Gaston. No, sorry, not Gaston. It's what was his name?
Oh, don't worry if it's foiled. It's €3.
That's fine. At least it's a legendary.
I actually think it's one I needed for the set anyway, so
nice.
I'm not upset about
Still
that.
Fine. Okay, let's. I would quickly take a look at the standings. What are we seeing now in the standings? Do any of the games? That's the first game that actually finished.
So we'll hopefully see if we can maybe steal or grab a player who maybe or grab some players between games if they're willing to relocate. We can see. Otherwise, unfortunately, that was a very fast game. I think we'll be waiting for a while. Otherwise, I'm sleeving this legendary. Like that's good card behavior to do. But at €1.50, I might as well just.
We had some feedback.
Yeah. Eat the cards.
We have a feedback that people are enjoying the cast.
You were going to read it and then you were scared of Anna. You were going to read it and then you were scared of Anna. Don't lie. I really enjoyed the stream. You guys have good chemistry. I think Anya should be jealous. You was going to read it out loud and then you got scared. Anna, don't beat me up. Anna's been a lovely producer.
I'm just a book. I'm just an open book now.
Yeah, but Again, my highlight from the weekend. It's been a very lovely weekend. We've seen some great cards played. We've seen some great tournaments playing out. What we have also seen that's been really funny is anytime me and Michael make a dumb joke, which I would say is 85% of the jokes that we make, the other 15% don't land. So that's a good balance to have. The delay is that Anna then hears it 4 seconds later and giggles later, which then makes us laugh, and it's just a little cycle. So it's been quite a lot of fun. She's going to beat me up. She's coming for me. There we go. I don't believe that. Jacob Dimbar are still playing second seed versus Blood Dice. If we could ask very kindly if any of the guys at the event are currently...
Do we know the score? Oh, actually, if we can ask our colleague there. Oh, we're gonna get some new people. When they finish the current game, they're gonna come to the stream.
Amazing.
Really nice.
I would love if we could possibly find out the scores around the other matches. That would be asking a lot, but Tom Ash has played an absolutely phenomenal weekend. His score is superb. I would love Blood Dice to win.
My friends are making fun of me, sorry.
Oh, why?
Because it's a Destiny...
I like Destiny. I just lost a few friends over a couple of raids, and that's sometimes the cost of playing Destiny.
We welcome you.
Oh, I only have console. I don't have PC. I don't know if you have. Does it have crossplay?
I think yes.
Yeah. Okay. I enjoy Destiny. Haven't played it for a long time. I did lose some friends due to a couple of raids.
I binge played it, to be honest. I'm sorry we are going on a bit of a tangent. We are just waiting for the players to show up. They just showed up, and I'm gonna change a couple of graphics.
Yeah, go ahead.
But there's a Jacob. There is a Jacob, so we know what table it is. Also,
remember?
Guys, if you are watching this, thank you very much for taking the time to actually move from the table that you were playing and moving to actually be on a stream. Thank you very much. I know it could be a little bit
disconcerting.
It could be like, no, I'm focusing and playing. But it's amazing.
You could have said no, and we appreciated it.
We would be absolutely fine. We would totally understand that. So Jacob, we know it's playing a green steel. That we remember. What is playing his opponent actually?
We don't know. We have not seen this player, have we? This is Jacob and Dimbar. So I'm going to talk while we talk. We can talk about how these players ended up here. So Jacob faced against Disco Burger. He was our very first game of the stream, the very first stream that we watched. He then drew with Zet, got rolled by Ramuma. Well played.
Well played.
You beat the guy who's currently top 8. Take that as a victory. He then rolled out the rest of the tournament into the draft. Actually had a bit of an odd draft. He won the first one, drew the second one against Phil B, and then won the third draft, going into quite a strong position out of day 1. Day 2, Jacob actually came flying out of the draft. And actually ended up facing Ramuma again and drew that match. So I got to have a rematch.
Ramuma's is still up.
Yeah. Then he placed against Ziggy, where he won. Then actually played and was the second player to actually put a dent into Thomas, top player, top points, and actually got the second win against him in terms of a game, but drew out the match. Then it went into the final drafts. Won his first of the constructed phase 4. Won that game and then drew against the World of Warcraft Molochs. Dimbar, let's go through his journey. Started off against Remik, won 2-0. Journeyed through, draw, win, draw. Actually drew against Welter, so actually probably quite happy to know that Welter and Littard, 2 players he drew against 1-1, getting them knocked out.
They are.
Probably quite happy to see that he doesn't have to face them again. The draft was a bit ropey. Draw, win. Draw, win, draw. And then back into the second draft, draw, win. Had a better day 2 than day 1. In terms of draft, and then in the final rounds he drew out to end up in the position he's currently in, which is, in terms of standings, he is 5th. So these guys have been comfortable in terms of they got their position quite well, but it did come down to a few games at the end. Do we know what the current score is?
No, not yet, I think.
On the left, we are seeing a
Probably 1-1. I would assume it's a 1-1.
it's a blue-red on the left.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, let me quickly adjust that.
Interesting. Blue-red versus discard. If Jacob doesn't have a good line, this should go to Dimba.
Yes.
Because the longer...
But that's the worst matchup for him.
Yeah.
That's the worst possible matchup, I would say, for the blue-red. Also, the green-purple, I think, it's a really tough matchup for them, but they can come back from this. But the discard, if it gets rolling, it's absolutely horrible for them to play.
Absolutely. Where are we? We've asked to confirm what the score is.
Yes, we are waiting for the... Yeah, it's 1-1.
1-1. So this is the tiebreaker. This is deciding... I don't know if we're doing... do they do playoffs for the finals? I don't... For like 6th and 5th, I don't think they do they?
No. It's a single elimination. You go out.
Yeah, so once you're out, do you play against the other people?
No.
Sometimes there's a loser bracket. I don't think it really happens here, but I know in like other tournaments.
I think in TCGs it would be too much. You already played so many games.
It depends on the tournament, I think.
If we get a double elim,
yeah,
that could be. I think, for example, in the European Championship or in the World Championship, it could be a double elim.
Yeah, and I don't see that as
I don't mind
bad
it.
thing. A loser bracket just also gives people like us a more interesting thing to talk about. It is definitely confirmed blue-red.
Oh, we have. Okay, Vani just asked for you to look at the Instagram. Oh yeah, 1-1. Okay, yeah. So she just confirmed that it's 1-1
Thank
between
you,
them.
Danny. I didn't realize you were sending to our Instagram. I do apologize. I'll keep an eye on that moving forward. I didn't. I have too many. I have Discord, Facebook, WhatsApp, and now Instagram open. So sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, thank you. They have 1-1. Perfect.
It's a decider.
It's a decider.
If it's a if it's a 1-1, it means that Jacob had a really bad game, but he's on the play. So we can confirm, I think now, that both of them won on the play.
Yeah.
Starting.
It'll be Diablo into Diablo.
That's how far to Grammatala's Brawl. Tipo, that Tipo is would be really good, and that's Madame Medusa. I would say quickly dropped Madame Medusa with a Tipo, and you set up yourself for a brawl. So just if the Diablo comes out, you just brawl him and you just roll.
And you just drew a Sisu.
Yep.
Why wouldn't he play Tipu at this point? Then Ink.
I really want that Winnie the Pooh mat. I have a bad information for you. This playmat is from the, I think, Lies of the Floodbone.
I will say, however, look at your local TCG stores. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, maybe they have some of them tucked in under, or maybe your local TCG didn't actually sell it, but unfortunately they are really hard to get your hands on.
Typically, go to tournaments, go to locations, go to card conferences. There's card conventions. The reseller, there was a sales guy at this tournament, for example.
Yep.
He likely would have had some on sale. They would have been a little bit more expensive when they first came out because they're now a rarity. However, you'll be surprised. I also know, I think, for example, the larger US tournaments that have had play tickets.
Oh, yeah.
You could trade your play tickets for these mats because obviously Ravensburg have easier access to them. So
Anna, I have a small question to you. Can you bring my mat here?
You got one?
Yes, I'm playing on it.
That's
my main one.
Yeah, it is. I have our own Poznań one. If you ever get a chance to swing by,
can you bring me my mat?
If you go buy a squad gear in Poznań, we actually have a great Poznań playmat, which is actually really.
We also have it here,
which I also recommend if you get a chance.
Oh, but it's closed. Sorry.
Yeah. That's fine.
If you like this one, I would say that's my favorite one. That's exactly this playmat. I absolutely love. When I started playing and when I saw this playmat, I definitely went into it.
Phenomenal artwork.
Okay, quickly coming back to the game.
Diablo has shifted
Tipo,
home.
I think I'm fairly assuming that was Madame Medusa going into the ink. That's Diablo into the ink cove. So now the brawl is not
brawl
working.
Is there, but he doesn't seem to. He doesn't seem to know what he wants to do with this brawl.
He cannot Diablo. Yeah, so the brawl into the ink. That's Grammatala. So look at the top two cards of your deck. and
I
you can.
think that was another shifted Sisu, which he already has one in hand. He doesn't need another one.
Yes.
Ask your local store. It's a little hard to get there, but he's
Ask around.
Ask around. Exactly. Great. I'd also say there's also going to be new ones. There's going to be new mats coming out with the new Azurite Sea, and there is some great artwork in Azurite Sea. So that Winnie the Pooh, you'd love to get it. I would thoroughly encourage it. Maybe we wait around, see if you can find a new one.
Yep. Matt is cracking the jokes left and right because of the Diablo and the Hidden Cove. Yes, that's the Tipo is just questing for one, and
it's for the sake of it. It's no harm, right? There's no benefit. There's no benefit to Tipo not questing. He's not going to attack a challenge into it with Diablo.
Yep.
He's going to probably try to use a discard song or even just quest for lore, because this is going to be a momentum game for the discard player. And this is what we talked about. The one thing that I can say that Diablo discard deck doesn't really have is strong lore power in terms of lots of. You need to go wide sooner. Only two. So he really needs to quest sooner rather than
that's
later.
Ursula, and that's how far? And that's 2 Sisus?
Yeah,
what?
2 Sisus, yep.
He actually took the Sisu? What was the second card?
No idea.
It must have been a song, to be honest.
Must have been a song.
Maybe it was B-Prep.
Maybe it's B-Prep. But what he's going to want to do is, as the green player, his interests. Oh yeah, he's saying, "Watch out! You're showing your cards on stream." That's fair comment.
What was that?
I think he was just saying, "Be careful! Your cards can be seen on the stream. We can see his
for us, it's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a screen when we are actually live there.
Yeah, maybe now. Yeah. But the reality of the situation is the green player. He's got the extra ink. Move the Ursula to Hidden Cove as well. Not a terrible decision, but at a point, all he's trying to do now is hunt down that line, right? He's trying to kind of clear it as much as possible and get as much lore as he can before what can happen is 1 or 2 turn knockouts from the blue side.
Oh yeah. That's a quest. It's fine. Now it's probably still a popsicle line. There is a draw from a Diablo.
I think it's an ice block. Oh, he got rid of the brawl. Ice block now would have been really valuable, I think.
So popsicle drawing. Jacob can decide to draw again. Is he doing it? Or maybe he was actually why he didn't draw?
Fishbone Quill into Hera.
Why he didn't draw?
He drew off the.
He didn't draw from the popsicle.
No, he drew an ice block.
No, I'm talking about Jacob.
Oh,
I think he was thinking about the cards in his hand, and it's a May, so he don't have to do it. But I think.
Are you saying that was a missed trigger?
That's not a lie.
That's not a lie, but it's a missed trigger. But that happens, right? Lots of mechanics.
I think he just drew for the beginning of the game. Yeah,
it happens. It's just the way this plays out.
Yep. It could be that. Also, one thing that Dimba is doing, which, to be honest, I would say it's fine.
Yeah.
When he's playing his card, he's playing it facing to the opponent, which means that the opponent is free to read it.
Yeah,
that's a nice thing.
It's a nice touch,
it's
actually.
A really nice touch. And then he just turns it, if it does anything, and turns it back to himself. I would say that's nice.
It's very nice table manners. Very nice mechanic manners. I am going to quickly, while we wait for the players to sort of decide how they're going to roll this out, I'm going to check the other matches. Nothing else has been reported yet, so they are either still playing out. The Ursula for 3.
The Ursula, just banking that there is no brawl or something like that.
Storm of Raging Fire.
Yep.
I mean, I possibly would have preferred to do some damage into Hiram. That Dramatala was not really
but Dramatala is taking off your Hidden Cove, and then you open yourself up for the
you're not wrong.
brawl, probably. From now on, I will expect my opponents to play the cards into my board. Just
yeah, that's the only thing. If you overextend it suddenly, oh sorry, I'm just going to hand you my Hiram if that's okay.
Yes,
and
exactly.
you play this out. That is actually something that I've been a little bit about myself. I've been playing an old Game Boy SP. I've been playing an old Yu-Gi-Oh game on this Game Boy SP, and it's like Yu-Gi-Oh when there was only 12 mechanics in the game. Change of Heart. One of the cards that is often as a style of card that's often in lots of TCGs, a card that lets you for one turn take your opponent's character. And I literally thought about this and thought how fascinating that would be to see that sort of mechanic suddenly appear in Lorcana.
Whoa!
Because we have Hypnotize, which I know that doesn't do, but we have characters in the Disney universe who
Yep.
entice, control.
Okay, I'm gonna. That's gonna be a reference to another game. By the way, what we are seeing,
Hiram into a Hiram?
that just a quest and then Hiram into the empty board, I would say.
Yeah, I think.
No, sorry. Tipo and Hiram hit the Hidden Cove
Yeah.
and just empty Hiram playing on the.
Unfortunately, he knows his opponent's got the ramp he needs to start being a menace around discarding. So
Yep.
cards he might valuably need, the Hirams, for example, because he can play the item, trigger the item, and then use the Hiram to get rid of it. So
Yep.
top decking a item card in this matchup is not going to be the worst case scenario
Yes.
for him.
By the way, Jacob is on 4 inks, so we are still away from any potential Tinkerballs, something like that, to control the table. Yeah, there's some banter about the pigeons.
Nice.
I'm
Prince
just
John.
yeah, it's a Prince John.
And then he's going to trigger the sudden chill.
And double sudden chill, and draw 2 cards from the Jacob.
That's a lucky dime. That lucky
Was
dime.
it lucky dime?
That was a lucky dime. I'm
Oh,
sure of it.
Oof.
But I mean, it just missed the bingo board that we had on the list here
Lucky dime.
into a lucky dime. However, at this point, that lucky dime has no value to you. The only thing he's probably now banking on is brawls, or he can't be far off a be prepared.
It's 6.
Yeah, he's at
One
6,
off.
so he's wanting, if you top decks a be prepared.
Yeah.
Be prepared.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly come back to that tangent
Yeah.
about the mechanics of taking deck then. Did you play StarCraft?
No, I've watched streams, so I never played myself.
There is a unit in one of the races there which is called Infestor.
Yeah.
And there is an ability of you can just grab, like he extends and he grabs the unit and the unit became yours until the connection is not broken.
Interesting.
So, for example, something like that we can grab a
Well,
character
and this character
until something else.
and something like that character remains exerted, maybe something
Yeah.
that prevents it from going. It was a big Sisu and a lucky dime he had to discard out.
We know there is a second Sisu in hand, or one hand. That's a Diablo questing. I think everybody is in the Hidden Cove currently. The small Ursula into Tipo because of the Hidden Cove. Absolutely
Threat,
fine.
Yeah. What is Inco's health?
That's a Tamatoa, I think. That's a Tamatoa and Big Sisu, am I right? And he's banking that there is
no more discards.
no more discards.
That's a
Yeah.
scary position to be in, Dimba, and we do feel for
With
you. We do
Ursula
feel.
Singer with with those how many cards Jacob has. It's a very tough position. If there's no discard in Jacob's hand, it could be.
Could be huge.
It will be absolutely huge. He's drawing, so we are doing
He's looking
4
for
damage.
discard.
I think he's looking because I think he knows. As far as I remember, he knows that that's the second CC. He should remember this. If he knows, he's really
No,
trying
he
to find the
doesn't. The
discard.
Sisu was the second draw. He hasn't seen the hand since.
I think he saw 2 Cs. Oh
No, the Sisu was the second draw later, I thought.
I think he saw Popsicle into Sisus.
He's just going to continue. He's hunting.
It's hunting because the Sisu now is absolutely breaking the board for Jacob.
If he pulls an inkable card.
Oh yeah.
That's
No, yeah, it's 7 because he inked Tamatoa.
Yeah. So you're right. Either he knows it's a Sisu and he's doing everything in his pan.
Yeah, I
in
think
his
so. I
power.
think he knows. I think he saw the second Diablo was 2 Sisu. That's breaking the Sisu now.
He's like, do I move everything? That is the counter argument. However,
Yes, you just move everything, and Sisu doesn't do anything.
No, so he does. So he doesn't. Ursula and Prince John are 1-1, aren't they? It protects your Diablo and it protects your Singing Ursula, but you still lose one layout. You still lose your draw mechanic from the Prince John, and you still lose your Ursula, which is why he's umming and ahhing, because actually he's going to lose a couple anyway. So he could move 2 to protect them. He could move the Ursula.
Jacob have, I think, 9 cards in hand. He drew 5 this turn, 1 at the beginning and 4 from the Let the Storm Ray Jones.
Yep.
No, sorry, 3 from the Let the Storm
Storm
Ray Jones.
So he's going to move.
Yeah,
everyone.
he moved everything into the Hidden Cove. How he doesn't have a discard? What he do with the Singing Ursula? I missed it. Let the Storm Ray John into the Hiram.
into the other Hiram that.
Yeah, that was
and
two
then he did a
Hirams.
third. Let the Storm Rage on. That's
That's inkable.
That's inkable.
That. No, sorry, that's uninkable. Chicha is uninkable.
So he's playing it, and he's then handing.
Gives another possibility, another 2 cards for Jacob to actually do something. He knows that his Ursula and Diablo are now safe.
This is that thing we talked about earlier. This is the knife edge, right? Because
Yep.
right now, in terms of momentum, I anticipate if he finds any sort of
There
discard
is
mechanic.
the Strength of Raging Fire on the right.
Maybe sudden chill in his hand, but I'm
Why
not
he
sure.
didn't play that? That's a Bruno, and
This could be.
yeah, positive. That's a one. It's a Hiram. The Sisu is still in hand. Is it a Sisu?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure that was a Sisu.
That's a sudden chill. Why is he not just singing sudden chill and calling it a day?
Yeah,
Yeah, and then that's
a Sisu.
possibly a scoop.
Why? Oh yeah, maybe he just drew it from.
I thought he drew it
from
off the top.
No, he probably drew it from the Diablo this time.
yeah.
So last turn he drew it from the Diablo when Dimba is starting, and then yeah. So Jacob really knew what he was waiting for. He was looking for that Sisu to go by.
Dimbar's
Now-
probably going to play his out here, which is absolutely right. But
Just looking now for the whole new world, to be honest. Nothing else. Whole new world or no?
It will-
Because even if he draws the Sisu, he cannot play it.
be prepared.
There's not whole new world. So what I'm talking.
Yeah, I
I'm
know what you
sorry.
mean. It's,
be prepared.
we are 7 hours, 2 minutes in, lads.
Yep, it's a be prepared
46
angle.
viewers. What up, guys?
Hello. Welcome to everybody. If you are just joining us, we are watching the top 8. What is that?
Don't think it helps.
Oh, that's a fish. Oh, that's painful.
But this is the issue, as we mentioned earlier, about the lack of draw mechanics. Law power. While he keeps drawing these cards into his hand, and he's got at this point an absurd-sized hand. He's sitting on beasts. He's
It's
sitting
still
on
9. Still 9 low.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He is a
That's a Pete. Oh, that's a perfect
That-
timing because
that
it
m-
blocks.
that might be game.
That blocks the only out, I think.
Yeah.
For Dimba.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's that thing we talked about, heart of the cards earlier. We just didn't see
Yeah, just questing.
and everything. That's gonna be 5 down the line, pushing him up to 14. Lethal next turn, I think.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah, there's
and he
no
scoops.
answer. Dimba unfortunately forfeits concedes the last game.
Okay, I don't want you to look at Melee GG because I want to see your reaction when you see this. So the other games are finished.
Do
Moloch,
you want me to switch?
I'm switch to us. Don't want you to look at melee.gg. Okay. About this. So there was 2 other games going on. We saw Welter versus Littard. Welter won. He won 2-1.
Yep.
Moloch versus Cogito.
Moloch
versus Cogito.
won.
Went to Cogito 2-0. Blood Dice versus Tomasz.
Tell me that Blood Dice won.
Blood Dice 1 2-1. So if we can now go to Melee DG, I am absolutely ecstatic and heartbroken for Tomasz. Tomasz has had an incredible weekend. He was second seed. He was actually top seed until like the last 2 rounds. He had 60 points. He was actually did not lose any round. He won 6 and drew 6, right? Was that what he ended up as his match record?
Yes.
Second place, 60 points out of a maximum. I think it was just shy of 90. So huge player in the game.
You remember what we talked about? That Tomasz actually going second was dodging the bullet because he was going into the match with the guy, the Blood Dice, who was playing a blue Ruby deck, who is a really good matchup technically for Tomasz, but he
And
must have broke his
He
hand.
must have bricked his hand, must have lost his game.
What?
So if you actually go look at the
Oh.
standings for the match results for quarterfinals, match results, what you'll see there is that Tomasz. I think I don't know if we're allowed to do that. I wonder if you want to put like when we put the players' names. Hopefully, we might see Blood Dice's match, or if we do it, I do think from this point forward, I am going to refer to it as Blood Dice God Killer. He has actually managed to defeat a player who went undefeated. Tomasz's only genuine loss of the day, top 8 against.
His first loss is the first
First
match in
loss
top 8.
is the first is against the first top 8 game and is against the 7th seed. First versus 7th knockout. Heartbreaking.
Oh, that's a
Tomasz
heartbreaking.
has had a phenomenal weekend. Blood Dice,
you now, for the love of the story, run this to the win. You have to.
Yeah. If anyone, I'm just gonna do a quick tangent. If anyone remembers League of Legends World Championship, when the 4th seed actually won the championship in 2022, Blood Dice, you are now on the road.
All weekend we've been talking. Oh, yep, Tomasz undefeated. Oh, yep, Tomasz undefeated. And then we saw one person force a draw like round 6, and we were like, oh, I guess God does bleed.
Ziggy. It was Ziggy who first drew with Tomasz.
Ziggy took a dent out of him. I'm actually going to look because I think it was somebody else. I can't remember who else who has made it to top 8. Did also get Ziggy got the first hit in, and then actually, fully enough, he drew out the remainder of the day. That could have been strategic. That could have been it could have been simply that he didn't have a good draft, whatever it might be. But his first true blue loss of the day has been to Blood Dice.
Cogito took 2-0.
Yeah, huge.
That's a huge one.
So going into the next
Blood
match,
Dice is playing against Cogito, and we're gonna have a Steel Song against Emerald Steel Discard. We don't know what game we are playing. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Steel Song against. We're gonna watch the first table actually play. So Jacob is staying with us.
Blood Dice, I better see you in the final. I swear, you are my champion now. Oh wow, I can't believe it. Yeah, Tomasz, I am so sorry, mate.
Stuff.
We saw him play as well. We got to actually watch him play one of the games.
He played really good.
He played phenomenally. I'm sure he's had a
great draft. Really good. So all in all, a really good player.
Yeah.
He did well in a draft and also in a constructed. In the constructed, he was amazing in a draft. The day one was awesome. But
so Jacob is staying on, and then Simon from the previous game. Cool. We're gonna update. We're also gonna update the stream name, I suspect, to top 4 as well.
Let's do that. Thank you for the.
No worries. Oh, what a upset!
What a tournament we are having!
What a tournament for a final, and we joked about it earlier. We were worried that we were going to end up in a Emerald discard into Emerald discard for the entirety of top 8, and it has been a mix. We've had a Steel Song, blue red, blue steel, not blue steel, blue red, Steel Songs. We have got some Emerald discards. What is Blood Dice playing?
Blood Dice is playing blue red.
Blue red. So we have a blue red, Steel Song, Emerald discard, and I don't know what Cogito is playing. I don't think we've seen him play, have we?
Nope.
So that's an unknown to us. So it will be very interesting to see how this plays out.
So the only one player that doesn't lose a game is Valto.
What is also really exciting for us as casters, we are guaranteed not to have a mirror match in the final.
What is Cogito playing?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Hang on. I said that with confidence as well.
Close.
If we can actually find... Oh, no, we don't want to... That's possibly...
maybe...
proprietary information, so we'll wait until we get to there. But we might end up with a mirror match in the final. Shut up, Ben. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you know a lot, but you just missed this one.
That one, yeah. But it's a very exciting top 4. We've seen both these players play. Ooh, what do we think this is going to be? That's we need to update. It's not yellow blue.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So imagine that top 4 yellow blue. We would be on every top page of every Discord in Lorcana around the world if we had a top 4
going 705.
Going 705 blue yellow. There'd be riots in the streets.
What do you think?
If Steel Song has the line, this could 2-0.
Yes.
If Steel Song whiffs, Emerald discard.
Yes, it's discard. But
and you're going to say, isn't that for everything? No.
No.
No, because the comeback is different.
The story is different.
The issue is with discard is it's relying on that Diablo realistically.
And Prince John to then...
Ursula sniping on Jacob's side is going to be so important. When does he snipe? How does he snipe? That's an unusual one. We've not had that glitch yet.
We have a connection in the...
Okay. What this means is from a Steel Song perspective, from a green perspective, Jacob on the right, when to play those Ursulas, he's probably going to drop one turn 2. That's going to be really important and ultimately be really strategically smart. However,
dropping it turn 3 might also be important depending on what he sees.
Oh yeah.
Diablo Spy, to get that shifted Diablo out quickly is going to be important. However, keeping those Diablos back while he hammers out other Diablo, while he keeps those spies back so that he knows when to snipe later. Whole New World out of Steel Song destroys the discard deck. Steel Song's problem, if he doesn't get the singers out quick enough,
he can lose them.
It's over. The only other thing that I think is interesting is we know they're there. How are the daisies going to play out? Out? Because the daisies, again, there's a little bit of luck. Snipe those discards, snipe those actions, the hypnotize, the sudden chills, everything in between that.
There is so many lines actually to be played. To be honest, I think this is the closest matchup that we can get.
Yeah, absolutely. It comes down to if Steel Song can get set up, discard can't play.
Yes.
This has to be a scrap from turn 2 in order for this to be equal.
Welter's
we haven't got the table yet. Welter's reaction ain't great.
Because also, what you need to remember, Mulligan gives you a lot of opportunity to actually change the hands change the cards that you don't want to have. But it also opens you to a randomness because you're drawing from the top of your deck. So it's not guaranteeing you that you're gonna get something better. It could happen that from a bad hand you're just gonna go to worse if you take a gamble.
But worse after worse after
Yes.
worse. Yeah, absolutely. We 100% need to keep this graphic of technical difficulties.
It's perfect.
While it's quickly fixed, we never got around to finishing it. We need to speed run the damn tier list.
I don't know if we able to finish it.
No, I don't know. How far did we get? Where have you got it in? Have you still
We
got it
didn't
open?
finish green. We still didn't saw, I think, one of my favorite cards from green.
Which is what?
The ward.
Oh yeah. You know what? Are you playing next Wednesday?
Yeah.
I reckon we just whack up a camera and we can crowdsource the answers. Our local store, we could just quick vote.
That would be interesting.
Just have them players just shout if they agree with that card being highlighted. So it's not even just us two chatting; it's the community's opinion about how this card's going to play.
I'm down to do that.
Yeah, I'm up for this. We'll have a conversation about how we do that, but that might be really fun. Any of our community that's still in the chat, good news, you're cast members now. No, but it'll be a thing, an interesting discussion because actually, importantly, I love steel discard. I have a place in my heart.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just coming back to my one of the things that I said 2 years ago. 4th seed won and came back from a play-ins. He won this year in League of Legends. They actually are also the 4th seed. I totally forgot about it. Yes, that's true. So we had some Cinderella stories already happening.
There we are.
Yeah, we see our guy trying to fix the camera. Thank you very much. We're really hoping to get the feedback from the table. I think they are still... Oh, yeah, we have the feedback. We have the...
I have a concern about what I'm seeing. That's a turn 2 morph and nothing else on the field.
Turn 1.
Nothing on turn
But
1.
also not a singer on turn 1 on the Steel Song, which is a good situation right now. By the way, now I'm looking at that Nala. It's a really interesting in the mirror because it's not easily removed with the Storm Mage Ons and so on.
And it's actually going to have its play. We can't see what that card is. Again, I do think the lighting on the...
That's Ursula, I think.
Sorry, the lighting we're currently seeing on the left side is just that light has gotten closer to the player. So if we can possibly move that light back a little bit because we can't see what's being played.
Yep. Let's pull up a chat back in.
Have you messaged the guy about the light? Just give him a quick note. Say, hey, can we just move that back a little bit? That's the Ursula. Whole new world. 2 whole new worlds. Bare necessities. Oh my god, what do you choose? That's going to be coming at you next turn.
That's fine.
So that's a smart play. That protects the morph from being struck this turn, which is what he's probably...
That also gives information to Jacob. Go wide.
Yeah.
Just go wide. Yeah, exactly. Throw down your hand because there are 2 whole new worlds. There is no really an out for the Valitor, so he needs to whole new world. He needs to get this area out, whole new world, and refresh the hand. If you have a control of the table, you can come back. You can just discard everything back. Just
We will get the light moved back just a little bit on the left hand side. We are seeing it does make slightly for a difficult stream to cast on when we can't see what's being played. He's gonna what's the word I'm looking for? Quest. Oh my lord! 7 hours in and I forgot the word quest. He's gonna quest that Diablo. It's a smart play. That Diablo is not it's not a secure play like you would expect it to be in so many other sort of matchups.
Oh yeah.
There's the aerial. He's gonna sweep. He's gonna go for a dig. What does he find?
Is that another whole new word? Am I seeing? No, that's an Ella. That's a 2-day.
It's a swift.
That's a whiff.
It's a whiff.
That's a first whiff of aerial.
Jacob's gonna love that. Having said that,
oh, the light has moved. Thank you very much.
Next turn, however, this does mean guaranteed whole new world.
Yes.
Because unless a huge discard mechanic suddenly comes into play,
yeah.
this does mean whole new world. From Welter's perspective, he's currently stressed, I think, because he's thinking, oh god, I just whiffed on aerial. You were not going to be able to use that aerial anyway. And
yes.
you weren't going to use a song with that aerial. Best case scenario, you might have eliminated the Diablo sooner rather than later.
Yep. That's bare necessities, so just eliminating sudden chill. To be honest, I'm not sure if that's a good decision. He's banking now that he gets an additional inkable card next turn. If he doesn't get an inkable card, he's gonna just throw out a whole new world with 3 ink,
which is a challenge.
Which is really a challenge. So maybe of course, the player knows his deck a lot better. He is in the first place, undefeated currently, so he knows a little bit probably better than us. But if I understand.
That's the only thing he can do.
Yes,
that's the only thing he can do.
That's a perfect ask from Jacob because it gives him time to first discard this whole new odds or just throw out his hand.
Having said that, I mean, there is an unknown in his hand currently. Outside of that, he knows he has an Ursula Singer and he has a Prince John.
Yep.
Neither of which can really move in this deck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The only thing is that Prince John, based on what we've seen from the Steel Song player, hasn't got to work around the ward.
Yep, we saw the Strength of the Raging Fire being inked, and we passed the turn, and that's
a Rapunzel.
That's a Rapunzel. That's an inkable card.
Ink, and I would encourage.
You cannot whole new word because of Pete.
Oh yeah, ink. We're still ink and wait.
I think that's the only out.
And draw ink and draw next turn because best case scenario, you get another ink. That you top like another inkable card, ink it, whole new world, reset the board, reset the momentum.
Yep.
You have other singers. You know you have tons of more songs in your deck. You just haven't found any of that. And I think you're now currently holding 2 whole new worlds.
Yes. The problem also is because you are inking this Rapunzel, you are leaning your hand. You have only 2 cards. So now Jacob drew 1 from Diablo, another one for the turn. If he drew 2 discards,
it's all over.
Going to be absolutely horrible.
Oh, come on. He shakes his head in disbelief. Yes. I absolutely am with you there, sir.
That's a Pete into Pete, and he knows that there's only 2 whole new wars in the hand of Valitor. That's a really... Who was on the play, actually? No, Valitor. Play, I think. That's a quest. 2
to 5.
Go to 5. He drew. What is that card? What is it? Couldn't see. Is it bare necessities? If that's bare necessities, that's even worse.
But again, at this point, pass.
Jacob was on play. Okay. Why?
Oh, you don't want to ink the bare necessities. You may need a cushion for discard.
No. I'm thinking about why Jacob was on play. Lawrence, I think. Let's see. I think that's Lawrence. Yeah, that is Lawrence. I think you want to play him. They rolled the dice. 3 was not guaranteed to play for need.
Lawrence is an interesting card. Okay. We'll see what happens next.
If they are rolling the dice every game, every matchup in the top 8, I'm happy with that because that's actually according to the Locana rules.
Superb. Oh, I mean, it's a Ravensburger event. Ravensburger are there.
Oh, yeah.
Follow the rules.
Some tournaments are actually changing that.
Oh, well.
They are explicitly saying that there is a rule of starting in the top, but I would agree. That's a Prince John.
That we knew that was in his hand. It's been in there for a while. Ursa to sing
Sudden chill.
He's hoping.
One whole new word. Just do not. Yeah, Valitor is now. Please do not another discard. Please do not have another discard, please.
And
if Jacob is thinking so long, it doesn't look like he has another discard, to be honest.
Do you know what
that would be just
slap in the face of Welter as if he now top draws a whole new world. After all this stress and goes, oh, there's one there. Cool. Ariel's a Sing of 5, right?
Yes.
Yep. That's not a bad idea, just to stop the damage, because that guy has +4.
Yeah, and that's a Hypnotize, that discarding this whole new word, drawing a card, and now Valitor, so a Steel Song is playing from the top of his deck. Oh, it's looking really bad.
Press down the line.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. That pushes it to 7-2.
Really well played for Jacob.
Deck on
really
your
well
world.
Played. And what it is? Oh, that's another aerial. Okay, we can dig.
Jacob took a beat there. He knew
Daisy,
that. Don't be another whiff. Don't be another whiff. Don't be another whiff. Don't be another
I
whiff.
think there's bare necessities there.
Don't whiff,
yeah,
don't
there's
whiff,
a bare
don't
necessity.
whiff. Don't whiff.
Is that an aerial being put down? Yeah, that's an aerial, and I think Lawrence. One of his aerials just went down the drain to the end of his deck, so yeah, probably just singing bare necessities now, I guess. Checking what is in hand.
May as well get that board cleared out a little bit. The issue is he needs some of these removal songs.
Yeah, he needs that whole new word now. Really needs it.
He really needs it. I feel sick for him.
That's painful.
I'm gonna imagine if I just hit this button and we see that there's already no. I'd be stunned. I'd have been stunned if that happened.
That's a really interesting game that we're having here now. Just as a reminder,
he's going to ink the bare necessities. I think.
That's also fine
that's
because
also fine.
Yeah, if there is a discard from the top of the deck, he's not losing discard.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to, if he snipes a discard out of his opponent's hand, great.
If there's 2 discards,
what have I done?
You're done.
Yeah, so that's 5 lore. He has not milled, but he has unfortunately cleaned a lot of the top unnecessary cards from his deck.
Yep.
In the sense of cards he doesn't need to do something here. Yeah, that Nala's not doing much. She's probably going to get traded into.
She's 4, so you need to trade 2 characters currently on the Jacob side. So
yeah, it's not a terrible
so.
usage. But then Ursula and P can just wrap that up quite quick for the sake of it.
Did I make a mistake?
606.
6. Sorry. Yes, Cropper, thank you
615.
very much. I made a mistake. Yes, it's he is 706. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Which means, still, Valitor is undefeated.
Still undefeated. He is currently undefeated.
And as we saw with Tomasz, if you lose now, everything you did goes down.
Which we hope not to see. We don't.
Yeah,
want to see that.
we don't want to see it, but
yeah, it
can happen.
But it makes us some great content.
Yes. We're not gonna content farm this. Okay.
That's a 13 lore pull.
Was that a Diablo and Muses? Am I right?
Yes. Diablo Muses played to the top right. We may see a scoop here because it is lethal. Yeah, it's a scoop.
That's scoop.
That's an unfortunate board to scoop on. 2 aerials. Just never got to get that whole new world going.
Yep.
Never found any of that removal.
As we pointed out, that whole new world was the main lifeline of Valitor there, and it was a good discard from Jacob.
What bright young gentlemen we are. I think that was sarcastic. Oh no, sorry, he's saying someone else was identifying it was wrong. Oh, I thought you were calling us. I was like, how dare you? We can't count.
But it also could be sarcastic.
We cannot count past 20 or 220.
Yeah.
What he needed was just to get a little red-headed mermaid, was a bunch of birds. What a shame. That's a fair point. It's really unfortunate. If that whole new world had gotten going, if he then had found things like
With that many singers on the board,
yeah, it would have been all over.
Be
Unfortunately, he just didn't seem to get that quite the right
and
level
this
of momentum.
Pete, turn after turn, that was
top deck Pete's twice in a
oh
row.
yeah.
We go into game one. Do you want to?
Oh yeah, I need to add who won.
Point to our boy Jacob. Jacob's had a great day. I'm not going to criticize him. We don't want either player to do badly here. We want them both to succeed. Obviously, that's not how it works. But we have seen Jacob more than once during this tournament on the top table.
Yeah,
he has absolutely earned his place to be here. As has Welter. He's gone undefeated. It's actually a strange one, as we said. You could have a tournament with 100 players, and you will see the same names. You will see the same people showing up. And still not see these people meeting throughout the same tournaments.
Yeah.
But we can look at their lists of who they played against who, and they played against the same people, just never each other. So it's a great lineup to see.
We see the usual. Just to remind everyone, at the beginning, after you shuffle your deck, you present your deck to your opponent to enable them to shuffle your deck or to just cut it in how many pies they'll see. What do we see from a Steel Song? There is a Rapunzel, which I'm seeing. It's definitely a Rapunzel. I think there is an ally. I think there is an Ariel, at least one, if I'm seeing correctly from the graphic.
Didn't see a Smee last game.
No.
Which is probably one of his only few real.
Oh yeah, there was no Smee.
No Smee. We've been able to use the draw mechanic with Rapunzel.
Yep.
It's a very interesting situation to be trapped in. I'll be interested to see how Welter now.
His back's against the wall now.
Yeah, a little bit. So he's going to have to re-strategize.
He's on the play.
Yeah.
Which is good.
He needs to decide how he wants to play out of this, how he wants to sort of face this strategy down.
Sure, man. I would agree with Krapek. Sure.
No such thing as sarcasm in this room. I'm going to stretch my legs out a little bit because, ow. I realised I've been sat with my legs under the chair. I'm going to stretch out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Oh my god, this is a different experience sitting with your legs not under yourself. What have I been doing? I've got feeling in my legs. 7.5 hours, and I've just realised I have to sit in a chair. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, yesterday we had like a 1 hour break. Today we are just going all on.
Do you remember? It's like a 3-card mulligan. It's going to be a very important mulligan. A lot of players just see this as, I don't know what to do here. You need to look for cards that you're going to be able to get out quickly.
And also, because we are on this level of play, both of those players know what they are playing against, and they really understand what lines they are trying to hit in those games. So this mulligan is really, really important now. Especially for Valito. As we said, he's back against the wall right now. He's losing. He is on a play, which is a good sign for him, but he is 1 game out. If he loses now, he's out of the tournament. That would be absolutely bonkers.
What we just saw, I just saw in the chat saying you guys had no time for pasta today. No, what we did was our producer very kindly made us a lovely curry. We were going to stop for 5 minutes to eat it. We turned the cameras off, both picked up a bowl, got a mouthful in, and then the player sat down for the game.
Exactly.
So what we did was we ate curry next to each other off camera, one at a time, as gentlemen do.
That's
Daisy
a
Duck.
That's a good
huge.
one. That's a good one.
Huge. As we've talked about repeatedly, this emerald discard doesn't have lore power.
Yep.
So actually just having...
That's a Diablo, and see Ariel, Ursula, Ariel, Zeus, and let the storm rage on.
This is a really interesting... I think what he's done here is he's actually tried to play out the songs he needs, and he's probably actually mulliganed those songs out.
Yep.
So that what he then can do is rely on the Ariels to produce the cards as and when he needs them.
But now we are pretty sure that we're going to see a song being sniped.
Yep.
Because of the Ursula turn 2. But the question is,
does he have the Ursula turn 2?
Yeah, does he have? And the second one, does he wants to play it?
I can see that
Ursula
Anna is
singing.
negotiating curries for photos of dogs, which feels like a very strange secondary market in the business. But we'll leave it at that. We're going into turn 2. The
and
Daisy.
he drew from Daisy. I didn't saw what was that. I'm sorry.
Pete, I think.
No, Pete was from the top deck.
Oh, then I can see
green
I'm
one.
Leaning to see. I think
Yeah,
it might
I think
be
it's Diablo.
It looks like another Diablo spy, which is not actually helpful. He might actually. We may see him.
Crikey. Okay.
Oh, never mind then. Thank you. What's this person's name?
A
Is that Morlock?
small Michael.
Small Michael,
Michałek.
not shifted Michael.
Michałek is like
A tiny Michael.
yeah.
A petite Michael, as we said.
Petite.
Petite Michael. Petite.
Oui,
Oui, Michael. We've lost our minds.
Actually.
7.5 hours without a break. The second Diablo is probably not actually going to be useful to him. He may.
No, it's
sorry,
just
so
ink, I
that
would
crikey. That crikey is. I'm not that tiny, but thank you. You're welcome, sir. The issue with that crikey is valuable.
That was a Diablo.
I really, really do not think the Pete play was smart there.
I don't think so.
Why would you lose that Pete?
But also, maybe he doesn't have any 2-drop.
No, I guess not. No Ursulas, but that Pete.
I would even just ink Diablo and go.
Yeah,
you saw the power of Pete in the last game.
Congratulations, you have 2 1-drops on the board that have 1/1/1, and you know that your opponent has the exact same cards they had before.
Yeah. Maybe there is a line, but I'm not seeing it currently, to be honest. Also, what we have to say, those 2 players played for 2 days straight for at least 5 hours of play every day. They are also really tired after that. I think the line on the Diablo is he knew that Valitor can snipe one of the Diablos. He wants to guarantee a shift.
Yeah. What I will say is my experience
Ariel,
also, whenever you play a player and he holds his cards like this as we're currently seeing from Jacob,
yeah,
he has no strategy to play out at the moment. When I see this, oh dear.
Oh, I think we lost the table. That was the Ariel. I think I saw
that Ariel is very powerful.
Yes, actually.
That's the same Ariel. He played it earlier and it smashed the camera to pieces. What is that Ariel doing? It actually says in tiny writing, if you haven't got one, if you've got a box of Lorcana cards next to you, if you just go and get that Ariel out of the box, run it over to your computer and play it against the light, in actually very small font in almost the same colour as the card, it says, when you play this card in the black writing, it says, take the top 4 cards of your deck, you can
turn
off the song and then do it. But then you also look in the light, just slightly adjust the lighting off the TV on the computer screen. It does say in tiny writing, and destroy Ben and Michael's stream. It's been happening repeatedly today, and I don't know what's wrong with that Ariel, but it's that Ariel.
Yep.
And I don't like Steel Song. That is the problem. And this Ariel keeps breaking our stream, so I don't like it more. Tier list?
Yeah. No, I think we're gonna stay here for a bit. Let's wait. I just messaged our tech guy if he can try to fix camera. Yeah, we see the.
While we wait, just because I'm gonna start asking awkward interview questions. What's the one card in Lorcana that you absolutely love, even though you know it's rubbish? Because I love Bucky. We talk about Bucky a different way. We're not talking about it. I know it wasn't. I know it's a rotten. Now it's useless. Yeah. Next to my sink, I have a Bucky in a top deck, top loader. That for a joke, I sent a video to our group chat of me using it to repaste a wall that broke. Because it's my favorite thing in the world. However, I have a real soft spot for. I have a shiny frying pan.
Yep.
Signed by the author.
Oh,
I absolutely love that card.
Oh, we also have it.
Yeah, because the Frying Man card is useless. But I love it with the fact that I've got it signed. And I also love that an artist was paid to draw a frying pan.
Yep.
That brings me so much joy. I've been collecting those Buckies as well. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a market for them. If they ever remove the errata, the Bucky's going to flood the market.
Yeah. My favorite card, art-wise? Sorry.
From the promotion.
Oh, yeah, we have
that's
so
great.
many. But
I love that one.
My favorite card, art-wise, we need the Pooh.
That what the play mat
yes.
went to. Yeah, it's a great one.
I'm so gutted that it's not playable card, to be honest.
No,
but it's absolutely amazing. Art.
I mean, we've discovered that sorcerers are more valuable based on the cards we've seen over the new set 6, and he is a sorcerer.
Maybe he can do a comeback.
Artwork in I absolutely love the most recent shifted green Robin Hood with the color wheel behind him. I think that's a phenomenal card. A card I love that I really want to work that doesn't. There's 2. Bell, shifted Bell from I think set 2.
Yep.
Floodborn, the one that if you challenge, you must discard your entire hand.
Yep.
I am going to still work out a mechanic that at some point
gonna
in my
work.
Lorcana career, that's going to happen in a tournament.
By the way, I'm sorry, I just realized we need to change that name. It's not Be Prepared. It's just one Ariel.
One Ariel, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a very fair point. You have the asset. If you would like to go and fix that, Ariel broke our stream once again.
The other one for me that I really do.
There is our guy trying to fix it.
The
Thank
one
you
I
very much,
absolutely love
man.
that
I really wish worked, but just doesn't quite. The one that we absolutely love that we doesn't quite work.
Oh, we have a table back.
Cool. Is Ed, the King Ed.
Oh, yeah,
The Quest for 4 can't be hit by damaged.
There is a Pete into Diablo.
This on for a second.
That's an
We have
Ariel.
a photo from our squad who's been playing. They sent us a photo of them all together.
Yeah.
Just quickly, we're here. We believed in you. You guys had a great weekend. Right, going back into the match. It's still.
So it was Daisy, Elsa into Ariel, and Ariel. 2 turns. And Pete into
I've
Diablo.
seen Bruno on the discard. He didn't Bruno Daisy, did he? In the off camera.
Kind of. Oh. No, he couldn't.
Well, there's no discard, man. Oh, he shifted Diablo.
Yeah,
Maybe
shifted Diablo.
Yeah, you used it to shift the Diablo. That makes more sense. I was about to say, if he played,
Ursula. 2 whole new words again. 2 Zeus.
pick your poison because I'm coming for you, mate. And that's Jacob going, what you have there is the nuclear launch codes.
By the way, about the Pete being inked to play the second Diablo, now we've been schooled.
Yes,
because
yeah.
there are 2 more.
Yeah, that's
Petes
fair.
in
No, that's
the
fair.
game.
Having said that, the Ursula and the Diablo cards are so valuable because they give you an opportunity to look at your opponent's hand.
Yep.
The Ursula's slightly more powerful that she lets let you discard a song character.
Yep.
However, there is nothing funnier for me personally than, and I even enjoy it when it happens to me. I play my Ursula, my opponent shows me the worst hand he could possibly have for me. And it's like, oh, here's my 3 Mauis, my 4 Be Prepareds, and you have no way of stopping it. I'm like, excellent, thank you for your time. Yeah. And that's what just happened there. He's gone, okay, you're going to discard that card that you were going to discard anyway, because you have so many whole new worlds. I think the only...
That's a Zeus.
The Zeus was a smart choice.
Zeus into the Diablo with 1 damage?
Yeah,
that's an overkill.
Zeus was the right choice in terms of what cards to discard, because on the line he had currently, he could have sang to...
Crikey, Anna, and Diablo. Crikey is lost.
Crikey's lost, as is Diablo. That's 2 Diablos in the pit. If you were shown 2 whole new worlds and 2 Zeuses, Zeus is the obvious choice.
Oh, yes.
Because your opponent next turn would be like, right, and I'm eliminating that card, and I'm eliminating that card.
Yes.
At this point now, he still has a singer on play. I don't know if he drew a Naveen. If he drew a Naveen, we might suddenly see another song come out of nowhere. He's inked. He's got...
It's 4 ring.
4 rings, so he could drop a Naveen and then drop another Zeus, drop a Let the Storm Rage On.
Yep.
Be really funny, drop a whole new world. Sod it, I don't like this hand, let's try again.
If there's a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah, there is a lot of 1-drops.
That could be a line for
Go
that.
wide. Go wide if there's a lot of 1-drops.
Yep.
Because the discard can't do that. Lore-wise, we may need the camera slightly adjusted. Not the camera,
It's
the
4.
phone.
It's
slightly
6'4".
adjusted. It's 6'4".
Yep.
Which is in the favour of the player, because as it stands at the moment, he still has a Daisy on the board, which means actually that Daisy is going to be questing for half the board that
To
he
be
can quest
honest,
for.
I think there was a small misplay. Daisy should have quested first. If there was a character going to hand, then you whole new world.
Yeah, that would have been a smarter play.
That's a really small thing, but sometimes those small things
he could have
really
sniped.
matter.
He could have sniped a discard. He could have sniped a Diablo. He could have sniped
Diablo,
anything.
Beast.
Exactly. You know, it's a very fair point.
think about-
Daisy first, but he's stressed. He's tired.
Oh yes, they are tired after this.
We're-
We're not putting like any shame of them. It's very hard to play such a long tournament, especially tournament that goes for 2 days with so many games.
We've gained 23 followers since we started this. And I don't know how our VOD's
we?
doing. How's our VOD doing? We should ask our
I don't
producer.
know.
Do you mind checking out how our VOD view count is currently at? Hello? VOD view count. What's it currently sat at?
For the
This is
first day.
funny. I'm just curious. Huh?
What?
Yesterday's VOD. How many views it's had?
Daisy goes into Pete?
Sure. Oh, that's
Okay,
why.
yeah, okay.
What
That
an
makes sense
unusual,
now.
what an unusual
I
strategy.
was really
That
baffled
he-
for the
yeah,
second.
he just pulled
There
out.
is another Zeus. We can see there is Lawrence. There is another
I think
Rapunzel.
that's 2 Rapunzels. I think he got 2 Rapunzels off that daisy. What a bizarre turn.
Nice.
Oh, wow, that's a surprise.
2 more viewers and it's gonna be nice.
Yeah, we've had an absolute blast doing this, going for nearly on 8 hours.
Yeah.
And somehow over 1,000 people have watched this in the last
I
24
don't
hours.
know how.
I don't know how. Going into this last turn here, challenge we have, which is a very fair challenge to face, is who do you target? Because actually, right now, the 2 Petes have had their value.
Yeah.
The dangerous cards, but they've had their value.
Yeah.
The beauty of it is they've guaranteed that they are going to, if he tries to use it on anything, it's a trade on 1 Pete.
Yep.
So Zeusing another Pete
Would be the only line, I guess.
would be any line currently.
Pass.
However,
There
pass
is a pass,
because
yep.
actually you want your opponent to drop a Diablo so that you can then hit that with a Zeus.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I would have possibly done, and I mean he can still do that this next turn, is if nothing goes for the daisy or anything puts damage into any of his characters, he does have another Rapunzel in hand.
Yeah.
So he can heal that back out, use that draw mechanic, and keep
If
going.
the Pete again exchanges and stays, there is another 3 cards for you.
We are slowly cruising towards the end of the match, end of the lineup. This is going to hit a breaking point, and it's going.
I think
to,
that's gonna go to determination, but we are playing for the 70 minutes now, not 50.
So I don't know how long this game has been going. Actually, we haven't been going for 70 minutes on this game alone.
No, definitely.
But we are likely to see. I think we are reaching a breaking point because at the moment there's no real moves on the Jacob side. If he starts playing discard, great. I actually have a handful of cards that you can't get rid of. And from
Jacob is checking the discard of the Steelpunk player.
Welter's perspective, his view is he actually has a lot of options. He is, unfortunately, I think, in a bit of a reactive state.
Yep.
He has a great number of Rapunzels to do things with, but he is still waiting to see what's going to play out and how this is going to play out.
Inked Beast.
Ink the Beast is interesting. I'm going to guess Beast is probably one of the highest ink cost cards this guy has. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Maybe Tinkerbell. I don't know if have we seen Tinkerbell from him? No, so we don't know. Maybe, but
Oh, so now, by the way, I can talk about Tomek.
Yes, we can talk about Tomek.
Because Tomek also played a really similar deck to Jacob, and when I spoke to him, he actually... Oh yeah, there is Muses. Nice.
Muses have war, they do, don't they?
Yes.
Yep.
About Tomek's deck, he is not using Hidden Cove. He just slaps another 2 Tinkerbells. He's playing full 4 Tinkerbells in his discard deck. That helps him in a
late
mirror
game,
matchup in a late game. The problem is you lose to everything. No, not lose straightforward, but you are worst.
I don't mind that. So I don't mind this Muses play. However, what are you bouncing? Outside of Ursula, okay, great. That's another inkable card for me that I don't need right now. Daisy, great. She'll be back in a turn, and that's not really going to achieve much for you. Or are you going to bounce one of my aerials or Rapunzels, and I'll use that mechanic again. So that I don't know if that was that valuable. I don't know what else he has in his hand, of course.
Yep.
But
now
arguably,
he's bouncing.
Arguably, that would have been
maybe if he can bounce both area. That
he's like, great, okay, cool. But that's another an
Rapunzel?
inkable card. He bounced the Rapunzel, inkable card.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't start trading.
Two damage into the 1 damage into the aerial, that's fine. But why are you leaving those big singers?
There's some big singers on the board still.
I know that.
I mean, he's got a Pete and a Daisy that he could do some more damage.
Maybe there's a Pete coming. No, it's gonna be hidden. What? One of the Petes can go in, or there is a 2 ink. I don't know. It's.
Oh, he moved the Petes to the hidden cove.
Yes,
so
but
4 damage
he
piece.
got only 2 ink. He played hidden cove for 1. Am I right with that? He's got 6 ink. 4 for Muses. Was the hidden cove on the table? I didn't saw that. He
Possibly,
needed
yeah.
to be on the
Must
table.
be on the
Yeah,
table,
must have been on the table.
Um,
That's a fair exchange then.
but I don't think necessarily a problem right now, because, for example, Ariel, and that's right, it's not exactly ideal, but he's got a lot of cards in his hand. He may be freaking out that he doesn't necessarily have a lot of answers, but with 5 ink, I'd be stunned if a Steel Song with this many cards in their hand can't do something to sort of balance out this board.
Naveen, for example, now into Zeus, then singing the Zeus or something like that. Let the Storm Ray Jones are definitely there, so those beats can go. There is also John exerted. There is so many things to do.
So many options.
Yep.
The thing is, you'd think there's so many options, but at the moment,
so many possibilities.
maybe
as
that's
the quote
part.
would
Maybe
say.
that's part of the problem.
Yep. Sometimes you have something like that you lock.
You lock because you don't know what you can play. You don't know what you want to play. You don't know how you're going to play it, and that can cause some players ultimately a bit of fear, a bit of concern, because ultimately they're scared of, if I have so many options. If I play the wrong option, it's all over.
Yes.
I can see that someone has clipped another thing, I think, in like the last hour. Someone's going to have a quick nosy. Possibly you and I losing our minds earlier. 1 hour ago.
We see Lawrence played and Ursula single played. We see Ariel actually hitting the hidden cove. Oh my goodness.
It's just you asking for your mat. That's all they've clipped. Is you going,
Wow.
Can you bring my mat, please? I don't even understand how you clip. That's how little I know about the Twitch system. Anyway, we're going. This is a scary match currently for Disc in. I think he's scared of what. I think he's overwhelmed or over concerned about what's currently available to him, when in reality he actually has a lot of options.
One thing that I do not understand. Why? Okay, maybe he's keeping the Zeus on the Diablo. Maybe.
I think he's actually going to plan.
That could be a really good. We don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do wonder if he's actually playing on Zeusing Hidden Cove.
But now he doesn't have a.
Ursula.
That's a daisy. That's fine.
Ursula sings for 4, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
he can slam down the Hidden Cove to kind of just sort
There's
of deal
bare
with that
necessities
threat.
we can see, and bouncing the singing Ursula.
Never mind, we missed that mechanic there.
Yep. Oof.
What he needs is a Naveen. I know I keep talking about it. Naveen and Grab Your Swords, but we haven't seen any evidence that.
So just to confirm, by the way, which I just saw, he played the Hidden Cove last turn, but he was able to move both beats because we are only seeing. Oh no, we are only seing 4 cards on the top, and there is a 5th one in the ink.
I see.
That's why, unfortunately,
Thank you for that
didn't
help.
see- I just spotted that. There is a morph, that's fine, and now Steel Song is again kind of locked out. It's absolute lockout.
Yeah.
Grab Your Swords if you play it.
This is I have a sneaky. We haven't seen it once, so Ivory's playing a very
maybe
small
he's not
number,
playing
or
with
simply
them.
not playing it. It is, I guess, a risk of uninkable.
Yeah,
But
you're already playing so many ending.
yeah, right now, look at all of these cards that I can't play.
Yeah.
Um,
Lawrence. Oh, that's it's looking like a death by the 1,000 cuts.
yeah, and
I'm just gonna bounce now the muses. I'm just gonna bounce everything you have.
yeah,
He cannot bounce Lawrence currently
no,
because Lawrence has 4 attack. But any damage direct to a Lawrence. By the way, if you sing Let the Storm Rage On, you can bounce him because you deal damage
and he loses
and
the
then
0.
he goes to 0.
You get 2 singers back out.
Yep.
He's gonna ink a card.
Allah.
Play another singer.
Just play a Cinderella.
Which again, it's a healthy board suddenly back for the Steel Song player. It is coming down to, can the discard continue this momentum of preventing him from being able to do a lot? He has a lot of ink, still a lot of cards in his hand, but I'm thinking he's trying to keep. He doesn't need to play them.
Yep.
Going wide at the risk that he has grab your swords is probably what he's concerned about right now. Having said that, we are now.
And also, my opponent has a lot of cards,
Yeah.
so he don't want to hold new word himself.
We're now well into maybe 50 minutes of this game.
Oh yeah.
You have not seen grab your swords.
Nope.
At a point, stop looking for it.
Yeah.
And start playing against it. The other game still hasn't scored out yet, so we don't know where that sits. It could be a green discard versus red-blue in the final. If Blood Dice wins,
Yes.
which would be fascinating to see how that plays out, because it is going to come down
Blood
to that
Dice
opening
already
line.
won one
Yeah.
discard
So
game.
he knows it's
we
doable.
saw.
We know he can do it, and we know that his deck setup does support it. If I remember correctly, I think he was playing some evasive reds, wasn't he?
I think it was not him.
Was it not him? I thought he had a Pegasus at one point. But we know he has the ice blocks. We know he has the
Yep.
Sisus.
Yep.
There's a lot of ways to deal with the.
I think Pegas was in the draft.
But he has a lot of ways of dealing with that Diablo threat if that Diablo threat becomes a problem. And the thing that this deck that we're seeing here, if it goes to him versus Blood Dice, what we do not want to see for him is that shifted Sisu.
Can we get a check? I'm just asking about how much time is left.
Yeah, fine. So we'll do a time check. He's played the dock, discarded a Diablo. Played an Ursa and a dock, discarded the Diablo. I've just realised that the phone that we're using for the score has the Discord on it, because I've realised every time you send him a message, it appears on the phone. He's going to quest down the line. The Shifted Beast as well. This is probably fatal. He got a lot of songs out. He got a lot of damage done because of it. This is probably...
result of calculation.
Yeah,
That's a
handshake.
handshake.
2-0 for Jacob.
The steel song got absolutely broke. I'm happy to see that the camera died now.
Yes, but yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was really unfortunate
Melter
one.
played an incredible game.
We saw both top undefeated player lose in the top cut.
Yep.
That's painful.
So we have definitely at least one Emerald Steel in the final. We don't know what Cogito is playing.
Yep.
However, what we do know is that he's playing up against a red-blue, so we can anticipate that is going to go the full way into the...
Oh yeah.
Um,
Full kudos to Jacob.
Yeah.
He's having an absolutely amazing tournament. We saw him at the beginning. He was actually our first game that he watched yesterday. We have a confirmation there's 33 minutes left. So if they actually went to the last game, it would be a nail biter.
Yes.
But coming back, Jacob is playing, having absolutely an amazing tournament. Valito, we are really sorry to see that. You were the only undefeated player left in the tournament right now. That's an unfortunate one, to be honest. But full kudos. You played an amazing one. You only lost one game.
Yeah,
it's
one game.
It's a great one. It showed that you can play both constructed and also the draft really well. Yeah,
he lost to our guy.
unfortunately.
The only person he lost to was one of ours. What we don't know, so we've been asked a question, did they dice roll before the game and why?
Yes.
To determine who is starting, and it is officially in the Locana rules. However, we don't know if that's been played against all of it. Handshakes all round. We are going to be witnessing the final, so we will possibly be ramping that up. I don't know if we're able to pull the players over
I don't
for a final
think
game.
so because they are playing a really intense game now.
Yeah. So with that in mind, we could, for one last time, one last
Go
little
to the-
journey, go back to our tier list. We will
All
keep an eye on it. If they suddenly see a players appear, we will grab them. But I have a sneaky suspicion, with 33 minutes left, they possibly play determination, and we're going to end up covering for a brief amount of time. So if you're going to stick with us, we are going into the final in literally at most 30 minutes. if not less.
Yep.
So with that in mind, we have a tier list that we've been quietly finishing. We have literally achieved nothing. We're not even halfway, but we're gonna gun it. We'll start doing speed test. We'll start doing a speed version as much as we can.
Okay.
If we don't finish it, congratulations, Scud Squad. You're gonna help us finish it next week. But we are going to possibly get at least to get the greens done.
Prince Philip, Ward.
A card with Ward is always scary, particularly 3/2/2 lore.
I would say definitely playable.
Yeah, definitely playable.
It's not meta defining, but it is definitely playable. There
is a shifted Prince Philip, isn't there, as well?
Yes.
So it's
That's
not
possibly a line.
It's not a good base sign.
Then you're playing in one law.
Yeah, this is such a weird card that's just effectively meh. You have an item and I don't. I want points.
It's okay. I would say
C.
middle of a C.
C standard.
It's
I think
pretty
that's fair.
okay. I don't think it's gonna see a lot of play. You came back.
So we've had a conversation about this. There's nothing wrong with this card. I think the actual you came back mechanic is quite interested in lemon lime. In potentially some form of aggro. And actually, there's some great cards. For example, I have a Flynn that I love to play. I can't really get it to work often very much, but if I can get to a point where I can quest Flynn for 3, ready it and quest again, that's a really dirty play. I think it's B though, because it's uninkable.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I would totally agree. It's summer and B. The players are moving. Yeah, the players are moving. So we're gonna go back to the stream, by the way. Woo! Thank you very much, the production and everyone on the spot. The players are moving back. I'm just gonna. Can you just quickly grab me the statistics of the guys?
Yeah, so Blood Dice is currently. It's a
I think we are back. Are we back? Can someone confirm in the chat? Are we back?
Yes, I can see us.
Okay.
Yes, we're back.
Okay, just
you know what? We managed pushing 18 hours, and that's our first crash.
To be honest, of me using an OBS for more than 2 years, that's the first time it actually crashed during a stream for me.
What do you know? What I was typing into the chat was actually what you don't see was actually Ariel is currently sitting in the corner. We had a fist fight off stream. She showed up and went, "What did you say about me crushing your stream?" And we had a fight for 3 minutes. So we're back. She knows what she did, and we're gonna leave it from there. This is we're just gonna finish setting up the players to show what they are. I'm actually seeing a lot more on the screen than it's gone now. We're going to update the characters, the players' stats. We believe if we can get confirmation from the team in place, we think this is 1-1.
Yeah, we need.
If it's not, for that. What happened game 1? Then he went for 40 minutes. I believe it'll be 1-1, but we'll confirm that shortly. Welcome back. Good to see you. We did tank out. We went from 60 to 30 overnight. We're back now, so that's going to happen, unfortunately. But we're good to see you guys. We are back now, enjoying what happened there.
F5.
Just a quick SpaghettiOs. We're back. But we're going to go into we are watching the other half.
It's actually the first time we are seeing Cogito. We never saw him on the play.
We haven't seen him play today at all, so we'd be interested to find out what he is actually playing. And we believe it's 1-1, but we will get that confirmation shortly.
Do you have the stats of them?
The stats on Blood Dice, according to semi-final standings, matches are 7-3-2. And for Cogito, 8-3-2.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. How has he got one more point than the other? Standings? What, semi-final standings? No, quarter-final standings.
Oh, that makes sense.
8-3-2 versus 8-3-2. It's 8-3-2, 8-3-2.
Yeah, okay.
Something weird happened on the good old melee.gg, just telling me lies. Just lying to me repeatedly. So 8-3-2 on both sides. We'll update Blood Dice's one now. We know Blood Dice is playing blue-red. I'm seeing blue. Don't know what else.
If that's a steal, I'm really happy.
The blue steel.
I'm seeing red.
I'm seeing red. Is it a blue-red mirror match?
What?
No.
Please don't.
No. No, we don't do mirror matches here. We don't do mirror matches here.
What is the second card? That's. I think that's a mirror.
It's a brawl. Yeah, so it's a mirror.
Yeah, that's a mirror.
A red
Yeah.
blue mirror. All right.
Um,
When you remember.
So, and the score is 1-1.
Yes, I believe so. Though we haven't had that confirmed. We assume 1-1. Blue steel, not emerald steel. Thank you, Sapier of Dawn. We've updated it now. It's actually blue red. Believe we've seen a brawl. If not, surprise, he's playing his what's the word I'm looking for? Graph deck as a surprise. We're going to confirm the score shortly. We believe it's 1-1, but there's no guarantee. If it is a true blue-red deck. Is this the finale? No, this is top four
It's
still.
top 4 still. Yep.
This is the second half of the match, the other half of top 4.
They need to chase the low counter again. Now the low counter is in a lot better position.
Yeah, we're waiting to confirm. We believe logic dictates it's 1-1. However, with these both being ramp decks, it could be 1-0.
It could be just 1-0 for someone. Yep.
So we will confirm with the team.
Wait, 1-1. Yes,
1-1,
we have
confirmed
the
1-1.
confirmation. It's 1-1.
So it does mean no mirror match final.
Yes.
And a very interesting matchup. Emerald Steel
For
versus
Jacob.
for
I think Jacob now is excited about this final. If he doesn't break his hand,
If
he's got it in the back.
And we also know Blood Dice knows how to play against that.
Oh, yes.
So
Yeah, he already won with Tomasz,
yeah.
who was playing this card. He already won during a tournament against this card, so he really knows his lines.
It's a fairly standard setup on both sides. We did lose. Oh, someone's. I think that's his
It's a
mum.
mother.
Mama. Ooh. Thank you.
I think they are breaking her laugh a bit.
We can.
Airplane mode,
Airplane mode. Yeah, fair enough.
To be honest, the number of notifications there.
Yeah. 1-0. It's a fairly standard thing. He did just brawl that Chicha, and she's right back, standing there proud.
Yeah.
Oh, airplane mode. Call your mothers if you want to.
Maybe something happened.
Maybe something happened.
Yeah.
We'll let this phone call finish. So currently
it's 1-0.
It's 0 to Kogito, 1 to Blood Dice, but also has the mother calling for bonus support, which is interesting addition. Hiram out there. It's a very, very standard mirror match setup here.
Yep.
It is going to come down to ultimately who exposes what at the sort of mid-range to the end of the game.
That's
right?
a brawl on the Hiram. But nothing to ink, am I right? No, he needs to ink. Come on.
No, he passes.
Oh my god.
Weird stuff.
That's a really unfortunate situation right now.
What a strange start these two players are currently facing.
And oh, sorry, I didn't update. It is 1-1.
That didn't work. The phone's gone because he took the phone to answer. He was to speak to his mother.
No. I didn't update the top graphic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Who's winning?
the phone will be back shortly with.
Yeah, I'm gonna
timings.
chase it again.
We will see where it lands. Oh. While we wait for that phone scoreboard to come in, we are waiting to see what Kogito is going to play. This is for the final turn. This is for the top placement. This is for the top of the deck. Final turn.
There's
a Grammatala.
Grammatala.
Oh, yeah, no. Nearly. Just missed it by that much. That much he nearly missed it by. The question we had in the chat, is this the final game? No, once again, this is the top 4.
Yep.
They very kindly asked the other top 4 match that was happening that were in a 1-1 situation. They had obviously just finished their game at the right time. Do you mind running over and finishing your game on stream so we can continue that piece of content? Thank you for the production team for sorting it.
And thank you to both the players for actually doing it. I would totally understand, and they are in the full right of just saying no.
No, exactly. So, again, that sort of, in these mirror matches, there is this weird dual mechanic that's currently happening here in the sense of neither player wants to really expose their position, neither player really wants to overextend themselves.
It's a very strange mirror, especially because Blood Dice didn't ink.
No.
He's really behind now because Cogito, if I'm correct, is now on 5 ink.
Ink in the popsicle.
Oh, that's a popsicle into ink just to play Hiram.
I mean, that's fine.
Guards. Yep.
That's a fine exchange.
Yep.
However, then does pass over, so there is no further sort of mechanic to do at that point. I don't hate that play. You're not going to be using that popsicle for anything else other than draw mechanics. So.
Especially if he doesn't have anything else, you need to get that Hiram out.
And it's a mirror match, so how far I will go.
Just to remind everyone how far it will go. It's a song. It costs 4, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And it's 1 card to your hand, 1 into your ink, face down, exerted from the top of the deck. He also inks Hiram, so he's currently at 7 ink. No, that's a
Great Stone Dragon.
Really like this card. That's a Great Stone Dragon. It enters the play exerted. That's a good catch from the Blood Dice. There is a brawl on the Hiram.
What it then means is the Great Stone Dragon will ready up next turn.
Yes.
You
cannot use it
first turn.
First turn.
You exert it to take a character from your discard and add it to your inkwell.
Yes, exactly.
Is it inkwell exerted?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just another way to make sure. And that's a good way to break the mirror match as
Really
well.
good
Really
one.
good way to break the mirror match.
Especially when Blood Dice is having a tough time.
So for this mirror match, there's 2 places. It's how you ramp to get there.
Yep.
But then it's also what your for those we've been asked a few times. We've been using shorthand. What your win con is. That is what is your win condition.
Yep.
It could be they're both playing Tamatoa. That's probably a given. It could be they're playing Lucky Dimes. That's probably a given. But it could be Blue Fassa. It could be Ariel. It could be there's the Bell that if you have more than 10 ink, she gains.
Yep.
Like what is the win con at the end for this mirror match is what's going to really determine it. It's who gets there first, but also who gets the cards to activate said win condition.
Yep, exactly.
And so at the moment, the momentum is on the Cogito side.
Blood Dice have a Fishbone in play, so he was able to come back a little bit. Yeah, the Hiram is probably going into the ink.
And it's I would say that Great Stone Dragon is a great way to break this early ramp mirror match because he's losing out all of his Hirams constantly, but the resource isn't gone. The resource is pulled back in.
He's still doing something.
Yep, the resource is dragged back in. The issue is, however, at a point, there's only so many. It is that Blood Dice is going to go, okay, am I going to want to banish these cards?
Yes.
That is a Sisu. A Sisu to take out a single Chicha. I guess if you've got the ink and you've got the lore, why not, right?
If nothing else to play.
Yeah, why not? Except you can't be far from be prepared.
Yeah.
We'll see what he plays next. If he has a be prepared, he can't. He's 1 link off.
No, he needs 1
Fishbone
more.
Quill.
But there is a Fishbone, so
if he has a be prepared, he's checking what characters he has.
Probably
in there.
about only Chicha left.
So he can use Chicha to boost his lore.
Ink.
Sorry, boost his ink. That Sisu's going to boost his lore. So I was a sentence ahead of myself there. I do apologise. It's going to be an interesting final swing in terms of how he then takes that momentum. I don't hate that turn.
Yep.
He hasn't tapped the Fishbone Quill or inked yet, so
there is still 2 ink to play, so he can still go to 4 available ink this turn.
And hey, if he's got another Hiram, slam that down.
Get
a more momentum going. If not, brawls
That's
don't
going to
go
be a
to you.
really slow game.
It's going to be a very slow game. I'm trying to talk or hype it up. We're going to take our time on this one.
Wait, he wrote 33 minutes and 50. Oh, 18 minutes past. Oh, come on. There's no aerial.
I warned you. Stay in the corner. God damn Ariel.
It's 15 minutes left. 15 minutes
And
to
no
play.
one has a real kill.
No, not even close right now.
We
lost the table.
And no one has a. What's the word you use when you refer to it? When they've got all the lore they need to win.
Lethal.
Lethal, thank you.
Yep.
We don't see a lethal just yet.
Nope.
Thank you, sir. I like your cat ears.
Thank you very much. And we are sorry to the players. We understand it's kind of a pain when someone is walking around and doing stuff, but we also want to enjoy your game.
Yeah, we want to enjoy the fact that you guys are playing at the top here.
And you are playing a really good game. There was a Hiram on what? On Popsicle.
On Popsicle. He would have. I mean, and to be fair, he's not that Great Stone Dragon has done what you need it to. The longer there is nothing in the inkwell, the longer you need to. The less value that card is providing for you. So, at a point, send it home. It's going to be a slow game because these play styles are slow.
Both decks are really control and slow.
I think we have an issue, just for full transparency. Do you know what? Share behind the curtain. We think the camera might be overheating a little bit.
Yes, I think that's the issue. So Sisu quests with Grammatala. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they quest for 4, I would say. Yeah, Blood Dice just asking Kogito to actually update the counter. Thank you very much, Blood Dice, for keeping this up. Yeah, quest for 4 and pass the turn. So Kogito is in a full driver's seat right now.
Yeah. However, what would be a wonderful equalizer, and he's got the ink, and I'm sure he's looking for
be prepared.
Be prepared.
First quest, yes. That's a be prep. Probably, I think so. Yeah, Kogito is prepped.
He's already grabbing the cards, going, what's coming? What's coming? What's coming?
Is it coming in?
Is it coming in? What's happening?
Yeah,
what's
that's
happening?
A scoop.
Be
that's
prepared.
A scoop. Sorry,
So he's scooping all the lore he needs
Yeah.
to make sure that Be Prepared hits.
Yep.
And he still has a little bit of lore and a fishbone quill, so he could briefly reset the board if he wanted to. He's cleaning up his mess. He's cleaning up his play space. That's a big thing about these decks, is that you end up with such a full inkwell.
Oh yes.
It's actually for new players. If your opponent cannot understand effectively or can understand what is happening on your side of the field, that is an offense they can call the judge for.
Yep.
If you are not looking after your inkwell, you're not playing it very clear, you're not making clear what's exerted, what's not, and not managing it, it's entirely possible, and it's entirely within the right of the player to say, I have no idea what's going on, and ask the judge to say, please have a word. It's not going to get you disqualified the first time. It's probably going to get you disqualified the second time. If you are a repeat offender, you may actually get to a point where the judge is going, you need to be better. It's one of these, it sounds scary, it sounds stressful, not at all. It's meant to be competitive, but it's meant to be fun.
By the way, sorry.
It's a pass. It's meant to be competitive, it's meant to be fun.
Yes.
So if your opponent is stressed because they have no idea what's going on, it's nice to just clean your inkwell up. Yep. I'm hoping in the future for that maybe Ravensburg, maybe Game Genie, maybe one of the other wonderful companies that do these things. Encounters.
Yep.
Just so that you can go, right, there's 3 here, little ink marker. There's 2 here, little ink marker. Just so that you can then, I don't know what the mechanic is.
Yeah, we would need
something
to think about
that lets you, and literally, even just a coin that says 3 on it, and you flip the coin to say that you've used that 3, something like that, just to make it easier. That'd be amazing.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And also about this, I played Sapphire Steel. Do you remember my game just before the Questo? When I finished the game with 23 ink, if I remember correctly.
And it's half the battle is just managing it, and this is what we're seeing with Cognito as well.
There's even one jump ahead.
Shrapek has just said, don't know if you've noticed this as well, but as I get the feeling as the higher we get into the rankings, the less the players are smiling. I actually think it's the stress and
Yes.
also the exhaustion.
Exactly.
This has been a very long tournament. We've been streaming for the entirety of it. We're sat at 8:16.
I will say, we'll say the moment the stream goes, we know. By the way, we see what you see. We just see it in real time. So when you guys see it, we do apologize. We are fixing it as soon as we can. I think it's a combination of stress and exhaustion. I know people are going to go, oh, he's not running a marathon or whatever. Mentally, it's so exhausting.
Yes.
By the end of it, and I've just been chatting about Lorcana for 8 hours. Last night, I got home, I watched one YouTube video of an Irishman playing Mario Party. I don't even know if I actually listened to any of it. Went for a shower and I passed out for 9 hours.
I watched
and that was
one
it.
professional game of StarCraft and I went to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it is. These players have had to think about all these angles and just sort of continue that process. It is exhausting. So, yeah. I do see they smile less.
Back to the shower, Ben.
Yeah, I've got to do what you got to do. More than anything, my feet stank and my wife did not look happy when I got home. So I was like, I know, I'm gonna go for a shower. The reality of the situation is also like if you go and look, I actually think if you look at the Pokemon World Tours, which were just very recently,
Yep.
the players were just ecstatic to be there.
Oh, yeah.
However, they play maybe only a couple of games. They only
Really?
play a couple of games. And then they get to the grand final, semi-final. It's actually, they get a few breaks. They actually, because it's a massive tournament. We're talking about the world's, the big
Oh,
ones.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, they might only have quarterfinals, maybe semi-finals in a single day.
Yep.
They may have had a day before of Swiss or whatever.
Yeah.
But now they'll only have a couple of days. We got the stream back.
Yeah. Oh,
so-
nice. Also, isn't that in Pokemon that they have buys
yeah,
for the
so,
rankings?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
Cusco? Oh, into the Great Stone Dragon.
yeah.
No,
and-
wait. It went to the discard. Why it went to the discard? Hiram, probably. So Cusco into the empty board, I guess, and Hiram into the fishbone. There is a Sisu, so the Hiram goes out.
The board has gotten much cleaner, much clearer.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if another Be Prepared struck while we weren't looking.
I don't think so because we still see.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, we had this conversation is at a point and we can see he has more than enough ink on the table.
Oh yeah.
He does not need any more.
Oh yeah.
So he's going to just be rolling straight into the next one. What's the stat line on that, Kisko? I ask you that every
3-5?
time. 3-5?
Or 3-6. No. Check. I played this card and I totally forgot.
The amount of cards I've had to talk about today, I genuinely don't think I
Yeah.
know what my own deck looks like anymore, and I don't know what cards have what. It's gonna be very exciting for me to play my own deck again and go, oh, cool.
That's what I play.
3-5.
3-5.
Okay.
Yeah. So correctly. 3-5. Quest for 2, and if you pay 4, you give resist to
Cool.
everything else.
Perfect. The Madam Mim comes in, eliminates that.
Medusa.
Medusa comes in, eliminates. It dies to Medusa. We will get a jingle for that. It
Yes.
dies to Medusa. Sends that Hiram just to prevent any further draw mechanics. Probably, I mean, the Ice Block. Ice Block has some opportunities in case it can, maybe slow down the Sisu. That's also a very fair point, something we haven't talked about. They're in a lovely hotel. They're in a big hotel.
Now it's empty.
It is now empty, and here in Poland, it is 0 degrees.
Yes.
So the players are also probably freezing.
That's a Medusa to Cusco.
That's a Medusa into Cusco, and this is going to be, we talked about the end game, right? This is where they're going to start sort of scrapping with each other a little
That's
bit.
going to be a really scrappy end game because we know with that amount of ink, both players just have answers to everything every turn.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think now it's a war of nutrition of who runs out of the good cards first,
yeah.
or
Who doesn't
bricks.
get the
Yes,
good
exactly.
card first? With the amount of ink they have, any card they draw, they're realistically
There
going
is
to play.
playable. Yeah.
We haven't seen much Maui in terms of the rushable Maui,
Oh yeah, there's a
which
roll being inked.
because he needs more ink, obviously.
Yeah. Dime. Oh yeah, probably
Dime
to
to
play
trick-
dime and actually use the dime. So
Yeah.
go for 3 up. So he is now starting to put a little bit of
more
pressure.
on.
What? Oh yeah, the Sisu was from the yeah. So it's 6. I think they are arguing with something. There is a what they are thinking about. Oh, so the count on the both lists is wrong. I think Blood Dice made a mistake counting because he pointed out to the Cogito that, hey, something is not wrong on my list, but I think Cogito explained. Let's see if something changed. Yeah, I think that was just a question about the amount of law. It's 11. What? Okay, so, okay, I do not understand what just happened.
I don't know either.
It's definitely 3. I can see on the paper of Cogito.
Yeah.
Sorry, at Blood Dice, it's 3 to 10 or 11?
11 it says on the
11.
3 to 11. He's asking the question. He's checking something in his own discard pile, but I don't know.
The thing that Cogito has now, there is a dime in play.
Yeah.
The dime needs to be removed because the dime is now the one-shot mechanic.
Yeah. And he has it's now a case of.
And Blood Dice again needs to answer. He is again chasing. There is a Tamatoa. The problem is it's gonna be at least 6 law next turn. So Cogito will be pushing to 17, 18 if he quests with Lady Tremaine. That's a really uncomfortable situation because you just drop any 2 questing character and dime it.
Yep.
There is Tamatoa pops into popsicle into. Yeah, so that's a fair point. Lady Tremaine just exchanges into Sisu. That's
which
fine.
Significantly limits that power of that lucky dime. Doesn't stop it. He might have a second Sisu in play. But that Tamatoa now is the threat because that Tamatoa now quests for 3. If he can find his own lucky dime.
That's for. I think we saw already one lucky dime being discarded. Am I right?
Possibly. Madame Medusa into Sisu is an insane line, but we saw it. We see it. We like to see the continuation of the commitment or the strength of the players. We are getting into the end game now.
Yes. How much time do we left? Let me.
Can't be long. We must be getting near termination.
It was 33 minutes left on a 5:52. So we are already in the termination. No, sorry, 2 minutes out of termination.
10 minutes out of termination. Unfortunately, at this point in the game, that actually might be all they need. If he pulls Lucky Dime next turn, he just Dragon Fired into Tamatoa.
Oh. That's 13. And just to remind you, if we go to determination and none of the players were able to finish in the 6 rounds, 0 and 5th round, we're gonna count the law. And currently, Cogito is in a driver's seat into the game.
Yeah, 100%.
I think the beginning when Blood Dice had actually a big problem.
Dragonfire, it's a Dragonfire.
It's not a Dragonfire.
Sorry,
it's a Maleficent
dragon. That trigger, his ability is called Dragonfire.
Yes.
Sorry.
Or is it?
I think so.
The card is Dragonfire.
Oh, I thought his ability was literally called Dragonfire. I'll double check that.
Maybe it is.
I'm happy to be wrong. That wouldn't be the 1st, 4th, or 9th time this stream. We'll see how it goes. I'll double check.
In the meantime, Cogito, I think, is still checking. I think because it's called Monstrous Dragon.
Dragonfire.
Okay.
No, I searched Maleficent, but it's with an E, not an I.
Okay.
Because I guess Dragon version is spelt with an E.
Oh, all of them are spelled with an E, I think.
Oh, I'm just an idiot.
No, yeah.
Hang on, I just typed in Mali. I don't know why it came up. I don't know why. That's what threw me because it came up with a Maleficent.
Yeah.
So he's holding the line, but it is going to come down to what cards each of them have in hand.
Cogito is calculating if he can. Okay, he probably doesn't have his removal. Oh, that's not a good card to have now. Quest and Dime go to 16. He's really trying to now squeeze the win. And yeah, Blood Dice, you're a hero. You're reminding everyone to actually put the low count. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. Now, can it swing?
It could swing.
There is a Hiram. That's a really good play right now. He can still play a whole new word.
Be prepared. If he can find a Maleficent, if he can find
another dragon now, that would be huge.
If he can find a Be Prepared, that would be huge. If he can find a Cusco, just get rid of that Lucky Dime. Remove that mechanic altogether. huge. Unfortunately, there is a possibility here, and we do apologise. We might actually end up having game 1 without this being on camera. We'll be back. We'll get it back as soon as we can. The team are going to be adjusting the camera as we speak. Ooh, he's slapped it. Smack it again. Damn you, Ariel! I've won to you.
Fortunately, we're not gonna see any Ariel in the last game, definitely.
Never not seen any. Oh, yeah, but
no
no, she's running around like a lunatic waiting for us.
Yeah. Right, we're back to the game. What is? Oh, that's a Tremaine. That's also a really good play right now.
Tremaine, and he eliminated the. He took out the remaining character with a. He's playing develop your brain this late in the hand. He must be somewhat bricked. It's just.
I can imagine that's 2 B preps, for example.
Blood Dice is currently Son.
He's
Wincon.
fighting back.
No win con at the moment. He needs. I mean, he's gonna possibly in a situation where he's gonna be slowly questing away. But with that lucky dice sat there,
he's calculating. I think he's calculating Tamatoa now. Tamatoa is not winning you the game. You need 2 items, actually. Tamatoa is going to bring you 1 item. Yes, that's a Tamatoa. It's going to bring you 1 item. If you have another Tamatoa now...
That's 2 items.
Why?
Yeah, 2 items in his hand. Yeah, 2 porcelain.
No, that's a... plate pop... What?
It's 2 items. He's just played porcelain and something else.
Oh, from hand.
From
okay,
hand.
there was a popsicle in hand. Yep, so you needed 2 items.
He
clinched it. He clinched it. It's
Blood Dice, unfortunately, was just on the ropes for the last 3-4 turns. You hate to see it. We are going to very rapidly, I suspect, see top 2 final command.
There was a Sisu on the top and a Tamatoa from the Blood Dice. And Hideaway. So put down this... If this Hideaway actually... Is this Hideaway? I think it's Hideaway.
Hideaway, yeah.
If it showed up turn earlier, this dime is off and Kogito doesn't even have a real chance to finish it.
What we will do is before we're going to quickly do a couple of things. We're now going to update top 2 to probably say grand final.
Yeah.
We're going to also change the stream to say grand final. We are, while you do that and while you get that set up, they are going to make sure, oh, look at this, they're setting up the stream, making it sure it looks as clean as possible.
Thank you very much.
And Kogito isn't even going to move. He's going to just get himself all sorted. And you know what? Purple Dragon Shields on the Ursula playmat. What a way to wrap it up there. While you get some stuff on the outside, I am going to talk about how we got here. We're going to go through these 2 players. I know I've already talked about this already, but I want to talk about this one last time because this is going to be the final. It is Jakob versus Kogito. Yeah, Jacob. We saw him. He was actually with us, and on that very
beginning,
very first game we watched against Disco Burger. Won that 2-0, drawed 2-0'd, got beaten by our guy. His only true loss of the day was against one of our own, and otherwise he went undefeated. And then he wrapped up with a 2-0, so he went into from left phase 1 with 17 points. He then went into the draft. Draft was not bad, but not great. Win, draw. No, actually, it was pretty good. Win, draw, win. So that going into the final day, he was actually on a very high point percentage. Going into that final second phase of the days, phase 3, that mixed draft, that chaos draft, was a mixed bag. Draw, win, draw. Meaning that going into the final, it was actually a win-draw. Jacob has had, I would say, a scrappier win to end up here. He actually seeded, and I'm just going to double check that to make sure I don't misquote myself. He actually seeded 4th out of the tournament, out of the top 8 going into this place. Going into he finished going into top 8 in 4th. Going out of day 1, which was 4 and 3 round at the end of round 7, right? At the end of round 7, he was 4th, so he just held that 4th place on as well as he could. Now, we're going to talk about... Oh, I've just reset something. Excellent. Bear with me while I get my data up in front of me again. Going into the second player, the final matches of the day. Kogito, who we've just seen play, he is playing a red-blue versus the green-steel discard. Very interesting matchup. We're going to see from him his performances throughout the day. He won won to Kogito, actually lost to Blood Dice round 2. This was a rematch. He lost to Blood Dice 2-0 in this Swiss originally. So it was just
That's
unfortunate.
interesting, yeah. I think Blood Dice was feeling good coming into this match.
I suspect so. Then 2-0 again, giving him leaving that first phase with 21 points. Draft was a mess. Draft was lost the first game, drew the second game, won the third game, and then going into day 2, 1-1, lost to the World of Warcraft Morlocks, 1-1 to end up kind of with a sort of mixed bag, 2 up, 1 down. Going into the final 2 phases, 2-0 and a draw got him into the finals. His placement into at the end of day 1, which I think is actually an interesting comment to say. At the end of day 1, he wasn't even in top 8. Where was he? What's his guy's name? I've forgotten it. Kogito. Going into day 1,
12th.
He was 12th. Going into the quarterfinals, he was 3rd. So it's actually funny enough, our 3rd place seed versus our 4th place seed going into the finals here. Both players have had a really good day. Jacob's had a very scrappy day in the sense of he's had to fight tooth and nail for a lot of his wins, whereas looking at Kogito's, either he's smashed it 2-0 or he's lost it 0-2. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for him in the way his games.
We can see it in the match record also.
Yeah, that's where you can. It's just a case of we can see that Jacob's had to fight tooth and nail. Either Kogito smashed it, drew it, lost it,
or
no
absolutely lost it.
With that in mind, the teams are getting set up. We'll let the guys know that the main camera is currently not buzzing again. It's been a long day. The camera's tired. We're tired. We are in the grand final.
Yes.
We've done it.
We're going to watch the grand final now.
108 players. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do some quick maths. 108 players. That's what I think we started with. 108.
Comes down to 2.
100 comes down to 2. 108. They've played 12. How many rounds for the first day? Was 7 rounds?
7.
So 7 rounds. The 108 players played 7 rounds. That in itself is
half of that.
7 rounds. First day was 7 rounds.
Yes, but half because player always played someone.
Ah, yeah, sorry. So I'm trying to work out how many rounds they played. So they played 7 rounds.
Yes.
Times that by 2, right? To get how many games they would in theory have played.
7.
If they played 7 rounds.
No, because each player is playing game together.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, so you're right. I see what you mean. 54 times 7.
Yes.
Times that by 2.
Yeah.
So day 1, 756 games played.
Then we go to the top 64.
Which then is
top 64 played against 5 rounds.
5 rounds. So they played 5 rounds.
Another 160.
Which is another 160.
And then we go to the top 8, and it depends if you win 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. But the point being is we've had pushing 1,000 games of Lorcan in the last 24 hours.
By everyone.
Yeah. By 30, last 36 hours, if we're going to be particular. 1,000 games to determine these two players are going to be facing each other once more. A Emerald Steel.
They played against each other?
No, so for these two to end up in the final. For them to be playing Emerald Discard versus Blue. I am going to double check. That's a great question. I didn't check. I don't think they face each other at any point.
They did not.
Nope, they have literally managed to spend the entire day bouncing around each other. However, when I look at the list of players these two players have played, there are repeated names. These two have just simply been dancing around each other all day. Actually insane that, for example, Kogito played against
lost
Blood Dice, or played against Blood Dice twice,
and
these two have not met each other yet. So we'll see how this plays. I'm going to assume they both. I mean, Jacob's definitely just watched that game finish.
Oh yes.
I'm assuming Kogito probably has a good idea that this is the discard.
Yeah,
going
I
into
think
it.
so.
And we will hold the line, do our best, and we'll see what we can achieve. It is best of 3. There is no time limit.
Yes.
However, discard wants this done quick. Discard.
Yes. If we go the distance, pun intended.
He's right. He's like, no, Mirabelle. I need my Winnie the Pooh. Respect it.
Good, nice.
Yeah, if this goes the distance, Jacob is going to be crying, saying, please, let's go to game 2. If Jacob wants his game done quick, he wants good snipes, early snipes. He's looking for Ursula to take out 1 jumps ahead. And that's about it, actually, realistically. Maybe how far I'll go. but not much else.
Yeah, I think those one jobs and B preps, perfect situation.
And a perfect situation.
Those
B-preps.
Pete's are gonna be really valuable right now.
Yep. I mean, he's looking for those B preps. I'm a little bit sad. Our bingo board didn't make it. We did finish out the yellow. We did have some mill checks. I think we did manage the green. We did officially get a bingo along that centre line.
Saw any Maurice Workshop.
No Maurice Workshop. No Blue Fassa. Hiram did go into dime at one point, I think. No, he didn't.
No, he did not.
We did see lots of Be Prepared get discarded, so that's a fairly clean one to do. No missed
Maybe we can see Insta Diablo kill.
We could see an instant Diablo kill. We could easily see an instant Diablo kill.
Yeah.
Plays of Diablo taken out by Maleficent, taken out by late game anyway. To be honest, if he's at a point where this guy's dropping Maleficents onto a Diablo, Jacob's probably already looking to scoop.
Yeah.
Like, that's so late game.
9 ink. You remember when we started playing? Everyone was looking at that Maleficent Dragon and it was so
When are we ever
expensive, and
gonna play
everyone
that?
is like, when are you gonna play it?
Yeah.
When are you gonna get to the 9 ink? And now look at this.
3,
I think the
4,
easiest
5. He mulligan 6.
Oh, Jacob. Did they roll the dice? They needed to.
Yeah.
Do we know who's starting?
No, not yet. We'll find out very quickly. I am.
Both of them wants to start.
Good die.
Bless
Myself. Thank you.
Both of them wants to start.
No.
So they definitely want. Oh,
Oh, spaghetti.
he came to the table all giggles and smiles, and now he's like, oof. He didn't look at the mulligan cards. He didn't look at those. Yeah, they're doing a cut. That's absolutely fine. And now let's look at the face of Jacob. It's a stone cold.
Good poker face from. Oh no,
Yes.
good poker face from both players. He's like,
We see two brawls, Gramotala on the right. Am I right? In the Cogito?
those brawls are going to be invaluable.
Oh, yes.
Because what Jacob needs is those Diablos to stay alive.
He needs to prolong the game for him to just get into the kind of a end game state.
Yeah.
For him, it's a mid game actually, but for most of the deck, it's an end game state when you get 10 plus ink.
As much lore as physically possible,
Oh, yeah.
as quickly as possible. That is going to be in.
10-1 popsicle, fairly standard.
And we go.
And we draw. So, Cogito is on play. Let's see.
Good, unless he bricks.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the situation.
That's a Diablo into Diablo.
Show
We're
me
gonna
what you've got.
Gonna see Grammatala, Brawl, Medusa,
And 2 fishbone quills.
Fishbones.
Not great. Not terrible. Not great.
No 10-2.
Huh? No turn 2.
No 10-2.
No turn 2, unless he draws top decks or
Yep.
turn 2. Jacob going to go and scoop. Jacob's running the entire game in his head. He's like, hang on, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah. One thing that I actually do, by the way, on the games, if someone plays the Diablo or something and it's not passing the turn, I just leave the cards open for the rest of the
it's
turn.
a nice thing to do. If you, I guess, to be fair, at this point,
You don't want to give your opponent the advantage.
your opponent is so tired. Your opponent is. I understand that in like a more casual environment.
Yep.
Your opponent's so tired. I am so exhausted. I've already forgotten what was there.
Yep.
Fishbones, two fishbones, 2 brawls.
Yep. There is a fishbone in the ink and a pass.
No
to
turn
drop.
2.
Yep. What was that from? It was another Tremaine, a red card, I think, from the top. Looks like a. It's always funny for me that we are like looking on the side.
Yeah.
The monitor is not curved that
No,
way.
I know it shouldn't make a difference, but for some reason in my head it makes more sense.
Yeah. It's the same like you are driving on
what's
a
this-
steering wheel
I
or
mean-
playing a game and you dodge.
Brawl turn 3, but brawling a single Diablo is not great.
Now Jacob probably knows if he shifts his Diablo, it's gonna be brawled immediately.
Yeah. So he needs to go wide with more Diablos if he can.
Yeah.
Shame because he did ink the first Diablo, and actually right now having 2 Diablos in play would be great.
I think that's
Beast.
fine.
He's not triggering the dock ability, which is to discard his hand. He's not triggering the dock.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? No, I don't want any of this. No, but what he's planning on, I think, is what is quite fair at this point. What he needs is as many cards out as possible.
Yep.
And
He knows that Cogito is just ramping right now.
Yeah, and he just needs to aggressively go.
Yep. The problem is that he's really slowly.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And this is the issue with this deck. If it doesn't have, it's
Yep.
not a pure aggro.
Back after a little break, what is the status at this moment? We just started the grand final.
This is the first
We have
round,
a
first game.
Jacob that we watched yesterday from the very beginning. His first game, our first game on a cast was Jacob playing against
Disco Burger.
Disco Burger, and Jacob won that mirror match. And now we are watching the grand final against Cogito, who's playing Sapphire Ruby deck.
That's not a surprise to
Yeah,
see
that's-
the Fishbone Quill played. He is likely to play it. This
Yeah,
is
I think
big.
he needs to.
He's going to sit on those brawls, I would guess, for as long as possible. But
Yeah.
then what is he going to Fishbone Quill instead? And it looked like a brawl. No, surely not.
Could
Surely
be.
not. Could be the other Fishbone Quill.
Not to show, because Jacob knows. Jacob should remember there's 2 brawls in the hand.
Yeah.
So he should know that maybe. Okay, I would say in this situation it is possible that he is actually keeping this Tremaine, because on the he can ramp to a 6th turn in the next one, and he just drop the Tremaine on the Diablo even if it's shifted. The disagreement about the potential. Yeah, I'm watching with Lukasz and looking at the player decks, and is a little disagreement about the potential winner. I wonder why.
I have a sneaky suspicion when it comes to this deck, this game, it is going to come down to the heart of the cards.
Yes.
This is, and I know that can be argued for any play. There are other decks, other matchups that there are more angles, more opportunities, more plays to come out of this. This does not support that, and it is going to come down to if Cogito now draws Maleficent for the next 3 turns. There's very little he can do to deal with it. Whereas if Jacob pulls actions, discards, Ursula's, that means that he can't do anything about it.
Yep.
At the moment, if he dropped Ursula, Deceiver of All,
It's going to be brawled
and
immediately.
shifted but then also shifted the Diablo in the same turn.
Okay, yeah.
What do you brawl? What you mean? You could make him play both,
Yep.
and then 2 are gone. That's it.
Yep.
He's only got 2 more of those left this early in the game.
Also, the problem for Cogito now, he can ramp quickly, but he's going to empty his hand. 1 or 2 discards, and he's absolutely empty and playing from top deck.
Yeah.
Which is also a very hard situation for him. The good thing, there is no Diablo, at least for now. So if Cogito next turn can drop the Hiram and start drawing the big hand before the Diablo actually shows up, that gives him a lot of opportunity, a lot of tools to actually answer. So this is he's playing. He's trying to juggle ramping and actually playing. Yeah, farewell to the camera.
So I don't know when you get to start making your own emotes. I need an emote of Ariel with a hammer. Just every time this happens. Although we are gonna one thing we're gonna do, and we swear to all of the lovely 50 plus of you who are currently watching.
Yep.
That's insane. We are going to collate all of this all of the things that we've learned from this, all of the things that we've.
We have
seen.
some ideas to
Make this even
make
more
this not
powerful.
happen.
Is that a what's it? That seems quite, if anything, threatening.
What?
What is that emote?
That's his own emote. By
Oh,
the
it's
way.
his own emote.
That's a perfect. It's a. Okay, so in Polish it's called chrupek, which is like a. We can call chrupek like a.
What's
how
it?
to say it? Sorry?
Sausage.
Sorry? No, it's
That's
not a sausage.
that's
It actually looks like a sausage.
just like a sausage or a what's it, and I'm not sure which. If anything, I feel like it's
What?
corn
Curly.
chips.
Corn chip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And it's a twist on the chrupek name.
Okay. If anything, though, I just feel like it's a threat. Just want to make it clear. I feel like I've been threatened. We are back. Pete gone into the ink. He's hypnotized. He played. Looks like he's hard cast hypnotized. Not a bad time to do it. But he's
And
now
Brawl was actually discarded.
he's also going to sing Sudden Chill, forcing his opponent.
Cogito is not happy with that.
That poker face is not there anymore, is it?
Yeah.
Our producer's fighting someone in the bathroom. She's actually got Ariel tied up in there. She's
Yep.
beating her with a stick. Rather crisp.
It's an annoyed chip, or
Annoyed
rather a
chip.
crisp.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm English. So
I always get them confused.
crisp. I'm in English. Crisp, please.
Do you want some butter of water?
A bottle of water.
I'm
That's the
sorry.
thing is, I don't have
There
that.
is a shift Diablo, discarding another hypnotize.
At this point.
That's actually a good line.
yeah, really interesting line.
There is no Tremaine, no Brawl. He's counting on actually Cogito not having a second brawl,
Yeah.
and I think we saw he was bluffing, and he actually put it in the fishbone quill.
For a
So
bottle of water. I don't have that accent. I talk to people and they go, "Oh, I'm gonna do an impersonation of Ben." Oh,
and
it's
that's the
Mary.
second brawl.
It's the second brawl. When I go to people, oh, so he did bet him. He could have dropped a top deck that as well. Yeah. But when I talk to people, they go, "Oh, I'm gonna do an impression of you." Oh, Mary Poppins. Like I've never said that in my life, except for this moment. That is an unfortunate line. However, what he has got at the moment is the blue player sort of stalled, and that Diablo got him a card. It did what it was supposed to. Not a great card. Not a lot to go with.
Yep. It's a touche in it.
It's a two shit in it. What's the hell is that one? I don't know that one. I've been out of the UK too long. I have to go back to the UK and just have some. It's a
English
Tuesday.
lessons.
It's a Tuesday. You need to speak to my family.
We're having some fun.
Yeah, my family's from Yorkshire. You should hear what they sound like. Another hard cast of
Just
Diablo.
forcing the Diablo, yep.
Quest again. Keep that momentum going. It's fine to be amused by my accent. I appreciate that.
I would love to have a cheese day every day.
My family's from Yorkshire, and when they talk, it literally is like, Aaron, you duck. And it's like, what? He wants a cup of tea. What do you want? From Yorkshire, leave him alone.
Yeah.
This is a real problem for Cognito, which is why we're at the moment.
Grammatala.
Not
I
bad,
thought
not
it's a Hiram. It should be Hiram, I would say.
That might be what he's looking for.
Another brawl would be the last.
It would be the last
If he
brawl.
pulls the last brawl.
If he inks the brawl, we think.
Yeah, we
inked
think he put the brawl into the ink. Unfortunately, we cannot confirm that. Let's see. He drew something. I also have an idea, by the way, about the next streams if we manage to set it up. Some additional cameras looking from like a waist side on by the angle on the hands.
We would just. I think you can set this up. We can set the stream up with a delay, though, right? We can extend the delay.
Oh yeah.
So we can delay it by.
So we can see the hands actually. What is happening there?
But we delay it by a minute, maybe,
Yeah,
so
a
we
minute or
can give us chance to make sure the player plays his turn, and there's no shenanigans or anything like that.
Yep.
We are also gonna have to be set up. We're gonna make sure we have everything set up, but set up as far away from us as possible.
Brawl. Was that discard brawl Tremaine?
Yeah, I think that was.
And we lost the table.
Just so because what's going to happen is it's going to be me and you yelling things like, "Oh my god, that peak came out of nowhere," and they're going to go, "No."
Oh yeah, I think he's looking now.
Yeah, he's going to be no. We need to be calm, quiet. The players can hear us while we're yelling. What's his name? Blood Dice. What a play from Blood Dice! Like that. That's great for Blood Dice, not great for his opponent.
Yeah. And we're back. And nothing.
We need to get that. I saw a great comment here. What could have been a more iconic final? Discard versus a blue-red ram. This does feel like Floodborne all over again, with the Buckies and
not Floodborne. Ursula's Return.
Ursula's Return was where it got really bad, but Inkland's was probably the peak of Bucky's pure power.
Oh yeah. Sorry, in Ursula's it was errated.
Yeah, I think it was Ursula.
Shimmering Skies was errated.
Yes.
Bucky was ramping in the Ursula Return because the Diablo came.
But we should have.
And this card from Anna. See the kicker, Anna, actually. Mirror Green Purple, no thank you.
And it's the only issue is if he just had a little bit more lore power, this would be so much more threatening. As it stands, the delay is going to continue to hurt him. He's at 5 ink. Jacob may never have dealt with this before. What do I do with 5 ink? I joke, of course, in bad taste by stream. I'm going to get. He does have Bruno in his deck.
There is a good from this. They are playing so slow.
Yeah,
that maybe we're gonna be back in the next turn. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
We can't open more boosters. We are going to get to a point where we're going to start cracking whiskies.
Yeah. I would need to change the agent. Oh, he came back and died. Immediately. Ariel, can someone apprehend that Ariel and take her out of the building?
Is unstoppable. Wherever she is.
I think she's mad. She's not in the final.
She's mad. She's not in the final. She's actually outside, just beating the snot out of a telephone box. They've got one of those. She's just outside cutting cables, seeing what happens.
Yeah. Funny how the face cameras are freaking faultless and the board camera is working all the time.
It's an interesting scenario we've got. We believe the camera that's looking above is a combination of
It's
this
a
stage
DLS.
is overheating, right? Is what we think.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's usually what happens with those, because they are not supposed to be plugged in and walking,
Yeah.
because they are a very tight things packed in. But also on that, some of the cameras just straightforward doesn't work when they are charged.
Which is what we've discovered with a camera we tried to use. This
Yes.
weekend. What I will say is that I'm going to
Allow
buy.
me to sail. Wkurzon.
Yeah.
That's the name of that.
What we're
also.
going to do is we're going to buy some battery fans and strap them to the rigs.
Yeah.
So there is also a benefit that this is going to be in January most likely be around
Yep.
January in Poznan, which means there's a good risk it's -4 anyway. No camera's going to overheat in
Yeah.
that territory. The camera, if anything, is going to possibly freeze.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's going to be the camera just stopped working. Why? We actually lost three players to the cold. It's just what happens sometimes. Oh, that player dropped. Yeah, he went out for lunch. We never saw him again.
Gromantala
When in
exchanged?
with something.
No, she got hit by Let's Storm Rage On. Yep. Diablos sang it just this turn. The first table is going to be outside. Let's go.
That's actually sick. That's getting into the old Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
On the balcony.
Yeah, the old Yu-Gi-Oh anime where people like literally have to fight each other on the beaches and stuff. Like I would love to see Lorcana across Poznan, just players shivering.
Okay, we see a Beast for 5, which is a very good stabilization tool for Jacob, and he's slowly trying to get there. This Anna is questing again it's questing for the first time, to be honest. Going to 7, it's slowly but surely trying to get there.
I had a dumb joke, but I am going to give a shout out to the chat, which just said the next match is going to be in Shimmering Skies. That's actually phenomenal. That is the best joke we've had of the day. If anything, can we pin that as the top comment now, because we don't need the media.gg anymore. I was going to say, I wonder if Ravensburger will sponsor our event more if we actually have Let the Storm Rage On happening to the top table.
Yep.
I think that'd be quite funny. It's like, oh, you want to play any of your cards? You have to experience it once and for all. We're gonna leave that Shimmering Skies. It is currently. Oh, good news! It's gone up to 1 degrees.
And it's 9 hours of streaming.
It's 9 hours of streaming.
And without a big break today. There is a Hiram being played, Popsicle, pretty standard line. That also means there's no E-prep.
If any of the people in the room, the judges, any of the other viewers somehow have us in their ear, I would love to know currently where they are in terms of, just to give us a shout out about Cognito's Inkwell, how much he's got in there, because we actually can't see his Inkwell at all at the moment. I'll be fascinated to see how staggered he currently is.
To be honest, I think we could survive one game without a table camera if it's able to cool down before the next 2 games. I think that could be a best way right now.
We might have to go down that route.
Very unfortunate. We are really sorry for
Or
those
if
technical.
they're listening, take the camera player face cams and aim it at the table. We know what they look like. It's lovely to see them. Those cameras are not going anywhere.
Yep.
So we actually see if we can get that done. Last game of the day. We know what they're. Yes, they can
doing
hear
it.
us. They can hear. Oh, hello, sirs.
There's everybody looking. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to throw to me? I will. Chat for a
Yes,
minute.
I will quickly change to you.
Hi,
and
chat. It's just us. Just us now.
I need to.
Ariel's
fix
nowhere
it.
here. Ariel's not here. Ariel can't hurt you now while we fix this. I am going to shout out, and I'm going to say it again. Gentleman in the cat ears, who's been our tech guy on the ground, when you're in Poznan, we owe you at least 1 bottle of vodka. I know I said a beer earlier. We are promoting that. It's going to be a little bit messy. It's going to be a little bit scuffed. But if that camera is going to continue to crash out, we're going to need something. So we'll work on a solution. We'll keep this up to date. We'll get this fixed ASAP. I just hiccuped and burped at the same time. I do apologise if I did that into the microphone. I just realised Matson's back, and I have 1 card that I pulled out of my booster that I need to show him, which I don't know where it is.
Should be in the foil.
Sorry, it's in the pile. It's at the bottom of the pile. I did manage to pull
Where
today.
it's supposed to be.
I managed to pull today my own Diablo. This is my first Diablo. I've only pulled an Enchanted. Oh, woe is me. I also love, out of this set, we did manage to get two Tritons, which I absolutely love. They're worth nothing. They're worthless, which I think is shocking, but we'll see how they are. And while we're here, and while I mention it, we do have a Yensid, which the team, Michal wants to buy off me. At this point, I'm going to say no. I am going to give it as a gift to Anna, which means she can decide if you have it or not. That's not your decision. And there's a 4-second delay. We'll see if Anna says anything about that option. Sorry, she wasn't fully listening. I'm giving you this card. You're not paying for it, but you can decide if Michal gets it. That's his decision. Now, it's a gift. But you can decide if it goes in his set or not. You can decide that. Oh,
It was
it's not. Anna is not giving you that card. That card is not.
going back to us right now.
Just while they fix it, I am very excited to go for a shower. I am very excited to go
We
for
are
a
really
shower.
sorry about that. We gonna come back
Calm
with
down,
the feed
calm
in a
down. I am
second.
wearing a vest. Calm down.
There we go.
Family friendly.
Family-friendly stream. I have threatened whiskey and to beat a Little Mermaid
Oh,
in a
yes.
fight. But apart from that, I had, and if anything, that's on brand because I think I've challenged several people to a fight today. So as it stands, that's nothing new. That's
In
a great
a
idea.
very Brit way.
In a very English way, I've just challenged various people to fights and duels. Family-friendly vodka. Yep, dibs. What is dibs? What? Oh, my card. That makes more sense. We should.
Oh,
do
yeah.
that. I'm gonna get an you didn't see the brand. I managed to not get the brand in the shot. You then immediately product placement, perfect, muscles out, drank it perfectly on stream. We're doing everything we can to not show the drinks in case we get into trouble for some TOS reason. And then you just go and do Muscle Man drinking the juice bottle. What the hell?
Oh, we have the second camera. Sorry. Let's quick.
Muscle Man that was phenomenal. Zeros are just look at me. We've done quite well. We did check the TOS for most of the stuff, and we've done very well not to break any of it. Except I'm not sure where in the Ravensburger event rules it says that you are allowed to fight the characters for breaking the stream.
We're back.
We're back. We have something, and actually, great.
It's great. We don't see law, but that's fine. That's a B prep, if I see anyone.
Yeah.
And
as they say in the business, the show must goes on and
Yeah.
needs must. This is at Cat Ears, man. You have done a phenomenal job to keep this together, and we are extremely grateful. However, this does mean the chat is probably
that's a serve burn.
yes. What? What we're going to do there is we are going to have to start counting the law. I don't know what the law was before. If someone in the room could let us know where the law is
It was
at.
7-0 when we left.
When we left, but there's been a be prepared and a lot of mess since then. That does look like...
That looks a lot better right now.
The deck check. I will start live counting. I'll set up a quick...
Yep.
Oh, hang on.
You can just open the Locana.
Why have I
app.
never
Yeah.
thought to do that before?
Yeah.
That's so much smarter.
And we could have
18
we
hours
could have
in.
actually streamed it.
Yeah, but then I would have had to been live
Yep.
keeping track. Do you want to send me the link and I can set it up now?
Yeah.
Next two games. Watch this. We're gonna do this on the fly. What would be better for the contrast? The light mode or dark mode?
Dark mode, please.
Dark mode. Problem. It would fit the stream better as well. Law mode. Oh. Lumineers quest, 2 players. Start game. And then if you send me the link on Discord, I'll...
Yeah, I just did.
Legend.
Unfortunately, we do not have a low counter currently,
I-
but we are trying to do
You may
our
need to remember the
best.
password again on Discord. Don't say it out loud.
Yes, I
That'd
would.
be really funny.
That would be. They
That
don't
would-
have a.
we've-
They don't have a link.
No, but 19 hours in, if we just stop throwing out passwords, it's incredible. We're drinking nondescript dark soda, an orange juice by Timbar because we have, and we are.
Oh yeah.
We are. This is where the password is.
I just need to scroll for it. That's this one. Yeah.
Right. Remember, it is case sensitive. That's what's going
Yep.
to. Join screen share with room. Select screen to show. Oh no. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, there is an app.
Yeah.
There is a direct app.
Well, if you can keep casting, I'll worry about
Yep.
this.
We have what is that? I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we are blind. We are absolutely blind.
At this point, we need to kill the cameras. Kill the lights, or at least aim the lights away.
I think the problem that I got is not the lights of theirs. It's the light of the venue, actually.
I am backing that. If we can get them to sponsor us, I'm all in. A cheese board for the next tournament. That'd be phenomenal.
My God.
That'd be phenomenal. I love that restaurant.
We also do. Unfortunately, there's the lights of the venue. They cannot turn them off, as far as I understood.
Oh, hang on. Now, screen.
There was a flashbang on the table. Let's say that.
Yeah, there was a flashbang on the table. So, what do I need to do now? So just because I'm, if I give you this now.
This grand final is really chaotic now.
Password optional. I know the password. It's the room name that I'm confused by. Then you just asked me for the room name.
Yep.
It will capture audio, but I'm assuming you can kill audio. Right? I can't see a way to turn off the microphone.
I can mute on the OBS, but they are Locana Joker cards.
Is that room name or is that
That's a room name.
That's the room name. Perfect. That now appeared in the feed.
Let's see
if I did it right. Screen. Information. Connect. Single app.
the app. Okay, it's not working for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Okay, for now, let's get back to the game. There is, I think, Maleficent Dragon being played, or a Tremaine to actually take out the beast. There is a draw from Jacob at the beginning of the turn. This game went actually this game is getting really long. And the blue-red, that's the Maleficent Dragon. So
it's going to start getting real spicy.
Yes, it's getting really spicy. Jacob needs to close the game as fast as we can. We unfortunately don't know the low count currently.
Because he's going to continuously find himself bouncing. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work. That was interesting. It says it worked, but then didn't.
Yeah, Jacob is now thinking. Let me ask what the count is. Oh, we have some messages. 06 is now, and we're gonna get updates from our colleague.
I think I've managed to send you the fourth piece of.
Oh, it's loading.
I don't know why it's not going quicker.
09. So Jacob is up. Okay, let's just wait. Unfortunately, we need to fix all of those things on the fly. If someone is just joining and thinking, what the hell just happened? Unfortunately, our top camera looking at the table died completely, and it probably needs a couple of minutes. So we needed to turn one of the player cameras actually to be facing the table. That's why it's a bit different. That's why we are not seeing the players currently, but the orientation of the table is correct. So on the left, we can see there is a Jacob playing a green steel deck. There is another beast being played, and on the right is Kito playing blue red. There is a force play Diablo. There is a force play Mufasa, and
I've just.
It worked.
Yeah, it was. They needed the full screen.
Okay.
I needed all screens, not just the app. The single app was the problem.
Okay. We will try to. There is No, what was that? Sisu? I guess it's Sisu.
Yeah.
It needed to be Sisu. I'm really sorry. I forgot that I cannot use this one.
Let's see if this works. We've done this on the fly. We're making it up as we go along.
Yes.
And we might, if we've done it right, suddenly appear with a lore counter.
Huge one.
Huge one. A giant lore counter. And he's about to press a button, and stunningly, this might be working. If we can get a update on what the current score is, that would be really helpful. Just make sure that we are reflecting the score as accurately as possible. However, we have a lore counter.
After 18 hours?
After 18 hours, we've worked out a lore counter, but it does require us to count.
I would try to fix it, but it's gonna take me a minute.
No worries. I mean, it's a pretty good point. What we can see here is, yeah, that is a big Sisu. I can see it's the shifted Sisu that's been played. It's still, I believe, 9-0, if our maths is right.
Yep. That's what I think so. Don't worry, I will do this.
He's doing something mischievous, and I'm scared.
Oh, no.
There's a lot. This discard player has a lot of lore. He's just Bruno'd Sisu into his hand. His opponent's now shuffling the deck. We talk about Bruno does effectively allow you to force a discard mechanic in play. He's going to choose. He's going to choose a card. Oh, he's naming what the numbers are. Gets the 4. Takes out a Maui. Not a bad card to eliminate at this stage. He gets a draw off what that will then be a Prince John. That's another we talk about Bruno. That means that Maleficent is likely to be gone next turn if he needs it to, which is a big chance for him to balance that back out. Oh my lord, we're getting technical.
That's what I wanted to do from the beginning.
Hindsight is 2020. He's gonna use the beast to sing. We don't talk about Bruno. Put that Maleficent back in hand now. This is going to have to be a massive snipe, because if he misses the Maleficent, that Maleficent's going to be back next turn with no problems.
Oh, yeah.
He rolls a 4, card in the middle. I think that's a shifted Sisu.
Yeah,
I would
that's a Sisu.
I would take a shifted Sisu. It's still a great snipe. It does mean the Maleficent is likely to take out. We're taking out your beast next turn, most likely, but it's not a bad play.
10-0.
10-0, thank you. And now I need to remember how to do that. Cool. We're now 10-0. I'll keep an eye. Should be able to count the lore as long as I can tell what the character is. There it is, as called. The Maleficent he bounced back into play is now the Maleficent that then comes back and takes out the beast. But he has plenty of cards and way too much lore to do anything with it. So he's going to sing Sun and Shield with 2 Prince Johns in play, allowing him to draw 2 more cards. And he still has 4 ink.
This deck is looking lean.
This look is looking lean. But he's going to play a
Green Steel, actually, having that much ink,
it's a bit insane.
it's a bit of insane.
Particularly as he's just going to an extra 2 cards.
And playing against Cogito.
He's then going to play. He's going to hard cast. We don't talk about Bruno onto the Maleficent. That's not a bad problem, because when that Maleficent comes back down, the 2 characters are warded, so it doesn't matter if you're Maleficents. He's going to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the card on the right. Card on the right. That is the Maleficent.
That's a Maleficent.
1 card left in hand. This is insane. This deck should not be doing this well this late in the play. He's going to quest for 2. That's a great choice, because if he plays if he had a Maleficent, the only thing that can really be really banished to at this point is the Maui. Well, we fixed it, and we're suddenly excited again. We can
Is
talk
it
about
still the first game? Yes, it is.
And we have lost a camera, set up a new one, relaunched our lore counter with a whole new system, and it is 19 hours in, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking this home. We are going to keep going.
We're doing a home run or a touchdown run, whatever sport you follow. That's a cogs. No, sorry, it's a popsicle and popsicle.
This late in the game. He only had 2 cards in hand,
Yeah.
so there's not much. He's going to look to see what he's got. He's 12 lore to 0. This is the thing, though. This many turns in.
I wonder if a mill could happen.
There is a risk. There is a risk.
Of that, yeah.
However, he's not playing Whole New World, so I don't think he's going to be pulling out 7 cards.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Diablo be able to do a lot.
Maleficent, 2 Sisu, Hiram, Fishbone, another
Be Prepared,
Prep, Maui,
Maui,
and those two Bros and Lady Tremaine at the beginning, and the Chicha also somewhere there.
I think 3 brawls, wasn't it not? I thought we.
Oh yeah.
is he
It was a 3 because we thought we saw the third one.
Yeah. This is a weird situation for him to be in. He has answers in the fact that I don't think we talk about Bruno's ever been played so many times. I think he's played 3 in the last 2 turns.
Yeah.
Which means he doesn't have any more answers. Might have some muses kicking around, which is not necessarily a bad choice at this point.
Yep.
Because you just need to keep your opponent at play. The issue is, I don't think he has item removal. Is that 2 be prepared or just 1 in attack?
I think that could be.
What is your play?
They are constantly checking the decks. That's a Pete.
That's a.
Oh, so actually, he now wants to really extend, not to enable any, and just quest with everything. He's setting
2,
up
3,
lethal
4,
next turn.
5, 6. He's now.
This is a lethal next turn.
Was my math wrong there?
No, -2.
-2. I just kept pressing the button there.
12 to 4,
to
to
16. I was thinking about the fact that he's now got 2 Pete's in play. Hidden Cove, not a bad thing to then just move what's left. This could be lethal next turn.
This is setting up lethal.
He can't be prepared, so he has to go. It's going to have to be Maui.
Yeah.
So it's a phenomenal play from Jacob. Insane to see this card go the distance. It's not designed this deck to go the distance.
Sisu
now would be huge.
Yep.
No, wouldn't hit the piece.
Will only, but it's still not lethal then.
Still not lethal.
For 4, it's a Hiram.
He's looking for something else.
Look, for what now, bro? You cannot take out maybe.
We did go too far.
Terrain?
We dragged it back. We know he's on 16 because he was on 12, quested with 2. Hidden Cove gives no lore either, which is annoying. That would be huge for him if he could get a lore off Hidden Cove. But that would possibly just be too powerful at that point. We're taking it home. That's a really
grueling game.
This deck is not designed to go that far.
Yes. But it is looking good.
Although, again, we know...
That's a scoop. That's a scoop. Yeah. Whoa.
Well,
so...
lethal that turn.
Jacob.
1-0.
1-0. Cogito was on play.
It was on play.
He was on play, so if I'm correct, it was so much time ago, I'm not sure now. But I think he was on play, which means that our Discard Green Steel player is on the brink of winning. Update the winnings. He is now 1 game away of the big cash out prize.
As well as Enchanted Ursula, as well as a playmat, as well as a pin, as well as some promo cards. He'll also win, I believe, it was 78 boosters, including
96, I think.
96. So it was
so 4 boxes of boosters,
4 boxes,
including 24 from the first chapter.
Yeah, so maybe he keeps them sealed, maybe he keeps them locked, maybe he rips them all open and pulls whatever he can out of them. We don't know. It's his decision.
There's Elsa Enchanted.
Yeah, I mean,
in those 24. But I also think that both of the grand final players are receiving
walking away with some great
from
prizes.
The first chapter.
They're getting the playmats, the everything, and then the difference I think between first and second is effectively 24. But they're both getting
1 box,
1 box worth of boosters each, less. Sorry, for
but I think they are both getting first.
They are both getting first chapter. So either way, they're playing this for honor to an extent. But at the same time, they're playing.
Come on, winning such a long and grueling tournament.
Huge.
Let's
see it
again. Bless you.
No worries. It's Ariel's doing weird magic on me. She's trying to kill me now. She's trying to take me out with.
She was upper-handed.
She was upper-handed. We gave her the camera and she ran. She thought she won.
Yeah. You can reset the low counter now.
That's a good point.
That was a really stressful game for us also.
I'm gonna quote the Try Guys. If anyone watches on the when he does the Eat the Menu, we are now coming towards the potentially last game. Might go 1-1. So I'm going to ask you for what you think's been the best you've seen in terms of plays, in terms of decks, in terms of cards, and then what you think's been the worst best.
I have the candidate for the second one.
Okay.
Tafita.
Defeat. We did have an incident with Taffeta Mutton Fudge. Don't worry, she has been apprehended. That was possibly that was a low moment, unfortunately, for Diablos, who, if anything, it's one.
That's a mulligan 6, by the way, for Kogito.
We have a clip of the Mutton Fudge incident. We also have a clip of Diablos' face when he realised after that
what
game what had happened. That is a fair worst best. For me, some of the best. We've seen some phenomenal plays in terms of board clearing.
Oh, yeah.
Huge momentum swings, particularly from players we weren't expecting to see this from.
What I would say, the best momentum swing was calling out the crikey.
Yeah,
And Crikey coming to
that
the
was
table.
a huge pull from yourself, calling out the Crikey.
I would say that was the best moment.
Crikey turning a lot of one. It was lemon lime deck, turning a lot of one.
Giving 15 attack away.
15 attack away to additional characters, and we were watching Daisy eliminate characters. We were watching
Diablo exchanging
into
Pete's,
like Pete's. We saw a phenomenal play from that. That was probably I would call that one of the highlights of the day in terms of a play.
I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna eat something in
No,
the
do
background.
that.
Sorry.
You do that, sir. I would definitely agree with you. That was an absolute highlight. Another low light. I am. Me and that Ariel are never going to be friends again. So Gito is inking a Maleficent, and I think he passed no 1-drop 1 turn. Yeah, no 1-drop 1 turn.
Ooh.
That's a nasty. Oh dear. Chica's 2, right? Well, what do you do once you drop the Chica? Thing is, we don't know what Jacob's got in hand. Jacob's looking like going, I have a great start here, but then we might look at Jacob's hand and realise he's not got a great start here. That is a nasty hand for Kogito to be starting with. There's not a lot of momentum, not a lot of additional ramp opportunities there. The man's going to have to play catch-up. Unfortunately, he's going to have to play catch-up on a ramp strategy that he doesn't have necessarily available to him. That's a second Maleficent into the Inkwell. You sort of hate to see it. To play Visions of the Future?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry. This hand from Kogito looks absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, this unfortunately could...
No ramp. It's fine to have 2 Hirams, but no ramp. You have something to ink, cannot ramp in any capacity. Visions of the Future now. A very good thing is you put down the cards from the Vision of the Future, take back your hand. You put down your hand, you take cards from the Vision of the Future. That's the mistake I saw a couple of players. We actually saw it on the final of the quest too, when the player was actually holding his card in his hand and he was grabbing all of them into one place and then adding those that he pulled. I think it was from Ariel.
Yep.
And we can see he's not exchanging anything, but this is very bad way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put it down, check it back, and put it back in.
With that in mind, he's then Ursulaing. He's gonna snipe that. Be prepared.
That's a Maui. That's a be prepared sniped.
That be prepared's big because he knows
Gonna be catching up.
he knows Jacob's slightly sort of locked in. That Maui might actually about to become ink. So
I think there was a brawl. There could be a brawl.
why didn't he quest? Or is he not quested yet?
No,
Is
he
So-
didn't
I thought
quest
he
it.
had passed.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's a Diablo for 1.
We got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did we not do that 19 hours ago? we learn these things.
I actually, because this is exactly what I wanted to do with the guy from the venue.
Yeah.
The thing that I didn't realize that we can actually do it if we are managed to just think
Track.
it.
But yeah, the issue is though, if we lost the issue, this is now working because we've changed camera and we can rely on this camera. If we lose the feed,
Yeah, but
lose
we
the
can see, because people were saying that sometimes they cannot see this one, but
Yeah.
we always can see it.
yes,
We were able to do it,
No,
so we can
so-
just pull it here for us and,
And
just
then if
update
we lost
this.
the main camera
Oh, yeah.
and we lost for
Yep.
2 turns, we have
Yep.
no idea what the law counter is
Yep.
when we come
Yep.
back. So he does pass. He's still not playing anything.
Ooh.
And at this point,
That's a-
Jacob,
A
run,
bit painful.
run,
Yeah.
run as fast and as hard as you can to get this done.
Yep. There is no RAM. There is nothing on the board of Kogito. Like currently, it's your game to lose.
What I will say, and actually, if you have discard mechanic, it's now not a bad time to stop playing.
It's discarding. Yes, that's a shift. That's dropping the hand nearly. That's a questing for 2, 3. No, sorry, Diablo is for 1. So questing for 2.
Questing 2, 3.
2 Diablos on the board.
2 Diablos on the board. He now has a draw mechanic. He needs to get that. He knows that his opponent.
There is Prince John. If there is any discounts in Jacob's hand,
that's actually
that was the brawl we saw.
That's the brawl we saw, but that's huge because he's had to pay 3 to use the brawl. He's still got no mechanic to get moving, and importantly, he's had to hear him. Oh, Cognito, not like this, my friend. Not like this.
You don't want to go down like this.
But
that means that the first game was such a grueling game that this is actually a decider. Like the first game was a decider.
Yeah.
Now it looks really bad. It's muses into Pete, fine, and just questing for another 2, going to Vine. It's very slow questing from Jacob.
But and unfortunately no real discard mechanic either.
Yeah.
However,
I think now he's protecting just his Pete. If there is another brawl. There is a fishbone. Okay, so now Cogito starts ramping up a little bit. He is thinking about which card he wants to put into his inkwell from the fishbone quill. Just to say, if someone don't know how fishbone quill works, it's an item you can exert and you can put one of the cards from your hand into the inkwell face down. It is not exerted, so you can use that ink in the turn you put it in, and also you can put uninkable cards because you don't have to prove.
No, exactly. And from Jacob's position, for now, I think he should start harassing a little bit. He should, if he can get a discard mechanic going, now is the time to do it. He needs to ensure that he's
Diablo for 5, Beast.
I don't hate that as a play. That pushes him to 8.
Yeah.
He's going to draw another card off the...
Okay, Sisu is far away.
Sisu is far away.
B-Prep could be played this turn. But Cogito will probably exert all of his hand. Like his whole... give up all of his cards. Am I right? It's 3, 5. Yeah, he needs to ink, drop, and then B-Prep.
Yeah.
So it will be dropping just
and
a hand.
And he's top decking, whereas his opponent has a handful of cards.
With Diablo.
With Diablo.
Constantly taking cards.
It's going to be a messy turn to see how he counteracts this. It's going to be difficult for Cogito to pull this back.
That's another brawl
onto the Diablo, which means, realistically speaking, we know the B-Prep's not coming.
Yep.
Or there was no B-Prep realistically in the future. You wouldn't waste the brawl now if you had a B-Prep coming down the line.
But, Yep. It's just looking at brawl, B-Prep, and Vision of the Future.
He knows two Maleficents, which are great cards.
We're actually in the ink already.
Already. He knows there's a good chance. He hasn't seen the Maui get inked, but there's a good chance the Maui was inked.
He could have been inked from the fishbone.
Yeah. I mean, he must be in hand, we don't know, but there is a Maui.
I don't think I saw Maui inked.
No, I don't. But we don't know about the fishbone. I didn't see what he inked, but there's a question mark around that Maui now.
Yep.
But actually, great. Drop a Maui, run into my Ursula. What do you achieve?
Yes. Or Pete.
What's that? Is that because it's
a Pete?
Yeah. The beast is likely to give him 2 cards next turn as well, and if that beast gives him any form of discard in that dual draw,
that's a pass without inking or using fishbone. Cogito is really in trouble in that game. That's a 2 cards because the beast triggers at the beginning. You may draw additional card because the beast doesn't have any damage on it.
So if he now pulls 2 discard, any 2 discards, sudden chill, hypnotize.
Jacob, you need to discard. Or a Pete, that's fine. And a Morph. Okay, he's just extending. He's now just playing the TAM game. He can quest for additional fog, pushing him to 12.
And
he's scared of that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, what? How he? No. Go to 10.
10.
And now Beast. Sorry. Now to 12.
Sorry, he was.
Yes.
When I looked at my phone to make sure I hit the right button, he was. Questing. So that means
I don't hate that.
1, 2,
You're just
3,
extending.
4, 5, 6. He is currently on 18. Shift that morph into another beast. 19. You are within 1. He is shift.
That's dreadful.
Turn
That's
one was such a
dreadful.
grueling, long game for this to maybe
Game
go
one.
out.
Yep.
Game one. We're going to see how game two goes. This could be done in actually turn 6. Well, no, turn 7.
This game is what I said. This is a good matchup for Jacob. This
Yeah.
is exactly the situation I was thinking of. But the first game actually went so long, and the players were so carefully like stepping around each other places and checking the decks, kind of.
There is
There's
going to
other-
be anyone watching this, anyone watching the VOD afterwards,
Yep.
is going to say something along the lines of course, Emerald Discard won, it broken. No, watch Jacob's first game.
Yeah.
Watch him go to 14 ink or whatever the hell he had at that point. I think it was like 9, 10 ink. Tell me that he did not play that
Yes.
deck like no one you know. There are ways that you can play that mechanic. There are ways that you can play the discard deck that will ultimately be phenomenal. But you cannot question that Jacob played that card, those decks, phenomenally. When actually, on all intents and purposes, if I said to you, blue has 14 plus ink in this inkwell, green has green discard, aggro to mid range has 10, and you said, oh, you will say that will go to the red every time.
Yep.
He played 3 or 4 Maleficents.
Yep.
And still, Jacob held it. Jacob's played that first game phenomenally.
We have some comments.
Well, yeah.
Discard supremacy happening, but you bad bets when they are still €30.
I agree with you in the sense of, but it still comes down to the player.
Yes, that's the first
I agree
thing
with
I would
you.
say.
I do believe that Diablo does.
It's
need
not
to
an
be looked at.
auto-win deck.
No.
And
I do
also, the
believe
second thing,
you do need
sorry.
to be balanced. Go ahead.
we have another comment from Bonzo saying you cannot play meta decks against discard. I would highly disagree with that.
We have only out of the top 65, the top sort of top 8, only 2 made it in.
I think so. And we saw some flawless discard. Actually, Tomasz, who was flawless, lost.
The Steel Song.
No, to
Red Blue.
Cogito.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I think so.
I think it was Cogito. And that's how far we go. And we saw Sisu there, and we saw Lady Tremaine. And there is no Fishbone because Hiram was used. So there is no Sisu next turn. If Jacob just quests, he is nearly he is in the lethal range.
I can see a Hypnotize in his hand. He's wondering, do I play Hypnotize?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Limit the options.
Yeah.
We know that there was
Tremaine can take out 1 card.
which won't stop the match.
And you are only counting then. Oh, sorry. Is that another Fishbone? It could be another Fishbone. Sorry for that.
But I think.
So you are guaranteeing Sisu next turn.
Yeah,
there is a Hypnotize. Yep.
Yeah, it's a hard choice. The Sisu
But
could do a lot.
What Sisu can do?
Yeah.
Mauve, Ursula, and Pete, Beast, and Pete still stays.
He's still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards he can quest. He can get 6 lore this next turn with 5 cards.
Yep.
Pushing him to 18.
18.
And yeah.
That's just painful to watch. And just coming back to the point, I would highly disagree with that statement that you cannot play meta hand against discard. Yes, you definitely can.
I would say against discard, I think I'm going to ask you to rewrite that sentence, Bonzo.
Yep.
There is an issue with Diablo. There is not an issue with discard.
Yes.
If the Diablo mechanic was limited
In some way.
the discard would be extremely much more balanced.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
Yep.
to 18.
What I will say is, if you go to me, what is your evidence? What is your proof of that? Look at any other green deck that isn't using discard.
Yep.
And I guarantee all of them have 4 Diablos, 4 shifted Diablos.
Yep. That was a popsicle, not a Fishbone. Sorry.
No, it's not ideal. The point, so that's my thing I'll say. So I understand where you're coming from. Discard isn't the problem.
Yep.
Diablo's the problem, and
Yep.
that's something I'll say. Diablo, as we can see here, has had some involvement in the match. That's not what's won the game here.
Yep.
Diablo did not win that last match, not by a long shot. It was not Diablo that won that last match. It was incredible play.
A fist fight.
It was a
Fist fight in the corner.
An incredible fist fight in the corner where Jacob just managed to get in a few more blows early. That's what won the match. Discard isn't the problem. I stand by it. Diablo's the problem.
I think that Cogito, the only out for him, is now B prep.
Yeah, and he's got a card in his hand. He may just be trying to work.
Just
out
do it from here. Yeah, there is a handshake.
Handshake.
There is a handshake. There is no outs for
And another
Cogito.
Another win.
And that's a sweep. That's a 2-0 win for Jacob in the final. Congratulations to Jacob, and huge. Did it just die on us? I'm happy it died now. Huge congratulations to Jacob, or is it my stream again? No, we are fine.
Hi.
Okay,
They won.
that was
They won, and they pulled the plug out and ran. Ariel waited and went, "Hey, wow, surprise!" I'm gonna. So I was my lovely partner messaged me saying, "Oh, let us know 20-25 minutes from the end when you'll be done." Didn't expect that to be a 7-turn victory. We are done.
that was
surprise.
1, 2, 3. That was 7-turn, I think, or 8.
Surprise, 7-turn win. So that was that. Well, lovely viewers.
Yeah, we completely lost. Sorry.
I'll just move it so I can lean forward. Yeah, they literally. Ariel waited until the handshake and she pulled out
We completely
the plug.
lost any information from the venue. So I think they just pulled the plug and run.
Well, my phone is hot. I'm going to turn off the screen sharing functionality because we do not need the counter anymore.
Yep.
It has been an absolute pleasure, an absolute blast to stream with you. Thank you very much for having me in your home while we do this.
Yeah.
It's been a real fun game, fun series of games. Thank you to Ravensburger, A, for Lorcana, and B, for participating and sponsoring or being involved in these CCF tournament. Thank you to the team in Warsaw. I don't want to get their names wrong. I'll mispronounce their names because.
Thank you to Strefa MTG.
Thank you,
for,
Strefa MTG. But then I was going to thank the individuals
Yep.
themselves. Jacob and this lovely guy. I don't know.
Cogito?
No, the stream guy. V.
It was Bartek, if I
Yeah,
remember.
but
Yeah.
V, thank you so much. It's been an absolute blast. We've had a real good fun of this.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you to all of you
for
for listening.
actually sitting here with us for.
Yeah, we are
What is
blown
that?
away. We are blown away. We have
18 hours.
18 hours. We've had consistently between 25 and 56, or now 60 of you somehow.
Amazing.
The VOD yesterday hit nearly 1,000 views overnight. We don't know how. We're not going to ask too many questions. I'm going to find out my fly was down and I'm going to be on Reddit or stream fails or something like that. But it has been an absolute blast. I realise now, and this is something that I think we need to work on in TCG generally, we don't have a closing ceremony. Like,
yes,
like even end the tournament, normally what happens is they go, here's your box, and the guy goes, thank you, I want to leave, and walks away and buy. So we do need to work on that, some element of closing ceremony.
Yeah.
We don't, because this is going to end with very much a pop,
Yep.
which is, it's been
Yay!
fun.
Goodbye.
Thank you to Anna as well for keeping us honest, accurate, and true.
And not hungry.
And not hungry. Come on in. We can awkwardly look like the AI image I used to sort of grow. She's eating an apple.
Thank you very much.
At least no one's going to hurt themselves with a trophy.
That's actually to the League of Legends final. I don't know if you know
I
that.
haven't heard about this, no.
The top laner, when he lifted the trophy, it was so heavy. When he was shaking it, he hit his head, he thought he was bleeding.
He's got the muscle for this movement, not for this movement. That's fair. That's fair. But it's been a pleasure. It's weird. I feel like we're gonna just sort of like go and thanks. Like there's no see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben, for actually doing it.
No, thank you very much for having me, Michael. It's been a pleasure. In terms of the future of this, let's talk about this.
We would like to continue
We're
this.
going to continue to do this. We are the Lorekeepers of Poznań. I don't know if we actually got this Twitch channel for that or anything. Do we have that?
Don't say that now.
We'll get a version of it. We will set up a channel. We are going to have so the VODs only stay on Twitch for 7 days. Is that right?
Yes, but
So-
I will upload them to YouTube. We will have them on YouTube.
Probably in their entirety, not much. There'll be no edit, no
Oh,
fanfare.
yeah.
We'll just all 10 hours up there so people can go back and look at the footage. We will continue to promote and do these events. We already have an idea for doing something next Wednesday, which I don't know how we're going to do that, which I think will be fun to do in the store. And Tomek, if by any chance you're listening or watching, Quest or 3, baby. We promise to get a camera that's not on fire. Or, alternatively, make the players play outside. Whichever stops it from overheating, we don't care. We will stay indoors.
I would love it.
It'd be funny.
Yeah, we we would like to continue with that.
Yeah.
And we would see what we're gonna get. Maybe we get in touch with Ravensburger.
Yeah, we've got.
We would love to
continue
work
to
with
do
you guys on some more projects lately.
and if you are watching this to get into Lorcana,
Do
go
it.
find your local game store. Next weekend is going to be a pre-release. That might sound scary. We're going to have a brand new set, Azerite Sea. As we know, it's going to be a lot of interesting changes to the meta, a lot of interesting changes to
There's
various
so
cards.
many interesting cards. We only got
So
to
many
the
shit-
Emerald
so many
in our.
interesting cards. And what that does then mean is we're also going to be I'm unfortunately not playing this weekend because I'm away for the weekend. But
I'm also away.
so neither of us are playing. But we will suspect compare cards. and
Oh,
discuss.
actually, I can do a little plug. I will be in the Gdansk
Yes.
on the Allegram, whatever it is, and I'm gonna be teaching people to play Lorcana on the Ravensburger official place. When they're gonna be stand. Yeah, that was.
the official
I'm sorry.
place, which is just you outside with a sign. Like,
No, on the stand during the
Yeah, so if you're in
Allegram.
Gdansk, swing down, say hello to Anna's going to be with you as well.
Yes,
right?
we're
So
gonna be both teaching people.
if we have everything set up, maybe you just have a laptop running it so you can sort of just do those weird like live interactions things on like TikTok, like selling their cards and stuff. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've had a good fun. Thank you so much for the chat, for giving us extra energy and extra kind of content to talk to. The official place.
I'm sorry.
Place.
My brain is just fried.
Yeah, it has been 18 hours, 19 hours. 19 hours. Nearly 20. We're actually 20 minutes off 20.
Yeah.
Let's just call it soon. We're vamping. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
I've been Ben, Captain B Poznań.
I'm Michael, known as Isus.
And that is Anna, known as Panda.
Thank you.